Li Chu has been reborn. He has arrived in 2014, a time when Messi and Ronaldo dominated the football world. Selected by the Yen National Football Association to join Real Madrid, he had already awakened the player talent stealing system. Having been aimlessly stealing various useless talents in Yen country, he accidentally kicked a misplaced pass to Zidane, who was standing on the sidelines. In an instant, super rare level talent stealing successful. Acquired Zidane Template. Thus, Zidane's Real Madrid now had a Zidane. Zidane was stunned. He never expected to meet a super Zidane with maxed out speed in his lifetime. Messi, I no longer know how to stop that crazy Li Chu. Cristiano Ronaldo. I admit, if Li Chu comes to the front line, then neither Messi nor I will have as many Ballon d'Or awards. Chapter 1. Possessing a stealing system, but only able to steal from national players on August 13, 2014 at the training base of Real Madrid in the bullfighting country. It was gloomy on the green field. Two teams were doing simple warm-up exercises. At this moment, a tall, cold-faced foreigner in a suit walked out from the player passage. Wow, Li Chu! Look who's over there, my idol. A blonde-haired Huang Xiaotian excitedly grabbed the boy next to him, wildly pointing at the foreigner. Li Chu looked up and saw the foreigner, his heart momentarily lost in thought. The foreigner was none other than the prominent figure in the football world, Zinedine Zidane, the former captain of the Roaring Country, who led his nation to a World Cup victory. A three-time World Footballer of the Year and one of the top two midfielders in football history. Zidane not only shone during his playing career, but also achieved remarkable success as a coach, leading Real Madrid to 3 consecutive Champions League titles from 2016 to 2018. However, Zidane's role as Real Madrid's coach would not happen until 2 years later. At present, he was the coach of the Real Madrid B team. How did Li Chu know all this? Because he was a time traveler from 2022, whose life was taken in an accident and was reborn into the body of a boy also named Li Chu in 2012. Chapter 2. Absolute Power Gap. Goal broken in 5 minutes. Reporters from the bullfighting country entered the base, eager for this overseas trial of the Yen country team. According to past practices, the Yen country team would surely be crushed by Real Madrid, followed by press releases mocking Yen country football to gain traffic. Many reporters had even prepared their articles in advance, coming today just to take photos of the match. On the other side, the live broadcast room for the Yen country match was already open, and fans reignited their confidence in supporting the national team, cheering in the live chat. Although the players couldn't see the supportive comments, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the domestic fans at all. Comment: Go Yen country. Crush the Real Madrid B team. This time, the selected players are all elites from various teams. Maybe they can play better. Comment: Exactly, these are all super talent from our U18 team. Let's not talk about anything else. Just scoring 1 goal would be enough, especially against Real Madrid, especially Li Chu, Su Bai, and Wu Qian. Comment: The one before, I agree with Su Bai and Li Chu, but let's skip Wu Qian, he's just all show. Comment: Stop arguing as long. As they're Yen country players, I support all of them. Chapter 3:05. Unexpected out-of-bounds goal by young Zidane. Li Chu wanted to shake off Jack, but Jack stuck to him like gum. At this moment, another player from Madrid B team took the opportunity to come up and try to double-team him with Jack. Li Chu was confident he could control the ball against one opponent, but with a double team, he saw Su Bai's figure on the side and passed the ball out. Su Bai sprinted toward the trajectory of the ball. Midway, a player from the Madrid B team suddenly rushed out, seemingly having anticipated the ball's path, intercepting it. Li Chu, can you even pass the ball? Wu Qian scolded. Li Chu felt helpless. This was not his fault at all. It was Su Bai's slow speed that allowed the opponent to intercept the ball. If Su Bai had received the pass, it could have created a very favorable opportunity for a flank attack. The ball landed at the feet of a Madrid B team player, who immediately pressed forward with an unstoppable offensive momentum. It was as if the ball was a plaything at the feet of the Madrid B team players, while the U18 players, no matter how hard they tried to press, or even double or triple team, could not stop them. Chapter 4. Transformation. Ripping through the defense alone system. Open the latest attribute panel. Li Chu couldn't contain his excitement. System is opening. Zidane, youth, attribute panel. Offensive attributes, speed 78, shooting skill 74, shot power 80, shot accuracy 78, penalty 87, passing and control attributes, short pass 83, vision 91, long pass 81, ball control 80, free kick 74, reaction 88, defensive attributes, man-to-man 57, tackles 71, header 80, slide tackle 53, Physical attributes: strength 84, stamina 84, jump 71, Marseille Turn, max level. Perform a 180-degree spin while dribbling to shake off the defender, with options to pass, shoot, or continue dribbling afterward. Top-level dribbling skill: heavenly shot, max level. Face the incoming football and strike it hard without stopping, ignoring the ball's original arc and speed. Top-level offensive skill: Li Chu was unexpectedly ecstatic. He never expected that an own goal assist would allow him to acquire the attributes of young Zidane, averaging over 20 points higher than Zidaane's previous abilities. Moreover, the skills Marseille Turn and heavenly shot were the top dribbling and offensive skills in football. Chapter 5. Controlling the offense. Pig-headed teammate creates corner kick opportunity at this moment. Zidane on the green field was still immersed in Li Chu's recent dribbling. This kid can do the Marseille Turn. This is my signature skill. And that precise through ball. Any slightly normal player could definitely receive it. This kid suddenly exploded. His playing style is very reminiscent of my younger self. One could say that this young man from Yin country just single-handedly tore through his team's defense. Quite interesting. Li Chu was still unaware that he had successfully attracted Zidane's attention, and the knowledgeable fans in the Yin country livestream were also reigniting their enthusiasm. Bullet screen. Did I just see that right? Marseille Turn. Bullet screen. Isn't that Zidane's signature skill, the Marseille Turn? A 180-degree turn to get past the defender. Bullet screen. And this kid is flowing like water, executing 2 consecutive Marseille turns to get past 2 players. Bullet screen. Unfortunately, that forward Wu Qian is useless. He really can't be helped. The match continued, and with the experience of consecutive dribbles, Li Chu's confidence grew stronger. As long as he kept creating opportunities, the Yin country players would definitely score. Chapter 6. Heavenly shot finally scores for the national team. The ball flew through the air, and Li Chu's heavenly shot skill was triggered. Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, Li Chu raised his left leg high. The height surprised many. What is he going to do? Shoot? Impossible. That's a corner kick. With that speed. However, Li Chu's swinging left leg directly struck the rapidly flying football without any hindrance. In an instant, bang, with a loud sound, the football he struck flew toward the goal like a cannonball. The Real Madrid B team goalkeeper stood frozen, showing no reaction. The ball flew past his shoulder and into the net. 1-5. They scored. The U18 team actually scored. And it was Li Chu with such an incredible heavenly shot. This unparalleled goal left everyone dumbfounded. Li Chu stood still, heavily pounding his fist into the sky, venting the pent-up anger he held for 30 minutes. At this moment, both the players of the Madrid B team and the other U18 players were still immersed in the shock of Li Chu's miraculous kick. This Yin country player actually scored? Chapter 7. To have Li Chu, we must give us 10 million in the U18 locker room. Huang Xiaodian was still excitedly talking to Li Chu about his heavenly shot goal. Chu, you are amazing. You executed my idol's signature skill. Were you hiding your strength before? Waiting for today's nationwide broadcast to surprise us? From now on, I will be your #1 fan. Li Chu helplessly responded to his lively friend while secretly worrying about another matter. With such heavy rain, would the match still continue? If it doesn't, does that mean his overseas trial journey ends here? Thinking of this, Li Chu's heart sank even further. The boys performed well, especially Li Chu. That goal was very impressive. Several leaders from the Football Association entered the locker room, looking in a good mood. Leaders, may I ask if the match can continue? Li Chu asked the leaders. The leader who was asked frowned. What? Is 1-6 not embarrassing enough? Because of the heavy rain. We've already informed Real Madrid that the match is cancelled. Upon hearing the words match cancelled, the other U18 players showed joy on their faces. Chapter 8. Want Li Chu for 10 million transfer fee, 10 million? I think he is crazy. The Real Madrid official widened his eyes when he heard the national football leaders speak grandly to reporters. A young player with no achievements on the international stage wants a 10 million transfer fee? Mr. Zidane, I think this young man from Yin country that you're interested in has no chance of joining our Real Madrid. Zidane remained expressionless, showing no signs of joy or anger, only looking to the side. Although he once led Real Madrid to glorious achievements during his player career, he is now just a coach of the Madrid B team. Moreover, the performance of the Madrid B team last season was not good. This is also the reason why he wanted to recruit Li Chu, but he didn't expect that this national team leader would ask for such a high price. The reporters in the bullfighting country were also stirred up by this statement from the Football Association leader, and many reporters quickly edited related news on their phones and sent it online. At this time, fans of the Yin country who had just watched the first half of the game and learned about the cancellation of the second half came across this news. Comment: shameless. So shameless. It's hard to find a talent, and yet they won't let him go. Comment: 10 million. This is clearly a pretext to not let him go. Chapter 9. Joining Real Madrid B team. A cold welcome ceremony in the negotiation room. The leaders of the Football Association had red faces, furiously pounding the table. Li Chu, you actually dared to add clauses to the contract without permission. This contract is not recognized by our Football Association. Li Chu helplessly glanced at the Real Madrid officials and Zidane, feeling ashamed of his National Football Association leader's shamelessness. Leaders, both parties have signed this contract. It already has legal effect, and you don't need to verbally agree or disagree. Moreover, this termination clause was not added by me. It was there when I signed. Maybe you can ask the team leader? The Football Association leaders immediately called in the team leader. The team leader was sweating profusely, knowing that only he and Li Chu were aware that he had accepted a bribe when signing the contract, which is why he added that clause. Who would have thought that Li Chu would be recognized by Real Madrid? If the bribe was mentioned, he would be held responsible. He could only firmly deny knowing about that clause in the contract. Watching the arguing leaders of the Yin Country Football Association and the team leader, the Real Madrid official interrupted. I don't think we need to discuss the content of the contract here. Please give me your account, and I will transfer £100,000 to your account according to Li Chu's contract right now. Chapter 10. System Upgrade. Jack inspired by Li Chu at this time. Li Chu was still unaware that the Football Association, just after arriving in the country, had issued two statements. Statement 1. Li Chu has terminated his contract with the Football Association and joined Real Madrid B team as a free player. Statement 2. Li Chu is of improper conduct, and the Football Association will forever refuse Li Chu's participation in any league or international competition under the jurisdiction of the Yin Country Football Association. Once these two statements were released, it caused a national uproar. Comment: the first Yin Country player to join Real Madrid. The future of Yin Country football. Comment: improper conduct? I don't believe it. It must be that Real Madrid didn't let the Football Association earn 10 million, and the association is slandering him. We must support Li Chu. Comment: from now on, Real Madrid will be my new favorite team. 20 years of being a Real Madrid fan without invitation. Comment: rumor has it that Li Chu legally terminated the contract, and the Football Association leaders exploded in anger, announcing they would never use Li Chu again. At this time, Li Chu was completely unaware of the Football Association statements and the countless fans and attention he had gained domestically. Or rather, he didn't care, because he had already arrived at the dormitory of his dream football sanctuary. The dormitory was very spacious, simple, and lacked any unnecessary items, which made Li Chu very satisfied. Chapter 11. Intense training. The devil Li Chu. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the morning that Li Chu returned to the dormitory with Jack. Li Chu, you're simply a training fanatic. I thought you would train all night, Jack said, dripping with sweat, smiling wryly. Of course not. I have to get up early tomorrow for more training. Li Chu quickly washed up, calculating his gains. He had just trained for 4 hours. He earned 4 training points. He still needed 16 more hours of training to raise an attribute point. Tomorrow morning? Jack's expression changed. What time tomorrow morning? Li Chu thought for a moment and said, 6 o'clock. 5 hours of sleep is enough. Jack, I take back what I just said. You're not a training fanatic. You're a devil. Li Chu smiled, but didn't continue the topic. He quickly finished washing up, ignoring Jack's persistent gaze, lay down, and went to sleep. If he didn't fall asleep before Jack, he would be kept awake by Jack's grinding teeth and sleepwalking later, which would affect his early rise the next day. If Jack knew Li Chu's thoughts, he would probably not just call him a devil. Early the next morning, Li Chu woke up on time, and Jack, waking from his dream, looked at the Yin countryman who was harsh to him, feeling a renewed admiration. Chapter 12. The next Zidane? The next Li Chu, are you sure these data are accurate? Zidane looked at the test report with a face full of disbelief. As a forward, Li Chu's ball control, dribbling, stamina, and passing were simply perfect, and even in terms of long shots, headers, and shooting accuracy, he far exceeded the average player's level. Such physical test data could even be said to qualify him as a competent midfielder in La Liga. Of course not. Zidane, you know me. I'm always a meticulous person. Michael was immersed in the joy of the team or the excellent players. He might be a somewhat eccentric coach, but for the team, he was definitely a good coach who cared for the team. Zidane smiled slightly. Was this heaven helping him? What the team currently lacked was exactly such a big player. As a result, heaven immediately sent him one. If choosing to let Li Chu join the team at that time was because of his potential and the hope to cultivate him. Then after seeing this set of physical test data, Zidane even had the idea of quickly training Li Chu to become a core starter of the team. Zidane, don't you think that kid Li Chu's data is particularly similar to yours? Chapter 13. Training match begins. 10 minutes with 0 touches. Zidane was very satisfied with the players' responses. Under the arrangement of assistant coach Michael, the players were divided into 2 teams, A and B, for a training match. The division of teams, A and B, was based on strength. Team A consisted mostly of the starting players, while Team B was the substitutes. Li Chu and Jack were both assigned to Team A, serving as the attacking midfielder and left winger, respectively. The players felt that Jack's selection was normal, as he was undoubtedly talented and had an unassailable position in the team despite being lazy. However, Li Chu's selection surprised everyone. They whispered to each other, discussing quietly. This kid didn't participate in a single training match. Why can he be selected for Team A? I suspect the coach has gone mad. Does he think this kid is going to be a starter in the new season? Haha, I don't believe I'm worse than this kid. I'll show him on the field. Since it was a training match before the new season, the importance for each player was naturally self-evident. Excellent performance means being able to enter the starting lineup. Poor performance means being relegated to the bench. At Real Madrid, relationships mean nothing. Only strength matters. Chapter 14. The magical rolling curveball. Assisting and scoring. After dribbling past the B team's central midfielder, Li Chu continues his performance. He doesn't stop dribbling. At this moment, the B team's fullback clearly shows signs of panic. The image of their central midfielder just being bypassed is still fresh in their minds. No one wants to become a background figure. To be honest, the B team's central defender even feels a hint of fear inside. What if he also gets bypassed by a Marseille Turn? Fortunately, Li Chu gradually slows down his dribbling pace. At this moment, the 2 central defenders of the B team have already closed in. Li Chu quickly observes his surroundings, equipped with the vision of a young Zidane. His vision has reached an astonishing 91. A vision score of 91 is among the top levels in global football, coupled with a month of intense training adaptation. Li Chu feels as if he is in a godlike perspective. In an instant, he grasps all the information near the front area of the penalty box. In front of him is the B team's fullback, and not far away. The 2 central defenders are working in sync to compress his shooting angle and prepare to limit his dribbling space. On the other side, apart from Jack, no one can support him. The central striker and another right winger are still running behind him and have already been tightly marked by the B team's players. Chapter 15. The new season's first round is about to begin. In the early morning, as the sun rises, Li Chu quietly puts on his jersey, followed by a sleepy Jack, and heads to the training ground. Just as they step out of the dormitory, they run into a few teammates. Before Li Chu can react, several teammates notice him and immediately greet him with smiles. Chu, you're going to training so early. The weather is nice today. Good luck. What a coincidence. Good morning. After the teammates walk away, Jack can't help but show a sly smile. Chu, after this training period, you have completely conquered them. You know, when you first arrived, they all thought you were a wooden man. Li Chu not non comita. This is competitive sports. Strength on the field is greater than everything else. Is his calling card. Meanwhile, in the office of the Real Madrid B team coach, Zidane and Michael are both bleary-eyed, sorting through a pile of data. This pile of data consists of training stats for every player on the Real Madrid B team over this period. The 2 have stayed up all night without sleeping. Zidane, take a look. This is the latest list I compiled. Chapter 16. The Genius Key. When Li Chu arrives at the locker room with his teammates, he sees that Zidane has already arrived. Moreover, on the tactical blackboard behind Zidane, many things have already been written and drawn. Looking at the young players in front of him, Zidane slowly begins to lay out the tactics for the upcoming match. The first game of the season is about to start. Look at the fans outside. Doesn't it feel like there are more people here today than usual? After glancing around, Zidane abandons the idea of explaining tactics directly, mainly because he does not see the desire for the game in the eyes of all the players. Except for Li Chu. Li Chu's eyes shine. This kind of light is something Zidane is very familiar with. When he was a player, he also had a similar light in his eyes before important matches. However, the others appear much calmer. Given this, Zidane feels that it is crucial to stimulate the players' enthusiasm first. Do you all think everyone is here to see you? I'm sorry to tell you that is not the case. The reason so many people came today is that most of them are here to see Sevilla's Keat. Chapter 17, The Deadly Pass. Soon, after the Sevilla players finish celebrating, the ball returns to the center circle. However, facing an early goal, especially one scored after a complete breakthrough of Real Madrid's defense on the right flank, the players on Real Madrid are quite shaken. When the ball is kicked off, Real Madrid's forwards start sprinting desperately towards Sevilla's half. At this moment, several players clearly remember what Li Chu just said. You are responsible for positioning. If the pass doesn't reach, it's on me. This statement is the biggest temptation for Real Madrid's two forwards and even for a midfielder like Jack. Everyone knows Li Chu's ability. When Li Chu wants to provide a chance, it's hard not to take it. So at this moment, the two forwards and Jack sprint towards Sevilla's half while observing the gaps in the opponent's defense. They all believe that as long as they can create space, the ball will definitely end up at their feet from Li Chu. It may sound exaggerated, but after spending so much time with Li Chu, everyone naturally understands. Chapter 18, The Fear of Vols. Finally, the referee, coming back to his senses, interrupts the celebration of the Real Madrid youth team. Both teams stand ready again, waiting for Sevilla's kickoff. It must be said that even though the referee has been in the profession for 7 years and considers himself experienced, it's only been a few minutes since the start, and including the first kickoff, both sides have already had 3 kickoffs in the center circle. The referee is somewhat speechless. Is youth competition really this intense now? What the referee didn't expect is that even more intense moments are yet to come. After Sevilla kicks off again, Real Madrid's defense quietly undergoes some changes. Just as all the Sevilla players are unaware, Li Chu has already moved to the deep-lying midfield position, facing Sevilla's genius Keat. When Keat receives a pass from his teammate, he realizes that the black-haired kid who just made that deadly pass is now right in front of him. Oof. Although Keat internally acknowledges that the previous pass was indeed stunning, passing away, is your defense just as formidable? Chapter 19. 2 passes and a shot after Li Chu showcased his defensive prowess. The confidence of Real Madrid's players in this match grew significantly, especially since Li Chu took the initiative to drop back and directly matched up against Sevilla's Keat. The situation on the field became clear. Keat was completely neutralized by Li Chu. Once Keat was frozen out, the threat of Sevilla's other attacking points diminished greatly when facing Real Madrid's defense. The midfield and forward lines struggled to find rhythm, particularly at Keat's position. Keat had never succeeded in one-on-one situations against Li Chu. On the contrary, every time Li Chu intercepted the ball, he would immediately launch a mesmerizing pass. If it weren't for Real Madrid's 2 forwards being average and squandering a few chances, the match score would have been rewritten long ago. When the second half began, everyone was surprised to find that Sevilla had completely retreated into their half to defend. Only Keat remained in midfield, symbolically indicating he had not given up on the match. Chapter 20. Adding points after a complete victory over the recently impressive Sevilla. Zidane and his disciples would face another powerhouse from the Youth League, Athletic Bilbao, next weekend. Zidane was quite dissatisfied with the scheduling this season. In the early rounds of the league, they faced strong opponents, which could be considered the most direct competitors for the championship. However, Zidane was not in a position to influence the entire Spanish Football Federation with his personal will, so he could only accept his fate. Meanwhile, after perfectly completing his debut, Li Chu had also earned a significant amount of free points. However, for Li Chu, whose basic attributes were still somewhat low, just one match's attribute points were not enough to instantly make him a superstar. Thus, before the upcoming match next week, Li Chu focused more on training. His roommate, Jack, had already adapted to Li Chu's intense routine. The two of them would wake up at 6 a.m. every day and arrive at the training ground around 6:30. After afternoon training, Li Chu and Jack still wouldn't leave. Chapter 21. The Strength of Bilbao. Soon, the match against Bilbao was about to start. Li Chu was filled with fighting spirit. However, Jack seemed a bit listless. What's wrong, Jack? If something's bothering you, let me know and I'll cheer you up. Due to their close living and training arrangements, Li Chu and Jack had become quite good friends. Looking at the carefree Li Chu, Jack's mood was still a bit low. Li, what time is it? And you still have the energy to joke around? We're about to face Bilbao. I know. You know nothing. Last season, we were completely crushed by them. Okay. Oh, so you're scared of them, huh? Look at you. Get lost. Then tell me how Bilbao crushed you. Hurry up and get lost. In the end, Jack still explained the situation from last season's match. One could only say that Bilbao's youth team indeed had something special. Previously, when Li Chu followed La Liga, he only knew about Real Madrid and Barcelona. Now, hearing Jack talk about Bilbao, the Basque Lions, Li Chu realized that there was such a magical team in La Liga. Chapter 22, a stunning goal. Ultimately, this offensive attempt was still thwarted by the goalkeeper. However, the goalkeeper was clearly quite dissatisfied with his team's defense. He shouted again, urging Santos to be more proactive in defense. In the following match, Bilbao targeted Santos, as if they understood that Santos was Real Madrid's defensive weak point. Time and again they surged down the right flank, and finally, Bilbao was rewarded. In the 27th minute of the match, Bilbao's players once again broke through on the right, although Real Madrid's players had consciously positioned themselves further right to provide support. When Santos was once again breached, Bilbao's players cleverly executed a wide-range switch. Since Real Madrid's defense had been drawn to the right, the left side was much weaker. By the time Real Madrid's players moved to the left to follow the ball, it was already too late. The cross from the left was ultimately met by Bilbao's number 9, who easily scored another goal in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. 2 o'clock on the sidelines. Chapter 23. A long-range shot when Bilbao kicked off from the center circle, the whistle signaling the end of the first half soon sounded. On the way to the locker room, Li Chu and his teammates could occasionally hear cheers for him from the stands. Hey Li, go for it, crush those Basque brats. Li, give it your all in the second half. We must win this match. Li, if you can turn this around, I'll introduce my daughter to you. In the stands, Real Madrid fans cheered for Li Chu. Seeing this scene, Jack was envious. Bro, you're amazing. You've only played 2 matches for the team, or rather, 1.5. And you've already won over these picky fans. Jack's words were filled with unspoken envy. Indeed, Real Madrid fans are the hardest to please in the world. The team wins, but if the performance isn't good, they'll criticize. The team loses, and they'll still criticize. For these fans, as long as it's a Real Madrid match, not only must they win, but they must win beautifully. Of course, these fans are more lenient towards the youth team's performance. Chapter 24. The agent in the final moments of the match, Li Chu scored a stunning long-range shot, completing the comeback. In the end, Real Madrid reversed Athletic Bilbao at home. Naturally, the happiest ones were the Real Madrid fans who came to watch the match live. After all, seeing such brilliant performances from Real Madrid's youth team makes the fans incredibly happy. This means that Real Madrid's own youth training, Castilla, will eventually produce its own Eagles. In the future, when they clash with Barcelona fans, if they still bring up La Masia, Real Madrid fans can counter with Li Chu. The only slight regret for Real Madrid fans is that the opponent in this match is not Barcelona's youth team. However, thinking that the youth league has just begun, there's still plenty of time ahead. At this moment, Real Madrid fans begin to envision the scene of their youth team facing Barcelona's youth team. By then, let Li Chu unleash his full power and directly score a 10-0 victory against them. Speaking of this score, Real Madrid fans still feel quite gloomy. After all, in the previous few seasons, Chapter 25. The excitement of Real Madrid fans. The signing of Li Chu by Miliaccio went very smoothly. So smoothly that Miliaccio found it a bit unbelievable. It's worth noting that, with the rise of the internet, the many black-hearted agents who used to deceive naive young players are now well known among all players. Therefore, signing contracts with these young players now requires some effort, especially since Miliaccio knows he doesn't have the fame of Raiola or Mendes. So facing such a straightforward signing with Li Chu, he was a bit curious. Why did you choose me so decisively? It's simple. First, you are Zidane's agent, and being his agent shows you have significant influence in the agent community. Also, Zidane came with you today. Just because of that, you can't be a fraud. Hearing Li Chu's words, both Zidane and Miliaccio ultimately smiled in satisfaction. Smart people prefer to deal with smart people. After signing Li Chu, Zidane then explained his intentions. You mean, you hope I can join Real Madrid's first team? Chapter 26. Rejection. Meanwhile, the genius that Real Madrid fans speak of has just returned to his dormitory, feeling quite down. A few hours earlier, while Miliaccio successfully signed with Li Chu, Zidane was the first to arrive at the first team's office building. This time, Zidane was quite excited because it was rare for Castilla to recommend players to the first team. Under Florentino's reign, the strategy was to only buy big names, which is how the Galacticos era came about. However, after the failure of the Galacticos strategy, although Florentino stepped down for a while upon his return, he still insisted on his philosophy, The best players in the world should play for the best club in the world, no matter how many times. Florentino has stuck to his view. This is why the total market value of the players on the first team, even those on the bench, is much higher than that of most team starting lineups. Because of this, even big-name players often end up sitting on the bench. Chapter 27. Villarreal looking around the room. Both Li Chu and Zidane appeared lethargic. Miliaccio couldn't help but feel a headache. Clearly, they are both smart individuals. So why they walked into a dead end at this moment? I say, are you two overthinking it? Instantly, both of their gazes turned to Miliaccio. I can understand your feelings. After all, no player can remain calm when facing the prospect of joining Real Madrid. However, you both need to think carefully. Is it really appropriate for Li Chu to join Real Madrid at this moment? After saying this, Miliaccio stood up and left. For a time, the room fell into silence. After a long while, finally, Li Chu and Zidane spoke at the same time. Joining Real Madrid right now is indeed not the best choice. At this moment, Zidane and Li Chu finally understood. Indeed, after Miliaccio's reminder, they began to reassess the pros and cons of joining Real Madrid. After some reflection, they naturally understood the crux of the issue. Chapter 28. Conquering teammates. The training match started with the assistant coach's whistle. Li Chu, wearing a yellow training jersey, received the kickoff. After the ball was played, Li Chu began to observe the movements of the red team's players, keeping an eye on his teammates' positions while also watching the red team players' movements. When the ball finally reached Li Chu's feet, he didn't pass it immediately. At that moment, he was in the middle of the red team's half, with only one defender in front of him. Behind that defender was a vast area of open space. Am I being underestimated? With this thought, Li Chu stopped hesitating and began to accelerate with the ball. Soon, he met the red team's defender. Just when he was about a meter away from the defender, Li Chu, having picked up speed, executed a Marseille Turn, elegantly and effortlessly evading the defender. Then, he dashed toward the wide open area in front of him with the ball. Meanwhile, the yellow team, seeing Li Chu breezily break through, immediately began to accelerate. Chapter 29. Smooth signing. Li Chu's performance on the field completely conquered the entire Villarreal team. Therefore, his signing went quite smoothly. However, during the signing process, Carlos was really annoyed by Real Madrid's practice of only loaning players instead of selling them. Carlos also understands that, for Real Madrid, the transfer fee for young players like Li Chu is not worth much. Instead of selling them for a small fee, it is better to retain ownership of these young talents. Even if these young players don't perform well later on, it doesn't matter to Real Madrid. However, if they can perform well, then Real Madrid stands to gain significantly. In the end, under Villarreal's negotiations, Li Chu received a 1-1 contract. Specifically, Li Chu is loaned to Villarreal for 1 year. After 1 year, based on Li Chu's performance, Villarreal has the option to buy him. For the first year, Li Chu's salary is jointly borne by both Real Madrid and Villarreal. Through Villarreal's simple negotiations, they secured a relatively generous contract for Li Chu among young players. His weekly salary is 40,000 euros, of which Villarreal only needs to pay 20,000 euros. Chapter 30. Feeding the ball. As Li Chu's chemistry with his teammates improved, the La Liga 2014-2015 season finally arrived. Recently, Carlos has been quite excited. With Li Chu, Villarreal's attack has been elevated to several levels. Li Chu is not only skilled in dribbling, ball protection, and short passes, but also has a deadly long pass. This way, whether it's a sudden attack, positional play, or even counterattacking, as long as the ball is given to Li Chu, he is undoubtedly the most qualified initiator of attacks in Carlos's eyes. And let's not forget, Li Chu also possesses the ability to shoot from distance. That stunning shot during the trial still impresses Carlos. Of course, Li Chu's shortcomings are also quite obvious, namely his lack of experience. This doesn't show much during the attacking phase, but on defense, Li Chu's contribution to the team is almost zero. However, Carlos remains quite optimistic about this. On one hand, it's due to the rapid progress Li Chu has shown. Chapter 31. The cheers for Li Chu. When Li Chu was released by Uche, Dos Santos looked at him with a resentful expression and said, "Hey, don't forget, I was the first one to connect with you." Watching Dos Santos leave while saying this almost made Li Chu laugh out loud. At this moment, the DJ at the Ceramic Stadium finally received the technical statistics from a game. The goal Li Chu assisted Uche with came just 6 seconds after the match started. This goal broke the record for the fastest goal in known professional matches in the world. The DJ was even more excited as he led all the fans in cheering. Who is the hero of our goal? You. Key. By the way, let's share some good news. The one who initiated this attack is our newest recruit this season, the young talent from Yin country, Li Chu. And Li Chu is the treasure of Castilla. In youth matches, he led the Real Madrid youth team to victory over Sevilla and completely outperformed the genius Canny. Chapter 32. A good start when the first half of the match reached the 20-minute mark. The score was already 4-1. Although Cadiz managed to score a goal, Villarreal scored 2 more. Out of these 4 goals, 3 were directly assisted by Li Chu. The other goal came from a pass by Li Chu that broke through Cadiz's defense, leading Uche to assist Dos Santos for another goal. Just 20 minutes into the match, Dos Santos had already completed a hat trick. Incredible. It's really unbelievable. Is this really a match in the top league? It feels like Villarreal is playing a friendly against a 4th-tier team. The goals are just too easy to score. For Li Chu, who orchestrated 4 goals, both the DJ and the fans at the Ceramic Stadium naturally gave him the warmest applause. Especially when the 4th goal was scored, the big screen replayed all 4 goals, allowing all the fans to appreciate Li Chu's contributions again. Chapter 33. Post-match controversy on Villarreal's side. Carlos and Villarreal's management kept a low profile to protect Li Chu, so the reporters didn't uncover too much. However, one should never underestimate the determination of paparazzi. How could the media ignore a sudden superstar like Li Chu? At just 18 years old, making his debut for the senior team and dominating the match, with his handsome looks and notably eye-catching Asian features. The Spanish media naturally began to dig into Li Chu's background immediately. What? Li Chu actually came from the Castilla youth training camp? Did Zidane recommend Li Chu to Ancelotti, only to be ignored? Li Chu is a player from Yin country, who came to Castilla for commercial cooperation and learning, and was ultimately retained after being favored by Zidane. With reporters digging deeper, within half an hour of the match ending, Li Chu's basic information was quickly grasped by these invasive journalists. Thus, a series of reports about Li Chu naturally appeared in many media outlets. Chapter 34. Don't underestimate yourself at this time. It was midday in Yin country, and many fans were boredly browsing posts on Football 8 after their meals. Naturally, the title by Li Yang attracted countless people's attention immediately. However, when everyone clicked on the post, they found that there was nothing inside. Thus, the scene unfolded as described above. Li Yang was still busy editing the exciting moments of Li Chu's performance in the match. After Li Yang finished editing, he was ready to upload it. To his frustration, he found that his 3 posts had already received thousands of replies. Of course, facing the empty posts, almost everyone was complaining that Li Yang was just trying to gain experience points. Is the original poster still here? No pictures, no truth. What are you talking about? Waiting for the original poster to upload the latest news. Hurry up. If this post is just for experience points, I'll report it to the moderator. Haha. Fortunately, there were still some people genuinely waiting for Li Yang to upload the information. Li Yang didn't waste any time and uploaded everything he had edited. Among them were not just the 3 assists by Li Chu, but even the moments of Villarreal's forward missing chances were uploaded. Chapter 35. Going viral. Li Chu, still in a deep sleep, had no idea that because of him, the entire country of Yin was already buzzing. To be precise, the football community was in an uproar. Over the past few years, the decline of Yin's football had turned it into a small circle. Today, this small circle was lively thanks to Li Yang's posts. Countless fans clicked on Li Yang's posts and became excited. As they browsed through Li Yang's posts, many netizens began to express their feelings. Finally, our Yin country has found someone who can play football. However, what disappointed all the fans was that due to the recent years of the Premier League's glory, there were basically only broadcasts of Premier League matches in the country. For important matches, they would apply for live broadcasts. In La Liga, everyone knew it was just a 2-horse race between Real Madrid and Barcelona. So aside from the El Clasico, almost no other matches drew attention. Therefore, everyone expressed their regret, saying that just watching highlights was not enough. They all left messages for Li Yang, requesting live text commentary for the next Villarreal match. Chapter 36. Strengthening long shots the next morning. When Li Chu had just woken up, he found that Villarreal had already appeared in his dormitory. Looking at the clock, it was 5:40 a.m. What was going on? Are you saying you didn't sleep all night and were almost constantly dealing with business cooperation calls from Yin? After hearing Villarreal's words, Li Chu was stunned. Although he had thought that if he succeeded abroad, he would definitely become famous in the country, He never expected that just one match could lead to such news reaching faraway Yen. Moreover, countless companies were eager to discuss business cooperation with him. Looking at Villarreal's deep dark circles, Li Chu felt quite sorry. Alan, I think even if there are business contracts now, they must not be significant. I personally don't want to take on endorsements at this time. What do you think? Saying this, Li Chu felt quite embarrassed, as because of him, Villarreal had not slept all night, and now he was rejecting these endorsements. Chapter 37. Public opinion. While Li Chu was still practicing long shots and diligently training to accumulate attribute points, far away in Yen, after a few days of fermentation, Li Chu had become the darling of the internet. With the broadcast of world football, Li Chu successfully became the hot topic in the fan community of Yen. Coincidentally, in the recently concluded Asian Cup group stage, the Yen national football team lived up to expectations with a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses in 4 matches, ranking third due to goal difference. They failed to advance from the group stage. When football-related topics were put together, Li Chu naturally became a sensation. Countless netizens joked that a player like Li Chu would never appear in Yen. As for the national football team, did these sea cucumbers even deserve to be called national team? In no time, the Football Association was once again pushed into the spotlight. In response, the Football Association was already used to it. Internally, they were holding a regular meeting to discuss the failure in this Asian Cup and the sudden emergence of Li Chu. Chapter 38. 5 years without a victory. Discussions about Li Chu quickly spread to Spain. Many bored individuals even went to Villarreal's official website to leave comments inquiring whether introducing Li Chu was to tap into the yen market. In response to such rumors, Villarreal club immediately launched an investigation. The results of the investigation left Villarreal club stunned. Should they treasure their own country's talent, especially in a football desert like Yen? Why did the current online discourse in Yen seem to be attacking Li Chu? Soon, the club informed Li Chu about the situation. What? Are you saying someone is bashing me in Yen? And this wave of criticism is quite significant. After hearing Coach Carlos's words, Li Chu was also taken aback. What's going on? Didn't Villarreal just tell him a couple of days ago that he was famous in the country and that countless sponsors were reaching out? Soon, Li Chu understood the specifics of the situation. The sudden shift in public opinion and the failure of the Yen national football team in the Asian Cup. Chapter 39. Pre-match preparation. Quickly, the day of the second round of La Liga arrived. Fortunately, this round faced Sevilla. Villarreal is playing at home. The focus of this round of league matches is the game far away in Catalonia, where Barcelona is hosting Atletico Madrid. However, surprisingly, the highest viewership is for Villarreal's match. The fundamental reason is that after Li Chu suddenly emerged, CTV5 decided to apply for a live broadcast of this match at the last minute. Additionally, starting from Friday, the sports news program promoted this match during both noon and evening slots. CTV5 is well aware of the public opinion in Yen country. Moreover, the obvious rhythm of this situation is something that those in the football industry can easily discern. Unlike others, all the staff in CTV5's football section know Li Chu better than the viewers in Yen country. Therefore, they have shown even greater expectations and confidence in Li Chu. Didn't the trolls say that Li Chu was just an accident? Didn't they claim that Li Chu manipulated the data by bribing both teams? Chapter 40. Opening attack. The time has come to 8:30 p.m. local time in Villarreal. With the sound of the referee Sessler's whistle, the La Liga 2014 to 2015 season's second round match between Villarreal and Sevilla officially begins. Hello to all the fans and viewers nationwide. We are live broadcasting the second round of La Liga, the match between Villarreal and Sevilla. I am a host, Hiwei. Hello, everyone. I am a commentator, Zhang Lu. As the match begins, the voices of Hiwei and Zhang Lu also resonate. At this moment, all the fans in Yen country in front of their TVs are getting excited. On the field, Sevilla, winning the coin toss, chose to kick off. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, Sevilla launched an immediate attack. Seeing this, the fans in Yen country naturally became restless. He's coming, he's coming. Sevilla's opening attack strategy has arrived. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. This is our great Sevilla's opening attack strategy. So exciting. It's my first time watching a live La Liga match. What about that Li Chu? Chapter 41. Another goal after the ball flew out of bounds. Sevilla finally breathed a sigh of relief. Villarreal's previous attack was too sudden. Facing such a ball, fortunately, it was ultimately kicked away. As long as it was on target, it would almost be a guaranteed goal. Therefore, Sevilla's goalkeeper was quite dissatisfied and shouted loudly at his defenders. "What the hell are you doing? Get your act together." Soon, Sevilla took a goal kick. Then both sides began to tussle in midfield. At this point, both coaches basically understood each other's intentions. Carlos was quite familiar with Sevilla. However, Sevilla was somewhat surprised that Carlos chose to engage in an attacking game with them. Just looking at the players on the field, do they really think they can compete with Villarreal's bunch of mediocre players just because they brought in a kid from a football desert? For a long time, Sevilla has adhered to attacking football, leaning towards a more technical style reminiscent of Barcelona. Chapter 42. Pulling one back, facing De Jong, Li Chu was filled with anger. During that period, he had been suppressed by Sevilla. With a defensive rating of less than 60, Li Chu naturally couldn't withstand Sevilla's relentless bombardment, ultimately leading to the second goal conceded. As the person involved, Li Chu felt this more deeply than anyone else. Fortunately, Carlos made timely adjustments, changing from a 4-4-2 to a 5-3-2, giving up the midfield tussle with Sevilla and adding another defender behind Li Chu. Although they fell into a passive state in midfield, having one more defender in the back line finally stabilized Villarreal's defense. Seeing De Jong in front of him, a player referred to as the Four Little Swans by the Dutch, Li Chu, now free from defensive burdens, decided to make his move. Facing the approaching De Jong, Li Chu slightly slowed down his ball control speed. When he made contact with De Jong, he began to perform intricate footwork. His rapid footwork quickly threw De Jong's center of gravity off balance. Chapter 43. Scoring again in the subsequent time, as Sevilla intentionally targeted Villarreal's counterattacks, Villarreal's attacks posed little threat. Due to the 5 defenders, Sevilla also found it difficult to devise a good strategy. Thus, the first half ended. In the locker room, Carlos was still discussing tactics with the players. In the second half, we will maintain our current formation, while solidifying our defense. Once we gain possession of the ball, we will look for Li right away. Li, the team's attack will be all on you. No problem, coach. Sevilla's defense isn't that great. Ha ha ha. As long as you have confidence. Subsequently, Carlos briefed several defenders regarding Sevilla's attacking players. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the match has begun. I am Clark. Hello everyone, I am Ralph. At the start of the second half, neither team made any personnel changes, indicating that both coaches were quite satisfied with the current situation on the field. Chapter 44. Equalizing the score at this moment, Clark and Ralph were almost unable to sit still. Originally, they were quite dissatisfied about missing the match between Atletico and Barcelona. At this moment, the previous emotions have long been thrown to who knows where. In this match, although it doesn't have the star-studded brilliance of Camp Nou, up until now, both sides' goal-scoring battle has captivated the two viewers. If we add the joy of discovering a supernova like Li Chu, both of them feel that after the match ends, they should thank the FA officials who arranged for them to commentate on this game. This match has been thrilling, and the commentary has also been quite enjoyable. In the CTV5 live studio in Yin Country, when this goal occurred, the entire studio erupted. Just now, Li Chu executed Sevilla's signature lightning attack, helping the team tighten the score again just under a minute after Sevilla had just extended their lead. Especially in this goal, Li Chu made a near solo breakthrough near the midfield. Ultimately, facing the opponent's goalkeeper and defender's blockade, Li Chu's final feint shot turned into a true pass. After this goal, Sevilla's morale was completely shattered. At this time, being scored such an exaggerated goal by the opponent, all Sevilla players began to doubt life. Sometimes it's like this. When morale is high, no matter the situation, it's common to see a turnaround. However, once morale is lost, the scene can only be described as disastrous. The most typical example is the World Cup semi-final match between Brazil and Germany. After Brazil used up their initial 3 tactics without gaining any advantage, facing Germany's counterattack, Brazil initially had some defense. But after the third goal, the team's morale plummeted to a ridiculous level. In front of their home crowd, they were directly intercepted by Germany in their own half. Subsequently, 3 German players collaborated and broke through Brazil's goal again. In the following scenes, it was basically Germany dominating Brazil. This was the most evident match after morale collapsed. Now, the day after the match, Carlos gave the entire team a day off. After the match against Sevilla, Li Chu gained a deeper understanding of his shortcomings. First and foremost, it was defense. At the beginning of this match, Sevilla directly launched an attack by exploiting Li Chu's weakest defensive point. Strictly speaking, Li Chu was responsible for all 3 of Sevilla's goals. Besides defense, Li Chu also felt his shortcomings in the final moments of the match. That is, when facing a dense defense, he didn't have many good solutions. So in the last 10 minutes of the match, although they were pressuring Sevilla, they still had no effective way to break through the defense. Parking the bus is a tactic often encountered in professional football. Therefore, Li Chu was quite anxious. Such scenes are certainly not uncommon. However, what should he use to cope with it? He couldn't think of any good solutions. In the end, Li Chu chose the simplest solution: training. That's right. Training harder to accumulate more attribute points. After Villarreal, led by Li Chu, completed a remarkable comeback that surprised everyone, Li Chu naturally received more attention. In Yin country, there's no need to say much. For the suddenly rising Li Chu, although all fans felt a bit surprised, the demands of Yin country fans are minimal. As long as the person is one of their own and can stand firm in the top 5 European leagues, all Yin country fans will be quite satisfied. Therefore, topics about Li Chu have frequently topped the trending lists recently in Yin country. Meanwhile, reports about Li Chu have also started to increase on the European continent. Once was often a coincidence, but twice of such brilliance cannot be ignored, especially since Villarreal is not a strong team. Their only transfer operation this season was bringing in Li Chu. As a result, the only new signing, Li Chu, directly led the team to 2 consecutive victories at the start of the league, with stats of 1 goal and 6 assists in 2 matches. This data cannot be described as anything but dazzling. When Villarreal defeated Sevilla, it was already September. The entire month of September had a relatively friendly schedule for Villarreal, as there were only 4 weekends, meaning only 4 rounds of league matches. Villarreal's opponents throughout September were not particularly strong. Of course, aside from the giants Real Madrid and Barcelona, there aren't many teams with outstanding strength in La Liga. Sevilla, Athletic Bilbao, and Atletico Madrid are already considered quite strong opponents. Having just tackled the tough Sevilla, Carlos finally eased a bit in the following period. On September 6th, Villarreal faced Valencia away. Once, Valencia, like Villarreal, was also one of the main representatives of La Liga in Europe at the beginning of the new millennium. Unfortunately, small clubs have the sorrow of being small clubs. As golden football began to spread across the European continent, small clubs inevitably began to decline. Compared to the big clubs, small clubs ultimately lost their previous competitiveness. Chapter 49. Ancelotti's worries after Villarreal defeated Real Sociedad. The matches for September came to an end. Of course, for the entire Villarreal team, this month felt like a dream. Including the 2 matches in August, Villarreal won all 6 matches since the start of the league, accumulating 18 points and sitting at the top of the standings. Following them is Barcelona, also with a 6-match winning streak, but trailing due to a lower goal difference. Next is Atletico Madrid with 5 wins and 1 loss, totaling 16 points. As for Real Madrid, they unexpectedly suffered a loss to Athletic Bilbao in their last match, with 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 13 points. On the scoring leaderboard, Villarreal's duo took the top 2 spots, with Dos Santos leading with 11 goals, followed closely by Uche with 10 goals. Messi and Suarez are chasing behind, while the stars of Real Madrid seem to be far behind. Chapter 50. Stubbornness. The journalist from Marca clearly did not agree with Ancelotti's statements. For the Marca reporters, they were not very optimistic about Ancelotti's arrival. Compared to his predecessor Mourinho, Ancelotti, the nice guy, had far fewer topics of discussion. When Mourinho was with the team, Real Madrid was the focus of the world. With emotions running high, the questions directed at Ancelotti were sharper. Upon hearing the Marca reporter's unrelenting rebuttal, Ancelotti's expression darkened. "Do you understand football better than I do?" Faced with Ancelotti's sudden outburst, the Marca reporter was momentarily taken aback. "If you don't know football better than I do, why are you pointing fingers at me?" After saying this, Ancelotti stormed off in anger. However, the Marca reporter was still unwilling to give up. "Mr. Ancelotti, you previously stated that there was no place for Li Chu in the first team of Real Madrid. Now that Li Chu is at the top of the assist leaderboard, what do you think of him?" Chapter 51. Broken relationships. Ultimately, the internal meeting of Real Madrid's upper management ended unhappily due to Ancelotti's insistence. After the meeting, Zidane was called over by Beyoncé alone. "Mr. Zidane, please wait." Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a professional smile, Zidane was quite curious. Beyoncé, with her tall figure and stunning looks, had captivated many men across Europe. As a former supermodel, Beyoncé had countless fans. However, Zidane had no interest in this woman. To be precise, Zidane dared not have any interest, as this beauty was the personal assistant of club president Florentino. Even within the entire club, Beyoncé held significant power. "Beyoncé, I haven't seen you in a while. You look even more beautiful." This was not just flattery from Zidane. It was true that the woman had attractive qualities. "Thank you for the compliment, but you should head to the president's office first. Don't delay the important matters." While saying this, Beyoncé didn't forget to give the bald Zidane a charming glance as she led him to Florentino's office. Chapter 52. New skills throughout September. Due to the FIFA International Match Days, the scheduling of La Liga was relatively light. There were only 4 matches to be played in the entire month. Of course, this was quite good for teams that tend to start slowly. If slow-starting teams faced a congested schedule at the beginning of the league, it would be a significant test for them to achieve good results in the end. The typical example of this is Atletico Madrid, which has suddenly risen in recent seasons under Simeone's leadership. Although Atletico's ranking in the standings is still quite good, the process of the matches has been quite bumpy. In the 4 matches in September, Atletico faced relatively weak opponents and managed to secure 3 points with 4 1:00 victories. Speaking of Li Chu, he was named the best player of the match 3 times in September and was included in the starting midfield of the best 11 of La Liga for the month. Naturally, Li Chu earned a lot of attribute points in the matches. Chapter 53. Carlos's surprise. Li Chu's fondness for the skill big step meteor even surpasses that of the falling leaf ball. The reason is simple. To use a gaming analogy, the falling leaf ball can be seen as an S-level skill, while big step meteor is an SSS-level limited skill. In the entire world of football, currently, besides Kaká, no one else can achieve this. Although Bale's speed is faster, it's merely because he has a quicker running speed. Bale's ball progression is largely about kicking the ball hard into open space in the opponent's half, and then accelerating pass to receive the ball. The classic pass to oneself 3 seconds later comes from this. As for the recently emerging Mbappé, ultimately, he shares a similar style with Bale. Both are incredibly fast, so their sheer speed overwhelms all defenders. Kaká, on the other hand, not only has great speed, but also possesses the best ball control speed in the world. The player closest to Kaká is Messi. However, during that famous match between Argentina and Brazil, Kaká strides forward with the ball, while Messi is desperately chasing from behind. Chapter 54. The prodigal son returns before long. The time reached October 4th, 7 p.m. sharp. The entire Bernabeu Stadium was packed to capacity. As the largest standard football stadium in Europe, with a seating capacity of 81,044, it was filled with fans eager to watch the match. Among them, except for the fewer than 3,000 Villarreal fans in the North Stand, the rest were primarily Real Madrid supporters. Even some tourists or international students who came were naturally there for the home team, Real Madrid. After all, who knows Villarreal compared to Real Madrid? In the night breeze, the brightly lit Bernabeu Stadium appeared particularly spectacular. When Li Chu entered the field for warm-up training, he unexpectedly spotted a banner dedicated to him in the South Stand. "Prince of Castilla, welcome home." Originally, Li Chu thought he would return to the Bernabeu as an opponent, but upon seeing the banner in the South Stand, he was stunned. It must be said that the banner struck a chord deep within Li Chu, as he had been rejected by Ancelotti in the past. Chapter 55. The match begins when the clock struck 7:30 p.m. The match between Real Madrid and league leaders Villarreal officially commenced. The referee, Simons, blew the whistle to start the game, winning the coin toss. Real Madrid chose to take possession first. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the commentators from various media outlets present began to shout as they provided live commentary. At this moment, all the commentators had to raise their voices. Otherwise, the sounds from their colleagues nearby might drown out their commentary, making it hard for viewers at home to hear. Hello, viewers. This is the 6th round of La Liga, with Real Madrid hosting Villarreal. I am your host, Hiwei. Hello, everyone. I am special commentator Zhang Lu. For this match, the sports channel only purchased the broadcasting rights and did not send personnel to Madrid for commentary. Instead, the familiar faces of Hiwei and Haihei Emperor Zhang Lu appeared in the broadcast studio. As Simons blew the whistle, the two hosts began their commentary for the match. Chapter 56. Breakthrough on the flanks. In the following moments, both sides launched into an attacking battle. This scene naturally excited Real Madrid fans. As the most knowledgeable football fans in the world, Real Madrid supporters not only demanded victory, but also insisted on winning with style. At the very least, they wanted to see the Real Madrid spirit on display. As for what the Real Madrid spirit is, Even the fans themselves couldn't clearly define it. They appreciated Ancelotti's attacking style, and they also applauded Mourinho's lightning-fast counterattacks. Two completely different styles of football were both accepted by Real Madrid fans, and somehow both were considered representative of the Real Madrid spirit. This notion left many people both amused and perplexed. As time passed, Real Madrid's midfield gradually took control of the game. After all, the skills of Real Madrid's midfield stars were significantly superior to those of Villarreal. Therefore, when Villarreal's midfield struggled to progress smoothly. Chapter 57. Free kick goal. After Carlos shouted loudly from the sidelines, Ancelotti, not far away, noticed. However, looking at Carlos's gestures, Ancelotti didn't quite understand his intentions and could only patiently observe. On the field, upon seeing Carlos's instructions, all Villarreal players took a deep breath. Finally, they awaited the coach's arrangement. Instantly, all Villarreal players sprang into action. As Real Madrid initiated their attack, they quickly advanced from midfield into Villarreal's half. Modric once again teamed up with Di Maria. However, Villarreal's defenders continually compressed the attacking space for Real Madrid players. Soon, the ball reached near the right sideline. When Di Maria attempted to break through, this time, Jokic was not polite at all. With constant little fouls, he quickly caused Di Maria to lose control of the ball. Watching Villarreal snatch the ball away, Di Maria loudly protested to referee Simons. However, after consulting with the assistant referee, Simons ultimately made no call. Chapter 58. Carlos's tactics. The applause from Real Madrid fans at that moment sounded to Ancelotti like a mockery. For the opponent to receive applause from home fans in their own stadium was the greatest affirmation for the opponent and the biggest insult to the home players. At this moment, Ancelotti certainly did not consider Li Chu a member of Real Madrid. Therefore, when Li Chu scored from the free kick, Ancelotti shouted from the sidelines, urging Real Madrid players to step up their offensive efforts. This request happened to match what the Real Madrid players were thinking at that moment. How could this group of star players accept having their score equalized by the opponent? Soon, Real Madrid kicked off from the center circle. Immediately after the kickoff, Real Madrid launched a quick attack. After Modric received the ball, he began a wall pass with Di Maria, quickly bringing the ball into Villarreal's half, facing Pina's advance. Di Maria effortlessly used a change of center of gravity to shake off the defense. He then advanced with the ball from the left side towards Villarreal's penalty area. However, when Di Maria was still more than 10 meters away from the penalty area, Chapter 59, lightning goal. As Bale surged forward with the ball like a supercar reaching its top speed, heading towards Villarreal's backline, Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema also started running together. The BBC trio's speed was like three white arrows launching simultaneously from the left, middle, and right. Witnessing this thrilling scene, all Real Madrid fans at the venue experienced an adrenaline rush. From the moment Bale accelerated, the cheers of Real Madrid fans echoed throughout the Bernabeu. In Villarreal's backline, apart from goalkeeper Asenjo, there was only the retreating Jokic left. The two looked at the attacking trio from Real Madrid, and, after exchanging glances, Jokic could only run towards Bale, who was carrying the ball on the right. However, once the great saint picked up speed, there was no one in the world who could stop him. It wasn't about skill. The great saint simply executed a straightforward ball pass. As Jokic approached, Bale kicked the ball about 5 meters behind Jokic just as they were about to collide and then rushed toward the ball. Chapter 60. 2 goals in 3 minutes. When Li Chu toyed with Di Maria and Alonso in midfield like a master, the Bernabeu erupted in applause once more. This time, the applause was even louder. Clearly, Li Chu's stylish dribbling had won over more Real Madrid fans. After Li Chu shook off the midfield defense, he once again brought the ball into Real Madrid's half. When Li Chu approached Real Madrid's penalty area again, Khedira was already waiting ahead. Watching Li Chu come in with high speed, Khedira felt tense. Throughout the first half, all the defenders of Real Madrid had faced Li Chu, forcing them to acknowledge that, although he seemed young, his playing style was mature and his individual skills were extraordinary. At this moment, facing Li Chu, even Khedira, a mainstay defender for the German national team, wore a serious expression, not daring to relax for a moment. However, seeing that Khedira was successfully drawn in, and there was a large gap next to Uche and Dos Santos, Li Chu naturally didn't want to waste time on Khedira. Chapter 61. Invincible. When Cristiano Ronaldo scored his third goal, the Bernabeu transformed into an erupting volcano for the third time. The roar from nearly 100,000 fans resonated deafeningly. Real Madrid fans certainly had reasons to be excited. In this match, although the opponent Villarreal had never been taken seriously by Real Madrid fans, it had to be acknowledged that Villarreal currently had considerable strength. After 6 rounds of the league, they became the league leaders with a perfect record. Moreover, among the opponents Villarreal had defeated were strong teams like Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao, especially since Real Madrid had lost to Sevilla in the 4th round of the league. This further proved that Villarreal had something to offer this season. But so what? This is the Bernabeu, the territory of the great Real Madrid. Here, even if you're the league leader and the dark horse of the season, you still have to bow down before me, right? Of course. All the fans also acknowledged that their star player Cristiano Ronaldo could score 2 goals in 3 minutes, which was an almost godlike performance. Chapter 62, Unexpected. With Carlos's motivational speech that resembled toxic positivity, the Villarreal players, whose spirits had been deflated by Real Madrid, reignited their fighting spirit. At this moment, everyone had only one voice in their hearts. We are not inferior to our opponents. In fact, we are the league leaders. We are better than Real Madrid. Satisfied with his disciples, Carlos saw the faces of all the players once again filled with determination. Good. It seems you are finally ready to fight to the end like men. However, whether we are better than our opponents still depends on the final result. Now, everyone listen carefully. In the second half, we will attack. Remember every word I say next. Then, Carlos began to arrange the tactics for the second half. In fact, at this point, Carlos had already lost hope for this match. There was no way around it. The opponent was the powerful Real Madrid. The leg of just one of their key players could buy the entire Villarreal team. And now, having just finished the first half, they were already 2 goals down. Chapter 63, Role Reversal. When Modric slowly coordinated with Alonso in midfield, Villarreal's players immediately charged out. At this moment, Villarreal's players certainly would not allow Real Madrid to comfortably adjust the pace of the game. Otherwise, wouldn't they become easy prey? At this moment, all Villarreal players did not want to truly become the little garbage that Carlos referred to. Thus, Real Madrid players found themselves frustrated, wanting to slow down the pace of the game. Yet Villarreal suddenly went berserk, and it was a full-team berserk. Everyone was like Real Madrid players 10 minutes earlier. Without sparing any effort, he began to run, just to force the Real Madrid players to speed up and pass the ball. However, what left Real Madrid feeling a bit helpless was that after 10 minutes of high-intensity running, all the players were starting to feel a bit out of breath. Even someone like Marcelo, who was a fitness fanatic, was clearly feeling a bit weak in the legs at this point. Chapter 64. Crazy play after Villarreal narrowed the score. The situation on the field began to slowly tilt towards Villarreal after Real Madrid kicked off again. Although Cristiano Ronaldo and others were eager to expand the lead once more, they found themselves somewhat helpless against the spirited Villarreal players. There was no way around it. Real Madrid stars were playing the game, while the Villarreal players were like desperate men fighting for their lives. Every ball was contested, every ball was fought for. Their actions were fierce and intimidating. Gradually, Real Madrid's midfield began to lose control. On the sidelines, Ancelotti was also feeling the pressure from the current situation. Damn! At this moment, Ancelotti's mood was even somewhat poor. Villarreal's current state was actually not uncommon. On the contrary, such occurrences happen from time to time on the football field. To put it simply, Villarreal was playing crazy. Indeed, Villarreal's current state was just like that. Facing a team that was playing crazy, there was almost no logic to be had. Many times when big teams experience upsets, it is usually against such spirited underdog teams. Chapter 65, the equalizer from a hat-trick Marcelo, a bit more to the left. Seeing that there were still some gaps in the wall on the left side, Casillas nervously shouted to his teammates. Upon hearing Casillas' words, the Real Madrid wall shifted again to the left. Seeing this, Casillas finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the left side, with the protection of the wall, it was finally a bit safer. As a result, Ramos pulled his teammates and, while moving to the left, also took a step forward. Unfortunately, this little movement was spotted by the referee. Subsequently, the referee took out the newly developed spray from his pocket, capable of leaving white lines on the grass for a short time. This effect would last at most for less than 3 minutes. In the end, after warning the Real Madrid wall, the referee drew a white line at their feet. Cut out the little movements. If you dare to cross this white line again, you know the consequences. After saying that, he blew the whistle towards the Villarreal side, hearing the referee's whistle indicating a free kick. Li Chu stood in front of the ball and began to step back. Chapter 66. The turnaround after Real Madrid kicked off from the center circle. Soon the fourth official raised the scorecard, clearly indicating that there would be 4 minutes of stoppage time. This time was mainly due to Villarreal frequently committing fouls in Real Madrid's half, as well as the time taken for player substitutions. Of course, at this moment, Real Madrid had no intention of caring about how many minutes of stoppage time there were. All the Real Madrid players were hoping to quickly end the match. This match had left the stars of Real Madrid feeling mentally exhausted. After the ball was played out again, it was clear that Real Madrid had lost all desire to attack. The ball was being passed back and forth in Real Madrid's midfield and defense, hoping to quickly finish the last moments of the game, then return to the locker room for a good shower to wash away the frustration of the score. However, the players of Real Madrid had a beautiful idea, but they didn't consult the opinions of the Villarreal players, seeing Real Madrid wasting time in their defense. The newly substituted Vieto and Gomez, both of whom were experiencing their first encounter with a giant like Real Madrid, were eager to show what they could do. Chapter 67. The siege, the match between Villarreal and Real Madrid had concluded. However, neither the Real Madrid fans nor the Villarreal fans were willing to leave the stadium at this moment. For the Villarreal fans, they had witnessed a miracle's birth that night. Under the night sky of Madrid, the names of Villarreal players were shouted one after another, especially Li Chu. In this match, Li Chu directly pulled Villarreal from hell back to heaven. With 4 goals in total, Li Chu scored 3 and assisted 1, accounting for all of them. Moreover, the 18-year-old Li Chu set a new club record for Villarreal. First, Li Chu broke the record for the youngest player to complete a hat trick for Villarreal. The previous record dated back to 2004. At that time, Villarreal was dominating the European continent, creating countless awe-inspiring matches. And 10 years later, Li Chu directly broke the club's record. Additionally, Villarreal was currently ranked first in the league. This achievement excited many Villarreal fans. Chapter 68. Post-match press conference. The reporters waited for about 40 minutes. This time had clearly exceeded UEFA's stipulated half hour. However, at this moment, no reporter would complain, because even if they had to wait a little longer, they still wanted to get the first-hand news of the night. What was this? In the eyes of these reporters, it was all white Euros. Finally, the representatives from both sides appeared. For Villarreal, Carlos, along with the veteran captain Nika, was the first to appear on the scene. Seeing that the newcomer was Nika, the current journalists were naturally quite displeased, because what everyone wanted to see more was the best player of the match, Li Chu, rather than this old man Nika. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're all thinking. It's not that I don't want to bring Li over, but Li has said that he doesn't want to be disturbed too much by the media, which is why Nika has come instead. Hearing Carlos's words, the journalists on site were suddenly intrigued. As for Li Chu, he had already become well-known in September due to Villarreal's good performance. At that time, he had transformed from a rising star known for his game against Cadiz to a super talent known throughout Europe. Yet Li Chu still preferred to avoid too much interaction with the media. Chapter 69. Data comparison. After everyone watched the match between Real Madrid and Villarreal, the most impressive figure in everyone's mind was not any superstar from Real Madrid. On the contrary, it was Villarreal's number 7, the rising star Li Chu, who had gained fame since last month. He made everyone remember him. Previously, fans described Li Chu just as handsome, skilled, and promising for the future. Everyone believed in his talent and thought he would definitely become a superstar. However, no one ever thought that the current Li Chu would be a terrifying player. More people believed that with Li Chu's hard-working attitude, he would eventually fulfill his talent. However, after watching this match, countless fans believed that Li Chu was now capable of helping the team win on his own. After all, he was up against Real Madrid, battling with some of the best players in the world. In the end, Li Chu still helped the clearly weaker Villarreal achieve victory. Chapter 70. Just missing Li Chu. Li Chu. Li Chu. Li Chu. In recent days, Li Chu has become the absolute darling of all media in Europe. Any report about Li Chu has significantly boosted newspaper sales. Therefore, whether true or false, news about Li Chu has been rampant this past week. The information about Li Chu himself is quite simple. A month ago, all the media had already dug up every detail about him. Thus, at this moment, the entire European continent knew about this talented young man from Yin country. Growing up in such an environment in Yin country, he practiced football diligently and finally earned a spot in a youth training camp with Real Madrid in Europe through his personal abilities. Unfortunately, Due to his inability to provide benefits to the team leader, he had no opportunity to showcase himself until the last day before leaving the training camp. Fortunately, before he left, during a match with Real Madrid's youth team, Li Chu finally seized the opportunity and impressed Zidane, the head coach of Real Madrid's youth team, with his performance. Chapter 71. Happy troubles due to the commotion caused by Marca. At this moment, Li Chu was completely unaware. After the match with Real Madrid, Li Chu returned to Villarreal with the team. For Li Chu, nothing could make him happier than receiving the reward from his system. After a hard-fought victory against Real Madrid, Li Chu's final gains were substantial. First, he received rewards in terms of attribute points. It might be because the opponent was Real Madrid, but after winning this match, the system directly rewarded him with 50 attribute points. It should be noted that this amount is double that of other matches. Additionally, he received 10 points for each of his 3 goals, 5 points for an assist, and was ultimately named the best player of the match. In total, Li Chu directly earned 100 attribute points in this match. What can 100 points do? It means he can directly increase some attributes by 5 points. Besides the basic attribute points, Li Chu unexpectedly gained a new ability, which can be said to be the biggest harvest from this match. Chapter 72. Can't wait what? When Li Chu heard Billy Chiao's words on the phone, he was quite shocked. Billy Chiao confidently told Li Chu that Real Madrid would recall him during the mid-season, specifically during the winter break. After all, the contract with Villarreal was just a loan. His ownership still belonged to Real Madrid. Therefore, even if Real Madrid recalled him during the winter break, it would only provide Villarreal with a small compensation. That's right. The higher-ups at Real Madrid have already decided to activate the recall clause in your contract during this winter break. Of course, rest assured, Real Madrid will definitely provide Villarreal with corresponding compensation. When Billy Chiao received this news, he was even more excited than Li Chu, because this meant that Li Chu's current abilities had finally been recognized by Real Madrid. But, sorry, Alan, I'm very happy at Villarreal. I have a group of teammates I get along with very well, and a coach who trusts me greatly. Chapter 73. Refusal. I've already said countless times that I am very happy at Villarreal. Personally, I have never considered the possibility of going to other teams. As for whether Real Madrid will recall me, you should go ask the sporting director or the president in Madrid. I am just an ordinary player. The club will need to consider my future. Faced with yet another wave of reporters blocking the team as training ground waiting for him, Li Chu was quite annoyed recently. The reason is simple. Ever since Real Madrid lost 4-0 at Camp Nou, Ancelotti's days have not been easy, especially after the match. Real Madrid fans have begun to shout for the world-renowned coach to resign, and this scene has spread around the world through media coverage. Meanwhile, the earlier report by Marca about Li Chu has been dug up by the media again. In an instant, Li Chu, feeling quite bewildered, has once again become the target of all media attention. In recent days, due to the fact that the media is already familiar with Li Chu's daily routine. Chapter 74. Zidane's ambition. Originally, Zidane thought that after making his guarantee, Li Chu would directly agree. Because just now Li Chu was clearly tempted, Zidane was absolutely confident that he did not misread the situation. But why? Why did Li Chu ultimately refuse? Why? Sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. I'm just curious. Clearly you were tempted? At this moment, Zidane became interested. Although he already knew that his disciple had his own ideas, Zidane was still curious about what Li Chu was thinking. Sir, please don't laugh at me. The main reason I refused is that there is no position for me in Mr. Ancelotti's lineup. I am currently the core midfielder at Villarreal. Returning to Real Madrid? At most, I would just be a rotational midfielder. So that's it. At this moment, both Villar and Zidane understood Li Chu's meaning. Indeed, at Villarreal, Li Chu is the team's treasure. The entire team's tactical design is arranged around Li Chu. But speaking of this, at Villarreal, Li Chu could attack whenever he wanted. Chapter 75. Exposure. After hearing Zidane's description of the future, Li Chu was truly tempted this time. Because in Zidane's description, not only would he have ample playing time, but his role would also become clearer. Indeed, as Zidane said, right now, your position in Villarreal's lineup is still quite ambiguous. The midfield needs you to organize. And during attacks, you're also the one delivering the decisive passes. Your ability is currently not enough to handle the responsibilities of both roles. Continuing like this will only affect you in both aspects. Zidane's words truly struck a chord with Li Chu. Previously, Li Chu felt there was nothing wrong, even enjoying the role he played in Villarreal's lineup. However, after the match against Real Madrid, and having gained the match-reading ability as a reward for his tasks. Li Chu increasingly felt that he was a bit overwhelmed. He had to manage the entire team's attacking rhythm, while also seizing the moment to exploit the gaps left by opponents during attacks. For Li Chu, this was indeed a very challenging task. Chapter 76. Farewell. Is Li Chu leaving? The Prince of the Ceramic Stadium is leaving? The cornerstone of the team's revival has been taken home by Real Madrid after receiving confirmation from Carlos and Li Chu himself. Villarreal's team newspaper quickly began to report frantically. Of course, due to the wonderful relationship between Li Chu and Villarreal, as well as the fact that Li Chu was merely an innocent bystander in this transfer, neither Villarreal nor the team newspaper had any complaints about him. Especially the team newspaper, at this moment, displayed the most common traits of the media. In the article, the newspaper spared no effort in praising Li Chu, the super rookie who has recently become famous all over Europe. Li Chu, this boy from the mysterious East, brought a wonderful time to all Villarreal fans at the Ceramic Stadium. It can be said that the team's wonderful start to the season is entirely thanks to Li Chu. Li Chu, he is undoubtedly the biggest discovery in European football this year. While 18-year-old Messi is still chasing after Kaká, 18-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo is still showing off his skills. An 18-year-old Li Chu has already become a key player for the team and successfully defeated the formidable Real Madrid. Chapter 77. Motivation. You guys, enough already. Have you thought about what level you're at? What level is Li? Instead of envying Li, why not train hard and try to get noticed by the big clubs? Although he also comes from South America, Dos Santos is a bit different from the others. After all, since Li Chu arrived at Villarreal, his first connection during training was with Dos Santos. Subsequently, the two quickly became the best of friends within the team. Now that Li Chu is about to leave, even though he is going to the prestigious Real Madrid, Dos Santos still feels a bit unhappy. Sigh, Li is really leaving. I'm going to miss him. Beside him, Uche also started to lament. Hearing his partner's words, Dos Santos naturally agreed. As a result, after you leave, where am I going to get such good passes? Looking at Uche, who was full of emotion, Dos Santos was left speechless. And the change in mentality of everyone in the team did not escape Carlos's notice on the sidelines. These damn South Americans, besides being envious, do they not know how to be grateful at all? Chapter 78. Gift at the Ceramic Stadium at 8 p.m. sharp. All the players of Villarreal were in the locker room, quietly waiting for the match to begin. Regarding the tactical arrangements for this match, Carlos had just emphasized them again to everyone. The only difference from previous tactics is that Li Chu has absolute autonomy. Absolute autonomy means that Li Chu can play however he wants in this match. In fact, the whole team must cooperate with Li Chu. Li Chu was naturally very grateful for Carlos's arrangement. He had always respected this old man, because since arriving at Villarreal, this old man had consistently fulfilled the promise he made to Li Chu. The team has indeed been organized around Li Chu's tactical arrangements. Li Chu naturally felt fortunate to have a coach who granted him absolute freedom. However, regarding this match, although Carlos and the entire team encouraged him to play freely, Li Chu made a decision in his heart to stick to his usual training routine. He did not want any unexpected situations arising from his personal performance that could lead to the team losing points. Chapter 79. Farewell match. After the surprises brought by the fans at the start, the match officially began. Villarreal was lucky. Li Chu won the coin toss and successfully gained a right to kick off. Shortly after the referee's whistle, the match officially started. After the kickoff, Villarreal demonstrated a strong desire to attack. Of course, this was also related to the fact that their opponent was the somewhat weak Espanyol. After all, apart from a few teams like Barcelona, Real Madrid, Sevilla, and Atletico Madrid, Villarreal, with Li Chu, didn't really have to fear other teams in La Liga. When Uche passed the ball back to Li Chu at the center circle, Uche and Dos Santos immediately ran towards the Espanyol half. After receiving the ball, Li Chu quickly passed it to his defender with one goal in mind, to wait for Espanyol to spread their formation. Only by spreading out could they find openings in the opponent's defense more conveniently. After Jokic received the ball, he coordinated with Pina in front of him. Chapter 80. Farewell match 2. At this moment, the head coach of Espanyol was understandably upset. Unlike Villarreal, Espanyol, as a newly promoted team this season, was now close to the relegation zone on the league table. It should be noted that for a team like Espanyol, every opportunity to remain in the top league meant significant broadcasting revenue from a league. After all, in La Liga, teams have the chance to compete against world-class teams like Barcelona and Real Madrid. The allure of Barcelona and Real Madrid would naturally lead to more fans choosing to pay to watch the matches. What does this indicate? It indicates that as long as they remain in the top league, they are guaranteed at least 4 matches against these two giants in a season. If luck is on their side, including the Copa del Rey matches, the broadcasting revenue from matches against Real Madrid and Barcelona could surpass the championship bonus from the second division. Therefore, Espanyol's goal was very clear: to successfully remain in the top league, especially against today's opponent, Villarreal. Chapter 81. Farewell match conclusion. Regarding the second goal conceded, all the Espanyol players found it hard to accept, while they were still quite indignant about the first goal, feeling it was more of a sneak attack that caught them off guard. The second goal struck them like a blow. Yes, a blow, because in the nearly half an hour that just passed, although Espanyol didn't look good on the field, they actually controlled the rhythm of the match. There were several opportunities for Espanyol to organize quick counterattacks, but because the midfielders' passes were too poor, they missed out on threatening attacks. Thus, even though Espanyol hadn't managed to equalize during that time, everyone believed it was only a matter of time. However, instead of scoring, they conceded another goal to the opponent. Chapter 82. The young birds of Castilla. 3 days later, Li Chu returned to Madrid. Originally, he planned to head to Madrid the day after the match. However, when he stepped out of the players' dormitory, he found countless Villarreal fans waiting for him at the entrance. In the end, he was invited by the enthusiastic Yellow Submarine fans to their base, the Crazy Yellow Submarine Bar. This was Li Chu's first drunken outing since his rebirth, and it was with a group of older guys. However, Li Chu had a great time that day. Even though he didn't know how much he drank or how he got back to the players' dormitory, he still felt the fans' enthusiasm. The consequence of his hangover was that Li Chu could only lie in the dormitory all day the next day. Today, he was finally picked up by Villarreal Joe to go to Madrid. Zidane originally wanted to arrange for him to stay at his home, but considering that one was the head coach of Real Madrid and the other was a first-team player, he ultimately found an apartment for him to rent near the training base. Do you have any objections? Alan, you are too considerate. I have no objections. Thank you. Chapter 83. Can you fight? After a half-hour practice match ended, Li Chu's side naturally achieved a great victory. Just as Li Chu was resting on the steps at the side of the field, a familiar voice came from behind him. You brat, didn't I say you had a week's holiday? Why are you back so early? You come back and play with the youth team instead of reporting to me? Turning around, Li Chu saw Zidane's shiny bald head appear behind him. Hey, what are you doing here? If it weren't for old Anders notifying me that you were back, I wouldn't have known. While speaking, Zidane pulled Li Chu towards the first team's direction. You should have come to find me directly since you're back. What's wrong? Don't you know the way to the first team? As they walked, Zidane began to complain. Behind them, a group of young players from the youth team looked on enviously. Wow, that's Zidane, now the head coach of Real Madrid's first team. Did he specifically come to the youth team for Li Chu? It's worth noting that 3 days ago, Real Madrid announced the unilateral termination of Ancelotti's contract and appointed Zidane as the head coach of the first team. Chapter 84. Master, please give me guidance. Li Chu's debut in Real Madrid's first team ended rather blandly. After all, this is the first team of Real Madrid, and the market value of any player here is not something Li Chu can compare to at this moment. Therefore, aside from the normal welcome to Li Chu, the entire first team did not express much more. However, starting the next day, Li Chu successfully piqued the interest of almost all the first-team players. Early in the morning, Li Chu went directly to the first team's training ground. Ever since he had the system, Li Chu had developed the habit of getting up early. Yesterday, he had to move from Villarreal to Madrid, which delayed a day of training. Naturally, Li Chu wanted to make up for lost time. Knowing he lacked talent, he could only rely on diligence to earn attribute points to improve himself. Just thinking about being in Real Madrid, the best club in the world, made him even more eager to become stronger. After all, every player who can come to Real Madrid is a gifted existence. Being with this group of people naturally put a lot of pressure on Li Chu. He was the first to arrive at the training ground. Chapter 85. Elevator ball. In the following few days, Zidane was surprised to find that Li Chu got along extremely well with Cristiano Ronaldo in the team. Seeing this scene, Zidane couldn't help but praise Li Chu's high emotional intelligence. After all, Ronaldo is the leader of the entire team. Whether it's the Spanish players or the Portuguese players, everyone recognizes Ronaldo. So, seeing Li Chu manage to get along with the team's leader right away, Zidane naturally felt that Li Chu was very astute. Of course, Zidane had nothing negative to say about this. It helped Li Chu integrate more into the team. at least in the recent training matches. The connection between Li Chu and Ronaldo was quite high. In fact, it wasn't just Zidane who felt this way. Ronaldo felt the magic as well. After all, Li Chu had just arrived at the team. Yet now, whenever they played together, Li Chu could always deliver passes that made Ronaldo feel very comfortable. When the game flowed well, Ronaldo even had the illusion that standing behind him was Ozil, the one who understood him best. Of course, even if it wasn't Ozil, the fact that Li Chu was feeding him the ball so comfortably still made Ronaldo happy. Chapter 86 Zidane's troubles. Real Madrid's training base is naturally quite excellent in protecting players, so players can train with peace of mind without worrying about outside news. However, as the head coach of the team, Zidane's recent days have not been easy. As a coach of a major club, the pressure is already quite high. When the team performs poorly, external criticism is unending. Moreover, Zidane is the new coach who was appointed after Real Madrid terminated the contract of the world-class coach Ancelotti after just 7 matches into the league. In the last match against Malaga, facing a relegation-threatened team, Real Madrid had no good opportunities throughout the game and ultimately only secured 3 points thanks to a controversial penalty. This result naturally led to more criticism of Zidane's Real Madrid. Many people even expressed that although Ancelotti's results were not great, at least the team played quite comfortably against relegation teams like Malaga. It now seems that Real Madrid's decision to fire Ancelotti was indeed impulsive. And Zidane? Clearly a rookie coach, almost all the media were not optimistic about him. Chapter 87 Entering the squad list. In the past week, after daily training, Zidane would keep Li Chu behind. The two would head into the tactical analysis room together. Zidane would explain while Li Chu took notes. This seemingly clumsy method produced quite remarkable results. With such an impressive learning ability, Li Chu, after each of Zidane's explanations, would go home and use the system's review ability to analyze every match in Real Madrid's league, comparing it with Zidane's explanations. Naturally, Li Chu became more and more familiar with his teammates. The most direct effect was that starting 2 days before the match against Atletico Madrid, Zidane had been stopping the training matches to guide Li Chu less and less often. His teammates were also surprised by how quickly Li Chu was integrating into the team, because in just the past few days, everyone could clearly feel that the connections between Li Chu and other midfield and forward players were becoming increasingly smooth. Especially surprising for Bale and Benzema was that in recent days, if there was a better opportunity in front of him, Li Chu would no longer blindly pass the ball to Ronaldo. Chapter 88 The eve of the derby. Regarding Li Chu's appearance in the squad list for the Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid match, it naturally sparked a wave of discussion in Asia. In Europe, it has also become a hot topic recently. After all, at the beginning of the season, there are no European matches, so European media naturally select some interesting topics to attract public interest. Li Chu, who has been a hot topic for the past 2 months, appeared in front of all the media at this time. How do you view Li Chu? In the match between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, Li Chu is set to play. Do you think Atletico can contain Li Chu? Once again, countless media directly approached Simeone. This Atletico Madrid coach, although a bit rough in speech, certainly has some interesting aspects about him. Li Chu is quite a good player, but he has just returned to Real Madrid, and I don't think he can integrate into the team in just a week's time. Of course, in this match, Real Madrid could bring on Li Chu early after falling behind by a large margin to help him get a feel for the game and prepare for the upcoming league matches. Chapter 89 The derby. Won. The smoke of the Madrid derby spread over the entire city of Madrid even before the match had started. The whole city was distinctly divided into 2 main themes before the game began: the pure white of Real Madrid and the red and white stripes of Atletico Madrid. This weekend, the city of Madrid was filled with these 2 colors everywhere you looked. At 7 p.m. local time in Madrid, the Calderón Stadium was already brilliantly lit. Under the night breeze, the entire stadium looked even more magnificent. As the start time approached, the atmosphere in the stadium became increasingly electrifying, as if all the excitement of the city had converged into this stadium. Outside, countless fans who couldn't buy tickets held up signs indicating they were willing to pay top dollar for tickets to the match. Occasionally, there were some shady individuals among the crowd engaging in scalping activities. The scene outside the stadium was chaotic. Inside the stadium, both teams' players were ready to take the field. Chapter 90 Fouls. When it comes to the characteristics of Atletico Madrid under Simeone, countless fans would tell you that this team has many highlights, such as sharp counterattacks and fierce pressing. However, The vast majority of fans would say that Atletico plays dirty. The players have inherited and further developed Simeone's style of play, constantly engaging in little tricks and even learning to trash talk. Whenever faced with reporters' questions about this, Simeone has never felt embarrassed. In fact, he proudly claims that these are necessary elements on the football pitch. Reporters are left speechless, as this coach was also a master of such tactics during his playing days. The most classic scene was during the 1998 World Cup when Simeone fouled England's Beckham from behind, inciting the young Beckham to retaliate by tripping Simeone after falling. The rest of the story is well known. Beckham received a red card while Simeone only got a yellow. Chapter 91. The Derby 3 on the pitch. Sometimes surprises arrive sooner than expected. At least for Zidane, this was the case in the Madrid derby. Just after Griezmann's goal put Atletico ahead, an unexpected situation arose for Real Madrid. In the 28th minute, less than 10 minutes after the goal, Zidane was still figuring out how to deal with Atletico's rapid counterattack tactics. Then bad news struck again. After Real Madrid advanced into Atletico's half, Saul and Godin teamed up to snatch the ball away from Bale. In that attack, CR7 had already made a run into space, raising his hand to ask for the ball, but Bale ignored him and chose to go solo instead. The result was not good, at least in the final touch. Bale appeared rougher compared to CR7. The not-so-fast Bale was ultimately dispossessed by the tough tackles of Saul and Godin. Seeing this, CR7, who had positioned himself in the penalty area, let out a frustrated shout. Chapter 92. The genius's choice after Griezmann scored again. Zidane understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. As Atletico's players began to celebrate wildly, Zidane walked over to the bench. "Li, the next part of the match depends on you." He approached Li Chu and signaled him to warm up, while also thinking about what task to assign him when he came on. Finally, when Li Chu returned from warming up, Zidane put his arm around Li Chu's neck and said, "Kid, once you're on the field, don't worry about defense. Your only task is to pass the ball to the forwards, just like you do in training matches." With that, Zidane angrily shouted, "Get on there. Start your performance. Damn it. Let that old Simeone see what our Real Madrid's attack should look like." Ultimately, Zidane didn't give any special tactical instructions to Li Chu, as he clearly thought that as long as Li Chu could play at his usual training level, it would be enough. Chapter 93. The assist from Li Chu. Li Chu's first touch resulted in a remarkably imaginative and penetrating pass. This pass ultimately turned into a goal, directly slapping the faces of countless critics who doubted Li Chu before the match. Although most people were optimistic about Li Chu, there were still many dissenters. After all, Li Chu is not a dollar bill. Not everyone will like him. However, in his first match representing Real Madrid, his performance at the beginning clearly demonstrated that he still maintained an exceptionally high level of competitive form. With this assist from Li Chu, the score reached 1-3, and Real Madrid finally managed to close the gap before the end of the first half. This has also rekindled hope for all Real Madrid fans. There is still an entire half to play. There's plenty of time, and Real Madrid still has opportunities. Don't give the opponent any chances. Remember, when that number 8 kid from the opposing team gets the ball, you must focus. Everyone has seen his passing, right? Unexpected, yet full of lethal threat. Chapter 94. Hala. Madrid. The second half has just begun. In the 48th minute of the match, Real Madrid immediately narrowed the score again after the second half started. This goal can be attributed almost entirely to Li Chu. First, Li Chu faced the entire Atletico midfield's press in the center and successfully delivered the ball to the unmarked Modric nearby. Then, when he reached outside Atletico's penalty area, facing Modric's back pass, Li Chu, instead of shooting directly, chose to pass the ball. Li Chu's feint also directly fooled Atletico's goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, who had already dived, was still in the air when Ronaldo took his shot. Therefore, Ronaldo could be said to be shooting at an open goal. For this reason, Ronaldo excitedly lifted Li Chu onto his back. After all, the assist from Li Chu was simply too delicious. On the sidelines, Simeone, upon seeing this goal, surprisingly did not lose his temper. On the contrary, after the goal was scored, Simeone held his head in disbelief as he looked at Li Chu, who was riding on Ronaldo's back. Atletico's targeting of Li Chu could be said to be quite effective. Chapter 95. Turning the score around on the sidelines. Simeone angrily kicked the nearby marker cone. Having a bad temper, he finally couldn't hold back and exploded. His defensive tactics against Li Chu had been well executed. Atletico's players had worked hard defensively, but they had no way to deal with this 18-year-old kid, Li Chu. The originally weak Real Madrid midfield instantly became their advantage after Li Chu came on. Ronaldo and Di Maria started to frequently receive the ball in the front, and the two sharp killers naturally would not miss any opportunities. Defend! Defend! Simeone shouted angrily at the players on the field. If they were to lose after leading 3 o'clock, he would lose all face. Beyond his outward anger, Simeone was extremely nervous inside. Reluctantly, he could only rely on what he and Atletico were best at, defensive counterattacks. They had been pushed to the brink. On the other side, Zidane was leisurely stroking his bald head, looking in Simeone's direction. Li Chu certainly did not disappoint him. Now all the pressure was on Simeone. On the field, the Real Madrid players had finished celebrating and returned to their half, stabilizing their formation. Chapter 96 Ronaldo's hat-trick. Li Chu. Li Chu, you are the god of Madrid. Real Madrid is the big brother of Madrid. The cheers of the fans were endless. What could be more surprising than seeing your home team come back against their rivals in a derby? Derby matches are inherently more intense. Zidane also had a big smile on his face. Putting Li Chu on the roster under pressure was worth it. They finally saw the results. The Real Madrid players celebrated exuberantly until the referee blew the whistle, at which point they returned to their half. On the other side, Simeone had a face full of anger, shouting at the players on the field. Last 2 minutes. Attack. Although initiating an attack was not Atletico's strong suit. With only the last 2 minutes left, they had no choice. Griezmann slightly bent his body, ready to rush into the opponent's half as soon as the whistle blew. The Real Madrid players also gradually calmed down, preparing to defend against this last attack. As long as they held on, it would be victory. Beep. The whistle blew. Captain Gabby received a return pass and immediately took big strides forward while constantly observing the situation, looking for a good opportunity. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Li Chu had already pressured him, leaving him no room for a proper pass. Chapter 97 The Death Group. Facing Chelsea Champions League. This is nearly the club's highest honor. Even for a top team like Real Madrid, they cannot claim to monopolize the Champions League. After all, the teams participating in the Champions League are the top teams from various leagues. Juventus from Serie A, Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1, Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga, as well as Barcelona and Atletico from La Liga. The Champions League can be described as a battle of heroes. However, Li Chu is determined to win the Champions League title. There is not a single player who wouldn't want to achieve such an honor. Of course, from the very beginning, we have aimed for the championship. Li Chu did not hide his ambition. As a player, if you don't set the championship as your goal, it will be meaningless. Zidane smiled and nodded. This was one of the things he admired about Li Chu. Having such ambition is good. But there is bad news. We have been drawn in the same group as Chelsea. Chelsea? Li Chu frowned. As a top team in the Premier League, Chelsea's lineup is very luxurious. Golden Boy Torres. Anyone with a bit of football knowledge should have heard of this name. Superb shooting skills and perfect positioning. Chapter 98 Champions League points reward. Early in the morning, Ronaldo arrived at the stadium wearing headphones. Ever since Li Chu came, he has been training with Li Chu every morning. They train from 6:30 in the morning until 9 o'clock, then join the team for training. Their tacit understanding has risen rapidly, and during official matches or regular training games, they can even anticipate each other's thoughts with just a glance. Ronaldo can run according to his rhythm, and Li Chu often delivers brilliant passes. However, this morning, when Ronaldo arrived at the stadium, he suddenly found the field empty. Where's that kid Li? Before Li Chu arrived, Ronaldo had heard about his diligence. Seeing him in person, he was even more impressed. Today is indeed an exception. Ronaldo scratched his head and decided to start practicing first and ask Li Chu properly when he arrived. In the room, Li Chu got up around 5 o'clock, but didn't go out right away. This was because the system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on receiving UEFA Champions League points reward. In this season's UEFA Champions League matches, winning a match will earn you 5 Champions League points, and gathering 15 points will allow you to draw once. Chapter 99 Stealing Pepe's Skills. Wild foul. After so many days of training, Pepe naturally understood Li Chu's position in Zidane's heart. He could be said to be Zidane's beloved. As soon as he became the head coach of Real Madrid, he immediately brought Li Chu back, not even willing to wait for the winter break. Without a doubt, Li Chu would be the core of Real Madrid's midfield. Besides his position in the coach's heart, Pepe's role in training with Li Chu was also evident. With flexible dribbling in the midfield, sometimes he resembled Kaká. He could also deliver a direct pass when opportunities arose for the forwards, feeding them the ball perfectly. Although he was just a center back, he understood Li Chu's role very well. However, he always felt that Li Chu lacked a bit of defense. And then, the opportunity came. When Zidane called Li Chu over alone, the assistant coach expressed his thoughts to Pepe. The coaching staff hoped Pepe could teach Li Chu some defensive skills. Li, let me teach you defense. You found the right person. I can defend better than Ramos. Pepe said excitedly, immediately starting to impart his defensive techniques. It must be said that although Pepe is known for his fierce fouls, his attention to detail and defensive skills is very meticulous. Chapter 100. Is there another Li Chu in Real Madrid? Li Chu flew in to tackle Alonso. Just grazing the edge of the shin guard, he kicked the ball away. The ball arced through the air, flying out of bounds. Zidane and a group of assistant coaches stood frozen in place. If I'm not mistaken, that was Li Chu who just flew in for a tackle? This black-haired kid from Yin country can actually tackle. Zidane, have you ever seen him tackle before? Li Chu was scouted by Zidane from Yin country, and no one knows Li Chu better than Zidane. But even Zidane just shook his head. I've watched him play in hundreds of matches, whether official or training matches, and I've never seen him tackle. Li Chu's playing style is quite similar to that of Ozil, but he is certainly much stronger than Ozil. However, the flying tackle action appearing on Li Chu seemed too out of place. Alonso got up from the ground. He had just rolled sideways to avoid injury. Li, when did you get this move? As the only party involved, Alonso felt the impact of Li Chu's flying tackle even more. The move was skillful, precise, and decisive. Chapter 101. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Zidane looked at Li Chu on the field, unsure of what he was thinking. The match was still ongoing. After suffering setbacks against Li Chu, the three midfielders of the first team no longer considered one-on-one breakthroughs, but instead hoped to use passing combinations to supply the forwards. Jefferson, position a bit more to the right. Yes, don't worry about Di Maria on the left. After noticing the first team's change in strategy, Li Chu began to direct his teammates' defense. In previous matches, this role was often taken on by Alonso. Even in training matches, it was usually Jefferson's job. But now that Li Chu was speaking, no one dared to object. Jefferson obediently moved to the right. There was another midfielder, Castle, on the right, and Jefferson thought his initial positioning was fine. However, since it was Li Chu's order, Jefferson followed without question. Castle back. Don't stay so high. Li Chu continuously issued commands, adjusting the second team's positioning. Modric, Alonso, and Di Maria exchanged positions multiple times, but could not find a forward opportunity, only racking up ineffective pass counts in the midfield. With a godlike view, Li Chu was naturally very clear about both sides' positions. Right now, he felt like he was playing FIFA, with all the players following his commands and pressing the opponent. Chapter 102. Don't overhype Li Chu. In preparation for the match against Chelsea, Real Madrid did not field their starters in recent La Liga matches. Against Rayo Vallecano, Real Madrid only allowed defenders Marcelo, Ramos, and Pepe to play for half the match, while midfielder Modric was substituted early at the 60th minute. Only Li Chu was substituted out at the 75th minute. However, this was his own request. Previously, he had only played one match for Real Madrid, and although it was a big comeback against Atletico Madrid, Li Chu felt he had not fully adapted to Real Madrid's rhythm. He needed more playing time to find his feel. Zidane listened to Li Chu's suggestion and only substituted him out at the 75th minute. The BBC trio didn't even play, leaving the opportunity for the young players in the team. A few days later, Real Madrid faced Granada at home, still a relatively weak team. Against such a team, Real Madrid naturally did not need to exert too much effort. Li Chu only played for 30 minutes before being substituted for rest. Time flew by, and soon it was the week of the match between Real Madrid and Chelsea. The Champions League is divided into 8 groups, each with 4 teams. Each team plays home and away matches against the others. Winning earns 3 points, a draw 1 point, and a loss earns no points. Chapter 103. The battle is about to begin. Li Chu was originally an obscure player from Yin country, who made a name for himself in a match against Real Madrid's youth team, catching Zidane's eye and being brought to Real Madrid. From then on, Li Chu began his glorious career, quickly becoming the leader of the Real Madrid youth team, leading them to victory against strong opponents. He was then loaned to Villarreal, where Li Chu evolved again and helped the newly promoted team secure the top position in the league. Until recently, Real Madrid activated the contract clause and brought Li Chu back. Li Chu did not disappoint, performing exceptionally well in the match against Atletico, leading the team to a significant comeback and securing 3 points for Real Madrid. Harris eloquently introduced Li Chu's background. His partner Castle took over the conversation. Li Chu is a player with extremely distinctive characteristics. He has precise passing and exceptional ability to create threats, always able to deliver one perfect pass after another to the forwards. He also possesses an excellent overall view, which is fundamental to his standing on the pitch. However, his weaknesses are also very apparent, namely his defense. Chapter 104. Chelsea's terrifying counterattack. The match begins. Real Madrid has possession. Cristiano Ronaldo receives a pass from Benzema and returns it to Li Chu. In this match, Chelsea continued to adopt their favored 4-5-1 formation. Under Mourinho's guidance, Chelsea has become very familiar with this lineup. Goalkeeper Cech, as a world-class keeper, has yet to be challenged for his position at Chelsea. Center-backs David Luiz and Terry, with Eschen as the defensive midfielder. The midfielders are Lampard and Ramirez. Left-back Cesar Azpilicueta and right-back Ivanovic. On the left wing, Hazard, the young player from Belgium, has performed exceptionally well at Chelsea. On the right wing, Willian and Eto'o is Chelsea's only striker. Torres has been placed on the bench by Mourinho, likely for other tactical reasons, which I believe Real Madrid needs to be cautious about. Commentators Amir and Ross are responsible for the commentary of this match, starting with the customary introduction of both teams. Real Madrid has set up in a 4-3-3 formation with their luxurious front line BBC, Cristiano Ronaldo, Gareth Bale, and Benzema. Chapter 105. Lampard's interception. Li Chu shows defensive skills after Chelsea created a threat with a beautiful defensive counterattack at the start. The game fell into a stalemate. Real Madrid maintained possession of the ball, but struggled to advance further. Chelsea's midfield pressure was too strong, making it difficult for Real Madrid to push forward. To stay safe, Li Chu also opted for more back passes. After all, this is Real Madrid's away game. A draw would be a victory, and scoring a goal would be a huge gain. However, Li Chu was clearly not satisfied with this. After a series of back passes, Li Chu finally delivered the ball to Benzema, who had dropped back. This was Real Madrid's first advance in nearly 10 minutes. The latter did not hesitate and made a quick return pass. Li Chu received the ball, took big strides forward, and after a stalemate of over 10 minutes, Real Madrid finally launched an attack again. Facing the pressing Lampard, Li Chu executed a Marseille Turn. With a beautiful spin, he got past Lampard and continued charging forward. On the sidelines, Mourinho suddenly looked tense. It was as if Li Chu had possessed Zidane. Benzema still did not make a forward run, but chose to drop back beside Li Chu, creating a beautiful wall pass. Li Chu continued to carry the ball, striding forward. On the left side, Marcelo seized the opportunity to push forward, while Ronaldo lingered near the penalty area, and Bale had Azpilicueta defending next to him. Chapter 106. Bale scores. Real Madrid 1-0 on the sidelines. Mourinho stared blankly at Li Chu. As Chelsea's head coach, he naturally needed to know every player of their Champions League opponent, Real Madrid, inside out. Unlike veterans like Ronaldo and Benzema, information about the rising star Li Chu was scarce for Chelsea. After several days of searching for data, the Chelsea coaching staff could only gather a portion of it. Li Chu hails from Yin country and performed excellently in matches against Real Madrid's youth team, catching Zidane's attention. This outstanding performance was not just ordinary. On the field, Li Chu's performance created a gap between him and other players from Yin country. Even players from Real Madrid's youth team could not contain Li Chu if he were paired with a group of competent teammates. The losing side might be Real Madrid's youth team. On the field, Li Chu was practically another shadow of Zidane. In midfield, Li Chu frequently utilized the Marseille Turn to dribble past opponents, reminiscent of the Zidane of yesteryear. As the first half drew to a close, the Yin country team earned a corner kick opportunity. Li Chu wasted no time and executed a stunning long-range shot, completing his first half performance. The outstanding Li Chu caught Zidane's eye, and the latter brought him to Real Madrid's youth team. Chapter 107. Field Commander Li Chu. Wow, that pass was absolutely beautiful. Your assist is just delightful. If possible, I even want to credit this goal to your stats. You're 9 points for this goal, and I get 1 point. Bale excitedly lifted Li Chu in celebration. Almost all the Real Madrid players gathered around, forming a circle and celebrating wildly, contrasting sharply with the surrounding fans. But Real Madrid didn't care. Enjoying the joy of scoring amid angry fans was the most wonderful thing. This is the TM of Real Madrid's counterattack. It's not just Chelsea that can pull off this trick. Real Madrid's counterattack is also world-class. Zidane shouted angrily on the field. He had been waiting for this goal for too long. Most media outlets had underestimated Real Madrid before the match, and Zidane had been holding in his frustration. Who says Real Madrid is not as good as Chelsea? Who says Li Chu is not capable? Who says Real Madrid would be torn apart by Chelsea's counterattack? Real Madrid's counterattack is also world-class. Isn't this goal the best proof? Zidane had vented his feelings thoroughly. As Real Madrid's head coach, he had not only solidified his position after the last match against Atletico Madrid, but also made his mark with the personnel decided by the boss. Chapter 108, Torres' breakaway Bale made a horizontal pass, but the ball was not directed to Ronaldo or Benzema. It flew to the top of the penalty area. The Real Madrid player who had just pushed forward did not stop the ball, but directly shot. It was Li Chu. The ball traced an unpredictable trajectory in the air, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. It was indeed an elevator shot. Li Chu, having learned this skill, used it against Czech. Chelsea goalkeeper Czech correctly judged the direction and leaped forcefully towards the left side of the goal. However, the ball was too fast, and he could only watch it fly into the net. Shit, why could you let Li Chu go? You shouldn't let him go even if it was Ronaldo. Czech cursed angrily, having conceded 2 goals to Real Madrid in such a short time. Didn't his teammates have any way to deal with Li Chu? David Luiz bore the brunt of the blame, apologetically looking at his teammates. Sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let him get past me so easily. Others patted David Luiz on the back. Although it was his fault, any defensive player would probably struggle to stop Li Chu. Bale rushed to Li Chu again and lifted him up. Last time you assisted me. Now I'm assisting you. That long-range shot was fantastic. Chapter 109. Li Chu's wild foul. This is TM Golden Boy Torres. Never underestimate Chelsea. They will never give up. Lampard's fake shot turn pass was beautiful. Ramos was directly faked out. Forever the lamp. This time, Chelsea's fans were celebrating like it was New Year's, excitedly enjoying the match. Although they were still 1 goal behind, the momentum had changed. After scoring, Torres quickly ran towards the goal, hugging the ball in his arms, ready to take a quick restart. The trailing side needed to save time. The 4th official raised the board, indicating that there would be 4 minutes of stoppage time in the first half. Real Madrid took the kickoff, and Ronaldo passed back to Li Chu. Li Chu, who received the pass, did not pause and passed it back to Alonso, who was trailing behind. Chelsea was in high spirits and was eager to create another threat before the end of the first half. Real Madrid had just conceded a goal, and their morale was inevitably a bit low. They could not afford to engage in an attacking duel with Chelsea and naturally opted for a more conservative approach. Therefore, Li Chu directly passed back, preparing to hold on for the last 4 minutes. A single effort can lead to exhaustion. As long as they withstand the pressure of the last 4 minutes of the first half, the dominance in the second half would return to Real Madrid. Chapter 110. Full retirement at the end of the first half. Real Madrid led Chelsea 2-1. During the long halftime, commentators Amir and Ross discussed Li Chu's foul just before the end of the first half. If Li Chu hadn't stopped him, I think Lampard would have had a great chance to score. That's right, I think so too. Lampard is famous for his long shots, and Casillas was poorly positioned with his view obstructed, making it nearly impossible to save. Li Chu's foul was very timely, preventing Lampard's shot. However, he paid the price with a yellow card. Although the home fans were very unhappy with Li Chu's foul, I believe it was not a serious foul. If the referee had not considered the home advantage in controlling the game, he might not have issued the yellow card. As commentators, Amir and Ross analyzed the foul from an objective perspective. Therefore, Li Chu's foul was very worthwhile. If Lampard had actually scored, that foul would have been worth its weight in gold. It's surprising that Li Chu, who was criticized before the match for lacking defensive ability, had such a fierce foul. Chapter 111. Li Chu, you are my god. When the second half began, Chelsea indeed changed their tactics. Defensive midfielder Eschen became almost a pure passing machine on the offensive end, only responsible for lateral distribution. Hazard and Willian relied on their excellent individual skills to push forward, with the midfielders Oscar and Lampard supporting from both sides. This adjustment in response to Real Madrid's 4-2-1-3 formation rendered Li Chu almost ineffective in midfield. Chelsea's change was very effective. Li Chu was almost idle defensively and could only play a commanding role. Mourinho's strategy was very clever, avoiding Li Chu's defensive strength and shifting the battle to the flanks. Amir quickly noticed Chelsea's intention and shared it with Ross on the sidelines. Zidane also noticed this, but he was not worried at all, even slightly amused. When attacking, they specifically avoided Li Chu, focusing on the flanks. This greatly reduced the likelihood of Li Chu committing a foul. Yellow cards in the Champions League accumulate, and receiving 3 yellow cards before the quarterfinals will result in a suspension. This is fatal for any team. A direct red card in a match will also lead to a suspension. There are no weak teams in the Champions League. Every match is crucial, even in the group stage. Chapter 112, Li Chu Cristiano Ronaldo scored twice, helping Real Madrid secure victory. Another counterattack. This goal was almost identical to the previous one. Real Madrid need a Chelsea. With 20 minutes left, I can hardly imagine they have any hope of victory left. Again, it was Li Chu initiating a long pass. The long pass reached Bale, who assisted Ronaldo, sealing the win. Amir and Ross were going crazy, not expecting Real Madrid to put on such a spectacular performance at Stamford Bridge. As commentators, they could only make objective remarks and shout for the wonderful goals. But as fans, they were now deeply captivated by Li Chu. This black-haired kid from the Dragon Country is simply a gift from heaven to the football world. A smart mind, a handsome figure, and exquisite passing. If he weren't commentating, Amir would almost want to kneel before Li Chu. So impressive. Online, fans were also going wild. If there were still some reservations at 3-1, now they could celebrate victory in advance. Even if they gave Chelsea Pelé and Maradona, they couldn't turn the game around. Victory already belonged to Real Madrid. Chapter 113. Li Chu, may I have your contact information? In the post-match interview, Chelsea was represented by head coach Mourinho and team core Lampard. Although he did not shake hands with Zidane and did not show the demeanor of a head coach, Mourinho still appeared for the post-match interview. It must be said that Mourinho was quite responsible. Reporters certainly would not let this question go. Mourinho, why did you return to the dressing room without shaking hands with Zidane after the match? Mourinho pursed his lips, clearly in a bad mood. He was so lucky. If I had a midfielder like Li Chu, I would definitely have brought him out. I would have trained him to be Lampard's successor. I indeed did not shake hands with him, because I was very angry. Mourinho's response was quite straightforward. He did not hide the fact that he did not shake hands. The reporters nodded, admiring Mourinho's honesty. It sounds like you have a very high opinion of Li Chu. Mourinho's tone was unfriendly. Of course. How can you not have a high evaluation? Real Madrid scored 4 goals, which one did not involve him. If it weren't for Li Chu, I could have beaten Real Madrid 4-0. You give me Gattuso to mark him closely, and I could stop him. Chapter 114. The FA's calculations: we cannot judge a player based on one match. Many players are inconsistent. Li Chu may have performed well against Lampard because he was very excited. Harris and Castle made a series of statements before ending this episode. Of course, as soon as this special episode concluded, the internet was filled with insults. Where are Harris and Castle's eyes? Did a dog eat them? Can't they see Li Chu's performance? They still say it's just one match. What about all the previous matches they watched? I suggest crowdfunding to send Harris to the hospital to check his eyes. He must be blind. Lampard has publicly acknowledged Li Chu's strength. How can there still be haters? I thought Eurosport was an authoritative media outlet. Now I think I was wrong. It's just a pile of dog poop. If anyone still doubts Li Chu's strength, they either have a mental problem or are visually impaired. Harris and Castle probably have both. I'm just waiting for Li Chu to win the Champions League and see how Harris and Castle will end up. Although I support Li Chu, the championship must belong to us, Arsenal. Chapter 115. Li Chu rejects the invitation to the national games. Li Chu, hello. I am the person in charge of the national games in the Dragon Country. My name is Xin. Xin was all smiles as he extended his right hand. Want to shake hands with Li Chu. However, Li Chu ignored him, his expression cold. The national games? Just say what you want. Li Chu guessed that Xin was sent by the Football Association, so he didn't want to engage. Xin wasn't embarrassed, chuckling as he retracted his hand. Li Chu, your recent performance has been outstanding. Domestic public opinion has already intensified. Almost all fans in Longwood recognize you and really like you. They've even organized a protest to celebrate your victory over Chelsea with Real Madrid. At the same time, they hope you'll return to Longwood to serve the national team. This national games is a great opportunity. I also know that what the Football Association did to you back then was really excessive. Domestic fans are very indignant and want you back to compete domestically. Of course, you can still fight in La Liga and the Champions League. We won't interfere with your schedule. By Xian's flattering words were quite impressive, distancing himself from the Football Association while also putting pressure on Li Chu. Chapter 116. The tiki-taka of Real Madrid. After the match against Chelsea, the Real Madrid players enjoyed several days off. Of course, Cristiano Ronaldo, Li Chu, and Bale only relaxed for a day after the match. Starting the next day, they arrived at the training ground every day by 6 a.m. However, they weren't foolish. After training, they made sure to relax to maintain their condition. The group stage of the Champions League against Chelsea had concluded, and they couldn't dwell on past glories. They needed to focus on the upcoming league matches. Zidane stood in front of the players, dissatisfied with their somewhat lazy state. The match against Chelsea had indeed gone well, and Zidane hadn't expected to win 4-1. However, this wasn't a reason for the Real Madrid players to be complacent. As a prestigious club, Real Madrid had its pride and shouldn't gloat just because they defeated Chelsea, especially since it was just a group stage match. The previously smiling Real Madrid players gradually sobered up, their expressions becoming serious. The next match day of the Champions League group stage was still over 10 days away, and during this time, their main task was to compete in the league. Currently, they were only 4th in the league, a result that was unsatisfactory to both the management and the coaching staff. Chapter 117. The elf of Bernabeu. Bilbao's goalkeeper, Inaki, was also drenched in sweat, relieved that it was just a false alarm. He threw the ball to center-back Valencia, who passed it to midfielder Herrera. Herrera advanced with the ball, and when he encountered Li Chu's defense, he decisively passed it to the left-back, Alves. The latter combined with the winger to enter Real Madrid's half. Carvajal made a decisive tackle, directly intercepting the ball. Here, Li Chu quickly moved, receiving Carvajal's pass and turning to accelerate. Suddenly, Iturraspe lunged in, flying towards Li Chu. Li Chu couldn't dodge in time and fell to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded just in time to call Iturraspe's foul. What the hell was that? How dare you use such dirty tactics? Is that all you can do? Play dirty defense? That tackle was clearly aimed at the player. Pepe and Ramos immediately rushed over. The two hot-headed center-backs wouldn't allow such things to happen at the Bernabeu. Although they often made tackles, they were always aimed at the ball, purely for interception. A tackle like Iturraspe's was absolutely rare. Chapter 118. Li Chu like the wind. Always by my side, Casillas reacted quickly, immediately throwing the ball powerfully to Li Chu in the center. Iturraspe behind still wanted to contest, but was firmly blocked by Li Chu, who easily headed the ball to Alonso. Alonso took a couple of steps forward and passed it to Modric beside him. Li Chu was making frantic runs, repeatedly pulling and stretching Bilbao's midfield defense. The Bilbao players knew that Iturraspe alone couldn't keep up with Li Chu, so they diverted much of their attention to him. Li Chu's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the penalty area. Defensive midfielder Herrera was quite nervous and instinctively moved closer to Li Chu's position, trying to form a double team with Iturraspe. However, he didn't notice that Modric had quietly slipped into the vicinity of the penalty area. Even center-back Valencia's attention was entirely on Li Chu. They were simply too wary of him. Bilbao's formation presented a very strange state, with 3 or 4 defenders surrounding Li Chu. Meanwhile, other Real Madrid players had at most 1 defender on them, with some even unmarked. The Bilbao coach on the sidelines was about to explode with rage. The players were acting like foolish donkeys. Li Chu was strong, but did that mean the other players didn't need to be guarded? Chapter 119. 30 easily defeating Athletic Bilbao, Sola felt a wave of despair. He had finally managed to shake off Marcelo. Given him 10 chances, he might only succeed in breaking through once. This was that one chance. The position just outside the penalty area was perfect and no one was marking him. If he could get the ball, the chances of scoring were high. But he had no idea where Li Chu had come from. This lone opportunity to score slipped right past him. Why did such a strong player have to exist? Sola didn't even want to go back to defend. He just strolled back. Real Madrid's offensive momentum wouldn't stop. After intercepting the ball, Li Chu immediately sent a long pass to Bale. This was already an old routine, and Bale was very familiar with it. After receiving the ball, Bale sped off, using his pace to shake off Bilbao's midfield. Facing Alves, who came up to block him, Bale shamelessly chose to go past him with the ball. He was relying purely on speed. Alves couldn't keep up with Bale, even falling over. Shit, are there any normal players in Real Madrid? They're all monsters. Bale, who was sprinting, couldn't hear this during his dash. He noticed an opening on the left for Cristiano Ronaldo, paused for a moment, and then made the pass. On the other side, Cristiano easily controlled the ball, and continue to sprint. Chapter 120. Li Chu, the good brother. After the match against Bilbao, Zidane only gave his players one day off. This was partly because the intensity of the match against Bilbao wasn't high, and partly because they were preparing to face Barcelona. Currently, Atletico Madrid was still first in La Liga. After losing to Real Madrid last time, they had won 3 consecutive matches, reclaiming their top position. Li Chu's former club Villarreal had only managed to secure 1 victory in the 4 matches since he left, dropping to 4th place. Barcelona and Real Madrid were currently only 1 victory apart, ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. This upcoming match would determine the future direction of both teams. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zidane and a group of Real Madrid players had already arrived at the training ground. The victory from yesterday was now in the past. And I hope you won't get too complacent. Athletic Bilbao is a decent team, but they're certainly not a strong one. As for Barcelona, I don't need to introduce them much. They're still performing exceptionally well this season, so it's time to prepare diligently. After saying this, he sent everyone off to train. Zidane specifically found Li Chu and reminded him, "Control your training a bit these days. You need to maintain your best physical condition." Chapter 121. Attribute Points Allocation. Li Chu opened the system's personal attribute panel. Offensive attributes: speed, 85 shooting, 89 shooting power, 90 shooting accuracy, 85 penalty, 87 long shot, 91 passing and control attributes: short pass, 88 vision, 91 long pass, 88 ball control, 90 free kick, 85 reaction, 88 defensive attributes: man-to-man, 85 tackle, 75 heading, 82 slide tackle, 80 physical attributes: strength, 86 stamina, 88 jump, 80 skills: Marseille Turn, max level, outside of the foot shot, max level, knuckleball, max level, lob shot, max level, wild foul, max level, Kaka's long stride, max level, apprentice learning system, binding master-apprentice relationship, mutual understanding 20 when both are on the field, probability of lob shot hitting the goal frame 50. Current master, Cristiano Ronaldo. There has been a significant improvement in personal attributes. As he gradually mastered the lob shot skill, his shooting ability greatly improved, and shooting power directly increased to 90. The lob shot differs from regular spinning shots. It requires a powerful strike, hence the increase in strength. Chapter 122. Just a young kid defensive midfielder. Busquets, much like Alonso, has a very accurate long pass. On the field, he is often the initiator of attacks and is also top-notch defensively. Midfielder Fabregas. In the 09-10 season, Fabregas completed a massive double-double with 19 goals and 19 assists at Arsenal, making him one of the world-class midfielders. The next season, he transferred to Barcelona. In the Blaugrana, he continued to perform outstandingly, almost delivering double-digit assists every season, and he is also a terrifyingly talented midfielder. Another midfielder, Iniesta. When fans talk about Iniesta, what do they discuss? They talk about his every brilliant dribble, his exquisite passing, his excellent overall vision, and his beautiful long shots. Even his defense is quite good, as he can make it difficult for most teams' midfielders by anticipating and cutting off passing lanes. After leading the Spanish national team to a treble alongside Xavi in 2010, he was already destined to be a world-class midfielder recorded in history. Left-winger Neymar. This exceptionally talented Brazilian forward transferred in the summer of 2013, but has already won over Barcelona fans with his performances. Chapter 123. A battle of attacks. There are plenty of midfielders with strong interception skills. Have we encountered few? Just a young punk. I think Chelsea got scared. Mascherano said disdainfully. He didn't look down on Li Chu. He just thought the hype was excessive. World-class midfielders require time to mature, and they need a lot of big match experience to arm their minds and understand how to handle various situations properly. Although vision and passing require talent, experience is equally important. Therefore, world-class midfielders often truly mature in their 20s. Li Chu is simply too young. This is also why Mascherano believes the media has overhyped him. They already have 2 top midfielders in their team, Xavi and Iniesta. It's not necessary for a 19-year-old to be both offensive and defensive. Forwards can shine in their teens with remarkable physical attributes and awareness, but it's difficult for midfielders. Don't underestimate this young man. He will definitely surprise you. Martino looked seriously at Mascherano. He didn't want to repeat Chelsea's mistakes. Even if Li Chu shows unprecedented strength on the field, they must win this match. Chapter 124. Leo. Messi, a battle of attacks. The reporters were all taken aback. Usually, teams do not disclose their tactics in pre-match interviews. But Li Chu directly stated they wanted to play an attacking game. Many veteran reporters were quite impressed. This kid is really confident. Playing an attacking game against Barcelona is no easy feat. The reporter then passed the microphone to Cristiano Ronaldo, as the interview was basically just with these two Real Madrid players. One is the face of Real Madrid, and the other is the rising star. Do you think you and Li Chu will connect during this match? Or have you set up corresponding tactics? Ronaldo smiled and shook his head. The understanding between Li Chu and me is already good enough. A glance is all it takes to know how to connect. No special tactics are needed. As he spoke, Ronaldo reached out and ruffled Li Chu's hair, and the two locked eyes. At that moment, the live broadcast room in Yin country exploded. Oh, my teenage heart. What is this inexplicable CP feeling? I didn't expect Li Chu and Ronaldo to have such a good relationship. Look at this eye contact. I am jealous. For a moment, it was hard to know whom to envy. Ronaldo is just a bit taller than Li Chu, which is perfect. Top de 25, Barcelona's posesión. Real Madrid's contraataque Messi, Sánchez. And Iniesta quickly executed a small combination play. Ultimately, Messi made a through ball that passed through the defense guarded by Pepe and Ramos, accurately reaching Neymar on the left flank. Neymar faced Casillas, taking a right-footed curling shot. The ball's curve was beautiful. Fortunately, Casillas judged the direction correctly, and his fingertips grazed the football just in time. Ultimately, the ball hit the post and bounced out. Neymar held his head in frustration, mumbling softly. Barcelona had a very good start. They created enough threat just 1 minute into the game. Neymar was just a bit unlucky. He was only a few centimeters away from scoring. If the curve had been a little larger, Real Madrid would have been in a passive position. Barcelona's start this time was very different from before. They usually slowly passed the ball to open up the game, but this time their speed was very fast, catching Real Madrid off guard. The Barcelona TV commentator arrived on site to commentate on this derby. Due to subjective support for Barcelona, his tone was filled with regret. On the sidelines, Zidane let out a sigh. It was truly thrilling. Chapter 126. Taking the lead in the past 2 days, Bale received long passes from Li Chu at least 7 or 8 times, and he was already very familiar with it. Moreover, it was a pass from Li Chu. Bale easily controlled the ball and looked up to assess the situation. Montoya had returned to his defensive position, giving Bale little space. Bale was very fast, but he wasn't particularly good at one-on-one breakthroughs in positional play. He could only pass the ball back to Modric in the center. Modric then passed to Li Chu on the left side. Li Chu couldn't find a good opportunity for a moment. Barcelona's defense showed almost no flaws. Li Chu turned and passed the ball back to Alonso. The Barcelona players would definitely press forward, creating more space. After several attempts, Li Chu returned to the vicinity of the center circle with the ball. Although Real Madrid's best counterattack opportunity was lost, it didn't mean they were completely inept in positional play. Li Chu dribbled the ball back to the left side, facing Iniesta's defense. Iniesta, who had been caught off guard by Li Chu before, stood a bit farther this time, only trying to block the passing lane and potential breakthrough spots. However, Iniesta's defense was far from impressive. After pulling the ball to the right, Li Chu accelerated to the left. Iniesta was instantly left behind. Chapter 127. Barcelona equalizes. Messi and Sanchez stood in the center circle waiting for the kickoff. When the referee blew the whistle, Messi directly passed the ball to the attacking midfielder Iniesta. Iniesta brought the ball forward, facing Li Chu, and suddenly sped up his footwork, performing a nutmeg to get past Li Chu. Li Chu's man-marking rating was only 85, which was sufficient against most midfielders and forwards. But for a world-class midfielder like Iniesta, the originator of the nutmeg, that rating was far from enough. Coupled with his experience of nutmegging countless opponents, Iniesta found it even easier to get past. This dribble also ignited the emotions of the fans. Beautiful. Surely what a nutmeg really is. You can get past little Iniesta, but little Iniesta can definitely get past you even easier. Li was just showing off in front of the master. How could he possibly stop Iniesta's defense? Just a little nutmeg instantly brought back memories for the fans of when Iniesta toyed with countless midfielders. After getting past Li Chu, Iniesta continued to carry the ball forward. Facing Alonso, this time he didn't choose to go solo. Instead, he made a pass to the advancing Fabregas on the left. Chapter 128. Easily scoring after beating the goalkeeper, Pique quickly stepped up to defend, but Li Chu was already very familiar with this situation. Effortlessly performing a Marseille turned to get past peak. Mascherano immediately abandoned the player he was marking and rushed to block Li Chu. Li Chu didn't stop his feet. With a push from his left foot, he immediately passed the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo on the right. At the same time, Li Chu accelerated past Mascherano on his left. Ronaldo also didn't pause, immediately passing the ball forward. The ball went straight through Barcelona's defensive line, reaching Li Chu's feet perfectly. Li Chu faced Valdez directly, lifted his right foot back, pretending to shoot. The moment Valdez reacted, Li Chu lightly flicked his ankle, getting past the goalkeeper. Now he faced an open goal. Li Chu gently pushed the ball into the net, very simply. Google all. The goal is in. Li Chu and Cristiano teamed up continuously in midfield, directly connecting from midfield to the goal. It was as if both players knew what the other was thinking, showcasing incredible chemistry. Ronaldo's play was more like that of a world-class midfielder than a forward. Just look at his exquisite lofted pass and through ball. I thought there were two Li Chus in midfield. Chapter 129. Century assist. After the referee blew the whistle again, the second half of the match resumed. The fans at Camp Nou stood up, shouting loudly to cheer for the home team Barcelona. They even started singing the Barcelona team song, led by someone whose identity was unknown. Hearing the team song, the Barcelona players were energized, and their pace noticeably quickened. Iniesta held the ball in the center, following the coach's instruction to focus on the flanks, passing the ball to Messi, who was dropping back on the right. Facing Marcelo's defense, Messi's footwork was rapid. After a feint to the left, he accelerated through on the right. Although Marcelo's defense was decent, it was still insufficient against Messi's dribbling. Messi quickly pulled away from Marcelo. Charging forward, Ramos had no choice but to abandon his central defensive position and rush to block Messi. But Messi was in form, bringing the ball to his left foot and then cutting to the right. Ramos hurriedly shifted his weight to the right, barely keeping up with Messi's pace. Messi's footwork was even faster. With another touch on his left foot, he effortlessly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, shaking off Ramos. The timing of these two touches didn't even exceed 1 second. This is Messi's top-tier dribbling skill. Chapter 130. Barcelona takes the lead. Casillas' miraculous save. This might just be the performance of a world-class goalkeeper. According to scientific research, the fastest human reaction time is 0.2 seconds, and trained individuals can achieve a reaction speed between 0.10 and 0.12 seconds, but it is impossible to exceed 0.1 seconds. However, Casillas' reaction time just now was likely shorter than 0.1 seconds. Some things cannot be explained by science. Perhaps this is why Casillas became a world-class goalkeeper. Neymar's instantaneous pass, Messi's chip shot, Casillas' incredible save. On the field, Neymar's raised hands were frozen in place, unsure of what to do for a moment. This shot actually got saved. This shot should have been unmissable even for two goalkeepers. Casillas' reaction was simply unfathomable. Casillas. Amazing. Ramos gave Casillas a thumbs up. That save was just too cool. Casillas also couldn't hide his excitement, celebrating with a fist pump. Barcelona could only earn a corner kick. Iniesta took the corner, and Messi ran towards Iniesta again, executing a tactical corner. After receiving the ball, Messi didn't hesitate and passed it back to Iniesta. Chapter 131. A pass that can curve. Li Chu held the ball in the center, with Fabregas and Xavi immediately closing in from left and right, giving Li Chu no space at all. Although Li Chu's ball control was already very good, and he possessed top dribbling skills like the Marseille Turn, he couldn't guarantee that he could always break through the double team from Xavi and Fabregas. There was no choice. Li Chu could only pass the ball back to Alonso. For the next 5 minutes, Fabregas followed Li Chu closely, with Xavi not far behind. As soon as Li Chu received the ball, the two opponents immediately surrounded him. Barcelona's intention was very clear, to cut off Li Chu. Whenever Li Chu got the ball, he had to face a double team. It was difficult for Li Chu to use his signature Marseille Turn to break through the defense of two players, and now Real Madrid's advancement was becoming problematic. The weaknesses of Real Madrid's midfield in terms of advancing were once again exposed. Without Li Chu, their ball just kept circulating in the midfield. The commentary from Barcelona TV couldn't hide their joy. Their emotions had clearly shifted in favor of Barcelona. On the sidelines, Zidane was anxiously pacing back and forth, unable to think of a solution for the moment. Chapter 132. Li Chu's flying tackle. The ball went in. The ball went in the 82nd minute of the match. Real Madrid finally scored the equalizer. Gareth Bale's goal was priceless. Cristiano Ronaldo, Modric, and Li Chu's frantic push through the middle brought the ball to the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. After 26 consecutive passes, they finally managed to get through Barcelona's heavily guarded midfield. This was not a typical Real Madrid advancement. It was clearly Barcelona's tiki-taka. All of this originated from Li Chu. Li Chu didn't choose to dribble or make a long pass to find the winger. Instead, he advanced through countless short passes. Modric and Ronaldo were in perfect sync with Li Chu, and their advancement left Barcelona with no way to respond. After successfully advancing, Li Chu made an astonishing pass. The power of this pass was so strong that almost everyone thought it was a shot, but the ball changed direction right in front of the small penalty area. It made a turn in mid-air. This was an unbelievable pass. I think only Beckham's bending free kick can compare to it. Chapter 133. A stunning tackle. Li Chu. Get out. That's dirty play. Is this how you play football? What kind of action is this? It should be a direct red card. Don't ever say Li Chu plays like Iniesta again. When has Xavi ever had such a fierce foul? He is simply from the war chariot country. The midfield there loves aggressive fouls. The fans at Camp Nou erupted, condemning Li Chu, especially since he tackled Messi. This darling of Camp Nou is always given special treatment on the field, but that shouldn't be an excuse for a ruthless foul. After tackling Messi, Li Chu immediately helped him up. At the same time, he raised his right hand to indicate that he indeed committed a foul. Messi had a good attitude, accepted Li Chu's hand, and patted his back. He knew this was a tactical foul. Although unfortunate, it was too common on the pitch. After the referee showed a yellow card and pointed to the penalty spot, indicating it was a free kick, Real Madrid immediately formed a wall. The free kick was at a distance from the goal, not an ideal spot. However, on the right half of the field, it was very suitable for left-footed players to take the free kick. And the best left-footed player in the world was in Barcelona. Chapter 134. God-wearing number 8, Li Chu strode forward. Busquets came in for a tackle, and Li Chu flicked the ball with his left foot while jumping and turning in the air, landing with a gentle pull of the ball with his right foot. Marseille Turn. Li Chu also used Zidane's dribbling skill. Although Busquets anticipated Li Chu's move, he still couldn't defend it. After getting past Busquets, Li Chu accelerated, maximizing his speed. Barcelona's defense line shrank wildly, leaving only Alves to follow Benzema to prevent Li Chu's pass. Now all eyes were on Li Chu. Mascherano, Pique, and Montoya surrounded him. Mascherano and Montoya were on the left and right, with Pique guarding the back. Facing the fierce two, Li Chu skillfully pushed the ball to the right with his left foot, avoiding Mascherano's reaching foot. Immediately after, he touched the ball again with his right foot, using the instep to bring it inward, dodging Montoya's tackle. Finally, with a delicate poke from his left foot, he slipped past both of them. Fried meatballs. Facing the final Pique, Li Chu used the Marseille Turn again. However, this time, the Marseille Turn changed direction, catching Pique completely off guard. Chapter 135. Are you interested in joining Barcelona? After the celebrations, the referee symbolically kicked off to end the match. Players from both sides hugged and exchanged pleasantries. Li, are you interested in coming to Barcelona? You're the best successor to Xavi and Iniesta. No, you will be even better than them. Busquets said with a wry smile as he embraced Li Chu. After this battle, he had completely acknowledged Li Chu's abilities. He was simply a defensive version of Iniesta. Dribbling, passing, long shots, he excelled in everything. Li Chu shook his head with a smile. I'm at Real Madrid, you know. Li Chu didn't explicitly say the latter part, but everyone could understand what he meant. Real Madrid and Barcelona were bitter rivals. He couldn't possibly transfer from Real Madrid to Barcelona. Busquets was just tentatively asking and nodded. After Li Chu said goodbye to Busquets and was about to return to the locker room, Messi walked over again. Li, your performance was amazing. Mind swapping jerseys with me? Swapping jerseys represents recognition of each other's strength and a desire to commemorate the other's jersey. But this was Messi. He rarely initiated a jersey swap. Chapter 136. Facing the old club the next day, Li Chu unusually slept until the afternoon. The match against Barcelona had nearly exhausted all of Li Chu's energy, and the excitement after scoring kept him active until the post-match press conference. After returning to Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo insisted that all the players have a dinner together, and he treated them. They didn't return until the early hours of the morning, so he simply slept until the afternoon. Looking outside at the rainy day and feeling that his body hadn't fully recovered, Li Chu decided to skip training. He picked up his phone and saw that there were more than a dozen missed calls, all from his agent, mediocre. Without a second thought, Li Chu immediately called back. Lee, I know you must be exhausted from last night. Cristiano treated you all to a good relaxation. Just as Li Chu wanted to explain that he had indeed relaxed properly, Miliakio's voice continued, but this matter is quite urgent. Many shoe brands want you to endorse them, including international brands like Nike and Adidas, as well as domestic brands like Li Ning and Anta. In short, many brands are looking for you to endorse them. And I think we need to discuss this in person. No problem. I'm free now. Come over. Chapter 137. Beautiful Dr. Lee. You won't hold back against Villarreal, will you? During training, Ronaldo joked. Tomorrow is the match against Villarreal, and they are still training today. Bale went to the team doctor for an examination because he felt discomfort in his thigh after the last match. The team is currently competing on two fronts, and it's easy to feel fatigued, especially after a match against a giant like Barcelona. The body can reach peak exhaustion. This afternoon, Real Madrid also arranged for the team doctor to conduct physical examinations. Although players like Ronaldo have a dedicated team for their checkups, it never hurts to have an extra examination. Don't worry, I'm a professional player now. Giving my all on the field is my professional ethic. Besides, if I don't give my all, they might think I'm not as good as before. Ronaldo laugid e archidi. That is true, but you shouldn't feel so deeply about Villarreal. Your time there is short, just a few matches, unlike my feelings for Manchester United, Li Chu said seriously. No. I have deep feelings for Villarreal. I really like those teammates and my former coach Carlos. Chapter 138. We are here to play away, right? Zidane. This kid Li Chu is too fierce. Too fierce. I'm almost conquered by him. Primo and Zidane are old acquaintances, and as soon as he entered the office, he immediately started making noise. His loud voice drew everyone's attention in the office. Janet's face turned even redder. What kind of talk is that? Zidane clearly knew his old friend's personality and pulled him outside. This is Li Chu's physical examination report. Take a good look at this muscle content. Moreover, it's not just that simple. Compared to when Li Chu first came to Real Madrid, his progress has been astonishing. Both his speed and strength have significantly improved. Have you ever seen this kid in the weights area? Zidane shook his head. Every time he saw Li Chu training, it was always on the field. He had never seen him in the weights area. If running on the field could build strength, weightlifters would be thrilled. So, this guy is simply a Terminator. He's been completely upgraded. Primo buzzed around Zidane for a long time before leaving. Zidane looked at the physical examination report in his hand. After a long time, he still couldn't figure anything out. Chapter 139. Li Chu is still the same. Li Chu Chongyang TV. Chongyang TV. Here is the La Liga match between Villarreal and Real Madrid. We can see that in the center of the ceramic stadium, the referee and players are already prepared. Real Madrid won the choice of sides, and they chose the side with their backs to the sun, while Villarreal got the ball. Real Madrid's starting lineup is goalkeeper Casillas, while Villarreal's starting lineup is goalkeeper Asenjo. The four defenders are Gasper, Jokic, Pina, and Musacchio. The midfielders are de Guzman and Trigueros. The wingers are Gomez and Jonathan. The two forwards are Uche and Dos Santos. They deployed a 442 formation, which was their lineup when Li Chu was not recalled by Real Madrid. Except now it has changed a player. Also because of Li Chu, these two teams are now very friendly, and the atmosphere of the match is very harmonious. It is truly a first for our players from Yin country to have such treatment, directly influencing the relationship between the two teams. Today's match is also Li Chu's first time facing Villarreal since returning to Real Madrid. Chapter 140. Bald Li Chu. After a brief celebration, the match resumed. Dos Santos still chose to pass the ball to the midfield while he and Uche ran forward. Uche, we have to play well. We can't look like we're nothing without Li Chu. That's right. We need to prove ourselves. Let's show Li Chu that we are also outstanding forwards. Uche and Dos Santos clenched their fists. It's not about proving to Li Chu that they are strong without him, but rather that friends can achieve great results even after parting ways. Uche and Dos Santos began to frequently make runs in the front, often finding space. Although many times the midfield couldn't pass the ball immediately, they remained undeterred and continued to position themselves, testing Real Madrid's defensive line. Although they did not create a threat, they made Real Madrid's attack less fierce, forcing them to spend more energy guarding against these two forwards. Uche and Dos Santos' enthusiasm infected all the Villarreal players on the field, making the situation on the pitch look quite even. In the 36th minute of the match, Villarreal finally found an attacking opportunity. Chapter 141. Defeating the Old Master. The second half officially began, and neither Real Madrid nor Villarreal made substitutions. Li Chu and Dos Santos were chatting, and both laughed. Currently, Real Madrid is leading 2-0, with Li Chu contributing a goal and an assist, performing excellently. He also showcased his extraordinary talent again during the match, which he has done several times on the field. Let's look forward to the performances of both sides in the upcoming match. Piwei and Zhang sat comfortably in the studio. This match is almost guaranteed for Real Madrid. We just need to watch Li Chu's performance. Real Madrid had the ball, and after Ronaldo passed it, he immediately returned it to Li Chu. Li Chu received the ball and also passed it back, pulling the entire Real Madrid lineup apart. They showed no signs of retreat and continued to choose offense. After the ball was passed around among the defenders, it returned to Li Chu's feet. Li Chu chose to advance with the ball, and Villarreal's midfielder Trigueros immediately came over to defend. However, he didn't think he could take Li Chu down by himself. He just aimed to delay as much as possible. Trigueros was 2 steps away from Li Chu, waiting for his teammates to surround him. Gomez quickly ran over, forming a double team with Trigueros. Chapter 142 Palace Gift Endorsement. Li. First of all, congratulations on winning this match. Do you have any special feelings for Villarreal? Or, how do your feelings for Villarreal differ from those for Real Madrid? The reporter, wearing a Villarreal team jacket, did not hide his identity and boldly asked Li Chu. After politely expressing his gratitude, Li Chu began to answer the question. Everyone knows that I started my real journey in La Liga with Villarreal. I made my debut here and slowly established my footing, gradually being able to play in La Liga and being recognized by the public. You could say that Villarreal will always be my mother club in my heart. I really enjoy the atmosphere of playing here, and I really like the coaches and players. They have helped me a lot. I will always remember my time at Villarreal. After saying this, the reporters present all applauded. It is said that people from Yin country are very loyal and righteous, and it seems to be true. I believe Villarreal will feel proud of you. After thanking once again, Li Chu left the post-match press conference with Zidane. Chapter 143, the first endorsement. A sky-high price if you have nothing else to do. Let's set off now. Seeing Li Chu nod, Malia Bridge seized the opportunity. So soon? It seems you were well prepared. Are you so sure I will agree? Malia Bridge chuckled. I know you well. You definitely won't refuse such a contract that is all benefits and no harm. Moreover, this is not some personal product that would tarnish your image. Plus, this is the best one I have sorted out from many endorsements. I have to trust my own business skills. After all, I am an experienced agent. Besides, even if you don't agree, you can just tell them to cancel it. Anyway, they're the ones seeking us for endorsements. We have the upper hand. Li Chu love it. This agent knows himself quite well. To be honest, this endorsement is indeed very good. Although Li Chu hadn't heard much about it, the contract offered is substantial. The two tidied up a bit and set off. On the way, halfway through, Malia Bridge suddenly spoke. By the way, I forgot to tell you. There's another female star coming along. She is the Miss World Champion and has also signed a contract with Palace Gift to shoot a cover with you. Li Chu. Look at them, it's like this. Various different coats can highlight different effects, and the feeling given by the belt will also be different. In the first set of photos, we have already experimented with different styles of clothing for you. Similarly, going shirtless is another style. In daily life, there are quite a few such situations. We need to simulate them and take photos for him. Veit spoke eloquently, and Li Chu listened in a daze. It sounded like that. Anyway, since it's just taking off the shirt, it doesn't matter much. Without saying a word, Li Chu took off his shirt, only to meet Polina's gaze. It was filled with admiration and a bit of teasing. The young man has a great figure. I didn't notice it when he was wearing clothes. Li Chu accidentally blushed. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his past, and this life combined, let alone being teased. However, Li Chu's physique was indeed very good. Although he didn't have much overall muscle mass, he was very well proportioned, with a low body fat percentage and a high muscle content. It made Li Chu's figure stand out even more. All right, come over here. We're ready to start shooting. Veit stepped in to ease the situation, signaling the staff to prepare to begin. Chapter 145. Leaps and bounds in the 9th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced off against the bottom-placed Cordoba away. Struggling to avoid relegation, Cordoba clearly lacked the ability to compete with Real Madrid. Currently, Cordoba ranked last in the league and had not won a single match in the previous 8 rounds. They only managed to scrape together 2 draws, earning a precious 2 points. For Cordoba, facing Real Madrid at this time was undoubtedly tragic. However, the head coach seemed to have given up, provocatively challenging Zidane before the match, claiming that all they needed to do was mark Li Chu closely to secure a draw. Zidane, after all, relied on Li Chu to maintain his position as Real Madrid's head coach, and his coaching ability was not outstanding. With Li Chu in the team, he could win a league title at Real Madrid. This, of course, directly angered Zidane, who made Li Chu sit on the bench, restoring Real Madrid to their previous lineup. However, Cordoba was simply too weak, offering no resistance against this Real Madrid. The midfield progression issues exposed by Real Madrid before Li Chu arrived were only a problem against big clubs like Barcelona and Chelsea. Facing Cordoba, Modric and Di Maria had no such issues at all. Chapter 146. A day different from the last. After a day of training, Li Chu returned to his dormitory. After so many matches and day-to-day training, he had accumulated quite a few attribute points. The second round of the Champions League group stage was coming up, and Li Chu was ready to add some attributes again. After all, winning a match would earn him 5 Champions League points, which was quite helpful. In addition, it was also to prepare for the pursuit of the Champions League title. Opening the system panel, the interface was still very familiar. Offensive attributes: speed, 85 shooting, 89 shooting power, 90 shooting accuracy, 85 penalty kicks, 87 long shots, 91 passing and control attributes: short pass, 88 vision, 91 long pass, 90 ball control, 90 free kicks, 85 reactions, 88 defensive attributes: man marking, 85 tackling, 85 heading, 82 sliding tackle, 80 physical attributes: strength, 86 stamina, 90 jumping, 80 skills: Marseille Turn, max level, heavenly leap, max level, falling leaf ball, max level, lifted ball, max level, wild fowl, max level, Kaka's long stride, max level, apprentice learning system, bind master-disciple relationship, both present in the field, mutual understanding, 20 probability of lifted ball hitting the goal frame, 50. Chapter 147. The dominant Eduardo Rey, no Napoli fan, could ever forget Maradona. As the king of football after Pelé, he created a legendary history in Napoli. Napoli, as a small team, had always been hovering on the edge of the league. There were not even any stars in the team, making it impossible for such a team to compete with the giants of Serie A. Every time they faced AC Milan and Inter Milan, they could only suffer humiliating defeats, until they spent a huge sum to buy that man, Maradona. Of course, this almost drained the team's entire budget, and the remaining players in other positions were certainly not strong reinforcements. It was against this backdrop that Maradona leading the team to compete with the giants became even more legendary. Similarly, Maradona here officially became the second football king after Pelé. After Maradona left, the team fell into decline. Although Napoli produced several very good stars, they could not keep them. They only served as a springboard for the giants and remained a mess. Until 2004, Napoli officially announced bankruptcy and was relegated. Napoli completely hit rock bottom. Chapter 148. Iron Barrel Bus Formation. Zinedine Zidane returned to the locker room in a huff and immediately issued a death order. Hit them hard. Don't let Napoli leave the Bernabeu easily. We must win. Seeing Zidane's demeanor, the Real Madrid players guessed what had happened in the pre-match press conference. After all, Eduardo Rey was famously known for his grandiose statements. However, under his coaching, Napoli was indeed quite good, often able to realize Rey's pre-match bravado. Of course, Real Madrid would not easily let this go. They absolutely would not allow Napoli to leave the Bernabeu with their dignity intact. It was not only about winning. It had to be a resounding victory. Nevertheless, Zidane remained very mature. Although he strategically underestimated his opponents, he tactically took Napoli very seriously. Anticipating that Napoli would likely pile up players in midfield, Zidane specifically changed the formation to 4-4-2. He substituted Benzema, forming a 1-2-1 structure in midfield. Li Chu, as the only attacking midfielder, could fully leverage his advantages in attack and also drop back to the penalty area during defensive sweeps. Di Maria and Modric played as two central midfielders, one on the left and one on the right, complementing Li Chu. Chapter 149. Li Chu's performance. Li Chu found himself at a standstill, unsure how to handle the situation. Since he officially entered professional football, he had never encountered a team that solely focused on defense and parked the bus. Simply put, he lacked experience in this regard, especially when he received the ball. The three midfielders from the opposing team immediately pressed up. This made Li Chu feel like he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to exert any strength. Napoli, on their part, was determined not to attack. As soon as they gained possession, they immediately booted the ball forward, not organizing any attacks whatsoever. Eduardo Regia sat on the bench with a relaxed expression, watching the ball fly back and forth in midfield, but unable to penetrate into Napoli's attacking zone. Soon, 30 minutes had passed in the match, and Real Madrid had not created a single effective attacking threat. Zidane paced nervously. Was the entire first half going to be consumed by Napoli like this? Against a park bus formation, the best strategy was to get to the byline and cross, utilizing the center forward's heading ability to bombard the opponent's goal. Real Madrid certainly had good heading abilities, but it was hard to find someone to deliver crosses from the flanks. Bale was more adept at explosive plays during counterattacks, using speed and space to overwhelm opponents. Chapter 150. Cristiano Ronaldo, the referee, pointed to the corner flag, signaling the first corner of the match. Lavezzi was somewhat lucky, based on the original trajectory of the ball. It would have been easily collected by Casillas. Defensive midfielder Blasi took the corner kick himself. This rare attacking opportunity had to be seized. Blasi's corner kick had a nice arc, sailing over Ramos and Pepe, accurately finding Lavezzi at the back. Lavezzi used his physical advantage to shove Marcelo aside and delivered a powerful header. The ball bounced once on the ground and flew past Casillas' fingertips. Lavezzi roared with excitement, sprinting quickly and performing a beautiful sliding knee on the sideline. The green pitch was marked with two prominent lines. 1-1. The Bernabeu was silent. Just 2 minutes earlier, Li Chu had created a goal for Real Madrid using his unparalleled individual skill. Who would have thought it would be equalized now? In terms of quality, it was definitely Li Chu's goal that shone. Dribbling past several defenders and hitting a powerful long shot, he could easily compete for the Puskás award. On the other hand, Lavezzi's goal had a fair bit of luck involved. If Ramos hadn't blocked that shot, it wouldn't have been a corner kick at all. Chapter 151. Both goals conceded 2-1. At the start of the second half, Real Madrid regained the lead through a header from Cristiano Ronaldo, assisted by Li Chu's cross. Cristiano had missed a good chance just 2 minutes earlier, but this time he seized the opportunity. A perfectly executed header. Napoli wouldn't be so lucky this time. Having learned their lesson, Real Madrid would not give Napoli any chances to attack. Most importantly, Real Madrid and Li Chu had found a way to break through Napoli's bus formation. Relying on long-range shots from the midfield and heading ability in the front, they could definitely create many threats. Napoli was in danger. Hiway was excited, his previously worried mood turning relaxed. Eduardo Regia could no longer sit still and stood up to request a substitution. He replaced the left-back Grava with a center forward, changing the overall formation to 3-5-2. There was no choice. Napoli had to strengthen their attack. The fully defensive Real Madrid would not give Lavezzi another chance to hit it lucky. However, Eduardo Regia still chose to place 5 players in midfield to press Real Madrid's midfield. Zidane also made a substitution, bringing on Benzema for Di Maria. Chapter 152. A 4-1 victory this time. Zidane sat down with a smile. He was no longer anxious. He didn't believe that a Napoli side with weak offensive capabilities could score 2 goals in a short amount of time. Sure enough, on the pitch, Napoli struggled to create effective threats. Blasi's long passes were repeatedly headed away by Ramos, who then delivered the ball to Li Chu's feet, initiating one attack after another. Marcelo and Carvajal were also in excellent form, giving Napoli no chance to break through. On the contrary, Real Madrid frequently created threats through the flanks with Cristiano and Bale. Napoli's central defenders simply could not handle this relentless assault. Besides Cristiano, Benzema and Bale also seized several heading opportunities. Unfortunately, luck was always just a bit short, as the ball failed to find the net. Napoli's goalkeeper Zizou also performed heroically, saving several seemingly impossible shots. Li Chu found an opportunity for a long-range shot just outside the penalty area, but unfortunately, in pursuit of the angle, the ball hit the post and flew out of play. Until the 85th minute, the score remained at 3-1. At this moment, Napoli finally seized their only attacking opportunity with Blasi's long pass. Chapter 153. The stubborn Eduardo Regia Cristiano. First of all, congratulations on completing a big victory at home in the Bernabeu. Your Champions League journey has progressed smoothly again. However, we haven't seen you at a post-match press conference for some time. Do you think the rising star Li Chu has stolen your thunder? Looking at the journalist with the Catalan newspaper logo on his chest, Cristiano understood the guy's intention. Cristiano spread his hands, appearing indifferent. Top strikers in the world always have top midfielders feeding them. Messi has Xavi, I have Li Chu. That is very normal. There is no doubt that Li Chu's performance on the field is outstanding, which is very beneficial for our entire team. If we could have more players like Li, I believe Real Madrid's strength would definitely reach new heights. Additionally, I hope you will not incite discord. There are no conflicts in the Real Madrid locker room. After saying this, Cristiano pointed at another reporter. Cristiano has never been polite to media that incite discord. As the face of Real Madrid, he is also very good at handling these issues. Even if there are conflicts in the locker room, that is an internal matter for Real Madrid, and it is not for the media to comment on. Chapter 154, Development of New Tactics After a Normal Match. The coaching staff, like the players, would take a good rest and resume work the next day. However, Zidane called a meeting directly today, and the coaches thought there was some change in the lineup. After hearing Zidane explain the reason, they all fell into deep thought. This is indeed a significant issue. The initial reason for bringing Li Chu back was to solve Real Madrid's weak midfield progression. However, a team's attack cannot rely solely on one person. Otherwise, the weaknesses would be too obvious. The assistant coach spoke up. We specifically brought Li Chu back from Villarreal before the winter break to strengthen Real Madrid's midfield progression, right? If we need to discuss Real Madrid's attack without Li Chu, isn't that the same as before Li Chu came? In simple terms, isn't that what Li Chu is here for? Zidane shook his head and began to explain. It's completely different. If we don't specifically defend against Li Chu or restrict him, then of course, it doesn't matter. Real Madrid plays very well when Li Chu organizes the attack. But in today's match, Napoli sent 3 players to entangle Li Chu, not giving him any chance to organize the attack. Chapter 155. Who can stop Real Madrid's winning streak? Although Marcelo and Cristiano's perfect combination led to a goal, they still couldn't stop Li Chu. In the 36th minute of the training match, Li Chu successfully created space for a pass by continuously evading defenders in the center. A long pass reached B team, forward Elta on the right side. After several training matches, Elta's positioning ability has improved compared to before, as Li Chu's passing always shows him what kind of positioning is correct. After receiving the ball, Elta barely needed to adjust, took a powerful shot, and directly pierced through Casillas' goal. This through ball created an excellent one-on-one opportunity for Elta, which even a forward from Real Madrid's B team could easily convert. With Marcelo and Carvajal both pushing forward, the number of defenders in the backfield was sharply reduced, giving B team such a great opportunity. At this point, the A team and B team were tied 1-1. Again, in the 44th minute of the training match, Li Chu took a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, and the ball flew directly to the bottom left corner of the goal, which was a very precise shot. Even Casillas had no reaction. Eventually, the training match ended with B team completing a comeback, winning 2-1. The A team players were obviously a bit frustrated, especially Marcelo. Chapter 156. A tough battle robbing the rich to help the poor is Valencia's favorite thing to do. Just think about it. Such a fierce coach like Simeone and such an iron-blooded team like Atletico Madrid have stumbled here in Valencia. I don't think Real Madrid is really that much stronger than Atletico. At that time, Atletico didn't pay enough attention to Li Chu. If they had, Li Chu's performance might not have been so good. Exactly, just like Real Madrid's last match against Napoli. Limiting Li Chu to 1 assist and 1 goal was enough to win. No, you upstairs, you must not have watched the post-match interview, right? Cristiano said that Li Chu's performance on the field is far from what the data can reflect. He is the engine of Real Madrid. Come on, look at this match. Valencia is definitely going to crush Real Madrid. Li Chu will definitely be closely marked. Here comes the Excel fan again, who doesn't watch the game but thinks they understand everything just by looking at the data. Even if you look at the data, at least look at advanced metrics, okay? Look at touches, running distance, running range, passing attempts, and success rate. If you check all these, you'll know how strong Li Chu really is. Anyway, I think Valencia can definitely win. Real Madrid has been on a winning streak for too long. They should lose. Chapter 157. Steady as a rock Valencia, Chongyang TV. Chongyang TV. This is the sports channel. This is the sports channel. Real Madrid is hosting Valencia at the Bernabeu. Valencia just took down Atletico Madrid. We're 3rd in La Liga, and they're on a roll. Meanwhile, Real Madrid has been making rapid progress since Li Chu entered the starting lineup. They have not lost. Both teams are in very good form, so let us look forward to their performance today. Real Madrid has lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Casillas. Coach, Zidane. Valencia has also set up in a 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, Diego Alves. Two center backs, Mustafi, Nicolas Otamendi. Left back, Jose Gaya. Right back, Antonio Berrigan. Defensive midfielder, Javi Fuego. Midfielders, Parejo, Carlos Soler. Left winger, DePaul. Right winger, Sofiane Feghali. Striker, Alcacer. Head coach, Nuno. As Iwe announced the starting lineups, the match has already begun. Striker Alcacer kicked off from the center circle and directly passed to midfielder Parejo. Chapter 158. Red. Set Mil Marcelo, facing Berrigan's defense. Chose to pass the ball to Cristiano. Cristiano received the ball and directly charged forward, attracting the defense from the center, then passed the ball to Benzema on his right. Benzema received the ball without hesitation and took a shot. The ball passed through the gap between Valencia's center back and fullback. A very perfect through ball. As a pivot-like striker, Benzema always manages to do this well. Marcelo accurately appeared in that position. A very perfect three-man combination. After stopping the ball, Marcelo slightly adjusted and passed it to Bale with his left foot. Bale's position was excellent, and he chose to shoot directly. Unfortunately, he hit the ball poorly, and it flew into the stands. Bale, frustrated, held his head. He should have scored that goal. It seems he needs to practice shooting more when he returns. Oh, Bale shouldn't have missed this one. If he just hit the right spot, the ball would definitely have gone in. It's really too unfortunate. Such a great opportunity. How could he miss it? He wasted a fantastic assist from Marcelo. I wonder if you noticed Li Chu's positioning just now. Although he didn't directly participate in the attack, he was always in a threatening position. Chapter 159. Big Heart. The success rate of penalty kicks is indeed very high, but it is by no means 100. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, who has a very high penalty conversion rate, cannot guarantee that he will score 100 of the time. In the Champions League semi-finals 2 years ago, Real Madrid faced Bayern Munich, and both Ronaldo and Ramos, along with Kaká, missed penalties, showing that taking a penalty is not as simple as it seems. Especially now, with Real Madrid struggling, missing a penalty would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to morale, while also boosting the confidence of the Bad Army. However, Li Chu did not refuse Ronaldo's goodwill. Ronaldo has always been willing to take penalties, only allowing teammates like Benzema to take them when they are in a scoring drought. By giving Li Chu the opportunity to take the penalty this time, Ronaldo was also returning the favor, as Li Chu had provided him with numerous brilliant passes. Li Chu brought the ball to the penalty spot and carefully placed it on the white mark. Their essay trick to taking set pieces. One should position the valve core at the spot where they plan to kick, which adds more power to the shot. The Valencia goalkeeper stood on the goal line, arms wide open, flapping like a hen trying to protect its nest, constantly talking trash. In Chapter 160, easily defeating the Bad Army, the fans in the bullet screen were all excited. Initially, scoring a penalty seemed unremarkable, and only the home fans and neutral fans would feel any excitement. However, Li Chu's penalty turned out to be quite thrilling. He scored, breaking Valencia's turtle formation, and with Valencia reduced to 10 men, they were left with no chance. After taking the lead, Ronaldo, Bale, and Benzema played even more freely, no longer as anxious as before. In the first half stoppage time, Benzema received a brilliant long pass from Li Chu and headed the ball, which was saved by the Valencia goalkeeper, but Ronaldo quickly pounced on the rebound to make it 2-0. The second half was essentially garbage time. After the break, Zidane substituted J. Rodriguez for Bale and Isco for Modric. Even so, Real Madrid's attacking power did not diminish. Li Chu won the second ball at the edge of the penalty area. Instead of shooting himself, he made a brilliant through ball for Ronaldo. Ronaldo unleashed a powerful left foot shot into the far corner of the net, making it 3-0. This was Li Chu's way of repaying Ronaldo for his earlier gesture of allowing him to take the penalty. In Chapter 161, Underhanded Tricks, due to the previous match where Coach Zidane rotated the squad, Li Chu did not get the chance to play. Although he was eager to compete, he did not dare to confront the coach. Therefore, in this match, Li Chu was determined to secure the precious 5 points, so he could draw for powerful skills, regardless of Chelsea or Mourinho. On the day of the Champions League match, Li Chu arrived at the stadium early from his dormitory. He initially intended to go directly to the locker room to change and warm up, but noticed a group of Asian fans with black hair and white skin waiting. Upon seeing Li Chu, they all raised their small national flags and cheered, "Li Chu, the national fans support you." Li Chu was delighted to see fans from his country supporting him at the Bernabeu, so he walked over to sign autographs and took pictures with them. His handwriting was average, as he had become famous too quickly to practice, but this made it harder for others to imitate. While he was signing, he suddenly saw a 5-star red flag in front of him and quickly put away his pen. You can't do that. You can sign anywhere, but you can't write on the national flag, okay? And remember to take your small flags with you after the game. Don't leave them on the field for others to step on. In Chapter 162, Li Chu surrounded by 3. The Costa Rican goalkeeper had no shortcomings aside from aerial balls and distribution, especially with solid fundamentals, never showing any signs of butterfingers during matches. This was also the reason Real Madrid felt confident about keeping their goals safe after the absence of top defenders Ramos and Pepe. Zidane chose to start Arbeloa, who was practically a fringe player, as right back because Carvajal had some discomfort in his hamstring before the match. Nacho, being versatile, was kept on the bench for flexibility. On the left side, Marcelo was unmovable, having developed chemistry with Ronaldo, and this match would test Chelsea's Ivanovic on the right. The midfield was led by Li Chu, Modric, and J. Rodriguez. The 3 forwards from left to right were Ronaldo, Benzema, and Isco. Compared to the last match, half of the personnel had changed. Chelsea also made similar changes, replacing their goalkeeper and forward with adjustments in midfield and defense, putting Terry and Cahill together, with Spanish player Azpilicueta as left back. In front of them was Matic, a Serbian player Mourinho had poached from Benfica, who replaced Ramirez. In Chapter 163, foul play, just after Li Chu had evaded Matic. The Serbian pulled him down. Matic knew that if 3 players couldn't stop Li Chu, allowing him to pass would be very dangerous. So he had to foul to stop the play. The referee's whistle blew, and Matic received the first yellow card of the match for tactical fouling. Matic's early yellow card was quite unfavorable for him as a defensive midfielder, especially since it hadn't even been 5 minutes yet. Hiway expressed concern for Matic, but his tone was actually quite cheerful. Coach Schur beside him struggled to say anything, just as he mentioned the lack of chemistry between Li Chu and J. Rodriguez. If Li Chu kept dribbling, he could easily lose possession. Li Chu unexpectedly used impressive skill to slip through a very narrow gap between 3 Chelsea players. The ball seemed to have a life of its own as it perfectly maneuvered around 6 long legs. Just like Hiway's mood, the bullet screen was also filled with joy. Li Chu's moves were so agile that it reminded me of Ronaldinho. In Chapter 164, returning the favor in the studio, Hiway saw that Li Chu was fine and had already gotten up with the treatment from the team doctor. So he happily said, "It seems Li Chu is okay." That last save was really spectacular, even more thrilling than many goals. I think this moment has to be included in this week's Champions League highlights. The bullet screen was flooded with comments. Tears streaming down my face. Li Chu is so dedicated. If only the national team players fought as hard as him. Even if they lost to Vietnam, I wouldn't criticize them. In this match, Real Madrid's defense was insufficient, with Varane only able to play a supporting role and not as the main defender, to the point where Li Chu had to come back to save the situation. I'm in tears. I was only watching because Li Chu is from my country, but now I've become a fan. After watching Yin Gua football for 30 years, I finally feel that the national pig has hope. Come on, don't harm Li Chu anymore. I think it's better for him to play comfortably at Real Madrid than to join the national pig, flying back and forth and ruining his form. Isn't the case of Yang Chung enough of a warning? After a brief treatment, the main referee resumed the match, and now it's Chelsea's turn to take the corner kick. Fabregas brought the ball to the corner area. Chapter 165, substituting Ramirez and questioning life from breaking the ball to various passes, and then to a decisive lob after dribbling past the defender. The entire process flowed like water, giving a sense of the beauty of football as an art form, akin to a fine piece of artwork. However, football is football. No matter how brilliant, it means nothing if it doesn't go in. Chelsea organized an attack. This time they were calm, patiently passing the ball in the backfield before sending it to Egypt's Messi, Salah. I don't know if Salah was inspired by Li Chu's recent performance, but he seemed eager to show off at the Bernabeu. Facing Marcelo's defense, he made a feint and then accelerated past him from the outside. Marcelo, known for his strong attacking but weak defending, was further hindered as Ronaldo rarely helps the right back with defense. In a moment, Salah had gotten past Marcelo, but Marcelo wasn't slow, turning to chase and entangle with Salah. Salah used a change of pace to deceive Marcelo into shifting his weight before directly crossing from the byline. Indeed, in this match, Mourinho's choice to field the Egyptian pharaoh reflected his consideration of the outstanding form displayed in training, which is why the informed Willian was benched. Although the cross was cleared by Cointreau, Zidane on the sidelines couldn't help but look a bit worried. Chapter 166. Astonishing skills, however, Li Chu was unlucky in this match. His shot hit the post and bounced out. Benzema charged in, but his poke shot was blocked by Terry, who threw himself in front. The iron-blooded Blues are not to be underestimated, and ultimately, the ball was collected by Courtois. On the other side, Ramirez, who had run half the pitch, stood on the field in disarray, wondering what position this Yangua kid was actually playing. Why was he running all over the place? 2 posts. Li Chu's goal luck wasn't good today. In the studio, Huey couldn't help but lament. After a long silence, Coach Schur said quietly, "Fun fact, actually hitting the goal frame and the post doesn't count as hitting the goal area. It's considered a miss." Huey didn't say anything. The comments exploded. "Hearing you speak is better than a lecture. Well said, but don't say it next time." Truly, he's the Kong EG of football. Who wants to hear him share fun facts? During the recent positional change, Li Chu suddenly spotted someone he could take advantage of. On Chelsea's right flank were Sulla and Ivanovic. Ivanovic, known for his corridor, had performed phenomenally this season and was naturally a world-class right-back at this point. Chapter 167. Suppression. While everyone was raving about Li Chu, there was still a discordant voice in the studio. This goal actually had a bit of luck. It seems the wind on the pitch is a bit strong tonight. Otherwise, the ball's trajectory wouldn't have been so strange, Coach Schur said, appearing objective. Yes, there is indeed some luck involved, but that's what makes football exciting, just like Ronaldinho's lob against England in 2002, surprising everyone. Such goals are more thrilling. Huey didn't dare to refute, only quietly raise an example of Ronaldinho's free kick against Schmeichel. Damn it, Coach Schur is the only one awake among the drunk crowd. Did Li Chu offend him somewhere? Li Chu had already offended these people by refusing to call up for the national games. Is it over? Will we not see Li Chu leading the national pig to victory anymore? Fun fact, because the leadership of the Pig Association is made up of institutional members, they are more eager to achieve results during their tenure, appearing short-sighted. Even if the previous measures were good, they would oppose them because they don't count as their achievements. Thus, players with Li Chu's character being suppressed by the Pig Association is quite normal. ISNT Coach Schur going to coach the women's football team? This is his declaration of loyalty. Chapter 168. Equalizing. Only Kaka matches well with Li Chu. However, although Li Chu did not choose to retain Hazard's dribbling skills, he gained a deeper understanding of them. If you blindly press, you just give the Belgian a chance to showcase his skills. Arbeloa is a versatile player in the backline. He originally played as a right back, and after returning to Real Madrid, he played as a center back. However, he couldn't compete, and Ramos went to play left back. Then Marcelo emerged, and he became a substitute. His strength lies in stable defense, but he lacks in attack. Today, Zidane used him as a right back again, which was a last resort, but Arbeloa really hadn't played that position for a long time. When he saw Hazard coming, he didn't rush to press, instead opting to retreat strategically, which was wise because such skilled dribblers with low centers of gravity and quick footwork could easily get past you if you closed in. However, Arbeloa is older now. His speed was never great, and now he moved like a turtle. Before the match, Mourinho conducted a detailed analysis of his former favorite players' characteristics. Chapter 169. Doubt, however. Navas's arms were a bit short. Despite exerting all his strength, he touched the ball, but it deflected off the post and bounced into the net. Not long after Real Madrid scored, Chelsea quickly equalized through a free kick, which dealt a blow to Real Madrid's morale. Ronaldo quickly applauded, encouraging his teammates, and said to Li Chu, "Make sure to pass to me more later." It's not that Li Chu didn't want to. The key issue was that Mourinho knew Ronaldo very well. If Ronaldo didn't perform exceptionally today, he would definitely be heavily marked. Every time you see Ronaldo, he is like a sandwich caught between 2 defenders, making it impossible to find him. However, since Ronaldo said so, Li Chu nodded in agreement, indicating he would look for opportunities. Restarting the match from the center, Li Chu and Modric patiently passed the ball in midfield, searching for chances. Ronaldo liked to make sudden runs behind the defenders, but Chelsea's defense today was very familiar with Ronaldo's characteristics, successfully catching him offside multiple times. By the end of the first half, Ronaldo had already been flagged offside 4 times. Chapter 170. Slap in the face. Azpilicueta was eager to make up for his earlier mistake and recovered the ball from the side. Just as Azpilicueta was about to make a tackle, Li Chu lifted his leg to shoot. Seeing this, Azpilicueta immediately slid in to block. But Li Chu deftly flicked the ball, pulled it back, and took another step forward, preparing to shoot again. Cahill came over to fill in, ready to dive and block the shot. But Li Chu once again made a quick move, getting past Cahill, and at this moment, Li Chu relied on the same action, carrying the ball from outside the penalty area all the way to the edge of the small box. This time, he swung his thigh and struck the ball hard. At this point, Courtois had already covered the near post, confident that Li Chu had no angle to shoot. Terry saw Cahill get beaten and didn't come over to stop Li Chu. Instead, he positioned himself to block a potential pass across the goal. After all, from Terry's perspective, the angle for the shot was already very small, and a pass across the goal would be a better option than a shot from a tight angle. However, Li Chu was indeed shooting this time. The shot was powerful and hurtled toward the upper corner of the goal. Courtois, initially confident about saving the ball, was taken aback by the immense power of the shot, which even created a gust of wind that stung his face. Chapter 171. Tactical change. Finally, it was halftime, and Li Chu returned to the locker room with his teammates. Although the first half had moments of being somewhat passive with several close calls in front of goal, the final outcome was still good. Zidane felt that in the next match, they would definitely go all out considering there were still a few cards left to play. For example, German international Skirl and Brazilian international Willian were both waiting on the bench. It's known that when necessary, Mourinho would set up a formation with 7 defenders, even having Eto'o play as a wing-back to limit Messi, or he could deploy 5 or even 6 forwards in a desperate bid. In the second half, let's slow down the pace a bit, don't press too high. Everyone stay focused. Zidane didn't say much, as every player in Real Madrid was an internationally renowned star. Ultimately, the head coach's role was more about management. For a prestigious club, tactics weren't the most critical aspect. The key was to ensure that the star players on the pitch felt comfortable, keeping everyone satisfied and maintaining a harmonious atmosphere in the locker room. If it were Mourinho, he might say, even though we're leading by 1 goal, everyone needs to stay alert. Don't make me throw bottles from the bench. Chapter 172. Divine goals. However, since Ivanovic wouldn't push up, Marcelo's support could only result in a single crossing path, while Ramirez would cover the flanks to prevent Cristiano Ronaldo from cutting inside to shoot. Meanwhile, Matic would also enter the penalty area to help the team create a height advantage. Even with Benzema and Ronaldo's agile movements, they couldn't find good opportunities against such a strong central defense. Conversely, Chelsea's left flank was thriving. In the second half, Arbeloa's stamina was noticeably lower than in the first half, and he struggled against Hazard's breakthroughs, frequently needing teammates to cover for him. Azpilicueta would also come up to assist, further exhausting Arbeloa. Zidane noticed the situation on the field wasn't optimistic and shouted at Isco to come back and help Arbeloa defend. However, Isco was also a player with strong attacking but weak defensive skills, so his return wasn't very effective, leaving the front line 1 player short and increasing the defensive pressure. Thus, Li Chu also moved to the left flank to help with defense. This left the right and middle somewhat vacant, but Ivanovic remained cautious and didn't push up, making the right side seem less dangerous. Chapter 173. Retaliation. The 2 central defenders of Real Madrid were struggling. At this point, Diego Costa was at the peak of his career. He was physically robust, and even central defenders found it hard to contend with him. Moreover, he played dirty and was quite cunning. Therefore, Varane and Cointreau had to rely on both strength and intelligence to deal with Costa. In the end, Li Chu had no choice but to retreat and help his 2 defenders with defense, which moved him further away from the attacking zone, making it difficult for Modric alone to support the forward line. Chelsea's corner kick was approaching, and Varane and Cointreau were on high alert. Although Chelsea had several heading specialists, such as Terry, they were most wary of Diego Costa. Even though Costa's heading ability wasn't as strong as Terry's in corner situations, Li Chu instructed them to cover other players while he took on Costa. Li Chu maneuvered in front of Costa, using his body to block him from getting ahead. Costa showed no signs of being affected. Instead, he draped his arms over Li Chu's shoulders. Chapter 174. A bold move just moments after De Bruyne's stunning pass showcased the beauty of passing. Li Chu responded within 5 minutes. The arc of this ball might not have appeared as impressive as De Bruyne's, but its weirdness surpassed it, causing both Ivanovic and Courtois to misjudge it completely. The reason Ronaldo didn't misjudge was that the ball dropped right in front of him as he sprinted into position. At that spot, it felt wrong not to take a shot. He was ecstatic. Ronaldo, excitedly ran to the corner area to interact with the fans, then turned and waved to Li Chu to come over and celebrate together. This match was simply thrilling. Even neutral fans would feel it was worth watching, with various spectacular goals that could each make the top 10 goals of the week and even be contenders for the Puskas Award. He waited and held back any compliments and praised the game extensively. The fans in the comments echoed this sentiment. Of course, they also didn't forget to criticize various experts. According to some opinions, Li Chu's goal must have been a fluke, relying purely on Ronaldo's exquisite shooting skills. Chapter 175. An eye for an eye. Having a fighting spirit and a strong desire to win on the field is a great thing, but resorting to dirty tactics is frowned upon. Diego Costa is viewed as an angel by home fans and a devil by away fans, a contradictory combination. As long as he can help the team win, he will go to any lengths. Today, Real Madrid's two central defenders were not known for their physical strength, while Diego Costa was a remarkably strong forward. He particularly enjoyed seeking out confrontations, even in ball-carrying attacks. He was accustomed to using his body to lean against defenders to find shooting angles. When he didn't have the ball, he would constantly harass the player in possession. For his opponents, Diego Costa was genuinely irritating. At this moment, he was right next to Li Chu, continuously bothering him. Everyone knew that the connection between Real Madrid's midfield and defense primarily relied on Li Chu. Due to Li Chu's antics, he deliberately retreated to the defensive line, making it impossible for Ramirez to move forward, so the task of disturbing the backfield naturally fell to Diego Costa. Chapter 176. A battle of wits and courage. It wasn't until the referee signaled that Diego Costa could re-enter the match, and the latter quickly ran towards Li Chu's area. That Li Chu stopped this game. However, he still intentionally waited until Diego Costa was just 2 positions away from being able to make a tackle before passing the ball. With such a large frame, he was so fragile that even if he bumped into me, he could knock himself out. After passing the ball, Li Chu intentionally teased Diego Costa, saying, "Kid, are you looking for death?" Diego Costa, who already looked quite fierce, struck a pose and spoke in a tone that made him look like a menacing brute. But Li Chu couldn't help but think of the bulldog from Tom and Jerry and wanted to laugh. Diego Costa was confused, wondering what was so funny. He touched his face, looking for something, but it seemed there was nothing there. Chelsea replaced both of their regular fullbacks, but instead of using the newly acquired Cuadrado, they put on Willian and Skirl as wingbacks. This led to some defensive issues on both flanks. Although the two players were fresh after just coming onto the field, their defensive positioning and skills couldn't compare to the regular fullbacks. Chapter 177. A stroke of genius. It can be said that Mourinho knows this team very well, and likewise, this team is also very familiar with Mourinho. Regarding this phenomenon, he explained in the studio, "It's clear that Real Madrid's players understand Chelsea's coach very well, knowing that taking a corner kick in their penalty area actually gives Mourinho's team a chance for a quick counterattack." In the season when Mourinho won the championship with Real Madrid, they scored dozens of goals by counterattacking from opponents' corner kicks. So obviously, Real Madrid did not want to give their former coach such a good opportunity in the final stages of the match. As he said, Real Madrid's players didn't want to enter the penalty area at all, but the corner kicks still had to be taken, and Chelsea's players were fully focused. They estimated that with so few Real Madrid players in the box, Li Chu, who was taking the corner, might choose a tactical corner, bringing the ball back to the corner area to waste time. So they wanted to intercept early after Li Chu took the tactical corner. They must not allow Real Madrid to have an infinite cycle of corner kicks and throw-ins. The reason for bringing the ball to the corner area to waste time is that during the scramble for possession, defenders can accidentally kick the ball out of bounds, thus wasting a lot of time repeatedly. Chapter 178. Post-match, how do you feel about winning the Best Player award? It's great, and I want to continue enjoying it in the future. Li Chu's straightforward and direct answer drew laughter from those around him. It is said that after seeing your stunning performance, Chelsea wants to recruit you. What do you think about that? I'll just watch. After making a small joke, Li Chu then asked the attractive blonde female reporter, "Would you choose to bask in the sunny beaches of Madrid or feed pigeons in the rainy London Square?" Although Li Chu didn't answer directly, he seemed to know something. However, he still left a hint that if he were to transfer to a London team, he could say he likes feeding pigeons in the London Square. This kind of response shows high emotional intelligence. It's better to be cautious. If he were to belittle another team and then end up transferring there, it would be awkward. After completing the interview, Li Chu entered the locker room, only to be ambushed by his teammates with champagne, spraying it all over his head and face. Marcelo showed off and directly poured champagne all over the table in the middle, then lunged forward, looking like a sea lion surfing. Chapter 179. Passive Skills. After the match against Chelsea, Li Chu's phenomenal performance sparked a media frenzy. According to incomplete statistics, there were hundreds of thousands of articles and comments cursing the Football Association on media platforms in Yin country every day. No matter how much they deleted, it was never enough. Meanwhile, the calls for Li Chu to join the national team were growing louder. However, there were also some dissenting voices, mainly divided into three categories. First, youthful brilliance can fade. Li Chu is still under 20, and at his age, many players have performed well, such as past golden boys like Pato, Balotelli, and others, who haven't developed well. Don't overhype it. Second, one outstanding match is not significant. Li Chu is currently an unknown player, so other teams do not pay much attention to his defense, and their research on him is insufficient. Many players perform exceptionally well one season, only to fade into obscurity the next because they have been thoroughly studied by other teams. Third, Li Chu's good performance is because he benefits from playing alongside famous stars like Ronaldo and Benzema, who draw attention away, giving him more space to perform. Once other teams start to focus more on him, his performance may not be as outstanding. Chapter 180. A magical schedule. However, J. Rodriguez, wearing the number 10 jersey, came on as a substitute in this match but failed to score, and after missing brilliant passes from Benzema and Li Chu, he wasn't in a good mood and ignored reporters. Later, reporters stopped Li Chu. In this 2-0 victory match, Li Chu contributed 1 assist and 1 goal, once again being named MVP. When asked by reporters, Li Chu mysteriously replied, "Guess?" The reporters were helpless. Real Madrid winning was not news anymore. Li Chu's outstanding performance was also not news. Fans needed new stimuli to keep their media flowing and their newspapers selling more. But Li Chu and J. Rodriguez did not respond. The media had to come up with their own tricks. The Sun, Li Chu and J. Rodriguez partied by the pool. Juanita was also there. They released pictures of J. Rodriguez, Li Chu, and others, all wearing only swim trunks, showing off their muscular bodies. Although Li Chu still looked a bit thin as he was still growing. Juanita was also in the corner wearing a bikini, holding a beer bottle with a bright smile. Seeing this report, Li Chu was speechless. The media really went to great lengths to attract traffic. In fact, that day Li Chu only went to J. Rodriguez's house to hang out for a bit, played a few rounds of FIFA, and didn't even eat any barbecue. Chapter 181. Rough or iron-blooded. If you think playing in the Yen Super League is tough, just consider playing in a domestic league like it's the Champions League. In this match, Real Madrid had a full squad, with a front line consisting of Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, and Bale. Of course, Bale played on the right flank, but his most powerful position is actually on the left, where Cristiano Ronaldo plays, so he had to step back and make way for him. There was a time when Benitez wanted to replace Ronaldo with Bale, but in the end, he left. It has been proven that Ronaldo is indeed stronger than Bale. In the midfield, Modric and Li Chu remained unchanged, while the other spot was taken by Toni Kroos. Toni Kroos came from Bayern Munich's youth academy and was teased by fans when he first emerged, as his name is a combination of two football giants, the Italian Toni and the German striker Klose. However, despite his name being derived from two forwards, Kroos is a true midfield master. During pre-match training, Kroos, Li Chu, and Modric formed a very good chemistry, which made Zidane confident in deploying this midfield. Chapter 182. Fearless Li Chu. At this moment in training, the tacit understanding among the players gradually revealed itself. After receiving the ball, Li Chu, facing the left side of the field, suddenly passed to the right, sending the ball to Carvajal, who had made a run from the flank. No la pass. This rendered the pressing attempts of several Atletico Madrid players useless. However, the Atletico Madrid wide players soon rushed toward Carvajal, who is usually known for his dribbling skills. But he did not attempt to take on the opponent. Instead, he quickly passed the ball back to Li Chu. Upon receiving the ball, Li Chu did not stop it, but directly passed to Modric. Modric also made a quick pass to Toni Kroos. Kroos then passed to Benzema, and this route resembled a shoelace, zigzagging upwards into the attacking area. However, there was no one to pass to in front, as Ronaldo was tightly marked on the flank. Benzema controlled the ball, turned, and held off the approaching James, then gently played the ball back. At this point, Li Chu had already made a run from behind, ready to glide past James. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in like a gust of wind. executing a flying tackle that took both the ball and Li Chu down to the ground. Chapter 183. Falling behind, seeing that Li Chu was about to break through. If no action was taken to prevent him from approaching the danger zone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Uruguay's Diego Godin came up to cover. Although he was South American, Godin was known for his defensive skills and precise positioning. As Li Chu was about to break through, he saw a tall figure of 187 meters blocking his path, positioned perfectly to intercept his pass to Benzema. While dribbling quickly, Li Chu executed 2 quick stepovers and suddenly made an outside-of-the-foot pass. Godin was faked out and did not react in time, allowing Li Chu's pass to curve around him. Benzema was ready to receive the ball when he noticed the right back quickly closing in on him, so he flicked the ball with his heel. At this moment, Li Chu also surged forward, effectively setting himself up for a shot, and he took aim. This was a powerful shot. The ball flew like a cannonball straight toward the top right corner of the goal. At that moment, a figure leaped into the air, using one hand to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. Oblak. He saved Atletico Madrid. Li Chu sighed deeply. It must be said that that shot was already quite precise. Chapter 184. Adversity world-class goal. Griezmann's goal. It must be said that today, luck does not seem to be on Real Madrid's side. Just moments ago, Li Chu's header hit the post but bounced into Oblak's arms, while Griezmann's shot also hit the post but went into the net. Griezmann's choice to shoot seemed quite forced, and after scoring, he held his head in disbelief. Zidane on the sidelines was also speechless. His French compatriot had just scored an unbelievable goal. This shot was too difficult. How did it go in? If Griezmann were to take that shot 100 times, he probably wouldn't score more than a few times, especially from at least 35 meters out. Upon seeing Griezmann score, Simeone immediately roared on the sidelines, passionately celebrating the goal. He even made a mocking gesture towards Real Madrid's bench, which caused discontent among the Real Madrid players, prompting the referee to intervene. Although they had conceded a goal, the Real Madrid players remained calm. In their long professional careers, they had faced setbacks before. While Simeone celebrated the goal, it did not delay his tactical arrangements. After taking the lead, Atletico Madrid immediately fell back. Chapter 185. Reading the game at this point, with no time left until halftime. Even if the coach had any tactical intentions, they could not be communicated effectively from the sidelines, so the players on the field had to adjust themselves. Li Chu, holding the ball, moved forward at a very slow pace, which puzzled Modric. He signaled for Li Chu to pass the ball, but Li Chu made a gesture to wait a moment. Li Chu, holding the ball in midfield, did not rush forward, but instead occasionally stopped to observe, leaving others unsure of his intentions. However, this waste of time was certainly something Atletico Madrid wanted to see, with only a few minutes left in the first half. If Real Madrid could score a goal, the second half would be much better. After some thought, Li Chu summarized that after falling behind, Real Madrid's best chance came from a scramble in the box with Benzema, where he narrowly missed the post. This opportunity arose from a corner kick. So, Li Chu had sorted out his thoughts. Set pieces are also an excellent means of breaking through tight defenses. Taking a set piece is better than crossing. Additionally, a close-range free kick is also quite threatening. Both Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale are known for their dangerous free kick skills. Chapter 186. The horn of counterattack blows. Li Chu's pass was quick and urgent. Oblak dared not come out to claim it. He could only hope that his defenders would clear the ball before Cristiano Ronaldo could reach it. Moreover, his current position was not ideal. Li Chu was on the left side of Atletico Madrid's defense. Oblak needed to defend the near post, so he positioned himself slightly to the left. Li Chu struck the ball with a curve, aiming for the far corner, meaning Oblak had to take a few steps to return to the center of the goal. At this moment, Diego Godin immediately marked Ronaldo tightly. When Ronaldo tried to make a forward run, Godin placed an arm on Ronaldo's shoulder, preventing him from accelerating. As the ball flew over, Ronaldo made a desperate leap. However, with a player on his back, Ronaldo couldn't fully leap and only managed to jump a little higher, as the ball grazed his scalp and flew past. Initially, everyone thought the opportunity was lost, but something unexpected happened. The ball, not having been touched by Ronaldo, still headed towards the goal. Oblak saw the ball curve towards the goal after spinning and quickly leaped into the air, extending his right hand vigorously, trying to push the ball out of the net. Chapter 187. Please be human under siege. Atletico Madrid not only failed to create any good opportunities, but was instead caught off guard by Real Madrid, who capitalized on a few counterattacks. Just moments ago, Benzema took a shot, which was miraculously saved by Oblak. Although Oblak conceded an own goal during stoppage time in the first half, his overall performance was still quite impressive. Without him, Atletico Madrid would have been thoroughly beaten. Li Chu arrived at the corner area, ready to take the corner kick. He stepped back quite a distance to create a larger curve on the ball. However, just as he was about to kick the ball, he was struck on the forehead by an object thrown from the stands. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and when he touched it, he found a cut with blood seeping out. The situation on the field descended into chaos. Real Madrid players rushed over to condemn Atletico Madrid fans for throwing objects, and the team doctor came to check Li Chu's injury. At that moment, a long-lost system notification echoed in Li Chu's mind. Random task triggered. If the host scores a goal with the injured head in this match, a skill gift package will be awarded. Note, the closer the injury is to the scoring point, the higher the skill level obtained. Chapter 188. Please Be Human. Part 2. Real Madrid was preparing to shoot, while Atletico Madrid was trying to block. Various players were kicking at the ball, which bounced around without knowing how many feet had touched it. Li Chu was not particularly skilled at heading the ball and had not had the opportunity to do so previously. During the scramble in the penalty area, he felt anxious and unable to exert himself, as there were too many players and he couldn't see where the ball was. Unexpectedly, the ball bounced right in front of him, just at the edge of the small box, while others rushed towards the center of the large box to contest possession. For Li Chu, a simple sliding shot would send the ball towards the goal. However, doing so wouldn't earn him the gift package. Merely scoring wasn't enough. In a moment of inspiration, Li Chu darted forward and executed a low dive. He risked getting dirty, using his head, specifically the part that had just been cut by a lighter thrown from a height, to strike the ball. Oblak was initially planning to come out and collect the ball when Ramos and Godin challenged for it, but he didn't expect the ball to be redirected away from him, instead heading towards the center of the large box. Chapter 189. Post-match remarks after checking the rewards. Li Chu initially wanted to test out the mysterious dribbling skill in the subsequent matches, but seeing the furious expressions of Atletico Madrid players made him reconsider. He felt it was better to wait until another match, fearing that if he used it, the opposition might retaliate with a kick. This mysterious dribbling skill was indeed very mysterious. In the following match, Real Madrid would certainly not attack, just passing the ball around at the back. All players retreated, and Atletico Madrid players, now very frustrated, were exhausting themselves in pursuit, yet they had little opportunity against Atletico's skilled short passing. The match ended with Real Madrid defeating Atletico Madrid 4-2, gaining an advantage in the Copa del Rey. After the match, Li Chu naturally became the focal point. Not only did he suffer a cut on his head from a metal lighter thrown by Atletico Madrid fans, but he also scored a goal with a rather awkward header, helping Real Madrid extend their lead. This was a newsworthy highlight for the media. It must be said that both domestic and international media adored Li Chu. There were simply too many news stories surrounding him. Chapter 190. Again, Atletico Madrid, all right, I'll listen to you, boss. Zidane was not like a lofty manager in the team, but more like a caring older brother. Li Chu felt fortunate to encounter such a coach during this period. If it had been Ferguson, he would likely have kicked Li Chu out of the office for speaking like that. Training day. Numerous media and fans from Yin country gathered outside the Real Madrid training ground. As Li Chu's performance at Real Madrid improved, more and more Yin country media appeared in Madrid. In fact, there were many international students and Yin nationals living in Spain who came to watch the matches. That day, at Atletico Madrid's home ground, there was an area completely covered in red, creating quite a stir. You've become famous quickly, much faster than I did back in the day. At this rate, you have a good chance for the next Golden Boy Award, Cristiano Ronaldo joked during training, while the outside world labeled Ronaldo as a tyrannical president. In reality, he was quite caring toward young players in the team. The Golden Boy Award had just been announced last month, with England's Sterling from Liverpool winning it. Chapter 191. Points of interest. The media's instinct for news is always very sharp, sensing that there could be significant news emerging from this match. Of course, they also noticed that many scouts from top clubs were appearing at the Bernabeu Stadium. Li Chu's contract was no secret, although it still had a long time before expiration. His salary was relatively low. This provided ample room for major clubs to maneuver. Li Chu was from Yin country, representing a vast market. Especially since Li Chu had considerable talent, how could he not attract the interest of top clubs? Manchester United's president, Ed Woodward, expressed interest in Li Chu. With Simeone suspended due to a red card, Atletico Madrid was led by his assistant, Herman Burgos, for the Copa del Rey match. And this match would also apply to La Liga. Herman Burgos was no ordinary figure. He was also Argentine and played as a goalkeeper during his career. Known for his stubborn personality and rough style, he was nicknamed Monkey. Besides being a professional player and now a coach, he was also the lead singer of a band. If Simeone had a fiery temperament, then his assistant Herman Burgos was even more intense. During Mourinho's time at Real Madrid, he often clashed with Mourinho and was no stranger to red cards, as common as drinking water. Chapter 192. Teasing, but Gabby had to admit that the young Real Madrid player Li Chu was quite a character. If Gabby follows Li Chu, it might not be a good idea, as he would always be outmaneuvered by Li Chu. However, Li Chu would advance and retreat, skillfully bringing the ball directly behind Real Madrid's defense. If Gabby dared to follow, he would immediately be caught out by Li Chu's clever pass behind him, specifically targeting the space he left open. If he didn't follow, Li Chu would tease him by dribbling in front of him. This made Gabby feel that this young player from Yin country was a bit cheeky, easily provoking a desire to confront him. While others dribble to break through defenses and create danger, Li Chu's dribbling is more about teasing and playing mind games. In the last match, Gabby received a yellow card, and now seeing Li Chu dribbling, the little fire in his heart was ignited. After gaining possession, Real Madrid did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, under coach Zidane's instructions, they first passed the ball to Li Chu to organize the attack. It sounds unbelievable, but this is indeed the current situation in Real Madrid's midfield. On one hand, Zidane dares to use players and implement such bold tactics, and on the other hand, Li Chu is also in a good form. In Chapter 193, Ronaldo at the back post directly fired a powerful left-foot shot into the near corner, and Oblak was powerless to stop it, only able to watch the ball go in. 1 o'clock. The Real Madrid fans, who had just needed Li Chu, quickly changed their stance, and the chant for Li Chu rang out in the stands. The long pass he made was truly spectacular and precise, as if it had eyes, perfectly sailing over the heads of Atletico Madrid players and allowing Bale to receive it comfortably. Of course, this was a fantastic team goal, with Li Chu's pass being exquisite. And Bale did not selfishly go for glory, but passed it timely, while Benzema's clever touch was the finishing touch. Finally, Ronaldo's powerful shot was a delight to watch. Brilliant, precise, a great team collaboration, and Li Chu's pass was as precise as a scalpel. Each one in the studio praised Li Chu to the skies. Ha! Classic Li Chu-style face slap. The guy who just said he was falling asleep. Are you awake now? Damn, I missed it. I just thought the ball was being passed around and went to the restroom, and when I came back it was already 1 o'clock. On the sidelines, Herman Burgos began to lose his temper. In Chapter 194, after gaining this passive skill, Li Chu's vision greatly expanded. Even if players quickly surged behind him, Li Chu could still be aware of it. This was also the key reason why he managed to make various passes in midfield today. Facing so many Atletico Madrid defenders' relentless pressing without a single mistake. He knew when defenders were closing in from behind, and he also knew where his teammates were running. As long as the ball reached Li Chu's feet, it was stable. It looked ordinary, without any special moves. But the trio in midfield, led by Li Chu, could toy with the 5 Atletico Madrid players in the front line, leaving them confused. At this point, Atletico Madrid realized they couldn't win the ball from Li Chu, Modric, and Toni Kroos, and began to doubt their life choices. Some players even became impatient and negative, feeling a bit like they were giving up, and there was a lack of unity in their mindset, with some wanting to fight back while others wanted to give up. This was exactly what Li Chu was waiting for. Suddenly, he and Toni Kroos executed a wall pass, breaking through Coke, and found himself in an open space. At this moment, Gabby rushed over, and Li Chu dribbled slightly to the left. In Chapter 195, it was obvious that using such a move could easily lead to a foul. After celebrating the goal, Ramos advised Li Chu, "I suggest you refrain from using this move in this match, or even against Atletico Madrid." Li Chu looked at the furious expressions of the Atletico Madrid players, their eyes seemingly shooting fire. Technically, they were simply outclassed, but there are unwritten rules on the football field that must be followed when necessary. One shouldn't take advantage and then play innocent. However, as Li Chu was running back to his side, preparing for Atletico Madrid to restart the game, he heard the system's cold, mechanical voice in his mind again. Ding. Random task triggered. Use the seal-style dribble 3 more times in this match, and the host will receive a skill blind box. Hearing this, Li Chu couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. The system had been appearing quite frequently these days, constantly stirring things up. The last task was somewhat reasonable, using his head to score from a header, which was just a bit painful. Nothing serious, and it even gave Li Chu a badge of being a tough guy. In Chapter 196, it was time for Real Madrid to organize another attack. Modric intended to slow down the pace, as continuing like this was not favorable for Real Madrid. However, Li Chu, eager to complete his task, received Marcelo's half-high pass, controlled it with his chest, and without waiting for the ball to drop, flicked it up with his thigh and then headed it. This time, Li Chu was still near the center circle, and Coke, with flames in his eyes, charged straight at him, knocking Li Chu to the ground and receiving a yellow card in the process. Li Chu was speechless. He had just headed the ball and hadn't even dribbled past anyone, so this didn't count, and the taskbar still showed 1-3, having been knocked down for nothing. Was it necessary? He had just performed a juggling move. Did they have to be so rough? Today, for some reason, Li Chu had changed from his usual straightforward style to flashy techniques. It seemed that Atletico Madrid players were quite unhappy with him, and if he continued like this, it might provoke more incidents. Hiway's commentary also sounded a bit worried. He feared that Li Chu's antics might lead to an injury. Atletico Madrid was being too rough. I don't see anything wrong with Li Chu's actions, and as long as the rules allow it, why shouldn't he do it? It's not a disrespectful move. In Chapter 197, Li Chu planned to move into a dangerous area and then dribble. This would force Atletico Madrid players to consider whether or not to foul him. Once they did, it would give Real Madrid a great opportunity for a free kick. Additionally, committing a foul in such a dangerous area could easily lead to a yellow card. It's important to note that at this point, for Atletico Madrid players already had yellow cards. Just as Li Chu was contemplating this, during a dead ball situation, Herman Burgos substituted 2 players who had yellow cards. This clearly indicated a plan to strengthen their midfield defense and apply more pressure, and it was going to be aggressive. At this moment, Real Madrid was in possession and attacking. Carvajal was holding the ball, preparing to run along the baseline with Gareth Bale's cooperation, when he suddenly saw Li Chu reaching out for the ball, so without hesitation, he passed it to Li Chu. Gabi immediately rushed over, thinking that his previous rough actions had already scared Li Chu, so he planned to replicate the same move. Li Chu remained calm, seeing Gabi approaching. He quickly flicked the ball with his left foot, performing a bicycle kick, and then leaned his right shoulder down, seemingly about to break through Gabi's left side. Gabi was not fooled, keeping his center of gravity low, waiting for Li Chu to push the ball past him so he could intercept it directly, completely ignoring any movements of the players. Chapter 198. Just right in the Scone house, moreover, Li Chu was known for causing trouble on the field. It was truly a spectacle. After receiving instructions from head coach Zidane, Real Madrid deliberately controlled their play and did not continue to attack aggressively, even substituting Cristiano Ronaldo and moving Bale to the left. Ronaldo was not very satisfied. It was a rare opportunity with one less player for Real Madrid. Wasn't this a good chance to score? However, he did not say anything, as Zidane had a good relationship with the players. Time passed second by second. Soon, the assistant referee indicated stoppage time, which was only 2 minutes. In fact, the game had been paused for quite a long time due to previous turmoil, and it seemed the referee did not want the match to last too long, fearing more trouble would arise. The ball was kicked out of bounds by an Atletico Madrid player, and Marcelo stepped up to throw in the throw-in. Li Chu ran over and requested the ball. Having already completed 2/3 of the task, he wanted to play again for the last 2 minutes. Otherwise, it would be a pity not to finish the task. Li Chu received the throw-in from Marcelo and controlled the ball with his chest. Seeing Li Chu stop the ball, everyone couldn't help but wonder, is this guy going to do it again? Chapter 199. The Basque Lion Real Madrid was not foolish at Li Chu's current level. A mere 30 to 40,000 euros per week was definitely insufficient. Moreover, with such a vast market behind Li Chu, no one would object to a new contract. Li Chu did not care about such matters. In fact, tens of thousands of euros per week were already enough for him. As for the details, like image rights that require negotiation, he let his agent, Velocio, handle it with Real Madrid. He was more concerned about focusing his energy on training. Being able to participate in matches every week and win those matches smoothly was Li Chu's pursuit. He did not bother with other things. After 2 matches against Atletico Madrid, Li Chu had already become the most disliked Real Madrid player among both the team and the fans. Li Chu was not very aware of this. Firstly, he didn't like reading the news much. Secondly, although he had opened INS and Twitter accounts, he never used them. They were managed by his agent, Velocio. Thus, Li Chu was like a studious scholar, buried in training and oblivious to the outside world, unaware that Atletico Madrid fans have been criticizing him heavily. Chapter 200. Not taking it seriously, however, this team had an excellent youth training system. Just like Ander Herrera, who currently plays for Manchester United. He was an outstanding player from Athletic Bilbao. The team also had a solid internal cohesion. At the same time, the style was quite tough and tenacious. At this time, the head coach of Athletic Bilbao was Ernesto Valverde. He was also a club legend. He had previously served as the head coach of Athletic Bilbao in 2003. But after coaching for 3 seasons, he switched to RCD Espanyol. Now he had returned to Athletic Bilbao. He had a good reputation in the coaching world and was considered a talented young coach. Dutch football legend Johan Cruyff once commented on Valverde, saying that if he were a fan, you would attend every match because Valverde's teams always played very fluid football, constantly attacking. And he was one of the most promising coaches on the planet. It was said that Barcelona had also considered Valverde and was currently scouting him. Therefore, before the match began, Zidane had a serious discussion with the team's key players about the upcoming game against Athletic Bilbao. Chapter 201. Li Chu joining the national team? Since this match was an early game, sunlight was still shining down on the pitch. After winning the coin toss, Ramos decisively chose to avoid the sunny side to prevent his team from being blinded by the sun during defense. Athletic Bilbao kicked off first. Veteran Aritz Adrias passed the ball to his teammate, Iker Muniain. Muniain was the youngest goalscorer in La Liga history. 6 years ago, when Athletic Bilbao faced Valladolid away, the 16-year-old Muniain scored a goal, helping his team draw with Valladolid. He had now secured his position as a starting forward for Athletic Bilbao. Notably, although he was not tall at 1.7 meters, his balance with both feet, speed, and dribbling skills made him stand out among Spain's younger generation of players, earning him the titles of Messi's successor and the new Torres. He had previously had the opportunity to join Real Madrid, but Athletic Bilbao was unwilling to let go of such an excellent player and quickly offered him a long contract to keep him. Chapter 202. Happy too soon, however. Li Chu possessed an extraordinary skill known as eagle eye. No matter the time, his field of vision was always remarkably broad. As soon as he intercepted the ball, he noticed that Cristiano Ronaldo was quickly making a run, preparing to slip behind the Athletic Bilbao defenders. Without hesitation, Li Chu sent a long pass. In his mind, he was also complaining, "Ronaldo, why are you running so fast?" Even if others wanted to pass, they should at least look up and observe. This time, Li Chu's pass and Ronaldo's run were perfectly coordinated. It was seamless. If it had been any slower, Ronaldo would have been offside. If it had been any faster, the defenders could have intercepted Ronaldo's run. Li Chu's pass arced beautifully, perfectly going over the heads of the defenders, and just at the edge of the penalty area, Ronaldo struck the ball in mid-air without even stopping it. The shot had tremendous power. The goalkeeper, Iago Herrerin, didn't even have time to react. 1 o'clock. The goal was scored by Ronaldo, with the assist coming from Li Chu. Now, Li Chu had risen another position on the assist leaderboard. Just not even 3 minutes into the match, this could be described as a dream start. Chapter 203. Incredibly strange at this moment, Li Chu was near the left sideline, stopping the ball at his left foot while using his body to shield the defending player. He then directly lifted his left foot and struck the ball fiercely. It looks like a pass, but the force used is extremely large, completely driven by the calves. Huey found it quite strange. The technique of this pass was somewhat similar to a shot. Before he could finish speaking, the ball kicked by Li Chu flew towards the near corner of the goal at an incredibly fast speed. This speed didn't look like a pass at all. The goalkeeper of Athletic Bilbao, Inaki, immediately moved towards the near post. However, just as the football was about to reach the near corner of the goal, it started to spin back. This completely confused Inaki. At this moment, in the penalty area, Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema were trying to get to the ball's landing spot under the pressure from the defenders. However, after the ball had spun back a short distance, it actually started to spin towards the far corner of the goal. Inaki's reaction was already fast enough. He jumped into the air and stretched out his arms, but still couldn't touch the football. The ball hit the inside of the post and bounced into the net. Chapter 204. Selected for the national team, call Li Chu back. No matter how the results are, at least after losing, the fans won't scold them much. If they're blame, others will bear it. Just as Li Chu was preparing for the next round of La Liga, he suddenly heard from his agent, Villa Chiao, that the national team of Yin country had officially summoned him. This left Li Chu somewhat troubled. Should he represent the national team in the Asian Cup? Representing the country is a dream for most players. Letting the five-star red flag fly on the podium is a shared dream of all fans and most players in Yin country. However, while the ideal is beautiful, reality is harsh. Football is a team sport. Meanwhile, the Spanish Football Association also contacted Li Chu, since Li Chu had never represented any national team in previous matches. When he met the requirements for residing in Spain and obtained permanent residency, he could represent Spain in football. Although Li Chu currently cannot play for Spain, as long as he does not join the national team now, in time, he would have a chance to be selected for Spain. Maintaining this level, being selected for the Spanish national team is no surprise, even if his form declines. Given Li Chu's age, starting from U21 is also possible. Chapter 205. Not starting. I won't watch Yin country's first match was against Saudi Arabia, known as the Brazil of Asia. Although Saudi Arabia is a strong team in Asia, Yin country has never been afraid of them. Moreover, this Saudi Arabia team is not very strong and currently ranks in the second tier among Asian Cup teams. Of course, with Li Chu joining, the fans were naturally filled with confidence. Jokingly, they said that without Li Chu, the national team is in the third tier, and with Li Chu, they are in the first tier. Li Chu arrived in a place called Brisbane, which is also Australia's third largest city, after Sydney and Melbourne. The reason for being in this place is that the upcoming first match against Saudi Arabia will be held at the Brisbane Stadium. The national team sent a deputy leader to pick him up at the airport. However, after Li Chu got off the plane, it took him nearly an hour just to sign autographs for fans, and his hand almost cramped from writing. This was mainly because Li Chu had never practiced his signature. Unlike those who had practiced artistic signatures and could finish quickly, Li Chu wrote each stroke painstakingly, making it naturally difficult. However, this way, Li Chu's signature truly became something others could not easily imitate. Chapter 206. Inside story. Just like the Hung Tai team, which is currently thriving domestically, 2 defenders were brushed off, which is part of the competition among major club powers. Furthermore, now that Li Chu has entered the national team, he has squeezed out the position of Kai Hui Kong from the Shanghai Port team, which is Hung Tai's biggest domestic competitor, so they might not look kindly on Li Chu. Contrary to various conspiracy theories from fans, Li Chu actually made a few friends in the national team. Wang Dalei, Wu Sanshi, and Zhang Qingdong from the Beijing team often gathered around Li Chu, constantly asking about La Liga, especially Wu Sanshi, who envied Li Chu for being able to play abroad. Although he's also a rising star in the Shanghai Port team, he also revealed to Li Chu that he wanted to play abroad to hone his skills and elevate his football level. Li Chu told Wu Sanshi that if there's an opportunity to play abroad, it is certainly great, but the key is to ensure he can get playing time. If he is just a substitute, it won't significantly improve his skills. Being a starter, even a lower league, is better than being a substitute in a top league. Li Chu didn't know if the other party understood, but with their friendship, that was about as far as they could go. Chapter 207. Inside information. Saudi Arabia is sending out its elite players. Although Yin country has generally not been afraid of Saudi Arabia, times have changed, and those old days are long gone. Now, Saudi Arabia is still an Asian team that can qualify for every World Cup. Meanwhile, Yin country has failed to reach the World Cup finals for 3 consecutive tournaments and has fallen to the third tier in Asia. The starting lineup features their goalkeeper, Walid Abdullah. Compared to the more familiar Jaya, this goalkeeper is relatively unknown. However, this goalkeeper has considerable experience, especially with a height of 1.92 meters, giving him good aerial ability. All positions are filled with top players selected from the Saudi Arabian domestic league, but there are no particularly famous names. Before the match, the media and betting agencies generally favored Saudi Arabia. Although Li Chu added an element of uncertainty, the odds did not shift in their favor. Especially when Yin country's starting lineup was announced, everyone noticed that Li Chu appeared on the defense line, which further tilted the odds in favor of Saudi Arabia. The match kicked off at 6:00 p.m. Beijing time, and Hui's voice once again resonated in countless households. Chapter 208. Dark Secrets. Li Chu's ability to dribble, shoot, and control the ball has become more refined, leading to a greater overall improvement. Therefore, Li Chu is not afraid of the so-called Brazil of Asia. Even if the real Samba team comes before him, he would not be intimidated at all. With excited hearts, fans finally awaited the start of the match between Yin country and Saudi Arabia. Previously, the best result for Yin country in the Asian Cup was the runner-up achieved by the national team, led by Houghton, who unfortunately lost 1-3 to the island nation. After that, it has been a downward trend, with one failure after another. Before Li Chu was summoned to the national team, both fans and media were quite pessimistic. However, with Li Chu joining and successfully making the starting lineup, the fans could finally watch this match with anticipation and excitement. The Yin country team kicked off first. The ball was passed around, and Wuxi made a short pass that was a bit too short, resulting in Saudi Arabia's midfielder number 12, Walid Bak, intercepting it. Then came a direct pass. At this moment, Saudi Arabia's number 10 player, Sarawi, took the ball and directly penetrated the penalty area. Chapter 209, Guidance Again. Slow-motion replays showed that before the corner kick was taken, players from Yin country and Saudi Arabia were entangled in the penalty area. However, this level of entanglement is quite normal and unavoidable. Under the entanglement of the Yin country players, the Saudi player fell to the ground without managing to squeeze past. After seeing the slow-motion replay, angry fans started bombarding the comments. This is clearly a biased referee. Did the referee take money? This is too much. Is this level of contact really worth a penalty? It's shocking. Even before the ball came, it was uncertain whether there was any danger. If the ball were to fly over the two entangled players, I could barely accept it. This is unacceptable. Hiwei also expressed his dissatisfaction with the referee in the studio, saying, "This decision is really debatable." Such a level of confrontation can be seen throughout the game. If this warrants a penalty, then there could be 10 penalties in a match. However, the angry comments from netizens and experts could not change the on-field referee's decision. He is the highest authority on the field. Just now, number 10 Sarawi came to take the penalty, but it was directly denied by Wang Dalei. Chapter 210, It's Time to Score. This indirectly allowed Yin country's goalkeeper Wang Dalei to perform the miraculous feat of saving 2 consecutive penalties from Saudi Arabia in less than 3 minutes. Wang Dalei is inherently a very nerve-wracking goalkeeper. In the football world, describing a goalkeeper as neurotic is not a derogatory term. To put in simple terms, the more important the match, the more likely he is to perform at his best. After saving 2 consecutive penalties, Wang Dalei's form not only soared to its peak, but also boosted his confidence immensely. In contrast, the Saudi team, having missed 2 consecutive penalties, saw their morale plummet to the lowest point. It's like winning 2 lottery tickets worth $5 million only to forget to take them out of your pocket while doing laundry, turning them into pulp. The feeling is quite similar. As a result, the Yin country team, which is slightly weaker than Saudi Arabia, played with more flair on the field, executing various combinations and playing quite smoothly. Viewers online exclaimed how enjoyable it was, lamenting that they hadn't seen the national team play this well in a long time. During this time, Li Chu frequently sent long passes from the back line to the flanks, finding Wu Sanshi and Yu Hai. Chapter 211, Details. Li Chu did not use any fancy moves. He simply maneuvered through the crowd, cleverly moving the ball in various ways, causing the Saudi players to be unable to touch it as he slipped through the gaps. Even a quick flying tackle from the opponent was dodged by Li Chu, who didn't even let them touch the ball. This left the on-field players, the fans, and even the coaches on the sidelines stunned. The Saudi coach had previously told his players that even if they let Li Chu pass, they must at least retain the ball. If they couldn't keep the ball, they should at least keep him. However, unexpectedly, both the ball and the player were left behind, allowing Li Chu to break through and pass 3 people. This created a wide open space in front of him, allowing him to run freely. The remaining Saudi defenders did not dare to press him. None of the 3 could take the ball from Li Chu, and just one person coming up was ineffective, especially since there were national team players running around them, fearing that if they pressed Li Chu, he could directly pass into an open space, leading to a one-on-one opportunity. Chapter 212, Back Pass. This significantly reduced the defensive pressure on the national team and allowed for some exciting combinations. After that, Li Chu did not deliberately attempt to break through from midfield. He understood that this was an unconventional approach, and using it when others were not paying attention had the greatest impact. No matter how skilled one is at dribbling, like Fat Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Kaká, Messi, or Maradona, it's impossible to dribble from one end to the other every time. Dribbling carries certain risks, especially in midfield. Even if you get past 2 players, you can't directly threaten the goal. If you lose the ball, the threat to your own goal is even higher, making it too low a cost-benefit ratio. Those who love to dribble in the midfield surely don't have their head screwed on right. If you want to dribble, you should be in the 30-meter area so that even if the opponent fouls, you could get a decent free kick opportunity. So after Li Chu cleanly passed the Saudi players, they began to focus on defending him. However, By the end of the first half, Li Chu had not attempted any more dribbles, leaving viewers eager to see his exciting performance feeling somewhat disappointed. Chapter 213, Scoring. Li Chu felt a bit speechless after seeing the missed shot. He knew this reflected the true level of the national team. In fact, he had no reason to look down on these players. Without external assistance, he wouldn't be this formidable. Wu Sanche regrettably held his head, wishing he could have scored, but after a furious advance into the penalty area, his stamina fell short, causing him to miss-hit the shot. Turning back, he applauded Li Chu, giving him a thumbs up to indicate that the pass was excellent. At this moment, Li Chu was determined to take the shot himself. The national team players had played too few high-level matches, which led to their mental toughness being somewhat lacking. If it were in training, this shot would have gone in 99 of the time. It wasn't that they were too nervous or too eager to score, which caused their technical actions to become distorted. Li Chu planned to score one himself, which would relieve his teammates of their burden and allow them to play to their usual level. After all, this was just Saudi Arabia, not a world-class team. Li Chu wanted to find an opportunity to score. As long as he put his mind to it, he could find a chance, especially since he had now moved up front. Chapter 214, Big Win. It had to be Li Chu. Who else would dare to shoot from this distance? It was at least 40 meters away, right? The official data came out, 42 meters. Wow. Most people would only be able to chip it from this distance. But Li Chu actually took a direct shot. The ball was so fast. I just checked. It turns out Li Chu's shot was clocked at 194 kilometers per hour, making it the third fastest ball speed in the world. What kind of leg does he have? A powerful, explosive leg? I see it's a deadly, fragrant chicken leg. Li Chu's shot was a powerful strike, definitely faster than a ball kicked along the ground. If it had more spin, it could have been even higher, but that would make it easier to be blocked by someone in its flight path. At this moment, the players of the national team also took a brief moment to react after their initial shock, and only then did they celebrate the goal with Li Chu. Wang Dalei ran from the goalkeeper position to the midfield, embraced his teammates, and then sprinted back. It's hilarious. What's Wang Dalei doing? Hasn't Saudi Arabia shot in a while? Is he getting cold? After the national team took the lead, Saudi Arabia had no choice but to attack. Chapter 215. Sophistry. Li Chu was momentarily taken aback after hearing the question. Then he noticed the strange smile on the reporter's lips, which seemed polite but was actually insidious. It's very normal. It's due to different characteristics. For an athlete, having a lower body fat percentage is not always better. Take sumo wrestlers, for instance. They are very big and heavy, but they possess great strength. The same goes for football players, in positions that require confrontation. Or for players known for their physicality, having a higher body fat percentage can be advantageous. Moreover, the game consumes a lot of energy, and fat can provide that energy. Li Chu spoke on feed in. My current style of play focuses on agility. Even in defense, I avoid physical confrontations that might injure myself or the opponent, so my body fat percentage is a bit lower. In fact, abs become more defined when you are lean enough. Whether they are well-developed or not is not determined solely by their visibility or separation. Take the famous action star Sammo Hung. His abs are definitely not visible. At this moment, the reporter was unwilling to accept defeat and retorted, but XX has abs. Do you think his physicality is lacking? He is a world-class star. Do you think your teammates are better than XX? Chapter 216. Facing the top seed after receiving the ball, Li Chu quickly passed it out, but he usually doesn't pass directly to the feet. Instead, he gives a lead. This way, his teammates must run a distance to receive the ball from Li Chu. The entire formation became fluid. Whether to strengthen the attack or control the ball to slow down the tempo was entirely up to Li Chu's whim. Thus, the fans suddenly noticed a change in the national team's playing style. Wow, am I watching a national team match? It looks quite good, giving off a strong team vibe. This was already the 12th pass. Impressive. If it weren't for the red jerseys, I would have thought it was the Spanish team. Li Chu kept moving his teammates around while also luring out the Uzbekistan players. As the national team players, he passed the ball around. Finally, one Uzbekistan player couldn't hold back and decided to press Li Chu as he prepared to receive the ball. The Uzbekistan player was calculating. Relying on his tall and strong physique, he aimed to directly pressure Li Chu, hoping to either poke the ball away or take him down by kicking his supporting leg. Chapter 217. Adding insult to injury. This play, while related to Wang Dalei's sluggish handling of the ball, ultimately stemmed from Li Chu not putting pressure on the Uzbekistan ball carrier ahead of him. This led to Wu Shi having no choice but to step up, creating a gap. Li Chu bore at least 50% of the responsibility for this play. He was the first line of defense in midfield. He shouldn't let the opponent easily pass such a threatening ball. This statement left the fans dumbfounded. Coach Sure was overstepping. What kind of grudge does he have? Did Li Chu disturb his ancestors' graves or something? Now that Li Chu has been selected for the national team, why is Coach Sure still targeting him? There are petty people like Sure XX who speak nonsense with their eyes open. Now I believe Yuan Chongwan was framed and killed. I suggest all major platforms ban him. I want to watch with him around. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the team on the field became a bit tense, as the national team comprised players from multiple clubs, and many of these clubs were rivals. Seeing Wang Dalei make such a mistake naturally led to some frowns. Wang Dalei felt even more frustrated. A few minutes later, Uzbekistan struck back. Chapter 218. Countermeasures. Moreover, the situation was very unfavorable, and no one would nitpick on this aspect. In a match that was bound to be lost, what significance did it hold to be the captain? Oh, Zhang Ji handed the captain's armband to Li Chu. This seems to carry some deeper meaning. Does it symbolize the transition between the old and new captains? It has always been said that no one in the country can replace Zhang Ji, making it difficult for the old captain to step down from the national team. At his age, he still has to carry on. Now, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect him to do this under such circumstances. If it were a normal match and they could win, it would be great, but now it puts too much pressure on Li Chu. This scene caught everyone off guard, including Pei Lan on the sidelines and the commentators and guests in the studio. No one expected Zhang Ji would hand the captain's armband to Li Chu, seemingly signaling that he wished for Li Chu to carry on his place. Let us see if Li Chu can perform a miracle as he dons the national team captain's armband for the first time and turn the tide in this situation of being one man down. This action also brought a glimmer of hope to the fans, hoping it would inspire the national team and boost their morale. Chapter 219. Unexpected goal. Wu Sanshur. He couldn't help but shout the name of the opposing player as he saw the national team players jump up to prepare for a header. It was as if he believed that the louder he shouted, the more accurate the shot would be. As if you're trying to give the players on the field a boost. Wu Sanshur jumped as high as he could and then nodded. Next, the football flew into the net. Although the Uzbekistan goalkeeper made an attempt, it was in vain. 2-2. Wu Sanshur helped the national team equalize the score. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, with their midfield core sent off, and the captain in such a situation, the national team managed to equalize? This was so uplifting. Wait, the referee signaled offside. The goal doesn't count. Immediately, the broadcast showed a replay of the moment just after the pass. We could see that the Uzbekistan fullback was lagging behind, and Wu Sanshur was not offside. That was a good goal. No. We can also see that although Wu Sanshur jumped as high as he could, he did not touch the ball. In other words, this goal should be credited to Li Chu. Thus, it absolutely cannot be considered offside. This is definitely a wrong call that will affect the entire match's outcome. Chapter 220. Struggle. Damn. I can't even tell that there's one less person on the field. At this moment, the relentless pressing from all the players finally led to a mistake by the Uzbekistan player, who was intercepted by Hao Ge. He got the ball and played a 1-2 with Li Chu, then passed it to the wing. Wu Sanshur quickly made a run, took the ball to the sideline, and faced the retreating Uzbekistan players, delivering a cutback pass. Zhao was waiting in the middle and took a shot from distance. He shot over the bar. He indeed has a powerful long-range shot, but the timing for the shot was questionable. If he had better coordination at that moment, Li Chu and the others were all up front. If he had thought about combining with his teammates at that time, he would have taken it to another level. He commented, with a hint of regret, that this moment left the Uzbekistan players bewildered. If they could equalize at that moment, the situation would change. If they played a bit longer, and if the Uzbekistan players adapted, combined with the fatigue of the national team players, this match might end up like this. Fortunately, it was almost halftime. Although a wave of pressing consumed a lot of energy, they could recover some during the halftime break. Chapter 221. Unspoken Understanding. After a brief rest, the second half began. Although they were one man down, it didn't truly reflect on the field. Rather, the Uzbekistan players seemed a bit anxious. Wu Sanshur's speed was too fast, and they dared not press too high. One could say that the combination of Li Chu's passing and Wu Sanshur's speed effectively suppressed the entire Uzbekistan defense. In a way, it compensated for the disadvantage of being one man short. Uzbekistan still wanted to win. After a period of passing the ball around the back, they finally moved the ball forward. However, when Wuxi intercepted the ball and passed it to Li Chu, he didn't stop but sent a long pass behind the defenders. Wu Sanshur made a quick run and took a powerful shot that hit the side netting. It startled the Uzbekistan players, causing them to retreat. For both Uzbekistan and the national team, a draw wouldn't be unacceptable. After that threatening attack, a very strange situation appeared on the field, where whichever side got the ball prioritized stability. There were rarely any proactive attempts to send the ball into dangerous areas. When it had possession, the opponents also seldom pressed. Chapter 222. Striving. There was no need for a separate meeting for just one person. So, Li Chu suddenly shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The match wasn't over. Let us score another goal. Although Li Chu wore the captain's armband, he had only one way to gain everyone's respect. Rally them with a call to score again. Some were willing to listen, like Wu Sanshur and Mei Dong. They were essentially the direct responsible parties for that need and naturally hoped to make amends. Others were skeptical. Some players felt that scoring was easier said than done, especially when they were one man down. Now, although they were losing, the goal difference was only one. If they pressed forward and conceded more goals when it came to counting goal differences, they would be at a disadvantage and might not qualify, which would be foolish. Li Chu couldn't care less about that. Whoever could unite with him was welcome. In any case, it was time to fight back. However, Uzbekistan was also clever, seeing their chance to regain the lead. The coach immediately substituted a forward for a defensive player, who was a familiar face to many, Ismailov, who played for the Asia-Pacific team in the Yanchao League. Chapter 223. A dramatic scene. There was little time left in the match. A score of 3-3 was quite acceptable for the national team, given their current state. It felt like a joy of having lost and regained something. However, since Li Chu needed treatment from the team doctor off the field, the national team could only fight on with 9 players. Thus, all players retreated to their half to defend. Uzbekistan not wanted to lead for most of the time and only come away with 1 point, aimed to take advantage of the 2-player edge to see if they could score again. However, a tightly organized defense wasn't too easy to break. After repeated attempts, the Uzbekistan players ended up losing the ball out of bounds, leading to a throw-in for the national team. At this moment, Zhang Qingdong was about to take the throw-in, but he hesitated for a long time, unable to find a suitable recipient because all the national team players were closely marked. Suddenly, Zhang Qingdong took 2 steps back. They made a run-up and threw the ball. Everyone was puzzled about the direction of his throw. Who was it aimed at? Why did it go into Uzbekistan's half? Was he trying to waste some time in this manner? Chapter 224. First place qualification. Ronaldo thought to himself, what a good opportunity, just a meal and a photo. He thought it was just a fan photo. As a result, afterward, advertisements featuring Ronaldo with his 2 prominent rabbit teeth and a box of medicine flooded the market. Li Chu truly had no energy to deal with the scheming back home. Villa Joe didn't speak Chinese, didn't understand the national situation, and if he came in, he would probably be left dizzy and suffer losses. So, Li Chu simply decided to cut it off, not thinking about it at all, and would address it after the league season ended. The third match was against North Korea, and no one doubted Li Chu's ability anymore. Even returning to the national team, Li Chu was still number 1. Due to the last match, where Li Chu collided with an advertising board while saving a ball, he had temporarily used spray to numb the injury, reducing the pain, but further treatment was still necessary. Thus, for safety, Palon decided that Li Chu wouldn't play in the third match against North Korea. After all, this match wasn't important. Of course, Li Chu didn't mind. A rest was nice. They were sure to qualify anyway. Now, he had to consider whether to choose their next opponent. Chapter 225. A strong opponent. The national team smoothly qualified as the first place from the group stage. In fact, before this Asian Cup, the national team was not well regarded. But unexpectedly, they managed to emerge from this group with overwhelming strength. Originally, fans only hoped that the national team could at least qualify from the group stage, and being second would have been satisfying. Yet, they not only qualified first, but also played thrilling matches that left fans reminiscing. Hence, many began to anticipate whether this national team, with players like Li Chu, could win the ultimate trophy. However, the immediate task was to deal with the first major obstacle. The national team needed to overcome the host nation, Australia, before they could even consider winning the championship. In fact, many experts in football media were analyzing the situation in their respective columns. This Asian Cup is the first time Australia has participated in such a large continental tournament since joining the AFC. Therefore, based on international rankings, Australia was placed in the second tier. However, the strength Australia has displayed is definitely at a top level. In fact, Both teams in Group A, Australia and South Korea, are very strong, and it is always a headache for the national football team to face them. Chapter 226. The Worst Start. Good evening, viewers. This match will be commented on by me and teacher Han Xiaoshen. Hello, viewers in front of the elevator. As soon as teacher Han spoke, he came up with a joke. Teacher Han actually has a question. I've always wanted to ask you in person if those quotes about you online are true. Some are, some are not. The one in front of the elevator was actually a slip of the tongue I made. But the one about wishing everyone happiness on the Mid-Autumn Festival is definitely not from me. That was purely a rumor. However, being able to bring joy to the viewers is great, and I hope our players can also bring joy to the fans with a victory in today's match. Did Chongyang TV invite Teacher Han? He has quite a few slip-ups. It's normal for someone who isn't a professional football commentator to make mistakes while speaking quickly. Besides, listening to him commentate is definitely better than listening to Sure XX. So credit goes to Chongyang TV for that. Teacher Han's quotes nearly made me laugh to death back then. I was waiting for my dad to come home in front of the computer screen, thinking I'd been electrocuted, and then he came and kicked me, and we both laughed so hard in front of the computer that we shook. Later, when my mom came back, she thought we both had been electrocuted. Chapter 227. Counterattack. Seeing this goal, all the fans felt their hearts sink. Not long after the start, Australia had already scored 2-0. Oh no, Zhang Ji is still down on the ground, but the referee hasn't blown the whistle, and the game continues. Cahill scored this goal, and according to the rules, there's no problem. Hiwei said regretfully. Let us look at the slow-motion replay. Zhang Ji was indeed bumped by Zhang Wu, and we really can't blame the Australian player for that, Han teacher added. In less than 10 minutes, conceding 2 goals. The cameraman timely shifted the lens to Wang Dalei, sitting on the bench. Fans online were going crazy, flooding the comments to vent their frustration. It's really speechless. I waited for days to see this match, and now within 10 minutes, we're down 2-0. Is Pei Lan's brain kicked by a donkey? Why was Wang Dalei performing so well before? And now we have to put this one, and who can't even make a save? My advice is to never have expectations for the national team. When you have no hope at all, they might surprise you a little, but when you have expectations, they will definitely disappoint you. This is the heartfelt advice from a 30-year veteran fan. Chapter 228. Deceived everyone, however. Li Chu has many ways to respond. Since the opponent doesn't fall for fakes, he just pokes the ball through the opponent's legs. This is also one of the downsides of lowering the center of gravity. Although it allows players to keep up with attackers on either side, it also creates a large gap between the legs. Just as Li Chu was about to break through, the defending player, in desperation, committed a foul. Free kick. This ball is much closer than the previous one, about 27 or 8 meters away. The national team also originally had quite a few good free kick takers. However, now on the field, besides Li Chu, Zhang Ji can barely be counted as a decent passer. Looking at Zhang Ji coming up, Li Chu said, "Captain, let me take this kick." "Sure, you earned it." 27 or 8 meters is neither too close nor too far. Players with strong kicks can shoot directly from this distance. Li Chu has scored from even further. After communicating with the captain, only Li Chu was left near the free kick, while all the others, except the defenders, went into the Australian penalty area. Chapter 229. This ball didn't go in? Many times, scoring feels like breaking through a layer of window paper. Once it's broken, everything opens up. When a national team scored a goal, many people's burdens were lifted. The pressure was released. It turned out that scoring against Australia wasn't that difficult. The next play was also orderly and methodical. They had already passed the initial uncomfortable state. At this moment, Li Chu asked for the ball more. He knew that holding the ball too long would lead to more fouls from the opponents. But at this moment, someone had to step up. Under the rough and frantic pressing from Australia, it was difficult to maintain smooth passing and combination. Avoiding the ball was definitely not an option. Therefore, Li Chu planned to use his skills to solve this problem. Oh, the Australian defenders were a bit excessive, taking Li Chu down again. The foul from behind was very rough. The referee should show a yellow card to the defender at this time to stop such behavior. Mere verbal warnings are not enough. When Li Chu was taken down again, Hiwei and teacher Han could not bear to watch. This is Australia's lumberjack tactic. However, we can also see Li Chu's spirit. His will is very strong. Even when the Australian defenders were making such big moves and repeatedly bringing him down, he still showed no fear and continued to make his moves. Chapter 230. Counterattack. Is this talent? having found a way to penetrate the Australian defense. He just needs to repeat the process a few more times. The Australian head coach sitting next to him is not exactly a formidable coach. The best coaches in the world are coaching at major club teams. So even if he knows that Li Chu likes to operate inside the box, and there's no good way to counter him, he would go as far as to field 3 defensive midfielders, right? Using individual brilliance to break through. There's fundamentally no tactical response. Like Mourinho, using Eto'o to defend against Messi. But Australia really doesn't have anyone who can handle Li Chu one-on-one. Now, it's also because they lack sufficient data analysis to support this. Otherwise, they should be able to see that Li Chu adopts different methods when facing different players. When facing faster and more explosive players, Li Chu never attempts to break through one-on-one. Instead, he uses wall passes to bypass them. He only tries to break through against players with good positioning but not much speed. This is called knowing how to adjust to the situation. Chapter 231. Moving and stirring. Zhang Ji. Approach. Shoot. Top left corner. Matt Ryan judged the direction correctly, but still couldn't save it. The national team has turned the score around. Hiwei's voice was almost shouting itself hoarse. Who would have thought this would be the script in advance? Trailing 0-2. They turn it around to 3-2. How many years has the national team not played such a thrilling match? In this Asian Cup, the national team came back from behind with 1 less player and a score disadvantage, turning the tables on Uzbekistan. And now they are again trailing 0-2, but have turned it around to 3-2 against Australia. This national team has shown me something different. Even if they do not win the championship in this Asian Cup, the future is bright. Zhang Ji embraced his teammates to celebrate the goal. You were spot on. He really did dive in after watching the game. That was also because Zhang Ji's penalty was precise. With great power, it's easy for others to miss. And penalties are not that easy to take. Even Messi and Ronaldo have missed in crucial matches. Li Chu did not take credit, implying that Zhang Ji's superb footwork and strong mental quality allowed him to score the penalty. Everyone carries the Zidane chair. Those who are arrogant do not have a good end. Li Chu certainly knows that football is a team game, and to achieve record after record, one cannot rely solely on oneself. Chapter 232. Before the final on the other side, the Korean team also defeated Iraq with the same score and entered the finals. This sentence has made fans and news media very satisfied. The national team has always had a fear of the stick Korea. Back in 1990s, the national team could still be considered top level in Asia, but for reasons of mutual restraint, they could win against Saudi Arabia and the island nation, yet always face defeat against the Korean team. Of course, this is also a matter of media hype, because back then, the national team would also be crushed by Iran. The media loves to create these so-called explosive points, so the final between the national team and the Korean team has been hyped to the max. For a time, it was all the rage. Although the new year is approaching, people across the country, including those who usually do not watch football, are paying attention to this Asian Cup. Just like those who follow Olympic sports are usually athletes. Of course, there's also a factor of Li Chu in this. Although Li Chu is not exactly a top handsome guy, as an athlete with a healthy physique, only 18 years old, exuding youthful vitality, combined with a bunch of rough guys around him, he has instantly attracted a large number of female fans. Chapter 233. Strong enemies ahead, Li Chu replied one by one, with witty responses that were clearly not pre-rehearsed or formulaic. Are you confident in defeating the stick country? No one knows the outcome of this match, but after this match, we will all have a clear conscience, knowing we put in all our effort, and the results will reflect the sweat we put in. It is said that the media has no bottom line. They will do whatever it takes to create eye-catching headlines. However, the national team is currently at its peak, and Li Chu is the most dazzling gem on the crown, so no one is writing articles to smear Li Chu anymore. Of course, all of this will continue until after the final. If the national team loses to the Korean team, there will definitely be a wave of criticism. Even before the Asian Cup started, there's already a chorus of lamenting at home, with little hope of advancing from the group stage. In fact, even if they cannot defeat the Korean team in the final, the national team has already matched its best historical performance. Before the final, domestic media also hyped this match as a battle akin to Mars colliding with the Earth, so that even those who usually do not watch football are aware of this event. Chapter 234. Is this the national team? Especially since Son Heung-min hardly ever heads the ball, wasting his height of 186 meters. So Li Chu said to Zhang Qingdong, "You're going to have a tough time in this match." Huh? Why do you say that? If I were you, I wouldn't T-attack. Just defend your own territory. You mean the guy is really good? Yes, he plays for Bayer Leverkusen in the Bundesliga. But he's not really a main player. Yang Qing also played in the Bundesliga and scored more goals than him. Zhang Qingdong was very confident in his speed. Full defense. There is no way anyone can break through from his side. The national team, as former veteran Wei Kun once said, if a fullback doesn't T-attack, who can't play? This also shows how important fullbacks' assists are. But Wei Kun said this after being replaced by someone with stronger defensive ability, which also indicates that in modern football, sometimes both attack and defense need to be tactically considered. At necessary moments, Ashley Cole is not as good as Kyle Walker. Hello. Dear viewers, the highly anticipated Asian Cup final is now starting. The national team players are wearing white jerseys, attacking from left to right, while the Korean players are in red jerseys, attacking from right to left. We can see that the Korean players did not hesitate at the start and immediately launched a fierce attack on the national team's territory. Now the ball is with Sun Heung-min. Chapter 235. Mentor the national team's goal owes a lot to Li Chu, although he was neither the last passer nor the scorer. Those who understand football can see that without Li Chu's interspersed runs, this goal could not have been executed so smoothly. Li Chu's passing style varies for different players. For example, when passing to Wu Sanshur, Li Chu calculates the lead time so that Wu Sanshur can sprint and fully utilize his speed. When passing to Fei Ji, Li Chu delivers it to his feet, leveraging Fei Ji's strong back-to-goal ball protection ability. Comparatively speaking, although the opposing team has star players whose strength slightly exceeds that of the national team's players, they have not been molded into a cohesive unit. In terms of fighting spirit, the opposing team has always maintained a top attitude, but faced with the national team's fluid passing, they have little to counter. As predicted before the match, if the opposing team cannot restrict Li Chu, they will definitely be suppressed in the midfield by the national team. Li Chu is really improving in the national team. After falling behind, the opposing team attempted to counterattack. However, Li Chu dropped back to his half to assist in defense. Even if there were some gaps in the defense, they were all covered up by Li Chu. Chapter 236. Revenge. This scene is truly moving and very dramatic. Because in the past, the roles of the people in the scene were reversed. After taking a 2-goal lead, the national team players played even more relaxed. They dared to execute technical moves they couldn't do before and were more composed and confident with the ball. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game. My dad asked what team this was, and I said it was the national team. He didn't believe it, saying how could the national team play so well, even suppressing the Korean team. He thought it was the other way around, trying to fool him. In the 35th minute, Li Chu took a free kick from 32 yards away, executing a banana shot that went over the wall, slipped past the goalkeeper's fingers, and finally hit the goalpost. Zhang Wu, who wanted to capitalize on the rebound in the penalty area, nudged it in with his hip. Is that a header? You have a big head, and you use your little head. Wu Shi joked with Zhang Wu. Are you impressed? If not, you should head one yourself. The national football team players were in high spirits. Zhang Wu received a yellow card for taking off his shirt. However, by this point, no one paid attention to it. After more than 30 minutes in the first half, the national team was already leading the South Korean team 3-0. It's worth noting that for many years, the national team had only beaten South Korea 3-0 in the East Asian Cup 5 years ago. But that South Korean team could only be described as second or third-tier players, with no European-based players returning. Chapter 237. We are champions. The final incident ended with Zhang Ji receiving a red card. However, Zhang Ji didn't mind. He smiled and pulled Li Chu over to say a few words before handing over the captain's armband and leaving the field. After the match resumed, there was nothing much to watch, and even before the stoppage time was up, with about 10 seconds left, the referee blew the final whistle. An exciting moment. The national team won the Asian Cup Championship, marking the first time a national team has won the Asian Cup. Let us celebrate together and congratulate each other. This is not the end. It's a new beginning. Li Chu is still not yet 20. Wu Sanshur and the others are only in their 20s. Perhaps this will mark a new era for national football. He Wei was passionate and looked to the future, and the fans were also cheering with excitement. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the whole nation was rejoicing. Although I had a premonition after watching previous matches and thought the national team could win this Asian Cup, the actual victory was still incredibly thrilling. I have to say, Li Chu is the biggest variable for this national team and the greatest contributor to the championship. Zhang Ji, who received a red card, still represented the national men's team in lifting the Asian Cup trophy first. Chapter 238, Enhan Set Li Chu. The happiest were the reporters and fans from the national team. Previously, many fans stayed up late to watch Real Madrid because they liked the Galacticos and the stars of Real Madrid. But after Li Chu's outstanding performance at Real Madrid, he attracted a large number of fans who primarily liked him. Without Li Chu, they would rather sleep. Li Chu knew the coach would definitely send him on the field because Barcelona's midfield was aging. The reason Barcelona had dominated European football for such a long time was mainly due to having Iniesta and Xavi as their stabilizing forces in midfield. But now, Xavi is 35 and Iniesta is 31, both in the later stages of their careers. Although their experience and skills are still there, once Iniesta's explosiveness declines, it greatly affects his on-field performance. Xavi's physical condition has also significantly worsened, making his long-distance passing and physical confrontations more difficult. How fast is Li Chu? How strong is he? When he bursts through the midfield, the two veterans, Iniesta and Xavi, simply cannot stop him. Although Busquets is young at 27, he is not known for his speed either. Chapter 239. Can the ball be played like this? Facing Li Chu's powerful shot, Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, felt that the goal he was guarding was simply too big. He leaped with all his might, and his fingertips touched the football, yet he was powerless to prevent Li Chu from scoring. The ball hit the net and even lifted the peg securing it, scattering fresh soil everywhere. This goal instantly silenced the Camp Nou stadium. It was unreasonable and brutal. He directly dribbled from the midfield into Barcelona's penalty area. No one expected Real Madrid to score so quickly, and no one anticipated that it would happen in such a way. Enrique on the coaching bench had a face as dark as a pot bottom. The fans at Camp Nou also could not believe that the beloved team was scored against by the young player from the national team, whom they had mocked. This was the dream team, the universe team. They had hoped to smoothly defeat Real Madrid in this match and solidify their claim to the La Liga championship this season. Instead, they were met with a resounding slap in the face right from the start by Li Chu in this manner. Chapter 240. Unconventional moves. No one knew that Li Chu had a passive skill called Eagle Eye, which allowed his vision to be much greater than others, surpassing the normal human visual range. Additionally, Li Chu's decision-making ability had reached the top level, giving him a clear understanding of the trajectory of the ball. In a split second, Li Chu judged that chasing back wouldn't work, so it was better to disrupt the play with a conventional move. This led to a defensive maneuver on the pitch that had never been seen in over 100 years. This was truly unprecedented and likely unmatched in the future. However, Li Chu certainly did not expect that his move would eventually be dubbed the first style of toad skill by netizens. His nickname, Fire Cloud Evil God, also spread from then on. After Real Madrid regained possession of the ball, they advanced again. Li Chu received a pass from Toni Kroos, and seeing Iniesta coming to intercept, Li Chu executed a 1-2 with Modric, then burst forward, overpowering Alba. Bale watched Li Chu, seeing his own 22-year-old self in him. Alba sprinted after him, pushing off too hard and slipping. Li Chu took the opportunity to cut inside, facing the incoming Peak, using his own tactics against him by sending a low pass through Peak's legs. Chapter 241. Is this also possible? After Barcelona pulled one back to make it 1-2, they played even more aggressively. Neymar's clever shot and Messi's sudden strike from outside the box made the Real Madrid fans and players break into a cold sweat, nearly equalizing the score. Meanwhile, Barcelona players attempted to foul Li Chu as much as possible from high positions. Fouling in such positions made it difficult for the referee to issue yellow cards, but it could slow down Real Madrid's attacking speed. These Barcelona players were all world-class, and their ability to read the game was impressive. They could adjust on the field without needing their coach to say anything. In response, Real Madrid could only retain possession in the backfield, patiently looking for opportunities. Once they casually gave up possession, regaining the ball would not be easy. The coordination among Barcelona's midfielders was such that they could pass the ball perfectly even with their eyes closed. Li Chu was also contemplating. This high-level confrontation was not just a test of physical fitness and skills, but also a battle of thought processes. Simply spreading the play to the wings and letting Ronaldo and Bale attack Barcelona's defenders was too monotonous and easy to defend against. While Barcelona's defense didn't match the athleticism of Ronaldo and Bale, they could also create offside traps. Ronaldo had been caught offside twice in a row. Chapter 242. Hat Trick. After scoring, Li Chu went to the sidelines and made a shut-up gesture to the Barcelona fans who had been booing him, declaring that he had a big heart. The more they booed, the stronger he became. After conceding another goal, Barcelona was eager to pull one back, leading to some impatience in their attack. As a result, just before the end of the first half, Ronaldo took advantage of a counterattack opportunity to score again. They finally returned to the locker room with a score of 1-4. When Li Chu returned to the locker room, Marcelo immediately turned on the music and started dancing to the rhythm, showing off his moves. The entire locker room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The hero has arrived. In the first half, Li Chu scored 2 goals and assisted 1, making it impossible for anyone to lead with a large score at halftime, even overshadowing Ronaldo. Why not kneel? Li Chu struck a kingly pose, and Marcelo actually knelt down, holding Li Chu's foot as if to polish his shoes. But then he took off Li Chu's shoe and ran away with it. Everyone burst into laughter. Zidane leaned against the cabinet, watching the fun with a smile. And after a while, he clapped his hands to signal, "All right, let's take a quick break. We have 45 more minutes, then we can truly celebrate." Chapter 243. Parents arrived. Li Chu smiled slightly and said, "Of course, why not? I'm even planning to run for president of beautiful country." At first, the reporter from a media outlet was excited when he heard Li Chu say, "Of course, why not?" thinking he had finally uncovered a big story. Believing Li Chu was too young to resist the bait. However, upon hearing the rest of Li Chu's words, the smile on his face turned into embarrassment. Li Chu was just teasing him. Other reporters laughed loudly after hearing this. One reporter laughed so hard that even his back teeth were visible, which turned into a meme and went viral online. A single match victory doesn't mean much, as Real Madrid was still 2 points behind Barcelona. If they truly wanted to compete for the La Liga championship, they couldn't afford to relax in the upcoming fixtures. Li Chu assured Zidane that his physical condition was fine and that he could handle multiple competitions. He hoped the coach would reserve rest opportunities for his teammates. As Li Chu was willing to bear the burden during this critical moment, Zidane, touched by this, arranged for a detailed physical assessment for Li Chu. The results showed that Li Chu's physical qualities were in excellent condition, which relieved Zidane. But he was also curious to see how much Li Chu's data had improved compared to the beginning of the season. Chapter 244. Outside tactics. Whether the two teams could win depended on whether they could contain the Dutchman's performance. Van Persie was no longer at his peak, but he was still difficult to defend against. He didn't rely on speed to solve problems. He had a balanced skill set with both feet. As a left-footed player, Van Persie had also developed a strong right foot, which is rare among left-footed players. This balance made him a hard player to defend against. Additionally, even outside the penalty area, Van Persie had the ability to score with powerful and precise long shots. Most importantly, he could shoot without needing much adjustment and had various shooting techniques. In the 2014 World Cup, Van Persie made history with a diving header. So, although he was older, he was still formidable and hard to defend against. In contrast, Falcao, the former star striker of Atletico Madrid, who is now loaned from Monaco to Manchester United, had significantly declined despite being young. This was because Falcao was a one-footed player. Once you contained his dominant foot, he had little else to offer. After his injury, his explosive power decreased, making it hard for him to shake off defenders, and without using his dominant foot, his performance dropped significantly. Chapter 245. Outside tactics. 2. The next day, many players in Real Madrid's squad appeared somewhat fatigued. This was a result of staying up late with Manchester United personnel, cooperating with the police to disperse unruly fans, and many had caught up on sleep in the morning. It was said that English football hooligans were numerous, and Li Chu had witnessed this firsthand. Zidane had no choice but to make some adjustments to the lineup. Bale was experiencing nerves and would have surely started upon returning to England, taking advantage of his familiarity with Premier League teams and the English climate. Now, he had to be substituted by Isco. Although J. Rodriguez also hadn't rested well, his main issue was that he hadn't found his position in Real Madrid that suited him since Ancelotti left, which made things awkward for him. Zidane's lineup didn't have a fixed position for him, so despite not resting well, it wasn't a big deal for him not to start. However, Li Chu remained in high spirits. Thanks to his passive skill, iron will, not only did his physical consumption during matches decrease significantly, but his recovery during rest periods was also faster. In fact, Li Chu only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to achieve the same effect as 8 hours previously. Chapter 246. Professor Yang's trick. Looking at Manchester United, there were some similarities to Barcelona's style. At least both were quite hypnotic. Manchester United's coach, Van Gaal, had previously coached Barcelona twice. However, Manchester United did not have players like Messi Iniesta, Xavi, or Busquets. Of course, the former Premier League MVP, Juan Mata, also possessed considerable ball control skills. If you didn't put in effort, you really couldn't take the ball from Manchester United. Before the match, while waiting in the player tunnel, Ronaldo chatted with his former teammate, Argentine Di Maria. Li Chu overheard that the Angel was not particularly happy playing under Van Gaal at Manchester United. Di Maria was a left winger, but Van Gaal liked to switch positions, so Di Maria had played in many different roles, and in this match, he was placed in the attacking midfielder position, while washing the ball with his teammates. Li Chu could see that Di Maria was not suited for this position and was not accustomed to handling the ball this way. Li Chu noticed the key point and communicated with his teammates. Modric and Toni Kroos understood immediately. What? Li Chu was young. Why should they listen to him? Chapter 247. Falling behind, Van Gaal's Manchester United actually performed decently in strong matchups. When strong teams attacked, they provided Manchester United with counterattack opportunities. Their defense and ball control were very good, but their ability to break through was lacking. If it weren't for a penalty kick, it wouldn't have been easy for Van Gaal's Manchester United to breach Real Madrid's goal, even with an attacking duo like Rooney and Van Persie. In the pre-match tactical meeting, Coach Zidane had already emphasized such details to the players, but Manchester United unexpectedly broke the deadlock with a penalty, which was something no one could have predicted. After conceding a goal, Real Madrid appeared a bit anxious on the field. Everyone was eager to equalize as quickly as possible. However, Manchester United had 3 defenders, and the fullbacks only defended against inside cuts, allowing for crosses at will. 3 defenders have already demonstrated strong defensive capabilities, and adding Fellaini, who can also retreat to the penalty area, makes it even better. This guy is a true aerial dominance. After Li Chu intercepted Manchester United's attack in the backfield, he made a long pass that would usually have made it through, but Fellaini jumped high and intercepted the ball in mid-air. Chapter 248. Destiny born in Athletic Bilbao. He has a more vigorous fighting spirit and tireless running compared to Mata. He is also very good at encouraging teammates and coordinating offense and defense, earning him the nickname Commissioner AI. It seems Van Gaal intends to stick to a defensive strategy firmly focused on counterattacks. Although Rooney is no longer the young speedster he once was, his passing ability is still rare among forwards. He often drops back to help with defense and can deliver extremely precise passes, like a missile with a targeting system finding his teammates. Additionally, his unique skill of curling the ball with the inside of his right foot into the top left corner of the goal remains a challenge for goalkeepers to defend against. The wing's Professor Young was substituted for the young England international Luke Shaw, who came from Southampton's youth academy. When Li Chu played FM 2012, he personally promoted Luke Shaw from the youth team, making him a player Li Chu is familiar with. Another right back, Steven, was also promoted at that time. It must be said that Southampton's youth training is indeed impressive, producing many talented players. Wenger, the Copper Alchemist, favored this team, having acquired Ramsey, Walcott, and others from Southampton, except for Bale. Chapter 249. Smearing regarding Real Madrid's loss. Li Chu did not perform well, and domestic media mainly expressed regret, with hardly any critical voices. After all, Li Chu had just won the first Asian Cup championship in history with the national team, and his performance was evident. One poor game does not warrant criticism of Li Chu. Criticizing him would put one against the fans, and no one would do that at this time. However, the Spanish media was less forgiving, with both Mundo Deportivo and Marca criticizing Li Chu. Mundo Deportivo is the official newspaper of Barcelona, and they certainly want to smear the performance of a rival's player. Marca tends to praise those who perform well and criticize those who do poorly, making it a sensationalist outlet, earning it the nickname toilet paper in Spain, akin to the UK's Sun newspaper in terms of clickbait. However, the Madrid-friendly newspaper AS defended Li Chu and the Real Madrid players, detailing the off-field tactics employed against Real Madrid in Manchester, which alleviated some pressure on the players. Chapter 250. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, no need. Our cooperation has been very good. A big agent also starts as a small one. If you don't have a PR team or legal team, you can start building one now. Sooner or later, you can become a big agent too. Billy Accio was very touched by Li Chu's words. Rest assured, although I don't have much experience in this area, I will do my utmost. If I can't help you due to my lack of ability, and you switch to another agent, I won't have any negative feelings. That's right, although you're my agent. I also consider you a friend. Billy Accio left feeling moved, while Li Chu had a dark expression, although switching to someone like Raiola would bring in more money. players often end up in chaotic situations with clubs. Money without honor is useless. Li Chu has a system at his disposal, so money is not a problem for him. The key is to have enough honor. This way, he won't waste his extraordinary life. As for the domestic media currently smearing Li Chu, he doesn't care at all since he doesn't plan to develop in his home country. When Li Chu wins the Champions League and achieves greater success, will he still fear the changing winds? Chapter 251. Public opinion turmoil before this match. Sevilla had performed well, just defeating Espanyol 3-0. They are fielding their full starting lineup. In contrast, Real Madrid is mostly playing with substitutes. Giz, Vázquez, and James are the three forwards, with Isco, Kovacic, and Li Chu in midfield, while Nacho, Arbeloa, Cointreau, and Pepe form the defense. Therefore, before the match, the media speculated that Real Madrid had made significant rotations in the lineup to ensure the very important upcoming Champions League home match against Manchester United. Even Cristiano Ronaldo and other main players were not included in the substitute list for this match. This means Zidane is determined to rotate the squad for this match, not just giving the main players a few minutes of rest. Thus, it is not surprising that many are not optimistic about Real Madrid's chances in this match. Even with a full starting lineup, beating Sevilla is not guaranteed. And considering Sevilla's ties to Barcelona, they will undoubtedly give their all against Real Madrid. Although Real Madrid's substitute lineup is still star-studded, it is much more luxurious compared to the players from relegation-threatened teams. Chapter 252. Dirty, the individual strength is quite impressive. Although he is not very tall at only 1.72 meters, he is very agile and has excellent shooting skills, currently having scored 9 goals. Considering Sevilla only spent €10 million to sign him, this performance is quite satisfactory. Gameiro received a pass from Reyes and slightly created space before pulling to the side. At this moment, Sevilla's midfielder Iborra made a direct run into the penalty area. He is a tall player at 1.95 meters. Iborra's coverage area is substantial, and he can play both center back and center forward. He is a true all-around player. When Gameiro pulls to the side, Iborra will rush into the penalty area to fill in for Gameiro's position. This tactic has been effective since Emery took charge. After all, the height advantage of 1.95 meters is significant, and combined with the impact of his late runs, jumping from standstill and jumping after a sprint are completely different. Thus, when competing with defenders, it can be quite challenging for them. In this match, Arbeloa is filling in as a center back. He is not originally a center back, but after his speed and explosiveness declined, he had a transition to play as one. Chapter 253. Self-inflicted. Looks like both players collided quite hard. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh no, Banega's action was quite malicious. Duan Xian clearly saw in the slow-motion replay that Banega was clearly targeting Li Chu when competing for the header. However, the dramatic part is that after colliding with Li Chu, he ended up hitting Li Chu's knee. And then it turned out like this. In fact, when Li Chu was in the air and noticed Banega coming towards him, he intentionally controlled his body. Li Chu could stay in the air for a long time, so it was easy for him to control his body in mid-air. Although he had no ground to push off from, Li Chu bent his knee and aimed for Banega's temple. This is what you get for being reckless. If Banega had acted normally, with his eyes facing Li Chu wouldn't have been able to hit his temple. However, Banega deliberately made this move, so he came in sideways. Therefore, it became much easier for Li Chu to hit his temple. After that, when Li Chu fell from the air, he pulled on Banega's jersey to avoid his head hitting the ground first, causing Banega to fall first with Li Chu landing on top of him. Chapter 254. Mirror World Wave. Li Chu looked at the ball, estimating the distance to be less than 30 meters, still quite far, but it was within shooting range. If Real Madrid were to play with their full-strength lineup, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale would both have a significant impact from this position. Of course, Li Chu's free kick practice had improved. Although he had allocated his attribute points to other areas, he still had the special skill of a big curve. So his free kicks weren't too shabby. At least if the wall was too high, Li Chu wouldn't always stick to it like Ronaldo. Ronaldo's free kicks pose a great threat as long as they clear the wall, but due to previous injuries, it has become increasingly difficult for him to get over the wall. Li Chu chose to bend the ball around the wall instead. James Rodriguez also had a strong kick. He and Li Chu stood by the ball, leaving Sevilla's goalkeeper unsure of who would take the free kick. I'll run first. You decide. Li Chu stood by the ball, remaining in place, while James was far away. For a free kick from this distance, a run-up was needed to generate power. Chapter 255. Super performance. If it weren't for Navas's brilliant performance, the goal would have been breached just now. Pepe, scared, quickly kicked the ball out. James received the ball, skillfully stopped it, then smoothly pulled it away from a Sevilla player trying to take it from him. Not continuing to dribble, he directly passed the ball to Li Chu. Li Chu didn't receive the ball. Instead, he let it go through his legs to the Brazilian young player Case Moreau behind him. The Brazilian, bigger than Li Chu, then passed the ball to the flank for Giz. Giz, known as the second generation of Ronaldo, was certainly not just a name. He took possession on the flank and directly broke into the penalty area, but after a couple of steps, he made a sudden stop, shaking off the defender and passed the ball to the top of the arc. Li Chu charged in. He didn't take the ball, but nudged it to Vasquez, who flicked it with his heel, surprising the Sevilla defenders and letting it through. James made a late run, received the ball, and horizontally passed it. At this point, Li Chu had already positioned himself in front of the goal and lightly nudged it in. 2 o'clock. Li Chu did it again. He stood up once more. He proved his strength again. In the last match, Li Chu performed poorly, which led to a lot of discussion and criticism in the media. Chapter 256. Barbecue time. Real Madrid secured a crucial victory, continuing to closely follow Barcelona in the standings. However, the next match for Real Madrid was against Manchester United. Back in the locker room, after scoring and playing a full match, James was in a good mood. "Lee, want to come over to my place for a bit? I don't want to eat barbecue." Although Li Chu had a system that allowed him to adjust his physical attributes using attribute points, the system also indicated that if he was more disciplined in his diet and training, the results would be better. This is because attribute points can only be allocated up to 100, but maintaining good habits can help surpass that limit. Therefore, Li Chu felt that if he wanted to enjoy himself, he should wait until after retirement when he would have plenty of time. For now, he should be more disciplined. Relax a bit. Messi and Suarez eat barbecue too. They're geniuses. I'm just an ordinary person. Are you asking for a beating? You're just an ordinary person? Not just James. Everyone felt that Li Chu was a bit out of line. However, many key players did not travel with the team for this away game. Most were substitutes and young players. Veteran Pepe, not respecting his age, preferred to joke around. Chapter 257. True adversity. Veteran coach Van Gaal has been a bit fiery lately. He led the team to beat Real Madrid 3 o'clock, and online commentators referred to him as the dual godfather of Barca and Bayern. In a match at Madrid's Bernabeu Stadium, the old coach confidently vowed before the game to deliver an exciting match for Manchester United fans and ensure the team could advance to the next round of the Champions League knockout stage. With a 0-3 deficit, how likely is it for Real Madrid to turn the game around? One can only say the probability is not 0. In any case, the major European betting markets showed that bookmakers weren't too optimistic about Real Madrid. Additionally, there were reports that Real Madrid's president, Florentino, was looking for a new coach. If Real Madrid were eliminated from the Champions League and couldn't win against Barcelona in La Liga, even Zidane would face the risk of being sacked. This former superstar seemed to be nearing the end of his first job as a head coach of a first team. Facing this challenging match, Zidane sent out all his main players, leaving no reserves. They were already down 0-3, so there was no need for any backup. Chapter 258. Countermeasures. Earlier, Li Chu was speechless, thinking, how could that ball go in? The luck is just unbelievable. The deflection even created a dead angle. After that goal, most people felt that the situation was hopeless. Coming back from 0-4 would be very difficult. Not to mention that the opponent was Manchester United. Even if it were Espanyol, you wouldn't dare say you could definitely score 4 goals in a single match. Moreover, they had also scored an away goal, meaning Real Madrid had to score 5. It's fine, just score 1 more goal. Li Chu attempted to encourage his teammates. Nearby, Toni Kroos couldn't help but laugh. Normally, when a team was behind by such a large margin, he shouldn't be smiling, but he couldn't hold back upon hearing Li Chu's words. You're really optimistic. Ramos on the back line was also speechless. He had just been motivating his teammates, and unexpectedly, he was the one to make a mistake, feeling quite embarrassed. I swear, if Manchester United scores again, I'll be a pig. The only way to score is over my dead body. Ramos was determined. The bad news was that Manchester United scored within the first minute of the match. Good news is that there is still plenty of time, over 80 minutes left. Chapter 259. Stalemate. The reason Li Chu did not directly take the free kick is that Manchester United's defense is practically impeccable in height, with Fellaini and Smalling both standing at 194 meters. They are truly the kings of the air, whether it's a direct shot or a cross in a box. These two aerial giants are insurmountable peaks. Additionally, the flying General Phil Jones stands at 186 meters and is quite the hard worker. The chances of scoring from the air are very slim. Therefore, Li Chu opted for a tactical corner kick. Everyone expected him to either cross into the penalty area or take a direct shot, but unexpectedly, Li Chu passed the ball horizontally to the edge of the penalty area. Originally, there should be Manchester United's defensive midfielder there for protection, but one midfielder, Fellaini, went into the penalty area to help his teammate with a header. The other midfielder, Herrera, was completely focused on Li Chu, oblivious to anyone else. At this moment, Ronaldo did not enter the penalty area, but instead pulled back, creating space. From this position, Ronaldo decisively struck a lofted ball. It soared over the heads of several players and descended rapidly as it approached the goal. De Gea's reaction was already quick enough, but Ronaldo cleverly shot it at an unexpected angle. Chapter 260, Going All Out. The game was stuck in a stalemate. Just 10 minutes into the match, both teams had scored a goal, but after another 20 minutes, approaching the 40-minute mark, it was still 1-1. Overall, Manchester United led 4-1. Li Chu realized that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to complete his task. With Herrera tightly marking him, he barely touched the ball, and judging by how long it had been, Herrera still seemed to have plenty of stamina. Even if Li Chu managed to tire Herrera out in the second half, what if Van Gaal substituted another player to keep marking him? Would he have to set screens again? However, Herrera was sharp. Having fallen for the trick once, he wouldn't do so again. The moment he saw Li Chu with the ball, he immediately retreated towards his teammates. Because once Li Chu got the ball, unless he passed, he would still have to advance toward Manchester United, and Herrera would just come over then. He had to find a way to deal with Herrera otherwise. Not only would he fail to lead his team to overturn Manchester United and earn system rewards, but he might even be substituted by the coach. It's important to note that Zidane was under considerable pressure as well. If he failed to coach Real Madrid successfully, his chances of coaching a top team again would significantly decrease. Chapter 261, Pressure shifted to the other side. Directly kicking the ball into the penalty area against tall defenders and a very quick goalkeeper was challenging. Playing a tactical corner kick would be the same. Kicking the ball to the edge of the box for a long shot was also risky. Since Ronaldo had just scored, Manchester United was now paying close attention to this area. Even though Herrera was following Li Chu, others were ready to cover. Rooney even dropped back to the edge of his own penalty area. To win this match, the little fat guy was really putting in the effort. In fact, the scoring rate from corner kicks is generally not very high. Real Madrid's corner kick scoring rate is high, but that's mainly due to defensive corner kicks. This started during the era of the special one. When a defensive corner kick is won by Real Madrid, they would just clear the ball forward for a counterattack, with players like Ronaldo waiting up front, all of whom are excellent at counterattacking. As for attacking corner kicks, Real Madrid's efficiency is quite average. Li Chu took a deep breath and raised both hands simultaneously. This action left players from both teams utterly confused. Each team typically makes a gesture when taking a corner kick to guide their teammates on where to position themselves. For example, raising the left hand indicates the near post, and raising the right hand indicates the far post. By raising both hands, Li Chu left everyone bewildered. Chapter 262, Unbelievable Header. However, Darmian was a typical Italian-style defender, with excellent defensive awareness, but lacking in speed and explosive power due to his build. Ronaldo could often overpower him. But if it weren't for other Manchester United players frequently covering, the 2-on-1 situation would have allowed Ronaldo to break through long ago. After the throw-in, Marcelo sprinted down the flank, but no one from Manchester United marked him. As long as he wasn't in the penalty area and didn't have the ball, they ignored him, as they weren't afraid of Real Madrid's crosses. This made Marcelo's performance in the half quite awkward, as he felt invisible. He could only deliver low crosses that met a wall of legs, while high crosses were met by aerial threats. In the past, Marcelo and Ronaldo were known as a golden partnership, but in this match, they were heavily restricted. Ronaldo attempted to cut inside, but found too many legs in the penalty area, leaving him unable to find an angle for a long shot. Therefore, he could only pass to Marcelo and then make a run into the box. Upon receiving the ball, Marcelo hesitated. Normally, he would have crossed without a second thought at this moment. But after crossing numerous times in the first half without effect, he felt frustrated. Give it to me. Chapter 263, Stalemate. Although Li Chu was full of fighting spirit, his opponents were equally determined. Manchester United hadn't won the Champions League in a long time either. Van Persie had fled from Arsenal to Manchester United, where he secured only one league title. Of course, he hoped to win the Champions League before the end of his career. Additionally, since Ronaldo's departure, Rooney had reached another Champions League final, only to have Messi nearly give the old maestro a heart attack. When others talk about Manchester United's Champions League victories, they often credit Ronaldo, making Rooney feel like just a supporting player. Therefore, Rooney also felt the need to fight for the Champions League to prove himself. This is essentially the highest honor a player can achieve at a club in the Champions League, and no one would simply give it up. As the second half began, the match grew increasingly intense, especially in midfield, where every inch was fiercely contested. Even Juan Mata, who was substituted and later, was fighting hard, which was not his usual style. It seemed Van Gaal had changed tactics, realizing that they couldn't hold on defensively. Real Madrid's midfield creativity was high, and their forwards, like Ronaldo and Bale, were physical beasts. After defending for so long in the first half, they ended up conceding 3 goals to Real Madrid. Chapter 264. Find a way to score. Come on, Li Chu. The barrage of comments had not stopped since the match began. Li Chu had excellent mental fortitude. His iron will gave him an edge in this regard, although he couldn't secure a victory in this match, which would prevent him from advancing to the next round of the knockout stage and completing system tasks for rewards. He still maintained a calmness beyond his years. No rush. Take it slow. A goal only takes a few seconds. Li Chu was also contemplating how to score. The current issue was that even if the attack succeeded, there was still a god-level goalkeeper on the opposing side. Several of the tactics had already been successful, and the shots from Ronaldo and Benzema were quite on point, reaching the limits of what was possible. However, it just so happened that De Gea on the opposite side was in top form, saving several shots that should have been world-class goals. Where can one make sense of that? Once a goalkeeper reaches a peak state, they can become unstoppable, making it very difficult to score against them, and De Gea happens to be a somewhat neurotic goalkeeper. When he performs at his best, he is truly phenomenal. At this moment, Li Chu had allocated all his points to physical attributes and technical skills, with shooting and heading being among his few weaknesses. Chapter 265. Equalizer. Milan scored a goal through a corner taken by Simeone, with an outside shot. Li Chu looked at the top of the penalty area, where only Marcelo and Modric from Real Madrid were positioned. Modric still had a very strong shot. "Luka, you take it," Li Chu shouted, asking to swap positions with Modric. Normally, this would have been protested by the opponents, but now no one from Manchester United would object, as Li Chu was wasting time, and Manchester United was in the lead. This move also sparked dissatisfaction among the Bernabeu fans, who began to boo Li Chu. Zidane didn't say anything, as Li Chu often had some puzzling actions on the field, but it was later proven that Li Chu was right. Even if he wasn't right, Zidane didn't want to say anything, because Li Chu was still very young, and he didn't want to restrict a genius player like Li Chu with rigid rules. The most precious quality of a genius player is creativity, which cannot be confined by any constraints. Zidane, being a genius player himself, understood very well what a genius player needs. Chapter 266. The script arrives. Moreover, his shooting isn't characterized by hard strikes. He prefers to choose clever angles. This means that once he is closely marked by defenders and unable to shake them off, he cannot utilize his shooting skills. This is unlike Van Persie, who can shoot with both feet and has a powerful strike, posing a significant threat even from outside the penalty area. Li Chu felt that this substitution was a mistake from Manchester United. As Li Chu had anticipated, once Falcao came on, Real Madrid's defense became much more relaxed. They couldn't afford to let their guard down against Van Persie. Although Van Persie was getting older and lacked effective means to break through, if they didn't close in on him promptly, he could shoot from anywhere and with great accuracy. He was like a personal cannon. However, it was worth noting that Van Persie also had a background as a winger with very delicate footwork and could easily get past defenders if they weren't careful. This led to Real Madrid's 2 center-backs, Ramos and Varane, being tormented by Van Persie during this period. Now that Falcao had come on, it felt much more comfortable. On the sidelines, Van Gaal looked very serious. They had come to the away game with a 3 o'clock advantage and started off very smoothly. Chapter 267. Iron-Blooded Warrior. Falcao, due to a major injury, had lost his speed. He originally had a significant lead over Carvajal, being several strides ahead, a clear one-on-one situation. But within a few steps, Carvajal had caught up. However, even though Falcao's form had declined due to his injury and he hadn't scored many goals since being loaned to Manchester United this season, his awareness and technical foundation remained. Feeling Carvajal closing in, he suddenly pulled the ball back, shaking off Carvajal. At this point, Falcao had brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area. He saw Navas rushing out to block the shot, so Falcao attempted a chip shot. Navas came out very quickly, almost blocking Falcao's shooting angle. But the only thing he feared was a lob shot. Unexpectedly, due to Carvajal's pursuit, Falcao had no choice but to shoot from that position, opting for the most optimal way to solve the problem. Navas barely jumped up, reaching out with his hand, but he was still 10 centimeters short of the ball. After all, he had rushed out with a low center of gravity, making it difficult to defy gravity and jump again in such a situation. Chapter 268. I want to play. I practiced iron head skills. It's fine. Damn. This move startled Cristiano Ronaldo and the others. They had seen a carp leap before, but they had only seen that in Jackie Chan movies. They had never seen anyone do that on the field. Chugua. They couldn't do anything about Li Chu. They had seen craziness, but never such madness. After just hitting his head against the goalpost, he seemed unfazed, and if there had been bricks nearby, Olmo would really suspect that he would hit his own forehead with a brick. Let the coach decide. Li Chu knew his situation. If he didn't have a will of steel, the passive effect of his skill would have really taken him down this time. Normally, hitting one's skull against the goalpost could cause a serious injury, but thanks to the passive skill, it merely resulted in a minor scrape, which could be considered a very light injury. Although he was bleeding profusely, it wasn't a big deal. It just looked scary. Zidane saw the situation and disregarded the rules, running out of the area where a head coach should stay check on Li Chu. As soon as he ran over, he saw Li Chu perform the carp leap, startling Zidane. Chapter 269. The last minute. No opportunity could be wasted. Every attacking chance on the field had to be maximized. Therefore, Li Chu also didn't want to waste his height. Although his heading ability was average, he still had a good sense for positioning in front of the goal. Sometimes scoring doesn't depend on the precision of your heading, but rather on whether you can make the right decision in time. At this moment, it was all about throwing punches in a chaotic fight against a seasoned opponent. Modric took the free kick, sending it directly to the small penalty area. This was also something Li Chu mentioned when they swapped positions. He told Modric that Manchester United's goalkeeper had average aerial ability and didn't like to come out for the ball. He could pass the ball towards the goal, making it harder for Manchester United's defenders to clear it. Li Chu fully utilized his ability to observe the characteristics of the opposing players. Since De Gea had already been extraordinary today, they had to exploit De Gea's weaknesses to break through his goal. Of course, Li Chu did this while doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. Everything had been done, and whether they could score would depend on luck. The ball flew towards Manchester United's small penalty area, and, as Li Chu had predicted, De Gea did not come out to catch the ball. He was more accustomed to staying on the goal line and making various quick reactions. Chapter 270. Nicknames emerge. Real Madrid's players embraced each other tightly. At that moment, Li Chu said, "We just need to hold on for a few more minutes." It must be said that Li Chu remained very calm in this situation. How many players would lose their usual composure in such moments and end up causing disaster? That's right, there's still a few minutes left in the game. And Li Chu was right. "Let's hold our ground and celebrate wildly after the match is over," Ramos added. At this moment, the bandage on Li Chu's head was soaked with blood, and Olmo had no choice but to come over and change his bandage again, as his previous header had also hit the wound. Seeing this scene, Huey couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Li Chu is indeed a tough guy. At such a young age, he possesses such a strong fighting spirit, not backing down even with a minor injury, using his wounded head without any hesitation. This spirit is incredibly powerful. I won't say that Real Madrid's comeback in this match was solely due to Li Chu, but it is a fact. In the following match, Manchester United fell apart, and despite having a great opportunity, they conceded 5 goals to Real Madrid. This humiliation made Van Gaal unable to sit still on the bench. Chapter 271. Why not make money while lying down after Real Madrid's victory? The head coach also gave the team a day off to relax and enjoy the joy of victory. G. Rodriguez was pondering whether to have another barbecue in his backyard and invite Li Chu to join. Li Chu seriously suspected that J. Rodriguez, who had already been marginalized in the team, would have long gone to the inland riverbank if it weren't for the cold weather in Madrid. Li Chu had a fairly good understanding of his brother-in-law. J. Rodriguez's strength is indisputable. He is definitely a top player, but he can only play one position, which is attacking midfielder. In fact, if it weren't for Li Chu taking over, J. Rodriguez could still secure a starting position. But now that Li Chu is both offensively and defensively capable, he can play as an attacking midfielder, defensive midfielder, or even an all-round midfielder, serving as the core organizer. It can be said that as long as Li Chu is healthy and in form, he is the most stable link in Real Madrid. Li Chu can be considered one of Zidane's closest disciples. Zidane's keen eye for talent gave Li Chu a stable starting position, and in return, Li Chu has consistently performed excellently. They can be regarded as a legendary master-disciple pair in football. Chapter 272. Are you trying to save the country in a roundabout way? Li Chu was puzzled. Why should he maintain an image at home? When Li Chu walked into the living room, he realized that Catherine was wearing an apron and making dumplings with his mother. What are you doing here? Li Chu asked, not very politely. Although the reports from the media outlet where Catherine worked were generally positive about Li Chu, he inherently had little fun as for journalists. Previously, Casillas had a conflict with then-coach Mourinho due to his girlfriend leaking news from the locker room, which triggered a series of events at Real Madrid. In Li Chu's view, these journalists would do anything for a big story without regard for anything else. What are you talking about? Do you think she's here for you? Li Chu's mother scolded him, then turned to comfort the German beauty. Li Chu felt quite exasperated. Is this even reasonable? Catherine quickly said to Li Chu's mother. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. I actually have something to do and need to leave. It's mealtime. Leaving now is just slapping us in the face. Don't mind that brat. Chapter 273. Media impression. Li Chu knew that Real Madrid was a very good platform. The key now is to perform well in every match, and once he becomes an indispensable part of the team and helps the team win numerous honors, a pay raise will come naturally. Li Chu felt that compared to achieving various honors, money was just like a floating cloud in the sky. Currently, he was living in accommodation arranged by the club, eating at the club, and his physical condition could be compensated for with attribute points. Sometimes, when he ate too much meat and gained weight, causing a decline in physical condition, he could use attribute points to make up for it. Unlike Cristiano Ronaldo, who had to hire a professional nutritionist to create a specialized diet, eating tasteless, nutritious meals day in and day out for decades, Li Chu could even save that money. Earning 50,000 euros per week isn't too shabby. Villarreal was anxious, but the emperor was calm. If Li Chu wasn't anxious, there was nothing he could do. This also led to Villarreal not having much leverage in negotiations with the club. Villarreal wasn't a big agent. If he were, he could leak some news and establish connections with other clubs. Chapter 274. Pre-match. Although Li Chu knew that this wasn't good, he couldn't resist the temptation to score. An average of 1 goal per game is something only peak Ronaldo and Messi could achieve. There's no point in playing football if you don't score. However, there was one downside. Because Li Chu knew that this shot would definitely score, he didn't feel too excited about it. Some reporters noticed this point and wrote columns highlighting Li Chu's outstanding performance in each match. However, Real Madrid had not improved Li Chu's contract. The current star from Angola was still on a contract of 50,000 euros per week. This figure was even lower than that of some marginal players at Real Madrid. Wasn't Real Madrid being a bit excessive? Because of this issue, Li Chu wouldn't celebrate excessively after scoring. Therefore, a reporter speculated whether Li Chu would transfer to another team after this season. Originally, this was just an ordinary article. Li Chu didn't even need to respond. The PR department of Real Madrid would naturally respond with an official stance, such as saying that negotiations were ongoing. At this time, Liverpool star, the Italian Balotelli, emerged. Chapter 275. Mentality. After the two finished speaking and turned around, they felt a bit guilty, as if they were thieves. They saw Isco looking at them with an innocent expression filled with resentment. In fact, it couldn't be blamed on Zidane. Isco had found a partner who, for some unknown reason, was a vegetarian, and now Isco had also switched to a vegetarian diet, leading to a significant decline in his physical condition. Meanwhile, J. Rodriguez was training hard every day, so it was understandable that Zidane didn't favor Isco. Atletico Madrid was now considered one of the top 3 teams in La Liga, but they were basically accompanying their prince to school. The season had already fallen behind Barcelona by 11 points and Real Madrid by 9 points. Although being third wasn't something to worry about, allowing them to participate in the Champions League, as usual, they had essentially withdrawn from the title race. However, as a local team, Atletico Madrid is very eager to land a punch on their rivals Real Madrid, regardless of who ultimately becomes the champion of La Liga. Winning is the best way to honor their fans. However, in this match, Atletico's coach Simeone seemed to lack confidence. In the pre-match press conference, he praised Li Chu, stating that if Li Chu were Argentine, the next World Cup would definitely be Argentina's for the taking. Chapter 276. Wholesale world wave Li Chu wanted to take the opportunity to nutmeg, but unexpectedly, Coke, who had been nutmegged by Li Chu several times in previous matches, had become more cunning than ever and deliberately left a gap for Li Chu. He appeared to be low in stance, legs wide apart, with a gap in his pants that looked like a subway station exit. However, with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, as soon as the ball came, Coke quickly pulled his heel inward, striking the ball and altering its trajectory. This led to Atletico launching a counterattack with a long pass reaching Mandzukic, who won the aerial duel against Verni and successfully flicked the ball to the incoming Griezmann. Griezmann, showing restraint against the defending Real Madrid players, passed the ball to Gabi, who was perfectly positioned at the edge of the penalty area and took a shot. Gabi's shot was solid and resulted in a world-class goal. The ball was struck with such speed that Navas could only hurriedly attempt to save, but the ball flew into the corner, and even if Buffon and Neuer teamed up, they could only watch in despair. 1 o'clock. Navas was very frustrated, getting up from the ground and looking at the ball in the net, feeling very depressed about conceding a goal in every match, all of which were spectacular world-class goals. Chapter 277. Entangled. If I can provoke Gabi today and make him receive a red card, then there will be a big reward. Under the system's temptation, Li Chu had no choice but to do something that wasn't human. Gabi's face turned green. He had just scored a beautiful world-class goal, which was quite rare for a player whose main role was to score. And he even planned to record the video of his goal to show to his future children. But looking at the goal Li Chu just scored, he suddenly felt that his own goal was so ordinary, as if a village beauty had come to the big city and encountered a Victoria's Secret supermodel. It felt like someone bought a BMW 3 Series and was proud of it, only for a friend who just praised it to come out with an X6. What do you think of my goal? Gabi asked, are you mad? Do you want to make me look foolish so that the coach substitutes me? What are you trying to do? Don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Li Chu was like, wasn't it you who started first? You can't take a little counterattack? But this also proved that there might be a chance. Gabi's mindset had already been affected. Chapter 278. Absolutely abnormal. I am an experienced player in the field. How can I let a young one bully me? Gabi planned to bring out 200 of his strength to deal with Li Chu. He burned his little universe. Even if he had to run until he cramped up, he was determined to stop Li Chu today. Meanwhile, he couldn't stop the trash talk. In the following matches, Gabi increasingly marked Li Chu closely. Especially during free kicks and corners, Li Chu, standing in the wall, was repeatedly disturbed by Gabi. Gabi was almost like a koala clinging to Li Chu. Anyway, he couldn't care less about others scoring. Today, he had to stop Li Chu at all costs. He would rather die on the pitch than let Li Chu pass over his body. Li Chu was now reaping what he had sown. This had triggered Gabi's little universe explosion. It was like he had taken an aphrodisiac, extremely excited, especially when fighting for position in the penalty area. This was a physically demanding task. And while Li Chu had great physical attributes, Gabi, with his little universe exploded, unleashed a strength much greater than usual. Most importantly, that stubborn attitude. Chapter 279. Fanning the flames during halftime, Zidane even had the team doctor check on Li Chu. This left Li Chu both amused and exasperated. What was this all about? After the second half began, Gabi seemed to have received instructions from Coach Simeone, as he had calmed down a lot. He no longer tangled with Li Chu. Simeone's idea was that in the first half, both had already been entangled for so long. And since Gabi hadn't gained any advantage, he shouldn't continue to compete with him. This kid is a freak. It's better not to mess with him. But Gabi didn't want to ignore Li Chu. It was Li Chu who wanted to engage with Gabi. After all, if Gabi didn't cooperate, Li Chu wouldn't be able to complete his task. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the field. Gabi always wanted to find trouble with Li Chu. As soon as Li Chu got the ball, Gabi was like a vulture smelling blood, immediately zeroing in on him like a fly drawn to decay. But now Gabi was in his defensive area. If Li Chu didn't come over, Gabi wouldn't cross over to bother him. However, Li Chu deliberately took the ball to Gabi. Even when off the ball, he liked to run close to Gabi. Especially during set pieces, Li Chu would move close to Gabi. Chapter 280. Successful. What do you want to do? Are you trying to frame me? You sneaky little rat. At this moment, Li Chu received a notification from his system. He had finally succeeded in provoking Gabi. Task completed. As a referee approached, Li Chu quickly stood up and said to the referee, "Sorry, I slipped just now, so I fell. This has nothing to do with Gabi. Although we made contact, he definitely didn't knock me down." The referee had no idea what Li Chu was up to, wearing a face full of question marks. "You better not cause trouble on my pitch. There's no next time. You're already on my warning list. If you cause trouble on my turf, I'll let you know what's wrong. I know you're very popular lately, but please don't provoke me. Li Chu's tone was very sincere as he apologized, since the task was already completed, and he had what he needed. Continuing to mess around would be pointless, making both the referee and Gabby doubt whether Li Chu had a split personality. Are you messing with me? No, although we are opponents on the field, we can still be friends off the field. Once a friend, always a friend. You don't get to know someone without a fight. Chapter 281. It turns out there was a misunderstanding after training. Li Chu accompanied Anna to dinner, then they watched a movie, and finally he took Anna home. I've moved out now, and I'm all alone here. Are you sure you don't want to come up for a glass of red wine? We could do something we love. Then let us sit for a bit. Since she had already opened her mouth, Li Chu couldn't refuse. If he turned her down now, he wouldn't be a good man. That would be a sign of having problems. The temperature in Madrid wasn't very high yet. It was that awkward season where it was warm one moment and cold the next. However, once Li Chu went up, the small single apartment was filled with warmth, and he finally experienced Anna's fiery enthusiasm. The next morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Li Chu got up and saw that Anna was still fast asleep. So he quietly left. When he returned home and opened the door, he was startled to find his mother sitting on the living room sofa, looking rather displeased. Mom, why aren't you sleeping? Why are you up so early? What are you doing sitting here? Well, you've learned to stay out all night now. I tried calling you, but your phone was off. Li Chu scratched his head. I'm an adult now. You may be older, but you're still my son. And a son is always a child in front of his mother. Chapter 282. Away game. Li Chu really couldn't find time, now that the competition was over. He didn't even have time to rest before he had to get into intense preparations. During this time, the team doctor was very busy. The therapy room was always full of people, and several therapists were massaging to the point where their fingers were about to break. So, Li Chu hadn't contacted Catherine for a while. He felt that if he wanted to apologize, it should at least be face-to-face. A phone call would be too insincere. He was too busy to even contact Anna, let alone Catherine. At this moment, Li Chu was lying in bed with Cristiano Ronaldo, enjoying a massage from the therapist. As Ronaldo was getting massaged, he chatted with Li Chu. I heard that the massage therapy in your country is really impressive. Do you have any great therapists you could recommend to the club? I think they're a bit short-staffed, and they've been worked hard lately. It's just busy for a while. After this period, it'll calm down. I doubt the club will agree to your idea. Then I'll hire one myself. As long as they're skilled, I'll have my dad ask around. Li Chu couldn't help but admire Ronaldo for being so genuine. He wanted to achieve the best in everything, even wanted to hire a professional masseur for massages. Chapter 283. Clearing up misunderstandings, a few people sent Li Chu's parents off at the airport. After watching them pass through security, Li Chu was ready to return with Anna. They call me again. They're really pushing me. All right, Chu, I have to go to work now. I can't stay with you any longer. Saying this, Anna leaned over to hug Li Chu's neck and gave him a deep kiss on the cheek before waving goodbye. Bye. After sending off his girlfriend, Li Chu turned around and saw Catherine walking past him, head down and in a hurry. He quickly called out to her. Hey. Catherine turned back with a businesslike demeanor, her green eyes cold. Is there something? Yes, I know about the last time you helped my parents. I had some misunderstandings about you before, and I really want to say to your face, tut mir leid. Li Chu's German pronunciation was quite strange, but the fact that he specifically looked up how to say sorry in German was enough to show his sincerity, which eased Catherine's expression a bit. All right, I accept it. However, I want to say that while tut mir leid is used for apologies, it emphasizes objective reasons more. If you want to express a strong, personal feeling, you should use entschuldigen sie bit, which means I'm sorry, very sorry. Of course, it could also be that you genuinely believe it's an objective reason. Chapter 284. The King of the South. Most of the players in Real Madrid were already regulars in the Champions League. Playing in the Champions League was as routine as eating and drinking. However, both Li Chu and Zidane were experiencing their first quarterfinal match, one leading the team alone for the first time, and the other participating in a quarterfinal for the first time. Li Chu didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he was eager to showcase himself on such a grand stage. This time, Real Madrid arrived in Munich, the capital of Germany, staying at the Courtyard by Marriott. Li Chu was sharing a room with James Rodriguez. Every player stayed with someone they had a good relationship with, just like how Ronaldo preferred to stay in the same room as Pepe. James wouldn't start, and as a substitute in the away game. He was in a good mood, lying on the bed in the room, video chatting, quite pleased with himself. Li Chu couldn't be bothered. He could tell from the voice that it wasn't James' wife. After chatting for quite a while, James hung up the phone and suddenly said to Li Chu, "You can't let Anna down." Li Chu was speechless. He hadn't even condemned him morally yet, and James was already the first to accuse. Chapter 285. Social media, as the saying goes, not returning a favor is impolite. Li Chu went back and liked a few posts from Thomas Muller. Is this what you call socializing? After adapting to the venue, everyone returned to the hotel for dinner, preparing for the evening's match, which would kick off at 6 o'clock. After the match, everyone would catch the late flight back to Madrid and then return home. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Chu saw Marcelo moving a bunch of items to his room. "What is this?" Li Chu went over to help. "You've never had German smoked pig trotter, right? Although it looks terrifying, it tastes really good, especially when eaten with natto from the island. Generally, most people wouldn't dare eat pig trotters, but I'll secretly tell you it's really delicious," Marcelo said proudly. Li Chu was quite disdainful. "Come on, when it comes to food. We Chinese say we're second, and no one dares to say they're first. I've been eating pig trotters since before I started elementary school. The common ways to prepare them in my hometown include braised pig trotters, stewed pig trotters, and hard-braised pig trotters." Li Chu rattled off the names as if he were reciting a list, leaving Marcelo stunned. Chapter 286. Little flying hero Li Chu wasn't afraid of anyone on the field. Now he had a whole bunch of skills. "Isn't that right? If a god blocks me, I kill the god. If a Buddha blocks me, I kill the Buddha. With cheats, is there any need to hesitate? Just kill." Thus, Li Chu's overall performance on the field seemed very relaxed, which greatly impressed Wei. As a young player, not yet 20, he was on such a top-tier stage, but showed no signs of tension at all. With the referee's whistle, the two-legged match between Real Madrid and Bayern Munich began. Bayern Munich kicked off first. Lewandowski passed the ball to Ribery and then ran behind the Real Madrid defense. Lewandowski is a typical central striker. His speed may not be very fast, but his technical skills as a striker are highly refined. He can not only shoot for himself, but also create chances for his teammates. Especially, his technique is very good and delicate, unlike most typical strikers who tend to be rough. Therefore, when defending against Bayern Munich's three forwards, the players need to maintain close connections, as each of them possesses the ability to independently change the game. Chapter 287. Unbelievable jump. Li Chu's movement was somewhat discreet. Those who were unaware might think Robin's shot was going straight for the corner area. Ribery ran over to take the corner kick. Boateng and Lewandowski rushed into the penalty area, ready to compete for headers. Real Madrid was also on high alert, with their forwards back, leaving Benzema up front. Li Chu returned to help the defenders mark Lewandowski. It's worth noting that Real Madrid once played a Champions League match against Dortmund, where they lost 1-4, with all 4 goals scored by Lewandowski. Although he's a tall striker, his technique is quite refined. In that match, there was a moment in the penalty area where he maneuvered smoothly in a very tight space, showcasing his delicate ball control and superb shooting skills. It can be said that Lewandowski is undoubtedly one of the top strikers in terms of shooting technique in today's football scene, which is why Real Madrid couldn't afford to be careless. Even Li Chu returned to assist in defense. Li Chu looked at Lewandowski and couldn't help but want to laugh. In domestic online circles, this Polish striker is phonetically referred to as Li Wan Dofu, come bowl of tofu, and looking at him made Li Chu crave tofu pudding. Speaking of which, since moving to Spain, Li Chu hadn't eaten tofu pudding as his parents didn't make it. Chapter 288. Abnormal operation. Seeing this play, Guardiola on the sidelines was furious, his mouth moving nonstop. This match was extremely important for Guardiola. He had already determined that he would not break his promise. So leading the German powerhouse Bayern Munich for 3 years, whether he could achieve success depended on whether they could win the Champions League this year. Leaving Messi behind meant that Guardiola's own worth would take a hit. However, he never expected that not long after the match started, his ace striker would actually be distracted on the field. What kind of poison does this Li Chu have? He didn't know what he said to Lewandowski, but it left Lewandowski looking like he had lost his soul. Such a simple ball, and he couldn't even handle it. After Benzema got the ball, he didn't entangle much with the Austrian defender Zhang Yishan, just glanced and directly knocked the ball to the flank, knowing that Ronaldo would surely be making a high-speed run. As expected, Benzema passed the ball, and Ronaldo came rushing in like a herd of buffalo migrating across the African savanna. After getting the ball, Ronaldo saw Alaba abandon Benzema and come towards him, directly using his heel to flick the ball and cut inside, evading Alaba. From this position, Ronaldo could have taken a shot, but he clearly saw James Rodriguez making a high-speed run from the far side. Chapter 289. Abnormal Operation 2 along with Bale, Isco, and other long-distance running experts. Real Madrid was indeed a formidable counter-attacking team. Of course, now, there was also Li Chu. He could both carry the ball and deliver deadly through balls, making it difficult for the defense to cope. Li Chu came over to defend Lewandowski again, and when Lewandowski saw him approaching, his face darkened. How could he play like this? This guy jumps way too high. This was a defensive corner kick, so Li Chu didn't care where he headed the ball. As long as he could disrupt it, jumping high was an advantage. In the front was Ronaldo. Ronaldo jumped high as well. If they wanted to bypass Ronaldo, the ball had to be taken with a very high arc, with a strong drop at the back post. Otherwise, no one would be able to head it. Therefore, the passer's footwork had to be very precise. Lewandowski was the focus of Real Madrid's marking, with Ramos behind him and Li Chu in front. Next to Boateng was the monk Pepe, while in front was Ronaldo. Every skilled thrower from Bayern Munich had a Real Madrid player marking them. Chapter 290, it doesn't matter. I will shoot from Robben's attributes. It seemed that he also belonged to the category of left-footed players. So for Li Chu, who was not very familiar with Robben's previous career, he didn't defend against Robben's right foot. Each time, he allowed Robben's right foot to come into play, and previous one-on-one experiences proved that this approach worked. After getting past Li Chu, Robben had no chance for a left-footed shot, significantly reducing the threat. However, Robben got irritated. Unable to shoot every time after getting past, he finally took a shot with his right foot, which was rarely seen. When Robben was younger, he was a powerful and explosive winger, so his shot power was significant, and this time his right foot shot was no exception. He unexpectedly unleashed a high-quality long-range shot. Navas reacted quickly enough and managed to get a hand to the ball, but the power was too great, and it hit the post before bouncing into the net. Navas was a bit frustrated. Li Chu was also very surprised. It's known that for most players, their dominant foot is rated at 100, while the other foot is usually around 60. Li Chu, however, had both feet rated at 100. Chapter 291. Social Bull Li Chu, I haven't read much. You two aren't trying to fool me, are you? Thomas Muller blinked at Li Chu and Lewandowski. Not bad, this can't fool you. Your wisdom is indeed profound. The photographer on the sidelines keenly captured this moment, snapping a shot of Li Chu and the two Bayern Munich players joking and returning to the locker room without missing a beat. This made Wei, who had done a thorough job in the pre-match preparations, feel a bit lost. Li Chu seemed to get along well with Muller and Lewandowski. When did these three get to know each other? It must be said that Li Chu is quite adept at managing interpersonal relationships among foreign players. Sometimes, building relationships is also crucial in football. After all, there are 11 players on the field. This resonated with many fans. It has indeed long been noticed that Li Chu has a bit of a social bull quality, unlike other domestic players who seem somewhat introverted or even reclusive. It really is the case. Not to mention domestic players. Even abroad, there aren't too many like Li Chu who can easily get along with others. If you don't have the ability, how could you possibly get J. Rose's sister? Chapter 292 Penalty Kick. I have to say that the reason Ribery couldn't break through in the first half was all thanks to Carvajal's one-on-one defense. He didn't fall behind in the battle against Ribery and basically didn't give him any good chances. On the other side, Robben was tightly restricted by Li Chu. Although he scored a world-class goal, it must be admitted that Li Chu's marking of Robben was quite successful. The same was true in the second half. In the first half, Li Chu learned the hard way that Robben's right foot wasn't great. But he didn't expect that such a weak foot could still score a world-class goal. However, in the second half, Li Chu continued to focus on defending against Robben's left-footed shots and didn't pay much attention to his right foot. After all, Robben is a world-class player. If you try to defend both feet, you might end up neglecting one. Li Chu bet that Robben's world-class goal was purely luck, and that if he had another 10 chances with his right foot, he wouldn't score again. Anyway, as long as he could restrict Robben's left foot and not let him shoot comfortably, that would be enough. Robben was also puzzled. He thought that after scoring a world-class goal in the first half, the kid from Yingwa wouldn't focus so much on his left foot anymore. If that were the case, there would be room to maneuver, but unexpectedly, Li Chu still focused on his left foot, completely ignoring his right. Why was this kid so infuriating? Chapter 293, No one can compare. Navas had a feeling that if he encountered a penalty taker like this, they would just try to outsmart each other and see who could outweed whom. The referee cleared everyone out of the penalty area. At this moment, Lewandowski solemnly placed the ball in the penalty spot, took a deep breath, and muttered something, not knowing which deity he was praying to for help to successfully kick the ball in. Li Chu was talking to Navas. Was he going to tell Navas how to defend against Lewandowski's penalty? Did he even understand that? When did Li Chu become a penalty expert? He found it quite miraculous. Li Chu had taught the goalkeeper how to dive for penalties last time. I think he must have done some research on this. I read a report saying that Li Chu likes to watch game tapes in his spare time, so he probably memorized the characteristics of the opposing players during that time. So, Li Chu's success is really not just coincidence. Navas was hopping around the penalty area like a grasshopper, trying to disrupt Lewandowski's mindset. Lewandowski remained unfazed, glanced to the left of the goal, and then started his run. However, when his supporting leg landed next to the ball, his swinging thighs slightly paused in midair. Chapter 294, this is stable. He intended to attract the Bayern Munich players, creating space for his teammates, and then pass for a one-on-one opportunity. However, Bayern Munich players felt that Cristiano Ronaldo was more dangerous than Li Chu. Some tightly marked the running Ronaldo, while others focused on Benzema, not coming over to pressure him as Li Chu had imagined. Underestimating him? So Li Chu directly dribbled down the middle, breaking through the defense focused on Benzema and Ronaldo, treating it as if his teammates were attracting defenders and creating space for him. It wasn't until Li Chu reached the edge of the penalty area that the Bayern Munich players finally woke up. They almost forgot that he could dribble and shoot. He wasn't just a normal midfielder. Seeing the defenders coming back to defend, Li Chu stopped dribbling and took a shot. It had been a while since he had dribbled through the middle, and this time he did it quite smoothly. He was right on target and took a shot. With the ball curving beautifully, Neuer leaped into the air, but even with his extended hand, he couldn't reach the ball. He initially thought the goal was a sure thing. Chapter 295 secured. In the last few seconds, Bayern Munich scored another goal, making the score 3-4. Originally, this match didn't have much suspense left, but now it continued to hold some suspense since they were only 1 goal behind. Although Real Madrid had 4 away goals. If Bayern Munich could win by 2 goals at Real Madrid's home ground, they could still advance to the next round. Although from this match, that possibility seemed slim, it still existed, and it was certainly better than having to score 3 goals away to win. Lewandowski scored a goal, feeling a bit dazed. He didn't even know how that one went in, just a casual shot, and now there wasn't much time left, so he couldn't celebrate considering the team was behind. He ran to retrieve the ball and placed it back at the center line, quickly restarting the game to save time. But it was already the last few seconds of stoppage time. After scoring a goal, it felt like there was nothing else to do. The referee was considerate, not immediately blowing the final whistle, but waiting until Real Madrid slowly placed the ball at the center line. And then Ronaldo passed the ball to Benzema before blowing the whistle to end the match. Chapter 296, Romantic Encounter. It looked like a romantic encounter. Li Chu was not interested in such things at all. Even Ronaldo himself had stopped playing that game. Back in the day, when Ronaldo was young in the beautiful country, he had a one-night stand and ended up being accused of sexual assault, costing him a lot of money, which made the poor Ronaldo very unhappy. Although that amount was nothing compared to what he earned every year. So now, he wouldn't go out and mess around. Li Chu would definitely not either. The education he received since childhood forbade him from doing such things. It's different at home and abroad. Abroad, a football player just needs to play well. Like Maradona. With all his flaws, he even used drugs. But that didn't prevent fans around the world from loving him. Of course, Maradona himself wasn't a bad person. In the domestic context, that definitely wouldn't fly. A public figure, a nationally known person, would have to be treated with the standards of a saint. If you dare to do something like that, you would definitely be disgraced. Therefore, Li Chu also remained quite clean. He followed the team's staff back to the hotel alone. Romantic encounter? Li Chu didn't even consider it. He was already a well-known figure, and any encounters would be with scheming individuals deliberately creating coincidences. Chapter 297, Contract Renewal Issue. In this situation, it was very profitable. Players could get big contracts, and agents could also earn considerable commissions. A big player in the agent world like Raiola would definitely come sniffing around. Raiola's first words to Li Chu were very tempting. "Young man, would you like to add a 0 to your weekly salary?" No thanks. Li Chu replied without hesitation. Weekly salary with an extra 0, that's too exaggerated. Currently, only Ronaldo and Real Madrid can earn this amount of money. Although James Rodriguez is already earning a lot, it's still far from this figure. Raiola continued to push the narrative. If you want to achieve this goal, you must change your agent. Because I'm the only one in the world of football who can help you, right? What? You don't want to? It dawned on Raiola that Li Chu hadn't explicitly said whether he wanted to or not, which made it hard for him to keep up with the rhythm. This is a refreshing perspective in world football. Surprisingly, there's still people who don't want to pay a raise. Many players have caused a lot of uproar with their clubs just to earn a bit more money. Chapter 298. The world is watching. In fact, for a young player like Li Chu, giving his image rights to the team for development is a decent choice. However, Villarreal is very aware that the reason Li Chu hasn't changed agents yet is because he values relationships. Many powerful agents in football are quite fond of Li Chu. In this situation, Villarreal certainly has to use all his skills to secure the best treatment for Li Chu, even if it means earning a lower commission himself. On the other hand, Real Madrid wants to modify Li Chu's contract, turning it into a 6-year long-term deal, while also giving Real Madrid the right of first refusal on contracts offered by other clubs. If Real Madrid actively matches any offers, Li Chu must re-sign with them. And there's also an option for automatic renewal for 1 year. After the contract period, Real Madrid can choose to automatically extend it for another year. For an average player, such a contract would be highly sought after. Long contracts are something many players pursue. However, Li Chu is still very young, and Villarreal believes that Li Chu's potential goes beyond this. Currently, a salary of €200,000 per year is already quite substantial. Chapter 299. Meeting Raiola again. Next, Real Madrid, riding the momentum of their victory against Bayern Munich, won again in La Liga, with Li Chu, Ronaldo, and James Rodriguez starting. But only Li Chu and James played the full match. To ensure success at home, the coach specifically substituted Ronaldo after 60 minutes. Ronaldo scored 2 goals and was eager to complete a hat-trick. Li Chu did not score, but James managed to net one. This victory marked Real Madrid's return to full form after losing to Manchester United away. However, Barcelona was also in great shape. Messi, Neymar, and Suarez were performing remarkably, and this attacking trio was nearly unstoppable. Even though Real Madrid maintained a winning streak in the league, they were still 2 points behind Barcelona. With the remaining matches in La Liga dwindling, any slight slip could make it difficult to catch up. Therefore, the entire team was highly motivated, ready to overtake Barcelona and secure the La Liga championship. Chapter 300. Unfathomable research. Especially for a club like Real Madrid, the pressure is immense. Do you know how many coaches Real Madrid has changed since Florentino took office? Besides Wenger from Arsenal and Ferguson from Manchester United, how many coaches in today's football can stay long-term at a club? If Zidane no longer coaches Real Madrid, will the next coach value you the same way, giving you absolute trust in an important tactical position? You are strong, but don't think that without you, a club like Real Madrid can't win trophies. After hearing Raiola's words, Li Chu showed a contemplative expression for the first time. Indeed, Raiola had a point. All right, your match is coming up soon, and I don't want to say much. In any case, I will show you my value. I wish you good luck in this match. With that, Raiola turned and left. Li Chu entered the locker room, where most of his teammates had already arrived, changed into their warm-up gear, and were preparing for pre-match warm-ups. Li Chu saw Zidane and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, how long do you think you can coach Real Madrid?" Chapter 301. Easy victory. It's difficult to target someone who can't be reasoned with by common logic. So Guardiola gave up on targeting Li Chu and did not make any specific arrangements against him. Of course, he also wanted to observe Li Chu closely today to see how he plays. After the match began, Li Chu coordinated in the center, linking both ends. Since Bayern Munich was the one trailing, they took an offensive stance, while Real Madrid adopted a more defensive approach, leaving Ronaldo and Bale up front. Once they regained possession, they would immediately launch long passes to the wings for Ronaldo and Bale to chase. This tactic gave Bayern Munich a headache. Having their defenders compete in speed against players like Ronaldo and Bale was simply not on the same level. Moreover, the 3 midfielders of Real Madrid were all exceptionally precise passers. Most of their passes could accurately find Ronaldo and Bale, making it exhausting for Bayern's defenders. After just 10 minutes, Alaba was already so tired he had to lean on his knees, struggling to keep up with Bale's speed. He felt like his throat was on fire and his lungs were about to boil. Chapter 302. Tough schedule. Since Li Chu's parents returned home from medical treatment, Li Chu was now alone. As a result, Anna canceled her rented single apartment and moved in with Li Chu. Soon, this news was captured by paparazzi, showing Anna with a messy bun taking out the trash early in the morning. Fans from Yin Country quickly learned about this, giving Anna the title of Sister Chu. Congratulations to Li Chu for ending his single status. Let go of Li Chu, let me come in. Li Chu seems to not even be 20 yet, and he's already cohabiting, while I, at 26, am still single. Sister Chu is quite attractive among the national team players. Li Chu is the first to date a foreign girl, right? Isn't this a matter of national pride? He plays football abroad, so it's normal for him to be with a foreign girl since he can't meet girls from Yin country. Unfortunately, J-Rod's sister made the first move. No wonder it seemed like Li Chu and J-Rod had a good relationship. They even sat together on the bench. Last time he was substituted, he even switched seats with Nacho to sit next to J-Rod. Who is more handsome, J-Rod or Li Chu? J-Rod is handsome, but he still can't compare to Li Chu. I would call Li Chu and Messi the pinnacle of football star looks. Chapter 303, Good Mentality. For Li Chu, although he also longs to win something, he never forces it because he is not that kind of person. He is not obsessive. With this mindset, he actively prepared for the matches, which led to good results. In La Liga, Li Chu has scored several goals, placing him behind Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and Luis Suarez on the scoring chart. Interestingly, among the top 10 goal scorers, Li Chu is the only midfielder. It must be said that Li Chu's phenomenal performance has indeed caught the attention of various clubs and major media outlets. The name of an Asian player appearing on the scoring list is quite striking and noticeable. In this situation, major European betting companies have coincidentally set odds for Li Chu. If someone bets that Li Chu will be the top scorer in this year's La Liga, they could win 65 times their stake if their dream comes true. This odds also reflect Li Chu's status, and this list is just for entertainment. However, there are indeed people betting on Li Chu, as his fans are quite passionate. Chapter 304. Envy. Everyone has their own limit of ability. Although Villa has achieved this level, from many agents, he is far from reaching his peak, but for him personally, it is already an extraordinary performance. Li Chu feels that mutual support is quite good. Anyway, with Li Chu's strength, money will follow him. What worries him is that he might not be able to spend all the money. Recently, Real Madrid has been sailing smoothly, but now they are facing Juventus, a roadblock. Juventus is united in their hope to make a breakthrough in the Champions League this time. Coach Allegri is also one of the top Italian coaches, known for his tactical genius. His team may seem to play chaotically, but they often win. In a tactical meeting before the match, Real Madrid's coach, Zidane, emphasized Juventus's veteran midfielder Pirlo. Although he is nearing retirement, his ability is indeed outstanding. Allegri has placed the famous attacking midfielder Pirlo in a deep-lying playmaker position. This tactic has greatly extended Pirlo's career while allowing Juventus to perform exceptionally well. Under Pirlo's orchestration, Juventus's midfield is incredibly strong. Chapter 305. Highlights in history. Players who have consistently served the same club are rare. If we talk about well-known stars, even fewer have played for just one club, let alone their youth training club. Currently, among famous stars, there are only a few like Totti. Even Battistuta, who never left his team despite relegation, eventually went to Roma for a championship. Morata, during his time in Real Madrid's youth team, attracted the attention of then-coach Mourinho with his high goal-scoring output. He was then promoted to the first team, but due to the presence of players like Higuain and Cristiano Ronaldo, Morata had very few opportunities to play, especially with Adebayor also ahead of him on the bench. However, he did win a Copa del Rey title. Morata's most brilliant moment at Real Madrid was in Mourinho's last season against Levante, where he scored just after coming on as a substitute, helping Real Madrid win 2-1. This was also his first goal for Real Madrid, and he was referred to as the new role by fans at that time. Chapter 306. Pogba stunned. So Pogba is secretly weighing things in his heart. Today, this match is essentially a direct confrontation between Li Chu and him, determining who is the future top midfielder in the world. Today's match will provide the answer. The players, each with their own thoughts, stepped onto the field, all aiming for one goal, to win with all their might and secure victory in the semifinals. On the sidelines, Allegri and Zidane are both at the bench, watching the players on the field with a thoughtful expression. Both are representatives of the mystical school of thought. From the lineup on the field, Real Madrid has not changed much. The starting lineup remains the same, and fans and media can guess it quite accurately without Zidane announcing it. Juventus's side is also similar, continuing with their strongest starting lineup. It can be said that both teams have not held back and have fielded their strongest formations, hoping to overwhelm the opponent right from the start and not give them a chance to react. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match began. Immediately, all the fans noticed that both teams were focused on a fast start. From the very first minute of the match, everyone was fighting hard, unlike some teams that might test the waters at the beginning. Chapter 307. Paper Tiger. Not long after the start, Real Madrid has already taken the lead, which does not align with Allegri's coaching style. Although Allegri is not very old, he is already a well-known coach, and his style has not changed. He still employs a strategy of initially being passive and then waiting for the opponent to tire before striking. This is somewhat reminiscent of Eastern military philosophy, just like Juventus's previous match, where they initially withstood the opponent's attacks. Faced with the opponent's high-pressing tactics, Allegri had no solution. But around the 60th minute of the second half, when the opponent's stamina dropped, Allegri brought on several fresh players, and they quickly turned the game around. This time, Allegri still intended to use this method to deal with Real Madrid away. Unexpectedly, before he could even start holding on, Cristiano Ronaldo scored a goal, making it impossible to retreat into a defensive shell. Now Juventus must consider how to score an away goal. If they can't score away, they must win at home to advance to the finals, which will be very difficult. It must be said that as Italy's overall economic level declines, the competitive level of Serie A has also dropped. The initial strategy of holding on, then testing, and finally grinding out a match is effective, with attacking time not exceeding 60 minutes. This is the current state of Serie A. Chapter 308. Explosive play. Li Chu doesn't need to remember these things. With the skill of the golden eye, he can not only see the technical characteristics of the opposing players, but also those of his teammates. Juventus is defending very deep, which prevents Bale from showcasing his speed. However, Bale's heading ability is not much inferior to Cristiano Ronaldo's. At this moment, Juventus's defenders are on high alert, surrounding Cristiano Ronaldo and sandwiching him. However, the number of players on the field is equal, and focusing on one player naturally exposes others. If you have to defend against both Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, it inevitably leaves Bale open. Therefore, Li Chu delivered a high ball that Bale could head comfortably. At such a close distance, even Bale had no trouble scoring. After scoring, Bale appeared very happy, making a heart gesture to the stands and then turning to embrace Li Chu. Li Chu is one of the few players who can communicate normally with Bale. Of course, when Bale first arrived, Ronaldo was also willing to speak English with him, which made Bale very grateful. Real Madrid had already taken a 2-0 lead in the first half, and Allegri stood on the sidelines, calm and composed, as if everything was going according to his plan, even sporting a slight smile. Chapter 309. Complete victory. Pogba didn't expect that after reaching out his foot, thinking he had it secured, Li Chu would slightly nudge the ball aside just before Pogba was about to touch it. As a result, Pogba kicked air. This happened several times in a row, and Pogba was stunned. Did this guy have eyes in the back of his head? How the hell did he see that? Finally, Li Chu found a gap and directly passed the ball through the legs of 4 people, including his own teammate. The ball reached Juventus's goal, and James Rodriguez, who was making a late run, understood immediately and gently pushed the ball into the net. It's worth noting that before this, he had already made 5 quick lateral movements in the penalty area, sweating against those strong defenders. Pogba couldn't believe his eyes upon seeing this goal. He had been diligently honing his skills on the training ground, believing his passing to be among the top 5 in the world. But this pass from Li Chu was something he wouldn't have been able to pull off. Although there was no issue with accuracy, how could he not see that line? Did he have X-ray vision? Chapter 310. More fame, more controversy on some sports apps. Naturally, there were many supporters of Li Chu, but on other apps that had little to do with sports, Li Chu was being criticized. I thought Li Chu was some impressive figure, but it turned out he was just a player who had recently started playing for Real Madrid without any championships. Now he's starting to market himself. It seems that anyone with a bit of fame in the country wants to package and market themselves. Damn, you don't even have a championship, and you're trying to ride the wave. Besides, this incident was a personal action by someone else. It wasn't Li Chu who donated the stadium. If someone wants to criticize, they should direct it at the person responsible, not Li Chu. And as for those calling themselves Li Chu's fans, how do we know if they're genuine fans or just pretending to be haters? Just a guy who's been playing for a year, and people still want to criticize him? Don't take yourself too seriously, okay? Both sides were arguing fiercely, and for a time, it became a hot topic in major media outlets across the country. Meanwhile, Li Chu was unaware during the pre-match press conference for the next La Liga game when a reporter asked him about it. I'm not really clear on that, nor do I care much about how others view me. This matter was indeed led by Li Lin and happened after the Asian Cup final. Chapter 311. Cracks now. Li Chu's name is not just a casual mention in the country. Even those who don't watch football have heard of him. Even some who have never watched a match are now tuning in to Real Madrid's games. It's similar to how Yao Ming drew in a large crowd of non-basketball fans to watch NBA games, even those who didn't understand the rules. The same is happening now. Many who don't even understand offside are watching football in Real Madrid. Therefore, writing about Li Chu guarantees immense attention, which is why not only sports journalists but also those from other fields are writing about him. Consequently, when the collaboration between Li Chu's agent, Villa Joe, and a domestic agent to hype up young players for profit came to light, it faced widespread condemnation. Many understood that this had little to do with Li Chu, but if you didn't include him, who would care about what you wrote? Thus, every headline had to feature Li Chu. This also led many uninformed people to start criticizing him. Chapter 312. A different perspective. You played against Juventus last match and won 5-1. So there are definitely some extreme individuals looking to stir up trouble. Don't give them the chance. Zidane, being almost a local in Juventus, is well aware of these matters and reminds his players. Upon arriving at the Allianz Stadium, Real Madrid players began their training on the pitch, which is undoubtedly top-notch, as Juventus is still the dominant force in Serie A. Although the stadium and training facilities may not match Real Madrid's, they are equipped to world-class standards. Playing on such a pitch means there's no worry about executing smooth ground plays. Sometimes, when visiting smaller teams, their pitches can be poorly maintained, making ground play inconvenient. Additionally, the rules allow for certain modifications to the length and width of the pitch, which is one reason why playing away is often more challenging than at home. However, the Allianz Stadium's pitch is nearly on par with Real Madrid's, so adapting shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 313. A different perspective too. What this means is that Li Chu is certainly not just shooting aimlessly. He will only take shots from such positions when he is very confident. However, with Allegri's years of football theory and knowledge accumulation, he still couldn't see where those opportunities were. Could this be another Balotelli-like moment of genius that no one can understand? This made it impossible for him to grasp their thoughts and predict their actions. Allegri initially wanted to study how to limit Li Chu, but after realizing the futility of it, he felt despair. How could he limit someone who could score from 40 meters? Even Mourinho couldn't contain him. It's worth noting that Mourinho could limit even peak Messi, yet he couldn't do anything about Li Chu. After watching Real Madrid's match against Chelsea, Allegri, who initially had a grim expression, nearly broke into laughter. Seeing Li Chu retreat to the back line and lure his marker to create space was simply uncontrollable. Who is this guy? If I can't beat him, I'll just buy him, Allegri thought. Chapter 314. An unexpected turn. The aggregate score changed from 1-1 to 6-2. Real Madrid still led Juventus by 4 goals and had also scored an away goal, thus eliminating Juventus's advantage of an away goal. This goal rendered the entire Allianz Stadium silent, with only a small group of Real Madrid fans still singing and dancing in high spirits. Pogba was left in shock, unable to close his mouth. How could that even happen? This kid must be the chosen one. Was that a pass or a shot from over 60 meters? Others might not know, but Pogba was very clear. After Li Chu kicked the ball out, he raised his hand to signal, which is a gesture indicating a goal. Seeing his team had just taken the lead only to concede an inexplicable goal moments later, Allegri should have looked grim and very unhappy, even furious. However, thinking that Li Chu might become one of his players next season, Allegri's mood changed entirely. Meanwhile, Mourinho, who was in the VIP box, was on the phone with his boss, Abramovich. I think you should watch this match. Players like Li Chu, with such performance, are worth our investment. I completely agree that the team needs to control costs, but a once-in-a-millennium talent like him must be brought under our wing. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. You shouldn't leave everything to that woman. Chapter 315. Outburst. It's not news when a star player assaults someone, just like Manchester United legend Cantona, who once kicked a fan at Old Trafford. In that match, he received a red card and was sent off. After hearing a fan on the stands calling him a French bastard, Cantona unexpectedly retaliated with a flying kick to the fan's beer belly, asserting that not everyone could insult him freely. Of course, the consequences were severe. Initially, the FA banned Cantona for 4 months, which was later extended to 9 months, along with 120 hours of community service. This incident caused Manchester United to finish the season just 1 point behind Arsenal, ending up as runners-up. Therefore, the consequences of Li Chu's assault might also be serious. UEFA immediately dispatched an investigation team. As for the truth behind Li Chu's actions, there is currently no conclusion. Even when Li Chu faced reporters, he said nothing. He did admit to being a bit impulsive at the moment, and soon after, he received a call from his agent, who sternly advised him not to say anything. At this time, anything you say will be distorted by the media and blown out of proportion. Even if you have done nothing wrong, they will pin the incident on you, leading to a stain you will carry for life. Chapter 3:16. The Truth for a Moment. The topic was so explosive that it pushed down the previously trending topic. Wang, who had just released a premium album, found his excitement dampened as his moment on the trending list was abruptly overshadowed by Li Chu's assault news. Wang felt like crying. Why was it so hard to stay at the top? Was this all a deliberate act? While the arguments continued both domestically and internationally, the German publication Kicker was the first to release the complete video. It showed Li Chu with a jersey draped over his shoulder, having just swapped with Pogba, walking towards the player tunnel when he noticed a bearded man in the stands hurling insults at him. Although Li Chu turned to glare at him and continued walking without acknowledging him, the bearded man persisted, first spitting on Li Chu and then grabbing his shoulder. In the ensuing struggle, Li Chu pushed the man off the stands with his backpack. At that moment, Li Chu's fans felt vindicated. Chapter 3:17. The agent Li Chu was not in a hurry. Even if he finalized a contract now, it wouldn't take effect until next season. What was the difference between discussing it now or in the summer? Moreover, he was considering whether to find a new agent. He had previously thought about not having Anna as his agent, as it was just contract negotiations, and he planned to continue playing for Real Madrid, not needing an agent. Messi had his father as an agent, and some players even had no agents at all. However, Anna seemed to want to have her own career in space. So Li Chu felt it was a bit selfish to ask her to be his assistant or agent, and he set the matter aside for now. Li Chu was still somewhat hesitant about his agent. Real Madrid's upcoming matches included the Copa del Rey, followed by several league games. And only after finishing both the cup and league competitions would they officially play in the Champions League final. If things went well, they might achieve a treble, which would be a great honor. Although Real Madrid players had previously succeeded in winning the La Liga title and the Champions League, they had never experienced a treble. Chapter 3:18. New beginnings. Although the previous owner had some friends, Li Chu felt no real emotional connection with them. Without feelings, there could be no trust. So the players he met at Real Madrid could be considered his closest friends. However, he couldn't let them be his agents. Why not? You think I can? Didn't I just tell you I'm not really interested in this job anymore, and am considering a change? If you want to hire me, I could try my hand at being an agent. Are you sure you're not joking? We Germans never joke, Catherine replied playfully. All right, once my contract with Villa Joe expires, I'll hire you, but just so you know, I won't attend events just for endorsements. I won't make much from commercial endorsements. Also, I don't plan on making any ordinary transfers, so you probably won't earn much from me. Wait, are you really considering hiring me? Is this a joke? Chapter 3:19. Copa del Rey. Currently, Real Madrid and Barcelona have both gelled well, making other teams in the league look like they're being cut down like vegetables. This has led to both teams progressing side by side, leaving Atletico Madrid in third place, feeling insignificant due to the large point gap. Even if Real Madrid and Barcelona falter, Atletico Madrid can't squeeze into the top two, leaving them with little desire to compete. In the Copa del Rey, they were set to face Barcelona again. Real Madrid hoped to deliver a significant blow to Barcelona in this match, potentially halting their recent momentum and creating disputes within the league, which would greatly benefit Real Madrid's chances of winning titles across all fronts. Therefore, in the Copa del Rey match, Zidane fielded his strongest lineup, while Enrique did the same for Barcelona. However, there are reports that Xavi will leave Barcelona after this season. He also realizes that he is getting older and can no longer help the team like he did in his prime. Chapter 3:20. The battle begins. Have you found him? Who is it? You've seen him before, Catherine. Sounds like a woman's name. Can a manager be like that? Have I seen him before? Turns out he is a reporter. At this moment, Zidane arrived at the field with his assistant and called the players over. We need to adjust the lineup temporarily. Tony is feeling a bit unwell. And Case Moreau will start today. Li Chu, move forward in your position. Case Moreau and Li Chu have played a few matches together. He is an atypical Brazilian player. He is very strong physically, and his positioning during defense is very precise, unlike his somewhat rugged appearance. He is not known for being a fierce tackler. Rather, he is a defensive midfielder who plays intelligently and positions himself well. In fact, Case Moreau can play in a more advanced defensive midfield position, which allows him to initiate attacks from further up the field, posing a greater threat. However, considering that they are playing against Barcelona, the biggest rival in La Liga today, this approach might be a bit overconfident. Therefore, Casemiro is currently arranged by the coach to play as a single defensive midfielder, with Modric and Li Chu flanking him. Chapter 321, Penalty Tactics. Suddenly, Xavi appeared next to Li Chu and spoke a lot in one breath. The captain of Barcelona was poaching in front of everyone. However, no one from Real Madrid said anything. When Mourinho wanted to turn the two clubs into rivals in an antagonistic competition model, it caused dissatisfaction among local Spanish players, which was a key factor in Mourinho not renewing his contract. Since then, although Real Madrid and Barcelona remain rivals and their matches are still called the El Clasico, the animosity has diminished. After all, many Spanish players are key players for both clubs, and they are teammates in the national team. Historically, players from both teams have frequently transferred to the rival club, such as Eto'o and Figo. Of course, they were heavily criticized by fans of their former clubs, especially the latter. If the Portuguese dared to stroll around Barcelona again, he would be risking his life. I am honored that you think highly of me, but I am very happy at Real Madrid. Xavi smiled ambiguously and said no more. Chapter 322, Ever-Changing Shots. Real Madrid was not in a hurry to push forward. Barcelona did not advance, and Real Madrid did not move either, resulting in a stalemate. This caused dissatisfaction among the Bernabeu fans, with boos rising from the stands. But the Real Madrid players were already used to it. As Li Chu put it, when you hear the boos from the fans, don't be afraid. Just think of it as the fans booing the other side. Anyway, Li Chu had long learned to completely ignore this kind of noise, blocking it out of his mind. After toying around for a while, Barcelona, seeing that Real Madrid was not coming forward, passed the ball continuously, probably completing over 20 passes. Finally, they passed the ball to Messi to initiate an attack. Messi faced Casemiro, and this was his first time confronting this seemingly clumsy player. However, Messi quickly realized that this player played very intelligently and did not rely on his physical strength like other robust players. This player clearly used his brain and chose positions well. No matter whether Messi chose to break through or pass, he could not make the best choice. Chapter 323, Final Practice. In fact, the current situation of both teams is somewhat similar. Both head coaches are newcomers. Both coaches were midfield masters, known for their balanced offensive and defensive skills. Both coaches had previously played for Real Madrid. After retiring, both chose to coach their old club's second teams. The slight difference is that Zidane directly became the head coach of Real Madrid, while Enrique returned to Real Madrid as head coach after coaching Roma in Serie A and Celta in La Liga. So Enrique has somewhat more coaching experience. Both are in their first year coaching La Liga giants and want to win honors to solidify their positions. Therefore, although this is just a semi-final of the Copa del Rey, both dare not be careless and treat it as a final of the Champions League. These two teams are set to meet in this year's Champions League final, so this match is also seen as a rehearsal for the Champions League final. The match was very intense, and both sets of fans were thrilled. The players from both sides delivered spectacular performances, unlike in major matches where both sides played cautiously. Instead, everyone was desperately showcasing their characteristics and talents. Chapter 324, Chances for Both Sides. Li Chu felt a bit strange because he didn't go up during the commotion. He needed to suppress himself desperately. At that moment, he felt a strong impulse. He was afraid that if he couldn't control that impulse, he would do something with unpredictable consequences. After the restart, Real Madrid played more proactively, while Barcelona, under Enrique's leadership, reduced some possession, which made them more resilient and allowed for a richer approach to the game. Ronaldo ended another attack for Real Madrid with a high shot, which caused some dissatisfaction among fans. Ronaldo wasted too many opportunities. Don't complain. Calling it wasting opportunities is an exaggeration. You have to admit that he shoots from anywhere, at any distance, and from any angle. How can that be called wasting opportunities? In this position and distance, what do you call an opportunity? If he doesn't shoot, it's just a back pass to reorganize the attack. That reorganization might create an opportunity. You also said that there might be a good opportunity, but whether it appears is uncertain. How can you call Ronaldo's behavior wasting opportunities? Moreover, many brilliant goals come from such attempts. If it goes in, you won't say anything. Chapter 325, Breaking the Rumors. If Messi can't continue, it would definitely be bad news for Barcelona. You could say he is the unquestionable core of Barcelona, the core of the entire team's operation. Without Messi, the entire team's functioning would be significantly hindered. After the examination, Messi stated that he could continue playing. However, his recent performance indicated that even if he remained on the field, he could not deliver 100 of his ability. Sure enough, Messi has started a stroll in the midfield, and after receiving the ball, he has significantly reduced his dribbling and breakthrough attempts, mainly focusing on passing. Generally, Messi no longer runs for seemingly non-threatening balls. Meanwhile, Real Madrid has not slowed down the pace. Instead, they have increased the intensity of the game. Ronaldo is running even more joyfully, constantly raising his hand for the ball. Among the players asking for the ball, only Marcelo will respond when he has it. When Li Chu sees Ronaldo raising his hand, he might not pass. After all, the Barcelona defenders also see it and follow closely beside Ronaldo. Passing the ball to him wouldn't pose any threat, so why pass? It's better to pass to a better position. Chapter 326. An unexpected occurrence when Ronaldo saw the ball coming. He didn't stop it. Instead, he struck it directly with his left foot, hitting the near post. Boom! A powerful shot caught Ter Stegen off guard, and the ball was slammed into Barcelona's goal, making it 3-2. Ronaldo then ran towards the corner flag, performing his signature celebration and motioning for his teammates to join in. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Just moments ago, wasn't it said that Li Chu wouldn't pass to Ronaldo? Who is that? Come out and let me see. What I like most about Li Chu is this. He doesn't wait to hit back. He does it right on the spot. It made me laugh so much. I love watching you guys seriously talking nonsense. Li Chu hadn't even been on the pitch for 5 minutes, and he assisted Ronaldo. Isn't that passing? It was a pass of nearly 30 meters. How did Li Chu see that? From the broadcast angle, you can't even see anyone. Yet he managed to make such a pass, with 3 Barcelona players on a route, and none touched the ball. This goal was too beautiful. I have to say, Ronaldo only deserves 30 of the credit for that goal. Most of the credit goes to Li Chu for the perfectly timed pass. Its curve reminded me of Beckham. Chapter 327. Punishment arrives. This incident immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one could have imagined that Li Chu would make such a mistake. Did someone put a hex on him? Especially since the person Li Chu bit was Suarez, which made it even more dramatic and unbelievable. Even the most skilled screenwriter couldn't write such a plot. Li Chu received a red card and had to leave the field, but it didn't affect the outcome of the match. Real Madrid was already leading 4-2, and with little time left in the game, it wouldn't be easy for Barcelona to catch up, even with a numerical advantage. Of course, there was still a penalty to be taken. However, Li Chu's incident was so captivating that even after he left the field and returned to the locker room, everyone's emotions remained unsettled. Messi stepped up to take the penalty. I don't know if he was distracted by that incident, but Messi seemed a bit absent-minded, and his left-footed penalty was weak and easily saved by Navas. What could have been a 3-4 score is now still 2-4. Chapter 328. No big deal. Real Madrid certainly needs to find a replacement, and if the replacement plays well, Li Chu will have to compete for his position upon his return. It's not every day that such a talented star emerges in the country, and now he is facing a suspension, so naturally, everyone isn't as cheerful. Only some who casually watch football for entertainment seem unfazed and even find it more amusing now that there is a storyline. Normally, in a situation like this, Li Chu shouldn't appear in front of reporters. All questions should be handled by the club's spokesperson, and then they would collectively decide how to face the media. But Li Chu stepped up anyway. First, I want to apologize to Suarez. I feel very sorry for my actions on the field. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I didn't even know how I bit him, especially since it was Suarez. At this point, the reporters burst into laughter. Just biting Suarez is enough to make people laugh all afternoon. It's truly absurd. Some even suspect that Li Chu did it on purpose, considering that biting someone wouldn't normally creates such a stir. Chapter 329. New agent. As for whether he can play, Li Chu is quite confident. Zidane definitely let him sit on the bench. So what he needs to do now is to maintain his form as much as possible during this period. No matter how much you practice without matches, it's still a bit lacking. For Li Chu's sake, Zidane adjusted Real Madrid's training schedule, planning to have more internal matches to help Li Chu stay in shape. It must be said that Zidane shows a bit of favoritism towards Li Chu. Meanwhile, Catherine helped Li Chu contact a fitness coach, hoping that the coach could use his rich experience to help Li Chu maintain peak physical condition for the upcoming Champions League final. At Real Madrid's training ground, let me introduce you. This is Mark Verstegen. Li Chu reached out and shook the coach's large hand. "Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you." Li Chu knew this person was one of the key figures in Germany's 2014 World Cup victory and a top-notch fitness coach. Having someone like him to help maintain fitness is a testament to Catherine's connections. If it were Villa Joe, he definitely wouldn't have been able to invite such a person. Chapter 3:30. Germany. This also indicates that all the champions of the Europa League and Champions League are held by Spanish teams. The suspense now is whether Barcelona or Real Madrid will win the Champions League. Regardless, it has turned into a Spanish civil war. The Champions League final will be held at a neutral venue. This match will take place at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, Germany. This is Li Chu's second visit to Germany this year, and now he has his agent Catherine with him. Mark didn't come this time because he had already concluded a short-term contract with Li Chu before this match, but Li Chu learned a lot from him. I believe that in the next season, Li Chu can apply everything he learned to real situations, helping him maintain his form better throughout the season. Although Li Chu is someone who has an advantage, being able to keep his physical condition at its best can save him a lot of trouble. Li Chu is also outside the Marriott Hotel, signing autographs and taking photos with his fans. Some fans who couldn't go abroad could only watch the live broadcast online. And some sharp-eyed fans suddenly spotted the watch on Li Chu's wrist. Chapter 3:31. The final. Happy New Year. Listening to you guys, we will definitely win this match. We have gone through countless hardships to get here, and it is time to reap the rewards. On one side of the field, all the players of Real Madrid are gathered in a circle, with Captain Ramos speaking. That's right, it's time to create new history. Those guys on the other side, we've beaten them 3 times this season. It's time to hand them their 4th defeat. Cristiano Ronaldo added. Li Chu squinted as he stepped onto the pitch for the Champions League final. Although it was planned and the news had been known for weeks, it still felt surreal. Listening to the stadium's speakers playing the official Champions League anthem, a sense of the sacred welled up in his chest. At this moment, Wei from Chonyang TV was in the studio, full of passion. Dear fans and viewers, this is an important moment for Yingguo football. This is the first time in history that a Yingguo player has stepped onto the Champions League final stage. We all know Li Chu has been making history, but we didn't expect this peak record to come so quickly. This match is the annual Champions League final, but UEFA noticed that this particular match is receiving much more attention than usual, with a 15% increase in viewership. Chapter 3:32. Creating history. Li Chu and his teammates. Following the pre-match strategy laid out by the coach, prepare to use their abundant physical energy to seize an early advantage within the first 5 minutes. They cannot allow Barcelona to establish their rhythm. They must catch them off guard. In La Liga, Simeone's Atletico Madrid has gained the upper hand in several matches using this approach. During the first half of the season, Atletico Madrid faced Barcelona and took a 2-0 lead using this tactic, although they ultimately lost due to Messi's outstanding performance. It shows that this strategy can be effective against Barcelona. Therefore, Real Madrid's coach, Zidane, also borrowed this tactic for the match. Enrique smiled slightly on the sidelines. He had anticipated this situation. During the pre-match warm-up, he had instructed the players to practice short passes to enhance their passing skills and prepare for this scenario. The strength of Barcelona's strategy lies in the fact that after a frantic attempt to win the ball, opponents can tire themselves out, leaving defensive gaps that Barcelona can exploit. Chapter 3:33. Entering the history books. Varane didn't even see where the ball was because it was lifted high from behind Neymar, making it impossible for him to track it from his position. By the time he turned around, Neymar had already run past him. It was truly a tight spot, and in such a confined area of the penalty box, Neymar displayed his exquisite skills and confidence in his technique. Ramos had no choice but to let go of Suarez and cover the space. Neymar, receiving the ball on his chest, saw Ramos approaching and had 2 options, either shoot directly or pass to Suarez. As a superstar, shooting will be the best choice in this situation. However, this season, the MSN combination has developed an almost telepathic understanding. They can anticipate each other's moves without needing basic communication, leading Neymar to make a 3rd choice. He gently flicked the ball, just as it was about to land, through Ramos's legs. Suarez, as if he had known Neymar would deliver the ball there, was already prepared. As the ball came over, he executed a shot with a very tricky angle using his foot. Chapter 3:34. Counterattack from Messi and Suarez, champions who have seen it all. Conceding a goal, isn't a big deal. They were just 1 step away from scoring. Who would have thought Li Chu, of all people, could fly in to save the day? Where can one find justification for that? As a midfielder, Shouldn't he know his place? He was clearly encroaching on the defender's territory. After the match resumed, Barcelona played as if they were already ahead, not in a hurry, patiently passing the ball to find gaps in Real Madrid's defense. After scoring, Real Madrid also calmed down. Since they were leading, they were willing to play around in midfield, not minding the possession, taking the opportunity to rest a bit. They realized that the intense pressing just now had been quite exhausting. Now, Casemiro's yellow card disadvantage was becoming more evident, as he couldn't afford to make any reckless moves. On Messi's side was Li Chu, while on Casemiro's side, he had to mark the experienced Iniesta. Although Iniesta was now in his 30s and had lost some explosiveness, his experience and technique were even more refined. Chapter 335. Luck. Messi's shot was powerful. Heading straight for the goal, Li Chu followed the trajectory of the ball and noticed it was aimed at the far corner. While Navas seemed to be in a good position, with no obstruction to his view, there shouldn't be any problem. Others might have difficulty seeing it. But with all of Li Chu's skill enhancements, he could discern the opponent's passing and shooting targets in the blink of an eye. This is also why he always managed to be half a step quicker than others when going for the ball. However, something unexpected happened. Suarez appeared in the path of Messi's shot and deflected it with his head, causing the ball to change direction. Navas caught off guard, dove and watched helplessly as the ball found the back of the net, leaving him to pound the ground in frustration. This season, Navas had been unlucky. He conceded goals in every match, rarely managing a clean sheet. If you say he is unlucky, he still made it to the Champions League final. Especially in the match against Manchester United, Navas saved several critical shots. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. In summary, no matter how bizarre the situation, Navas always seemed to encounter it, which left him in a state of both laughter and tears. Chapter 336. Getting active in this situation. Would it be too much to get angry and question the referee for showing him a yellow card? Who knows? The opposing team might just pull out a red card in excitement. It's better to stay calm. Seeing Li Chu receive a yellow card just for complaining, and he hadn't even spoken, only gestured, Ramos couldn't stand it and rushed over. What does this mean? He has been fouled many times. This isn't normal on the pitch. I don't dare to comment on your work, but giving him a yellow card just because of a complaint is fair. If you don't like it, you could have given him a verbal warning first. The referee didn't confront a star like Ramos directly. Moreover, what Ramos said was reasonable. He just stared at Ramos with a stern face and said in a harsh tone, "Go back to your position. I'm the biggest presence on the field. As the team captain, I have the right to communicate with you when I see my teammates being treated unfairly. The communication is over. I understand now. Please leave." Ramos had no choice but to turn around and patted Li Chu's face. Chapter 337. Show off. After Li Chu intercepted the football, Iniesta, who was supposed to be the supporting player, hurried over to prepare for a counterattack. However, Li Chu wouldn't give him any opportunity. Normally, after executing a difficult move, Li Chu should have been somewhat clumsy and unable to act quickly. But at that moment, Li Chu's physical condition, both in strength and flexibility, had reached a delicate balance, especially with a strange item mixed in from the last big gift package, the Chuanwu performance. This allowed Li Chu to perform many astonishing moves. Li Chu hooked the football with his foot and, seeing Iniesta charging in, leaned his body to the side while creating an arc with his foot on the ball, switching from the instep to the heel. He then executed a dragon tail flick. The heel of his foot curved the ball to the other side, causing Iniesta to miss. Taking advantage of the inertia from this move, Li Chu stood up smoothly. In traditional martial arts, the dragon tail flick is a quick way to rise. Although it isn't as fast as the carp bounce, it is more practical in real combat. Chapter 338. Show again. Previously, Li Chu had no issues with strength, but the way he threw throw-ins limited his ability to maximize it. However, ever since he received a skill from the system's big gift package, which he suspected was misplaced, he opened up many new postures. The somersault is a technique in traditional martial arts that is generally unnecessary in actual combat, but it looks good. Even the legendary Bruce Lee's somersaults weren't visually impressive enough for Yuan Hua to use as a stand-in. After gaining the traditional martial arts performance skills from the big gift package, Li Chu could perform various flashy and skillful moves, including the dragon tail flick and various flips. When throwing a throw-in, Li Chu could clearly use a flip to increase power and momentum. In fact, he had even tried doing 2 or 3 consecutive flips for a throw-in, but experiments showed that one was the most effective. Wow, this works too? Show off. Li Chu's move left the fans dumbfounded, and not just the fans. Even the players on the field and the coaches on the sidelines were equally astonished. Is it possible to play like this? Chapter 339. The spirit of a captain. The reason stars can be loved by the public is that they are capable of doing anything. Thus, even though Suarez sometimes appears to be a rogue, that is a charming point in the eyes of his loyal fans, because he truly can do anything. Take a look at this man with two large front teeth like a rabbit. His name is Suarez. He is currently dribbling on the left side of the field, preparing to shoot, while on his left is Real Madrid's starting right back, Carvajal, and on his right is the Brazilian midfielder Casemiro, who has come to cover. There's only a very narrow space in front of Suarez. He shot, sending the ball between Carvajal and Casemiro, the ball arcing over many heads towards the back corner of the goal. In that instant, it felt as though time froze. The entire stadium, players, coaches, and tens of thousands of fans fixed their gaze on that spinning football. It was as if the world had turned into nothingness, leaving only the football flying through the sky. The ball struck the post and bounced into the net, instantly sending all Barcelona fans into a frenzy. The most experienced fans said that finals are usually not exciting because both sides play very cautiously, making it difficult to create thrilling, fast-paced games that excite the audience. Chapter 340. Messi's wisdom. This is an honor that could go down in history. Currently, Asian football is far behind world football, with only the Iranian player Ali Daei's national team goals making it onto the record, where he currently ranks first. Thus, Daei is known as the most famous football star in Asia. If Li Chu could win the Champions League, he could replace Daei's position. The national team wants to become a world powerhouse, and of course, it can't rely solely on Li Chu. However, if Li Chu can achieve such honors, it will naturally accelerate this process significantly. From the current situation, it seems that Real Madrid does not hold much advantage. The two goals were merely coincidental, catching Barcelona off guard and completely relying on individual star abilities, while Barcelona's overall performance is better. This goal showcased Suarez's superb foot skills. Since Suarez entered European football, he has never disappointed. Real Madrid needs to regain their focus, forget about their previous lead, and start anew. Real Madrid resumed play. This time, Benzema wanted to make a quick attack with Cristiano Ronaldo, taking advantage of Barcelona's celebration of their recent goal, hoping to catch them off guard while they were still reveling in their joy. Chapter 341. Marseille Turn. When Neymar debuted at Santos, he was already compared to Ronaldo, who himself said Neymar resembled him very much. However, there is still a significant gap between the two. Neymar is situated between Ronaldo and Robinho. Although all three possess unparalleled dribbling skills, Ronaldo's explosive power and aesthetic violence are not something Neymar can replicate. Neymar tends to be a bit flashy, more akin to Robinho or Denilson, two Brazilian predecessors. Marcelo, a Brazilian and teammate of Neymar, is very familiar with him. In the recently concluded World Cup, they collaborated to reach the semifinals. Marcelo played as a left back while Neymar was the starting left winger for Brazil. The two had a great partnership on the national team, with Marcelo assisting Neymar twice. However, now in the Champions League, the two Brazilians have their own respective roles. Marcelo bent down, lowering his center of gravity, and focused intently on the football in front of him, completely ignoring Neymar's footwork above the ball. Neymar performed a couple of bicycle kicks, then suddenly flicked the ball towards the baseline with his right foot. But just as the ball moved a few centimeters, he abruptly twisted his ankle and redirected the ball to the other side. Chapter 342. Entering the history books, Ter Stegen had already adjusted his center of gravity to follow Li Chu's movements, but was surprised that Li Chu could still perform such a feint while running at high speed, quickly readjusting his balance. Unexpectedly, this was just a feint. Li Chu once again placed his right foot on the grass to the right of the football, shifting his center of gravity once more. This time, Ter Stegen could no longer adjust. He fell to the ground, and Li Chu easily broke through on his left side. A pendulum-style dribble. Li Chu did it. Hiwei was almost shouting his lungs out. Since 1998, this move has reappeared on the pitch. Is Li Chu paying tribute to the Brazilian star? Ronaldo is watching from the stands. After Li Chu easily bypassed Ter Stegen, all he had to do was gently push the ball into the net, as nothing stood in his way. At this moment, the television broadcast shifted to the stands. A chubby, endearing Ronaldo was sitting among the fans with his wife, and when the camera panned to them, they both smiled brightly. It is well known that Ronaldo's early retirement was largely due to serious injuries, and his torn ACL was related to the pendulum-style dribble. At the time, Doctors warned him to avoid such movements that could severely damage his joints in future matches. Chapter 343. Creativity Beep. The first half has ended, and the Barcelona players breathed a sigh of relief. After Li Chu scored that goal, Barcelona felt their morale had dropped a bit, and they were just trying to cope. If Real Madrid had seized the opportunity to score again, the outcome of the match would have been decided. Shortly after, Benzema had a great chance just 2 meters in front of the goal, but he shot over. Otherwise, it would have been 4-2 at halftime, making it difficult for Barcelona to come back. Although AC Milan once lost the Champions League after leading 3 o'clock, the reason that night in Istanbul is called a miracle is that miracles do not happen often. Moreover, with AC Milan as a cautionary tale, other teams are less likely to experience such collapses, as coaches will use this incident to warn their players. Guys, you don't want to be a negative example, do you? A single sentence can shift the mindset. Now with a score of 3-2, there's still time to play, and many fans were very satisfied after halftime. Madrid fans naturally need not say more, and local fans in Berlin felt that the ticket was truly worth it. Chapter 344. The second half begins. I used to think Messi was the best player in the world, but after watching Li Chu, I realized what a true god is. The people upstairs are going to overpraise him. No matter how great Li Chu is, he still can't compare to Messi right now. Li Chu is just lacking in honors compared to Messi. Personally, I feel that while both have their strengths, Li Chu is clearly more well-rounded. As for honors, with Li Chu's ability, it's just a matter of time. Am I dreaming? I thought I would never see Chinese football take off in my lifetime, but unexpectedly, I could see a Chinese player who can be compared to Messi. Although he still seems to fall a bit short, I believe Li Chu will only get stronger. He is still under 20. Since Li Chu went bald, he's become even stronger. Too much. Li Chu shaved his head due to an injury. Not because he is bald. Thank you. I just realized that to see if someone is truly handsome, you have to see if they still look good after shaving their head. Li Chu can even pull off a bald look after retiring. Even if he doesn't pursue football, entering the film industry would be a sure thing. Fans online are passionately discussing this, and on various apps, forums, and major message boards, it feels like a festival. Chapter 345. Messi's outburst. He found that Li Chu was good at making big plays and letting him go to less important areas. So this time he decided to take advantage of Li Chu's psychology. When Li Chu saw Messi charging towards him, he was slightly taken aback. Although Messi has good core strength and may not be tall, most players really can't make him suffer in a physical confrontation. But facing Li Chu was different. Li Chu's strength was maxed out. Although due to his height and weight, he couldn't exert power to a level unreachable by ordinary people. He was already an exemplar among professional players. He was definitely much stronger than Messi, which is one of the reasons why Li Chu can score from far away so often. Power brings miracles, so Li Chu immediately approached, wanting to teach Messi that players should rely on skill and not challenge others in their strengths. However, when Li Chu got close, he immediately realized he was wrong. Messi had outsmarted him. Originally, Li Chu wanted to use his strong body to challenge Messi physically, but he found that Messi had anticipated Li Chu's move. So when Li Chu leaned in, Messi immediately used that force to turn and took the ball away. Chapter 346. Equalizing again. The reason for fewer long-distance free kicks earlier was merely due to success rate considerations, but today, against Real Madrid, it was clear that past free kick tactics were not suitable against a team that was very familiar with Barcelona's free kick strategies. As a tactical core in Messi's team, he had the authority on the pitch to decide whether to pass or shoot. Messi felt he should give a try. In such a heavyweight match, he needed to showcase the abilities of a star. There has always been a voice in the outside world suggesting that Messi's mental strength is somewhat lacking. Unable to help his team in adversity, only able to add the finishing touches. Messi planned to change this stereotype today. When he saw Messi's foot move, Li Chu immediately understood that Messi was going to shoot. Clearly, winning a set-piece opportunity from Li Chu's foul at that position was all part of the calculation. Since Real Madrid's defense was so tight, with zonal marking and teammates covering each other, they were very harmonious. Even Messi and Neymar, as attacking experts, couldn't successfully break through and disrupt Real Madrid's defense. After all, every defender from Real Madrid was highly experienced. Chapter 347. This is a superstar suddenly. Ronaldo became a bit reckless, which made Barcelona's players a bit unaccustomed. By this time, it was already the second half, and everyone's stamina was not as abundant as at the beginning of the match, while Ronaldo still appeared full of energy. After getting past Rakitic, he charged forward, completing a stunning display by dribbling past 3 players in a row. At this point, he was already within Ronaldo's shooting range. He often shoots directly from even farther distances. At this moment, Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, was already on high alert. However, Ronaldo chose not to shoot, instead delivering a very clever pass. Benzema successfully timed his run and received the ball just outside the penalty area. Many spectators stood up in anticipation, wondering if Real Madrid could dramatically take the lead again after Barcelona had just equalized. At this critical moment, Benzema seemed a bit weak in the legs. His shot was rather soft and powerless, easily saved by the ready Ter Stegen. After Ter Stegen saved the ball, he didn't hold on to it firmly. It slipped from his grasp, and he immediately dove onto it, as if that soccer ball was his girlfriend pressing down hard on it. Chapter 348. Kicking crazy compared to taking the lead directly, falling behind several times, and then coming back to win the game excited the fans even more, making them jubilant as if they had already won the Champions League trophy. What did I say? This match is likely to break the record for goals. With nearly 30 minutes left, I don't believe there won't be any more goals. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Being equalized 3 times in a row and now falling behind again. Li Chu found it so difficult to win a Champions League title, having already lost the league championship. There's still time. Now Hiwei finally had the chance to say that time was running out for Real Madrid. If Messi can score this, I'm impressed. Shooting with both feet. Li Chu was defending very well, and his movement reminded me of the lightness in Jean Yong's novels. It defied the laws of physics. Is it T in zone? Has Wudong football now changed? Only Messi could do this. No one else could possibly score in front of Li Chu. Who could have thought of such a defensive move? Only Li Chu, with his imaginative thinking and powerful physical qualities, could do it. Others either couldn't think of it, or if they did, their bodies couldn't keep up. Li Chu's defensive actions were beyond what is taught in textbooks, because most people wouldn't be able to learn them. Chapter 349. The Sorcerer of the Far East, huh? Li Chu had no idea what Case Moreau was saying, and then he was suddenly piled on by several teammates. What Li Chu didn't know was that after this match, he gained the title of the Sorcerer of the Far East. Zidane on the sidelines looked down at his own feet. Everyone is human, with 2 feet, all professional players. How did this ball get kicked like that? If it weren't in front of a crowd, he would have wanted to slap himself to see if he was dreaming. This roller coaster ride had been full of ups and downs, with the team leading several times but unable to hold on and being directly countered by Barcelona, reversing the score. Initially, he thought the players would be unable to hold on, the blow too great, and they were on the verge of collapse. He was about to substitute in the veteran Pepe, Nacho, and others to replace the fatigued Marquinhos and stabilize the morale, but unexpectedly, Li Chu immediately dazzled everyone. Although Li Chu's performances were almost supernatural every time, making Zidane somewhat fatigued by the spectacle, today's goal was truly something else, making one wonder if Li Chu was even human. Chapter 350. The way to break the deadlock. This also made Barcelona play more conservatively, as they only had Suarez holding the ball in front, passing it around without moving forward. Enrique's plan was working quite well. Now it seemed that Real Madrid's lineup was younger. At this moment, to play an attacking game would be somewhat pushing it. Now it was about taking chances when they appeared, and when there were none, to control the ball more. If it came to extra time and penalties, it would be very advantageous for Barcelona. Ter Stegen's penalty-saving ability was definitely stronger than Navis's. After all, Navis was only 1.8 meters tall, and his wingspan wasn't long enough, putting him at a disadvantage in penalty shootouts. Moreover, Enrique had specifically practiced penalties before the match, while Real Madrid probably hadn't prepared for this aspect. For a moment, the match really fell into a delicate balance. There were 5 minutes left until stoppage time. The game had become quite dull, and Hiwei had nothing much to say, only reminding occasionally like a timer how much time was left. Li Chu made some efforts in this situation, breaking through a few times, but still hadn't found a good passing opportunity. Chapter 351. Another comeback. Li Chu was startled. In his perception, he had already passed all the Barcelona players in that position. Where did this person come from? Upon closer inspection, it was actually Messi. Li Chu had a broad view, but previously, while battling wits with Professor Bu, he had focused all his energy on Rakitic and Busquets, not noticing when Messi had come over. After Messi received the ball, he made a direct through pass to the wing, where Neymar received the ball and surged forward, heading straight for the critical area of Real Madrid. Carvajal was retreating while trying to defend, but Neymar's dribbling skills were quite proficient. After performing a move similar to a Marseille Turn, he immediately followed up with a nutmeg. Carvajal was still searching everywhere for where the ball had gone. Neymar had already passed him. At this point, Neymar had entered the penalty area, and all Real Madrid players were rushing back quickly, as there wasn't much time left in the match. If Barcelona scored now, it would kill the game. After entering the penalty area, Neymar, facing the oncoming Pepe, did not attempt to break through again, but chose to pass the ball to Suarez on the other side. Despite Ramos's interference, Suarez still received the ball, but he didn't T-stop to control it and directly aimed for the small penalty area. Chapter 352. Tugging only Cristiano Ronaldo could be compared to top forwards like Messi and Suarez. Players like J. Rodriguez and the injured Bale still fell short. After all, Bale hadn't even scored 200 goals in his career yet. When the match restarted, Li Chu started to demand the ball. At this moment, he couldn't be low-key anymore, even though he was now at a passive advantage. However, Li Chu didn't want to take long-distance shots anymore, as the accuracy was really low. He only had a 15-point increase, and there weren't many opportunities to waste. The key issue was that while Li Chu couldn't take long-distance shots, the Barcelona players were afraid to relax. As soon as Li Chu started playing, several of them rushed over. Previously, Li Chu's long-range shot of over 70 meters had shocked everyone, fearing he would replicate it. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Now that victory was within reach, they had to be cautious. Even if they were to give Li Chu a few set pieces from his position, they wouldn't allow him to shoot or dribble past them. Seeing Galactic and others rushing towards him, Li Chu didn't advance but retreated, pulling the ball back and flicking it. With a Cruyff turn, he headed straight into the area, truly leaving Barcelona players, the audience in the stands, and fans watching on screens dumbfounded. Chapter 353. Reasonable use of rules you know nothing. After receiving the ball, J. Rodriguez faced toward his own goal. He didn't turn around but passed the ball back. Everyone was surprised to see Li Chu sprinting towards the ball at a 100-meter dash speed, outpacing Galactic and creating space for himself, while still chasing after Li Chu. Li Chu was pulled into the penalty area, and at that moment, Suarez, Messi, and Galactic were preparing to surround him. However, Li Chu used a backheel pass to get the ball out and then sprinted out at a 100-meter dash speed. He quickly broke through the entire encirclement, and Galactic and the others realized that they couldn't catch up to Li Chu for a while. He was running like a rabbit. Only Iniesta, known as Xiaobai, moved closer to him. Initially, Iniesta had a slight advantage. From a distance perspective, it was a 50-50 situation, but after 2 steps, it became 55-45, and then after 2 more steps, it turned into 40-60. Li Chu 6, Iniesta 4. Li Chu was closely trailing and finally caught up to the ball just before Iniesta would send a long pass straight to the back of the defender. After a lengthy 2-on-1 run of several meters, Li Chu finally created an offside opportunity for Cristiano Ronaldo, as the Barcelona defenders were left dumbfounded by Li Chu's maneuver, their brains lagging behind and crashing. Chapter 354. The final blow peak was the first to rush up and took a direct shot. However, in the rush, the shot was too high, and from a distance, it looked like it was soaring high, but the landing point seemed to be just outside the penalty area. Because the ball was kicked so high, many people knew where it would land, causing a cluster of Real Madrid and Barcelona players to converge at the spot. In the ensuing chaos, when the ball came down, at least 4 people jumped simultaneously. Alves's back of the head collided with J. Rodriguez, and both of them instinctively covered their heads and fell to the ground, while the ball flew who knows where. After everyone turned around, they found that Li Chu had retrieved the ball on the wing. He was very close to the baseline, and inside the penalty area, Benzema, Cristiano Ronaldo, and others were eagerly waiting. Li Chu took a shot, but the ball did not reach the penalty area. He thought about the statistics on crosses and how they rarely lead to goals, averaging nearly 90 crosses to create 1 goal, while at that moment, there were more Barcelona players in the penalty area than Real Madrid players. Although Ronaldo was in the box, his jumping and heading abilities were impressive. You wouldn't find it easy to leap with a defender hanging on him. Chapter 355. Why are you running so far? Li Chu kept running farther away. Although Galactic was puzzled, he didn't dare to relax. At this moment, J. Rodriguez took the corner kick. Inside the penalty area, chaos reigned, with players scrambling everywhere. Each attacking player looking for the ball's landing point to jump at the right moment. Every defender was also trying hard to maintain their defense. The Real Madrid players couldn't jump as comfortably. Various movements and confrontations happened in an instant. A white figure mixed among the red and blue jerseys didn't jump very high, but just managed to graze the rapidly flying football. Ter Stegen reacted very quickly. From less than 2 meters away, he instinctively reached out his hand and deflected the ball heading towards the goal. Then another white figure appeared at the second landing point, kicked the ball into the net. Navas. Goal. Pepe won the first landing point in the penalty area, and after the goalkeeper parried the ball, Navas scored. The score was once again equalized. The most unexpected goal scorer appeared. Chapter 356. He looks like a dog. Li Chu was running like a dog chasing a frisbee in front of the Barcelona players. Although Li Chu was fast, he was sprinting at full speed, but a person's speed can never match the speed of a pass. It was like playing a game of tag. Li Chu was being toyed with in the middle. At this moment, his fans couldn't bear to watch their beloved player, their idol, look like a clown. Several Real Madrid players were inspired by Li Chu and wanted to join him in pressing, but they knew that losing one player in high pressing could leave them vulnerable to Barcelona's counterattacks, as they were very good at exploiting such situations. They could only watch helplessly as Li Chu was toyed with like a dog. Ronaldo looked on, seeing his former self. The referee was also watching the clock, with the whistle in his mouth ready to blow at any moment. Just then, after completing a cycle, Pique prepared to pass the ball to Busquets. At this moment, Li Chu was still maintaining his sprint speed, but he was slightly slowing down, probably due to the long sprint wearing him out. Chapter 357. We are champions. He could feel a bit of wind chill on his backside. Okay, you're right. At this moment, voices of frustration echoed from many residential areas in the country, as many fans who stayed up late to watch the game couldn't help but shout out. Even those typically reserved individuals could not hide their excitement. However, everyone was also concerned about Hiwei. Is Hiwei okay? Why did a different commentator suddenly come up? Didn't you hear? Hiwei's voice cracked. I've never heard it break like that before. I'm worried his vocal cords might fracture. My voice is hoarse now. I can't complain. I was also very excited and shouted so loud that I woke my wife in the next room, and now she's chasing me with a slipper. I also had a neighbor come up to complain, just finished apologizing. It should be fine, right? There can't be much time left. Real Madrid is bound to win, right? Is Li Chu going to secure the Champions League title? The referee should give Barcelona one last chance to attack. Probably not long, just a few seconds. Chapter 358. Locker room battle. Adidas and Nike were very sharp, sensing the significant commercial value of Li Chu. Previously, both companies were quite arrogant, but now they were eager to collaborate, each more proactive than the other. Adidas expressed a desire to negotiate with Li Chu to launch a football shoe line named after him. Nike, on the other hand, proposed not only a brand extension, but also to expand beyond football shoes into a range of sports apparel. Richard Mille, who was negotiating contracts with Catherine, also made a call to inform her that since Li Chu had won the Champions League with Real Madrid, he would be promoted to vice president due to personnel adjustments at the company, and everyone would need to cooperate more closely, even offering Li Chu a higher contract amount before the current contract expired. Many programs also invited Li Chu to participate. The Real Madrid players remained relatively calm and serious on the pitch, with Ramos and Ronaldo leading the players to thank the fans for their continuous support. After returning to the locker room, everyone went wild, holding champagne and shooting it around like machine guns. Chapter 359. Returning home. The day after winning the championship generated a lot of buzz, but abroad, there is a Champions League champion every year, so the coverage isn't extensive. However, the scene was completely different domestically. After all, a football player who wins the Champions League as a key player is a rare sight in Yen country. Therefore, the extensive and continuous coverage in the domestic media is understandable. There was a lot of hype, and it can be said that Li Chu's fame was initially limited to the sports circle. At first, only football fans knew him, but then it expanded to not just football fans, but even basketball fans had a certain understanding of him. As someone who enjoys sports is likely to watch both football and basketball. Soon, everyone in the sports-loving community knew about Li Chu, and after he won the Champions League, he truly became a household name across the nation. At least everyone, regardless of age or gender, had heard of the name Li Chu. In fact, a few months prior, when Li Chu and a national football team won the Asian Cup, he had already gained a certain level of recognition in the country. But back then, the buzz wasn't as strong, especially since the national team had previously achieved the honor of being the Asian Cup runner-up. Chapter 360, a little interlude. The day after winning the championship generated a lot of buzz, but abroad, there is a Champions League champion every year, so the coverage isn't extensive. However, the scene was completely different domestically. After all, a football player who wins the Champions League as a key player is a rare sight in Yin country. Therefore, the extensive and continuous coverage in the domestic media is understandable. There was a lot of hype, and it can be said that Li Chu's fame was initially limited to the sports circle. At first, only football fans knew him, but then it expanded to not just football fans, but even basketball fans had a certain understanding of him. As someone who enjoys sports is likely to watch both football and basketball. Soon, everyone in the sports-loving community knew about Li Chu, and after he won the Champions League, he truly became a household name across the nation. At least everyone, regardless of age or gender, had heard of the name Li Chu. In fact, a few months prior, when Li Chu and the national football team won the Asian Cup, he had already gained a certain level of recognition in the country. But back then, the buzz wasn't as strong, especially since the national team had previously achieved the honor of being the Asian Cup runner-up. Chapter 361. Home is not a safe haven. You can't be Li Chu, can you? Yes, it's me. Really? How did you end up here? This is my hometown. I live in the neighboring city. Drink. The police officer was excited to hear this. I've only seen you on TV before. I never expected to see you in person today. Actually, I'm your fan. I didn't recognize you this time, mainly because I've never seen you in regular clothes. Li Chu was speechless. Why did it sound so ambiguous? Once Li Chu revealed his identity, the situation was no longer an issue. Half an hour later, Li Chu's backpack appeared in front of him, and an hour later, his lost wallet and phone were also returned. Li Chu never expected to get these things back. He thought recovering his ID was already a big help. After becoming a celebrity, this identity really came in handy. At this point, the middle-aged man still didn't know Li Chu's identity and specifically came to find Li Chu to write a note with his phone number. If you're interested in developing in this area, you must contact me. If you lose my number, it's fine. Just go to that middle school where I took you and ask for me. They all know me. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now. I look forward to your call. Really, you're a great prospect. I'm not lying. You can absolutely make it in this field. Chapter 362. An unbelievable header. However, Damian was a typical Italian-style defensive player with excellent defensive awareness, but due to his lack of speed, especially his explosive power, he struggled. Ronaldo could often overpower him. If it weren't for the other Manchester United players frequently covering for him, it would have been easy for Ronaldo to break through. After the throw-in, Marcelo sped down the flank, but no one from Manchester United was marking him. As long as he didn't enter the penalty area or touch the ball, they would bother with Marcelo because they weren't afraid of Real Madrid-esque crosses. This made Marcelo's performance throughout the half quite awkward, and he felt invisible. The low balls were all met with legs, while the high balls found no one to challenge. In the past, Marcelo and Ronaldo could be called a golden duo, but in this match, they were tightly restricted. Ronaldo attempted to cut inside, but found too many legs in the penalty area, and even he couldn't find an angle for a long-range shot. So he had to pass to Marcelo and ran towards the penalty area himself. Once Marcelo received the ball, he hesitated. Normally, he would have crossed it without a second thought. However, after passing for the entire first half with no effect, he thought, give it to me. Chapter 363. Asian Tour. However, as soon as Li Chu returned to Madrid and signed a contract, Real Madrid announced that they would be going to Yin country for a series of pre-season games this year. Li Chu thought, then why not just wait for the team to come to Yin country? The last time Real Madrid came to Yin country for a pre-season match was 5 years ago. Right after the South Africa World Cup, Real Madrid made a brief stop there and played 2 commercial matches against Hung, Thai, and Taida. After that, Real Madrid held their pre-season in the United States and never returned to Asia. According to well-informed sources, at that time, Real Madrid's coach Mourinho and later Italian coach Ancelotti focused on training in the USA because the club's higher-ups were concentrating on expanding the North American market. However, after successfully tapping into the North American market, the team's development achieved initial success with their 11th Champions League title. Real Madrid's management, particularly President Florentino, felt it was time to restart their plans for an Asian tour. After all, the North American market had been sufficiently developed, and now Real Madrid's squad included Li Chu, a local player from Yin country. This was definitely a boost for expanding the Asian and Yin country markets, and it would certainly be a significant advantage. Chapter 364. Paying attention to the degree. Then, Marcelo and Casemiro watched as Li Chu bought J. Rodriguez a serving of radish and beef offal, and the two exchanged confused glances as they watched J. Rodriguez eat. Wow, this is delicious. Really? Of course. Yen country is a food paradise. I've heard that for a long time. I tried it today, and it truly lives up to its reputation. Li Chu, get us one too. Reluctantly, Li Chu bought a serving for both Marcelo and Case Moreau. WTF? What is this? Watching Marcelo and Case Moreau stuff a soft object into their mouths. James couldn't help but show a strange smile. Ha! I can't be the only one suffering. If there's hardship, let's all share it. Ha! As James laughed, he spat out the thing in his mouth. Marcelo and Case Moreau quickly followed suit, taking out tissues to wipe their mouths. Chu, are you in on this with him? I trusted you so much. Li Chu was also quite helpless. I didn't know if you guys liked to eat it. I thought he really liked it with that look. Taste is hard to judge. Then can you tell us what we just ate? Why do I feel a taste of poop? Chapter 365. It's to show the exhibition match is all about showcasing skills. Various dribbling moves and flashy techniques dazzled the audience. At this time, the Hung Tai team also took time out of their league schedule to play this friendly match. The Hung Tai team, which had won the Yanxiao Championship several times this season, started poorly, leading to the firing of head coach Cannavaro, with Brazilian veteran Scolari stepping in. The old coach is known for his cup match expertise. He doesn't look like a Brazilian coach, but rather like an Italian one, although it's said that Scolari has Italian ancestry. His teams have always focused on defense. But in this match, they push for offense. Thus, whenever Real Madrid regained possession, a simple through ball or long pass could penetrate Hung Tai's defense. Coincidentally, Ronaldo and Bale were starting on the wings. First up was Bale, who received a pass from Li Chu, casually dribbled the ball, and quickly created distance from Hung Tai's defenders. Li Chu, who played as a fullback, was already quite fast, but he couldn't catch up with Bale. With a clear chance, Bale easily scored against Zhang Cheng. Li Chu, hands on hips, had T noticed that the cameraman had sharply caught him on camera, frowning and complaining. Marlagobi, too fast. Chapter 366. Relaxed preseason training initially. The guys were a bit nervous, thinking the old man would bring in some strong reinforcements. But upon seeing the opponent's physique and movements, they realized they were up against 3 novices. However, once the game started, they discovered it was far from the case. The 2 old men were slipperier than eels and faster than horses, executing increasingly flashy feints that nearly broke their waists. Especially the tall old man wearing a baseball cap and sporting a big belly, who started shooting from 30 meters, forcing them to send someone to guard the small goal. Little did they know that was Ronaldo in disguise. What's going on? How are these 2 old men so good? It must be an illusion. What are you doing? I want to play. In the 15-minute match, they didn't score a single goal because the old man played by Li Chu was just too formidable, while their goal was hit with 13 goals, almost 1 per minute. The confidence of the young men was crushed. At this moment, Li Chu walked over, patted them on the shoulder, and pointed to the camera, secretly filming from afar. See, Ronaldo had also taken off his hat and pulled down his beard. Chapter 367. New season 2 months flew by, and it was soon time for the new season of La Liga to kick off. The club submitted the first-team roster. This roster had hardly changed compared to last year, with only Brazilian Danilo added to the defense. Most of Real Madrid's first-team players were in their prime, and after years of honing, their teamwork was seamless. After winning the Audi Cup, Real Madrid returned to Madrid, receiving a warm welcome from fans. At this moment, Li Chu also felt a sense of homecoming. After playing for so long, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the days without official matches. Besides the 2-month absence of fans, Li Chu was quite looking forward to the new season. Last season, under Zidane's leadership, Real Madrid performed well, only losing the league title to Barcelona by 2 points. It was clear that the old president was quite satisfied with the results Zidane delivered, even though it was only his first time leading the first team as a brand new coach. Chapter 368. I only trust you. I don't know what those people are thinking. There are actually hundreds of clauses in the contract, and just reading it makes Li Chu feel dizzy. How can this be done without a professional lawyer? How many players can read this stuff? At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a hot South American beauty bounced in, holding a box of pastries. Li Chu realized it was Anna. Aren't you in Milan? Haha, surprised, right? I finished work early today, had a whim, and called a car to the airport. I thought if there was a flight to Madrid, I would come to see you. I didn't expect to find a flight with a cancellation, so here I am. As Anna spoke, she tossed the pastries onto the coffee table and enthusiastically threw herself at him. Just then, Catherine returned from hanging the laundry. As she was about to greet Li Chu, Anna suddenly saw Catherine and froze. I'll leave first. You can explain things yourself. Saying this, Catherine quickly grabbed her bag and disappeared out the door. In fact, Li Chu had just uttered a word when Anna covered his mouth with her finger. Chapter 369. Colombian striker competitive sports are ruthless. If you have the ability, you stay. If not, you go. After watching the intra-team scrimmage, Zidane had a rough idea about the starting lineup for the next match. Real Madrid was training hard and did not relax because of last year's achievements. The media began predicting who would be this season's La Liga champion. Currently, Real Madrid's odds were leading by a wide margin. It seemed that Li Chu's successful contract renewal made many experts and media optimistic about Real Madrid's performance this season, while Barcelona, having lost Neymar and Xavi, saw a decline in strength, leading to significantly lower odds than in previous years. Additionally, Atletico Madrid made strong moves in the summer transfer window, bringing in Jackson Martinez, who had just returned from the Portuguese league. Jackson Martinez had won the top scorer title in the Portuguese league for 3 consecutive years, prompting Simeone to spend €40 million to bring him to the team. He was also a compatriot of James. The first match of Real Madrid this season was very dramatic, and it has to mention Atletico Madrid again. From the league's perspective, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid play against each other twice every year. Chapter 370. Fancy dribbling. In addition, he has a good overall view. He is not the type to just dribble blindly. During the dribbling process, he pays close attention to his teammates' movements and can pass the ball in time. Li Chu teamed up with Carvajal to defend against Carrasco. As a result, Carrasco almost made a brilliant pass to assist Jackson Martinez. Carrasco delivered a half-high ball, which is not particularly easy for a forward to handle. However, Jackson Martinez used an unbelievable move to volley the ball straight towards the goal. Fortunately, Costa Rican Navas was very focused and managed to secure the ball under him. Li Chu noticed that after Jackson Martinez shot, he bent down and touched his ankle with his hand. That ankle seems too fragile. As a forward, one needs not only excellent skills, but also a good physique. Otherwise, no matter how skilled or talented you are, a slight bump from someone could land you in bed. In this regard, Jackson Martinez seems to be lacking. Let him shoot with his left foot. If he can score, then it's on me. Chapter 371. Lying flat. Simeone, standing on the sidelines, had no expression on his face. He was already used to all of this. If a goal is conceded due to an accident during the game, it would indeed warrant a huge outburst. However, Simeone has long been subdued by Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, there's another Li Chu on the list. What is there to be surprised about in their operations? Therefore, Simeone had his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed. He looked just like a neutral fan standing on the sidelines. This is the gap in strength. There is no way for Simeone to blame his players for wanting to defend against Li Chu. Perhaps there was a possibility of that during the first half of last season. Any coach who has seen Li Chu's performances in the second half of last year would not entertain the thought that 1 or 2 defensive maneuvers could completely lock Li Chu down. Li Chu not only has outstanding technical skills, but, more importantly, is unguardable with an endless array of dribbling moves. It's simply too creative. Defenders can't keep up with the rhythm at all. The deceptive nature of his moves is so significant that even defenders with rich experience struggle against Li Chu, often finding themselves less effective than rookies. After all, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. In their reckless attempts, they might even intercept Li Chu once or twice. But experienced defenders find their expertise useless. Chapter 372. Without bloodshed. The success rate is simply too low. After reviewing thousands of videos of Li Chu's defense, it was found that he rarely loses position in one-on-one marking, with a nearly 95% success rate for intercepting the ball. Only against top dribblers like Messi and Iniesta does he occasionally get beaten. Even so, Messi and others have also been dispossessed by Li Chu on several occasions, including some very crucial interceptions. Therefore, Simeone emphasizes using more passing to maneuver. After all, Li Chu is just one person, and he can't teleport on the field. Just avoid him and play. If anyone in today's world of football still thinks Li Chu's defense is lacking, they must be a novice. This is no longer news in the coaching community. Simeone even slammed the table while pressuring Atletico Madrid's higher-ups, saying that if he had a Li Chu, he would dare not to buy any players for 3 years and could still win the La Liga title. And even the Champions League could be within reach with some luck. Having Li Chu is like having a dog on the coaching bench. You could still win plenty of matches, making him a trophy-producing machine and a trophy raider. However, the higher-ups stated that buying their core player from Real Madrid is too difficult, and offering $150 million is absurd. They can't spend such a high price on a Chinese player as it would occupy a non-European spot. Chapter 373, smoothly obtained. Therefore, Li Chu became even more reckless. Clearly seeing Cristiano Ronaldo's demands, he wouldn't pass if the position wasn't good. There was no need to clash with him. While walking back during halftime, Matine Sudeli ap Votek Li Chu. Bro, I heard you're from Yin country. What do you think of your country? Of course. I have to say good things about my own country. Why? Want to play in Yin country? Li Chu could easily guess, as many people had asked him similar questions before. Even Bale had inquired about it since someone had made a very large offer to Bale's agent. Even Bale, who plays for a top club like Real Madrid and has a very high annual salary, was surprised and even a bit tempted when he heard that number. Someone offered me a hard-to-refuse big contract. It depends on your choice. Your teammate, that Carrasco, also played in Yin country, right? Why don't you ask him? Don't say I told you this, but he said your country's league is a pile of crap. He's wrong. Our league is not just a pile of crap. It's a pile of dog crap. If you're not short of money, I wouldn't recommend you go. Chapter 374, Beasts. If this season they can win 3 major championships, plus a few titles from the Club World Cup, who knows, they might even become quintuple or sextuple champions. However, as Barcelona's match ended, everyone noticed that Barcelona this season also seemed very strong. Although Neymar left, they brought in Dembele, who is incredibly fast. In this world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. This guy's speed is like a little Bale, and he's not selfish. He can pass the ball too. In the match between Barcelona and Espanyol, Dembele delivered a hat-trick of assists, helping the team defeat their opponent 5-1. He scored once and assisted 3 times, earning the MVP of the match and even overshadowing Messi for a moment. The media in Catalonia exclaimed that Dembele made fans completely forget about Neymar with just 1 match. The new king has ascended. Some commentators even stated that if Dembele had replaced Neymar last season, it would have been hard to say who would win the Champions League final. Perhaps Barcelona would have taken the title. Meanwhile, in the first round of Ligue 1 this season, Paris Saint-Germain lost to Monaco 2-3, with Neymar failing to score or assist. Instead, he was rolled on the ground 4 or 5 times after being tackled by the opposing defender, creating a diving spectacle that the media hyped up. Chapter 375, The Good and the Bad. Throughout August, Real Madrid can be said to be making great strides, achieving impressive results across all fronts. Li Chu's personal data also reached a new high, playing 9 matches in a month, scoring 7 goals, and providing 11 assists. This data is astonishing, and many players can achieve such statistics in an entire season. Yet Li Chu accomplished this in just 1 month. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. It seems that while Li Chu was thriving, a turning point occurred on the Champions League stage. This match was between Real Madrid and Turkey's Galatasaray. In the 31st minute of the first half, Li Chu made a through pass, but there was a miscommunication with Benzema, who thought Li Chu would pass the ball to his feet and didn't run. Seeing that his pass had no teammate making a run, a Galatasaray defender chased the ball, but Li Chu started a sprint from where he passed the ball and managed to intercept it before the defender, then dribbled past the goalkeeper and scored into an empty net. Slow-motion replays showed that when Li Chu and Benzema had their miscommunication, he was at least 10 meters away from the ball and about 5 or 6 meters away from the Galatasaray defender, effectively lagging behind by 6 or 7 body lengths. Chapter 376, Little Medicine Man? AS reports, is it extraordinary talent or a drug expert? The mystery surrounding Li Chu, such headlines. After this headline was published, it sparked widespread discussion among fans worldwide, prompting UEFA to take the matter into consideration. Although urine tests are conducted after every match, not every athlete is tested. Instead, a sample is randomly selected for testing. Li Chu played nearly 10 matches, but only 1 was selected for a urine test. Therefore, in this regard, Li Chu also had to cooperate with UEFA's investigation, which seemed to push back his return to the field. Fans supporting Li Chu firmly believed in him. Is it really that hard to believe someone has talent? We have watched Li Chu grow step by step, and besides, can such skills on the field be achieved just by using performance-enhancing drugs? What kind of magical drug would that be? Robert Bruce Banner only turned into a green giant after being bombarded by gamma rays. By this logic, Li Chu is even more impressive than Marvel heroes. If such powerful performance enhancers were applied in the military, wouldn't our country dominate the globe? Chapter 377. You're not kidding me, are you? However, not taking on this task made him itch in his heart, although he now lacks nothing in various skills and attributes. relying solely on the attribute points accumulated from regular matches. One day, he would max out all limits. But it's like obsessive-compulsive disorder. With a task in front of him, he felt uncomfortable not doing it. If the timing worked out, Li Chu would take on the task. If not, there was no choice but to decline. UEFA's hearing was set for November 5th. Who knows why Europeans work so slowly, dragging small matters for a month. From October 10th to October 20th. So I can give it a try? Really? Don't tease me. I'm straightforward, and if you joke with me, I might take it seriously. Really, I'm not lying. If he qualifies for the National Athletics Championships and even has the chance to participate in the Asian Athletics Championships next June and the World Athletics Championships, as well as the Golden League. After hearing this, Li Chu was somewhat tempted because due to the passive skills rewarded by the system, he hardly used up his stamina. Chapter 378. Are you sure this isn't the Olympics? However, since no one had done this before Li Chu, there was no such clause in the contract when it was signed. That said, the legal elites in Real Madrid's legal department would never have thought that a player would go to participate in an athletics competition. Whoever could foresee this and add such a clause to the contract would truly be a genius. Catherine stated that Li Chu respects the club's interests, but the contract does not restrict him from participating in other sports competitions as long as he does not participate in club matches. Moreover, Li Chu had taken a month off from the club, which they also agreed to. Nevertheless, Catherine solemnly assured Real Madrid that the events he participated in were low risk for injuries. The 100m, 200m, and 1000m. Li Chu did not participate in hurdles, which require technique and have a higher risk of injury. Running alone is fine, as he also runs during club training. Real Madrid's technical director was left speechless by Catherine's statements and could only tacitly approve Li Chu's participation in this sporting event. Chapter 379. Before the competition, in fact. The first day was the preliminaries for various athletics events, and the skill levels of the participants were quite different, making it a rather uneven competition. Generally, such competitions lack any real viewing appeal. Based on past experiences, it was unlikely anyone would pay attention. And even some sports reporters who showed up just to fulfill their duties were lazy, occasionally snapping a photo. They would simply reuse old articles to write something up. For the 100m event Li Chu participated in, there were nearly 200 participants, with 22 preliminary rounds held. It was hard to keep up. Today, because Li Chu was participating, the event was packed. Other participants purely benefited from Li Chu's fame. Normally, there wouldn't be so many people attending such competitions. Though not everyone was friendly towards Li Chu, some participants were quite unhappy. You're a world-renowned sports star, coming to compete with us for our bread. It's worth noting that although 200 athletes participated in the preliminaries, only about 50 would advance to the next round. Chapter 380. Blinding light. You're not bad either. You're the first ever to commentate on athletics, yet here you are commenting on Li Chu. Anyway, what kind of results do you think Li Chu can achieve today? Li Chu is very fast, and that's something all football fans can see. But whether he can achieve good results in athletics, I personally have not seen, but I think since he can stand on this stage, he must have some confidence. Yang Jian smiled. Actually, let me tell you, although playing football requires running, athletics also requires running, but the two are different. Did you see that Li Chu is adopting a standing start position while all the other athletes are using a crouch start with starting blocks? Just this point could make Li Chu lag behind others by 0.1 seconds. Moreover, track athletes are used to the starting gun. Li Chu sprints on the football field without needing to listen for the starting gun, so he could be another 0.1 seconds behind in that regard. The 100 meters itself is around 11 seconds, and if I run together, I will fall behind by 0.2 to 0.3 seconds, which is a huge disadvantage. I want to mention that before Li Chu was suspended by UEFA, he had an incredible performance that I don't know if you've seen. Chapter 381. The Speed Demon. Who would have thought that Li Chu, who just passed the second-level athlete test, could achieve such results? Although this result cannot be compared to Su Shan, who recently became the first Asian to run under 10 seconds at the IAAF Diamond League. It is undoubtedly jaw-dropping for a newcomer. After passing the preliminaries, he now has to participate in the semi-finals of the athletics competition. The good thing is that the rounds go one after another, and everything can be completed today. It seems there are multiple groups of competitions, but in reality, each group only takes a little over 10 seconds, plus just a few minutes of preparation. In the blink of an eye, it's all done. After entering the semi-finals, There are 48 people who need to be divided into 4 groups to determine the final 8 for the finals. The host Yang Jian, who was just shocked by Li Chu's performance, still has a tough mouth. That being said, Li Chu is still too inexperienced. As a newcomer, he shouldn't exhaust himself during the preliminaries. He should just ensure he qualifies and save energy for the semifinals and finals. Track and field competitions are very intensive. Don't you know that football players recover quickly? Football requires repeated sprints. When you sprint forward, if someone intercepts the ball and counterattacks, you have to sprint back. And Li Chu is clearly a standout in this aspect. I've never seen him unable to run. Chapter 382, Return to Madrid. I didn't expect you, Li Chu, this big star, to be so talented in athletics. A time of 10.01 seconds already qualifies you for the Olympic entry ticket. I wonder if you'll be able to participate in the Rio de Janeiro Olympics next year. If the country needs it, I will certainly not refuse. The Olympics will be held between August and September. Although it conflicts with the new season schedule, representing the country is something Li Chu must agree to. Moreover, if the China U23 team can participate in the Olympic finals, Li Chu will definitely join the team. So participating in an athletic competition on the side is no big deal. Li Chu's current time of 10.01 seconds just meets the Olympic standard for the 100 meters. The Olympic entry tickets are partly arranged through the IAAF rankings, and Su Shun from Yin country will definitely occupy 1 spot. Another 50 spots are filled by results from various IAAF-recognized events, both domestically and internationally. Li Chu happens to qualify, as long as he nods. He can represent his country at the Olympics. Chapter 383, Yin Country Derby. The 2015 Golden Boy Award has finally been announced. After a round of voting by major European media, it was unanimously decided that the Golden Boy of the Year goes to the French prodigy Anthony Martial. Li Chu, who had previously been highly favored, unexpectedly missed out due to a prior incident. Although Li Chu has now shed the shadow of that incident, it undoubtedly affected the results of this year's Golden Boy Award. After learning this news, Ronaldo called Li Chu, who had just hung up because J. Rodriguez and Case Moreau had also called him. Modric chose to leave a message for Li Chu on social media. I have to say, Modric is quite reserved in daily life, but very active online. If you didn't know, you might think he was mute. I'm doing well. James and the others just called me, and I don't mind. You also haven't won this award, but you are still great with a glorious career. Hearing this, Ronaldo couldn't help but laugh on the phone. Although what you said is true, I still want to say that this should have been yours. But it seems your mindset is very good now, and you have another year of opportunity. I believe next year will definitely be yours, and there will be no doubts. Because this season we will win more honors together. That will make it impossible for anyone to stop you. Chapter 384, Yin Country Derby 2. Well said. Next time don't say that. Don't forget, I understand your language. My Mandarin is better than yours. Such old-fashioned talk doesn't suit your young persona. If this continues, those brands targeting young people might not approach us anymore. Catherine joked. This time, she helped Li Chu secure an endorsement with Versace. From now on, when Li Chu attends formal occasions in a well-tailored suit, he will wear this brand. Tomorrow, Versace will send a famous European tailor or fashion designer to fit Li Chu. High-end brand customization. Although Li Chu is the spokesperson, the brand logo will not be prominently displayed on the clothing. Only those in the know will recognize the high-end goods. In the next round of matches, Real Madrid will be heading to an away game. When Li Chu arrived at the training ground to meet the team, everyone couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, Marcelo circled around Li Chu, who was in a well-fitted suit. Where did this male model come from? Did you take a wrong turn? We are a football team. Ronaldo walked over to assess and nodded. Chapter 385, The Schemer. Seeing the enemy's tense demeanor, Li Chu couldn't help but find it amusing. In fact, he himself didn't feel very confident, as he hadn't practiced the elevator ball for a long time. Because of the match ball, UEFA changed the formula. The old ball was fast, high, and floated, but now this ball produces unpredictable curves, making it more difficult. This is also one of the reasons Ronaldo's free kick success rate has sharply declined. Sometimes Li Chu doesn't understand Ronaldo. Clearly, he can shoot curveballs. So why does he always go for the elevator ball? Li Chu only knows to choose the most appropriate method at the right time. That is the key to cracking modern football. The main reason for not scoring after half an hour of play is that Marcelo always looks for Ronaldo whenever he gets the ball. When your main attacking core is tightly marked and the opponent sets up a strong defense, it's tough. And Ronaldo likes to take shots from any position after he gets the ball, which is one reason people say he shoots recklessly. Indeed, Ronaldo is dangerous from any position, having scored many incredible goals, but today the penalty area is particularly crowded. Therefore, it's quite difficult to actually hit the target. Chapter 386, Speed and Passion. Balacalo managed to hold on for over 30 minutes. He was completely stunned by the combination play between Li Chu and J. Rodriguez. What the hell? It can be done like this? Li Chu even calculated the wind force. How are we supposed to compete with him? Like a human? Ramos, who learned a few phrases in Yin country language, directly swore. Damn, you can speak Yin country language? Verny looked surprised. I can too, we have to score this goal. After saying that, he looked proudly at Ramos. Ramos was stunned. As expected of a top student, although I didn't understand, I was greatly shocked. Please behave yourself. Don't speak like that, rookie Li Chu. Real Madrid faced Rayo Vallecano. Once they opened the scoring, the rest wouldn't be a problem. Rayo Vallecano continued to defend against Real Madrid, which was fine. As long as I could take the 3 points, stealing would not be that easy. If Rayo Vallecano came out to take a gamble to try and equalize, then Real Madrid wouldn't be in trouble. Li Chu, Modric, Toni Kroos, and even Verny all had precise long passes to find Benzema and Ronaldo up front, directly targeting the backline. Chapter 387. Winning the award after trailing 0-2. Rayo Vallecano had nothing much to play for, so in the second half, they substituted Zhang Qingdong in after more than 60 minutes, which could be seen as a favor. After all, the media in Yin country had been hyping up the Yin country derby for a long time, and if Zhang Qingdong didn't even get playing time, the sponsors from Yin country might not be satisfied. After coming on, Zhang Qingdong was very active but was toyed with by Ronaldo twice, leaving him quite embarrassed. Of course, Zhang Qingdong wasn't too discouraged, as not everyone gets the chance to face Ronaldo. Later he could brag that he defended against Ronaldo back in the day. In the second half, Zidane gradually substituted the main players. Subsequently, Ronaldo scored 2 more goals, leading to a final score of 4-0 in favor of Real Madrid. This result was not surprising to anyone. It was a true reflection of the strength comparison between Real Madrid and Rayo Vallecano. No doubts, nothing more to say. After the match, Zhang Qingdong ran over to ask Ronaldo for a jersey swap, and Ronaldo agreed out of respect for Li Chu. Li Chu was also very surprised. He thought Zhang Qingdong would want to swap with him. There will be plenty of opportunities to swap with you. Chapter 388. The chaotic football world, however. Although it was merely a stimulus, it made people from the stick country very proud. They believed it was because of their star son Heung-min that Tottenham Hotspur could achieve such a position and compete for the Premier League trophy. Therefore, many fans from the stick country felt that the Asian number 1 should be son Heung-min rather than Li Chu. The two groups were arguing fiercely online. Although there were fewer people from the stick country, they were quite aggressive. However, some observant individuals noticed through the Champions League schedule that if Tottenham Hotspur emerged as the second in their group, while Real Madrid came first, they would meet in the knockout stage round of 16. This would certainly be interesting. Following that, Real Madrid had smooth sailing, with both Li Chu and Ronaldo performing steadily and excellently, with Ronaldo scoring either 2 goals or a hat-trick in several consecutive matches. Currently, Ronaldo had already scored 21 goals in the top scorer list, with the season not even halfway through, indicating his hot form. Following him were Messi with 19 goals and Suarez with 17 goals, while Li Chu was in 4th place with 15 goals. Chapter 389. The advantage of La Liga. Unlike the tumultuous Premier League, the Spanish La Liga remained very stable. Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid firmly occupied the top 3 positions. Atletico Madrid was the most stable in 3rd place, while the other 2 could swap positions. In fact, after playing in La Liga for such a long time, Li Chu had felt that the strength of Real Madrid and Barcelona was in a league of its own, with about 6 or 7 other teams having decent strength. When facing Real Madrid and Barcelona, if either of them was in poor form, they could potentially lose to those teams. However, the remaining teams were just weak and could be easily defeated. Li Chu felt that the level of those remaining teams was comparable to that of the Spanish Second Division. From this perspective, La Liga had a unique advantage in achieving good results in the Champions League. When playing against weaker teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona could rotate their squad, saving energy for the Champions League, which was the same as Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga. Chapter 390. Research on Spurs. Because he was also a player who liked to carry the ball and break through in midfield, and he wasn't the kind of player who dribbled aimlessly but would pass the ball at the right moment. The outside world believed that with Eriksen up front and Dembele behind, this was the metronome for Tottenham Hotspur's attack and defense transitions. On the defensive line were two Belgian center-backs partnering up. One was Alderweireld, and the other was Vertonghen. These two had played together in the national team and were very familiar with each other at the club level. Vertonghen was tall, while Toby Alderweireld had superb passing skills, capable of delivering long balls comparable to those of midfield players. The fullbacks were Danny Rose on the left and Kyle Walker on the right, both of whom were main fullbacks for the England national team. Especially Walker, who was tall, incredibly fast, and very strong, could be considered a nightmare for all forwards. A world-class right-back. Not to mention, he also had a powerful long shot. Moreover, with the addition of the stick country's star Son Heung-min, this player was known as the Asian Ronaldo. Standing at 186 meters tall, he had equally balanced left and right feet and was also very fast. Chapter 391. Insights on skills. A rather ordinary Champions League round of 16 match became a hot topic due to the historical ties between Yin country and the stick country, attracting countless attention. The first leg was held at Tottenham Hotspur's home ground, White Hart Lane. White Hart Lane is also known as 3 Points Lane, a term used by Manchester United fans. Every time they come here, they can easily take away 3 points. However, since Argentine coach Pochettino took over, things have been going well. This young coach is somewhat similar to Zidane. Both are internationally renowned stars and relatively young. Previously, Pochettino had a coaching stint at Southampton, and due to his good performance, he was poached by Levy. However, compared to Real Madrid, Tottenham Hotspur still lagged significantly in squad strength. Therefore, before the match started, major European betting companies favored Real Madrid in their odds. But as the saying goes, football is round until the referee blows the final whistle. No one knows what will happen. Li Chu has been to England before. The last time he played against Chelsea, he also came to London. In the Premier League, there are 5 teams in London: Chelsea, Tottenham Hotspur, Crystal Palace, Aston Villa, and Arsenal. Chapter 392. Pre-match, however, thinking about acquiring these skills is no easy task. When the attribute points reach 100, to increase them to 101 points, one needs to earn 100 attribute points during the match to gain just 1 additional point. Although now, there is a skill like Zhuang Zhou's Dream of the Butterfly that allows Li Chu to gain a considerable amount of attribute points while he sleeps. It is still not an overnight success. It requires persistent effort. Fortunately, Li Chu has long cultivated a very calm mindset. If he were impatient, he would surely be anxious. Some corresponding unique exclusive skills are all marked with question marks, and he has no idea what effects they might have. Thank you for being here with me. It's late now, so let's go to sleep. Bale's words brought Li Chu back from his surprise. I haven't done anything. There's no need to be so polite. Sometimes, you can feel the support even without words. I haven't made many friends in Madrid, but you are one. I'm very honored. Li Chu didn't know what Bale had imagined, but gaining a friendship was not a bad thing. Just as Bale was heading downstairs, Li Chu inadvertently used his golden eye to look at Bale, only to find that his golden eye skill seemed to have leveled up. Previously, he could only see the attributes of the opposing players and some habits on the field. Chapter 393. Fans in the workplace. Being impressive alone is definitely not as easy to succeed as getting along with everyone. When it was time for warm-up on the pitch, Li Chu saw many players showing off their skills and ball control. As Bale said, a team like Tottenham Hotspur is comparable to a team like Valencia in La Liga. Just now, Real Madrid had slaughtered the Bad Army with a score of 6-1. Loyal fans on the internet in the Far East were discussing this match. To be honest, can UEFA please consider us fans from the Far East? The timing is too awful, always at 3 o'clock a.m. If you can't hold on, just go to sleep. Work is more important, and besides, this isn't a particularly important match. When you wake up, it will be another victory. I have to say, watching Real Madrid is all about enjoyment and relaxation. There's nothing to be anxious about. It's completely overwhelming. Does Real Madrid need to watch out for Tottenham Hotspur? I could go in as the goalkeeper. I don't even know their forward. You don't know Harry Kane? Last season's FPA Premier League Best Young Player. The first player to score 30 goals in a single season for Tottenham Hotspur since Lineker. He was only second to Aguero in the Premier League scoring charts last season. The freshly emerged star of the British Empire. Chapter 394. Li Chu guessed right, the captain of a team is best suited to be a defender or a midfielder because they need to coordinate defense and command attacks. Only then can they fully fulfill the captain's responsibilities and address any unusual issues within the team. For example, If a conflict arises or if some decisions are unreasonable, they need to communicate with the referee, which a goalkeeper simply cannot do. Perhaps this is a weakness for Tottenham Hotspur. However, Zidane thought about it for a while and then shrugged it off. After all, Real Madrid's strength was enough to crush Tottenham Hotspur without needing to consider these factors. However, the course of the match surprised both fans and players on the field. Right from the start, Tottenham Hotspur launched a fierce attack on Real Madrid, as the saying goes. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. This young team, with an average age still quite low, indeed displayed a courageous spirit. And amidst their overwhelming attack, luck was also on their side. The sturdy Dembele broke through in midfield. His dribbling skills are not top-notch, but combined with his strong physique, he charged through the middle like a bulldozer. Chapter 395, Dirty Kyle Walker is very fast, already getting to the ball before Ramos could touch it. However, Li Chu's judgment was also very accurate. He had predicted Walker's move, and when Walker surged forward, Li Chu was already paying attention to him. Sure enough, as Li Chu imagined, this guy wanted to sneak in, but the trailing Li Chu had the last laugh. Walker got the ball, but Li Chu gently hooked the ball away from between his legs. At this moment, Li Chu keenly sensed someone behind him, so he nudged the ball to the left. But the person turned from the right and executed a beautiful and elegant nutmeg on Ali, who was preparing to copy Li Chu's interception from behind Walker. Next, Li Chu planned to speed up. His path ahead was clear, and this was not the best time for a pass. He saw that Ronaldo was still a distance away from the opponent's back line. He intended to give Ronaldo some space to accelerate, waiting until Ronaldo was at least parallel with the opponent's defender before passing. Even if the opponent marked Ronaldo tightly, Li Chu could still pass to Bale on the other side. Chapter 396. Acting Ramos was very angry. He had just been testing the waters, deliberately extending his hand as if to choke the opponent's neck. But he stopped midway, wanting to see how far the opponent would go in acting. Unexpectedly, his action startled Lamela, who thought Ramos was going to choke him directly. Lamela didn't expect Ramos to stop midway, so he just fell to the ground, and the traces of acting were very heavy. The referee ran over, separating both players, and showed Ramos and Lamela each a yellow card. Ramos was stunned. He didn't even touch the opponent, yet he was shown a yellow card. The referee was too biased. However, the captain of Real Madrid was very experienced. At this time, if he still wanted to reason with the referee, he might end up getting another yellow card and being sent off. Who knows what the referee has in mind? So it's better to swallow his anger. After all, he is the biggest on the field. The game couldn't proceed as both teams were scheming against each other, trying to trip each other up instead of competing on the field. I have to say, this Tottenham Hotspur team was full of energy and everyone seemed very spirited, tangling with Real Madrid with great stamina. Chapter 397. Pulling one back, so Zidane could only wait until the second half to address it. During halftime, he would have a good talk with the players about not letting their tempers get the better of them. What is more important, pride or winning the match? Now, the first half had to be this way. Shouting from the sidelines wouldn't be heard by the players. Li Chu was the first to calm down. After Tottenham Hotspur scored their second goal, he had already regained his composure, clearly realizing that the opponent had a scheme. At the beginning of the match, Li Chu noticed that the pitch at Tottenham Stadium was quite slippery, which was somewhat unsuitable for Real Madrid, who prefer to play a ground game. It seemed that Tottenham was willing to go to any lengths to successfully advance to the next round. Li Chu could understand their tactics, as their strength truly couldn't match Real Madrid's, and playing fairly would significantly reduce their chances of winning. However, using such means was indeed a bit despicable and utterly contemptible. But what good would it do to condemn the opponent morally? Winning is winning, and losing is losing. Just like when Maradona scored a goal with his hand. Now people refer to it as the hand of God, completely whitewashing it. Chapter 398. Tragedy. When Benzema was preparing to receive the ball, he saw Toby Alderweireld lunging out. As a result, he spread his legs and let the ball slip through his legs. Cristiano Ronaldo at the far post did not hold back and took a powerful shot with his left foot. This time, Loris could not deny Ronaldo's shot, which struck the bottom right corner of the goal. In the 31st minute of the match, Real Madrid finally pulled one back, making the score 1-2. It was all thanks to Ronaldo. That shot from Ronaldo was already of very high quality, and it was unexpected that Loris managed to save it. One should consider who made the assist. This attack was entirely orchestrated by Li Chu. We watched the game for the game itself, not to play the phantom game. Li Chu is also a player I like, and I stayed up late to watch the game because of him, but the way you're hyping it up is making me a bit nauseous. pulling back a goal in the first half to make the score 1-2 made the second half much more playable. Otherwise, returning to the locker room with a score of 0-2 would have made the second half much harder, especially since this goal was crucial, giving Real Madrid an away goal. Chapter 399. Rage Carvajal's injury caused severe physiological discomfort to many witnesses at the scene. Such injuries are rare even in very intense football matches. Soon, Carvajal was carried off on a stretcher in an ambulance headed straight for the hospital. The Brazilian Danilo came on as a substitute. Everything happened quickly, but the players on the field still couldn't recover from the shock of what had just happened. Each person remained immersed in the recent trauma. The player responsible for Carvajal's severe injury, Son Heung-min, appeared as if he were a walking corpse, seemingly soulless. Even the simplest passes and receptions were prone to errors. As the first half neared its end, the referee, eager to blow the whistle, ended the half after just over 2 minutes of stoppage time instead of the expected 3. As he left the field, Ramos relentlessly confronted Ali and Son Heung-min with accusations. "It was an accident. I didn't mean it. All I can say is I'm sorry. Don't pretend here. You were committing rough fouls the entire first half. Didn't you know what kind of consequences that would lead to? I truly despise you. If you can't match the skill, you resort to such disgusting methods." Chapter 400. Counterattack. Kyle Walker was very fast. Although Ronaldo slipped past him, Walker turned and chased after him, inevitably falling behind by a half body length. However, with a few big strides, he could catch up to Ronaldo. Ronaldo had anticipated this, since he couldn't completely shake off Walker with sheer speed. He naturally relied on his skilled dribbling to get past him. Standing at 186 meters tall, Ronaldo had a higher center of gravity and couldn't dribble like Messi, Isco, or Iniesta, but he had his own unique way of handling the ball. Ronaldo used the inside of his left foot to nudge the ball, suddenly stopping and changing direction to pull the ball into the inner line. Walker had fallen for this trick last time, so this time he quickly turned to block the inner line. However, as soon as Ronaldo shifted the ball inside, he immediately nudged it with his right foot and slipped past Walker again. At this point, the angle was already very small, but Ronaldo decisively took the shot. The shot was powerful and cleverly angled, hitting a half-high ball. Goalkeepers usually prefer half-high balls, but that is not limited to situations where they can cover the near post. In such situations, they typically extend their hands to enlarge their defensive area while also extending a leg to prevent the forward from executing a ground shot. Chapter 401. Beating a sinking dog. The term big bus coach is only used to describe Mourinho, and one can only say it is the workings of fate. Li Chu was quite an experienced attacking player. He could see that the opponent's formation was disorganized. After all, players like Ali, Eriksen, and Harry Kane were not defensive players by nature. They barely retreated to the edge of the penalty area to help defend, which could only be considered better than nothing. Li Chu passed the ball to the side, calculated the timing, and Casemiro ran to receive the ball, sending it forward to Toni Kroos. Kroos, in turn, made a pass slightly behind him. At that moment, Li Chu advanced and sent the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where Benzema, under pressure from 2 defenders, passed the ball back to the oncoming Kroos. Kroos then flicked the ball. Surprisingly, he did not flick it towards Ronaldo or Bale, but rather towards the center. At that moment, although Benzema was in the center, he was being marked by Vertonghen and couldn't turn around. Everyone at that instant couldn't tell who Kroos intended to pass to. It looked like a mistake. Chapter 402. After the crushing victory, however, due to Tottenham Hotspur's rough fouls, which led to injuries to 2 teammates, Real Madrid was holding their breath. Even with a 2-goal lead, they did not give up on the attack. 5 minutes later, from a corner kick, Ramos scored a goal. He immediately ran to Tottenham's bench to provoke them, receiving a yellow card. But such provocation excited Real Madrid's fans and made the players feel invigorated. Such a captain is worth trusting. After making it 5-2, Real Madrid still did not hold back. This time it was Bale's turn. Due to 2 forced substitutions, he was supposed to be replaced by James or Isco around the 70th minute of the second half. But now they had to let Bale continue. As a result, Bale executed a brilliant flick shot from the edge of the penalty area, scoring into the corner. No one expected Bale to flick the ball from that position. After scoring, Bale did not celebrate. He was facing his old club, Tottenham Hotspur, and despite the recent grudges, Tottenham was still his former club, where he spent a considerable amount of time. He simply couldn't bring himself to celebrate exuberantly in front of the fans who once adored him. Chapter 403. Before the great battle after a significant victory over Tottenham Hotspur, the Champions League round of 16 was no longer important for Real Madrid. They could easily advance at home with their eyes closed, and Zidane would likely field many rotated players. This match was undoubtedly a heavy blow for the young Tottenham team. In the Premier League match 3 days later, Tottenham continued their slump and lost the game. Son Heung-min's form was particularly disappointing, leading to widespread lament among Korean fans. However, for Real Madrid, the most important match was the upcoming league game. In 2 rounds, Real Madrid would face Barcelona for the first time this season. At this point, both teams were performing very steadily in the league, with Barcelona leading Real Madrid by 2 points. This situation felt somewhat familiar. During this time, Li Chu and Ronaldo were in exceptional form. Although there was still a Champions League match and a La Liga match to play before that, they were not significant. They could easily handle those, especially since Li Chu and Ronaldo were in great shape. Chapter 404. The unstoppable, however, of course, it could not compare to the star-studded Argentina. Thinking about this made Li Chu feel a bit deflated. It seemed that no matter how powerful the cheat was, he could only compete with Messi and Ronaldo at the club level in this lifetime. Real Madrid was studying Barcelona, and Barcelona was also studying Real Madrid. Many players were already very familiar with each other, and the only newcomers at Real Madrid were players like Danilo. Another old acquaintance who gave them a headache was Li Chu. During a technical meeting with his coaching staff, Enrique's assistant remarked that Real Madrid's tactics were easy to read. They mainly blended their superstars well. However, the only variable was with Li Chu, a player who was difficult to gauge. Enrique nodded in agreement, sharing this view. This player's style was too variable, making it hard to restrict him. He always found the most suitable way to respond to the situation on the field. If he were to fill the void left by Xavi, Barcelona would complete the last piece of their championship puzzle. Unfortunately, Chapter 405, a small interlude. The media believed that Perrin did not call up Li Chu to establish his authority. The former national team player, who once led the Liao Xiaohu to the Yin Super League Championship, was appointed as the national team coach. A reporter directly asked Gao Hongbao at the press conference whether Li Chu would be included in the squad for the World Cup qualifiers. Gao Hongbao stated that Li Chu was undoubtedly the #1 star of Yinghua and would definitely be called up. Li Chu learned this news through his agent, Catherine, and he felt very frustrated because he had previously discussed this matter with Perrin. After all, the level of the first round of the World Cup qualifiers was quite low, playing against teams like Zhejiang and Brunei. Did they really need Li Chu for that? It was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Perrin felt it unreasonable to call up Li Chu for such a trivial match, as it would also affect his form at the club, so he decided not to call him back. Now, it seemed the media portrayed Perrin as jealous of capable players. This left Li Chu unable to speak for Perrin, as internal harmony in the country was crucial, and he couldn't say anything, especially since Gao Hongbao had just taken office. Chapter 406. Appointing the capable without avoiding kin. A person cannot always rely on their past achievements. Wang Jingwei once assassinated a Qing prince, but in the end, he became a traitor. It's absurd to compare Li Chu with a traitor. After being offline for a day, the chaos online raised my blood pressure. Those criticizing Li Chu can hardly call themselves fans. What is wrong with him not playing against Iraq? Such matches don't deserve Li Chu's appearance. At this moment, Li Chu was completely unaware of the debates happening in the country because his mind was not on that. He didn't use social media. All of Li Chu's social accounts were managed by Catherine, who, although aware of the situation, deliberately concealed it from him. After all, Real Madrid was about to face Barcelona in the National Derby, a match that could significantly influence the overall direction of Real Madrid's season. Whether they would advance smoothly or face a sudden downturn depended on this match. Therefore, Catherine chose to hide it to avoid affecting Li Chu's mindset. This is the benefit of being abroad. While the domestic situation was a mess, Li Chu remained completely oblivious. During these days, Li Chu indeed put in a lot of effort studying Messi. Chapter 407. Before the big match, the Bernabeu, Real Madrid's home ground, was packed. Although this was just a mid-season match, from a certain perspective, it could determine the La Liga champion for the season. This was the highlight of the round and could even be considered one of the 2 major matches of the entire La Liga season. Before the match, various experts shared their opinions. Currently, Barcelona was in excellent form, while Real Madrid's recent performance was good but plagued by injuries. Key midfielder Luka Modric had to sit on the bench. Carvajal would not be able to play for Real Madrid this season, and just before the match, Bale experienced some discomfort in his ankle, so he did not appear on the roster at the suggestion of the team doctor. This created quite a bit of trouble for Zidane in arranging the lineup. Previously, Zidane had deliberately used James Rodriguez in an attacking midfield position, which had worked well in training matches. But now with Bale injured, Zidane found himself in a difficult position. Should he play Isco? It was challenging to decide who should play centrally and who should go to the wing. In the past, Isco would have had no problem playing on the wing. But now he had a new girlfriend who was a vegetarian. Chapter 408. Tactical focus. What does look at it mean? Li Chu certainly knew he would be playing in a free midfield role again. Generally speaking, the trend now is for midfielders to move from one penalty area to another, allowing the team to have an advantage equivalent to an extra player. In a sense, this is akin to a free midfielder. However, if the player kicks like that, once he joins the attack, there must be other players to cover his position. All other players need to be ready to fill in, and without teammates in position. This requires a very high level of tactical awareness. For example, Lippi has always wanted to play 3-5-2 at Hung Tai, but has never succeeded, precisely because the players in Yen Chao cannot adapt to such tactical changes. They tend to stick to their positions on the field, fulfilling the responsibilities of their designated roles. If you ask them to switch positions multiple times in a match and switch between different responsibilities, they simply cannot handle it. Their brains would be overwhelmed. Therefore, Lippi tried it for a half, but then reverted to the original tactics. Naturally, Hung Tai, which is already stronger than other teams, could win the match smoothly, and many fans attributed this to Lippi's godlike adjustments during the game. Chapter 409. Fluid offense. Hillman Sano blew the whistle to start the match, and in an instant, Barcelona players surged towards Real Madrid's half like a tide. Messi pushed the ball to Suarez, who then passed it about 2 meters ahead of Messi. This gave Messi a chance to run onto the ball. In this situation, Casemiro immediately returned to the defensive midfield position to provide cover, while James Rodriguez also dropped back from his attacking midfield position, as required by Zidane's tactics. Barcelona could not afford to relax at all in this match, so everyone needed to return to their half to help defend when the team needed it. Everyone except Cristiano Ronaldo had to do this. Even Ronaldo needed to disrupt the play up front to prevent Barcelona's defenders from passing comfortably among themselves. In this match, Isco was active on the wing, so Casemiro and Li Chu had to drop back together to the defensive midfield position to defend, while James also had to come back, and Isco needed to drop back to play as a fullback. Chapter 410. Free kick. The Brazilian, experienced as he is, saw Benzema sprinting alongside him and knew that if Ronaldo headed the ball back, it would be dangerous, so he committed a foul directly. After falling, Ronaldo quickly got back up, knowing that a foul in that position would likely result in a card. Lying on the ground was pointless. It was better to take the free kick quickly. So after getting up, Ronaldo touched the ball with his hand and quickly passed it short. But at that moment, the referee's whistle blew again, indicating that Ronaldo had to retake the free kick. This made Ronaldo quite unhappy. Quick free kicks are within the rules. The referee explained to Ronaldo that he had taken the kick from the wrong position. Ronaldo was speechless. In football, who can place the ball exactly at the right spot for a set piece? Players often move the ball forward several meters in places where the referee cannot see, even 5 or 6 meters sometimes. It seemed that the referee today was not favoring the home team, which was not a good sign. Zidane, watching this scene, couldn't help but frown. Unable to take the free kick quickly, Ronaldo chose not to take it himself and ran forward, handing the free kick to his teammate. After all, this location was over 50 meters from the goal, and even Ronaldo wouldn't dare to attempt a shot from there. Chapter 411. Weakness. The throw-in was taken by Nacho, but perhaps due to being out of practice for too long, Isco couldn't control the ball well after Nacho's throw. Isco spread his arms towards Nacho, clearly dissatisfied with the pass. With a Barcelona defender behind him, Isco couldn't protect the ball and lost his balance when pushed from behind, allowing the Barcelona player to snatch the ball away. The ball was sent to the midfield, where Messi received it, presenting a great opportunity for a quick counterattack. However, after receiving the ball, Messi hesitated and did not pass immediately. Casemiro was not far in front of Messi, but he did not press up. Casemiro felt that with Messi's dribbling skills at such a high level, if he rushed in a challenge, he would definitely be left behind. Casemiro did not want to be a mere backdrop. However, Zidane on the sidelines was not satisfied. If Messi was allowed to hold the ball without pressure, it would be too easy for him. Moreover, even if Messi managed to get past the first defender, there were other teammates ready to cover. Chapter 412. Getting into the groove. Although no goals were scored, it was very exciting to watch. Both teams' attacks were very threatening. Barcelona and Real Madrid face each other several times a year, and both teams are very familiar with each other. Even with some personnel changes during the transfer window, it does not hinder their understanding of their opponents. Therefore, there was no need for either team to test the waters. They both came out swinging from start. The tactic of playing possum simply does not exist between two teams that know each other so well, so the transitions between attack and defense were very quick. Real Madrid has always emphasized vertical and rapid attacks. Thus, Barcelona was quite wary of this, as once the opponent picks up speed, it becomes unreasonable. No matter how rich your experience is, if you can't keep up, you can't keep up. Therefore, even though Barcelona controlled the initiative in attack, they did not attempt too many risky passes. As a result, it was not easy for Real Madrid to regain possession. Navas received the ball and prepared to pass it to Ramos, but saw Li Chu raising his arm high outside the penalty area, signaling Navas to pass the ball to him. Although Li Chu was a young player, he was currently favored in the team and was in his prime, so Navas decided to give him a chance and directly threw the ball to him. Chapter 413. Yellow card at this moment. Li Chu lightly tapped the ball behind Busquets, creating an angle for a shot. Busquets, who had nearly twisted his back, instinctively reached back with his foot, just managing to hook Li Chu's leg. Li Chu was already in the process of stopping and changing direction, and when his stepping foot was hooked by Busquets, he lost his balance and fell into Barcelona's penalty area. Penalty, Hiway exclaimed excitedly. Real Madrid had a penalty opportunity, which was almost equivalent to a goal since players like Ronaldo and Ramos are excellent penalty takers. Even if Li Chu himself took the penalty, he had a good scoring rate. The referee's whistle sounded, which was not unexpected, but then the referee came over and reached into his pocket. Could it be that the referee was going to issue a yellow card along with the penalty? Generally, for fouls of this nature, a penalty is awarded without a yellow card, as it is not a malicious act and does not involve the last defender. Just when everyone was puzzled, unexpectedly, the main referee ran up to Li Chu and showed him a yellow card. Chapter 414. Can't even tackle. Defending players are inherently at a disadvantage when facing attacking players. Li Chu, due to his exceptional physical qualities, can seize the initiative again against some lower-level attacking players, even if he makes a misjudgment. However, when facing Messi, Li Chu truly dared not be careless. Once he made a mistake, Messi could take advantage of it. The ball reached Rakitic, who had just been left dizzy after being nutmegged by Li Chu, feeling quite embarrassed. He was supposed to pass the ball to Professor Bu or Iniesta, or even back to Messi, but now he was determined to show off and erase the humiliation of being easily bypassed by Li Chu. Therefore, after getting the ball, Rakitic chose to dribble towards the wing instead of passing. He thought to himself that if Li Chu were to chase him down, he would simply feint and go past him. What happened after Li Chu passed him was no longer important, whether it was a pass or a long shot. He just wanted to take revenge. Chapter 415. Leading. Benzema twisted his body and leaped into the air, executing a half-side volley. The movement was extremely graceful and fluid. The fans were left in awe. This ball was not particularly easy for Benzema to handle. If he were to head it, it was slightly low, and if he wanted to shoot, he would need to take another touch, but by then the Barcelona defenders would likely have pressured him. Thus, Benzema decisively utilized his exceptional body flexibility to deliver an unconventional shot. Ter Stegen was completely caught off guard by the opponent's shooting method. Although he was very focused, he was slightly distracted by Benzema's movement, and only when Benzema's shot came towards him did he react. Ter Stegen reached out to block Benzema's shot. His hand slightly grazed the ball, causing it to veer slightly upwards. Bang! There was a loud noise from the crossbar as Ter Stegen managed to deflect the shot, which then hit the bar and bounced out, but not far. Just then, Cristiano Ronaldo sprinted in at high speed. Few can match Ronaldo's agility in such situations. His instincts in front of goal are akin to a purebred hunting dog ready to pounce on its prey in the forest. Chapter 416. Leading to. The referee did not blow the whistle. He kept the game going with his mouth on the whistle, signaling for an attack with both hands raised, and then sprinted towards Barcelona's half. James Rodriguez sent a precise pass directly to Benzema at the forward line. Benzema played it very simply. He did not take the ball, but laid it back. At this moment, Li Chu had just gotten back up from the ground and hadn't even had time to spit out the grass in his mouth before he dashed forward. This ball was meant for him by Benzema. Busquets was extremely frustrated. Li Chu, James Rodriguez, and Benzema formed a triangle with their passing, and he was right in the middle of it, indicating that these three Real Madrid players completely disregarded him. However, the passes were all clever. Visible to Busquets, but just out of reach for his body. The ball Benzema passed to Li Chu looked like a 50-50 chance to Busquets. He thought to himself that although Li Chu was fast, being this far away, he should be able to outpace him. Under these circumstances, he abandoned his position and rushed towards the ball, but he still underestimated Li Chu's speed, who was accelerating like a nimble cheetah. Chapter 417, No Choice. Do I have such a big mouth? I have social anxiety. You have social anxiety? I think you bring fear to social situations. Alves laughed and ruffled Li Chu's hair. At this point, Li Chu's hair had grown quite long, but he planned to let it grow longer, so he had not trimmed it, making it look like he had no hairstyle at all. Don't touch my head. Li Chu looked at Alves with an understanding expression. Fine, you can touch it once. I understand that for a man, being bald is indeed painful. Li Chu's words struck a chord with Alves, causing him to jump up. I'm not bald. I shaved it myself. Andres is the bald one. Don't explain. Explaining is just covering up a man's pain. I understand. Let me tell you a little secret. Cristiano is planning to open a hair transplant clinic. You can ask him for a discount. I'm really not bald. Look at the stubble on my head. If I were bald, it should be the color of my scalp. Is what you said true? I'm not very familiar with him, and I've been quite rude to him in defense. Can I still get a discount? Chapter 418. Capable of anything. Li Chu thought he wouldn't be learning from that trick of directly passing the ball to the defender's feet, then snatching it back while the opponent was puzzled, creating a wall pass with them. However, seeing Iniesta lose his balance and take a step forward, Li Chu realized it was actually that simple. At this moment, the forwards of Real Madrid were all charging forward, and all Li Chu had to do was pass the ball to their running lines. Isco, Benzema, James, and Cristiano were all rushing forward, which made Li Chu momentarily indecisive, as several players were in good positions. In the end, he chose to trust Cristiano. Cristiano controlled the ball smoothly, using the inside of his foot to stop it just in front of him without affecting his speed. However, Alves charged in and knocked Cristiano down, preferring to give Real Madrid a free kick in the attacking area rather than let Cristiano cut inside. After being knocked down, Cristiano was obviously very unhappy, but the usually unruly Alves walked over and extended his hand very friendly, leaving Cristiano a bit stunned. After a moment, he finally reached out to let Alves help him up. Chapter 419. The opportunity has arrived. However, Suarez's retreat did indeed play a role. Making plays through tight spaces is Barcelona's specialty. The match continued, and by the 39th minute, Suarez once again retreated, pulling Ramos out of the penalty area. Ramos had to keep pressing against Suarez, not allowing him any chance to turn. As long as Suarez couldn't face the goal, his threat would be greatly reduced. However, at this moment, Suarez cleverly set up a pass for Messi, who then immediately darted into the gap. Suarez's pass was slightly too strong. After Messi controlled the ball, he was already at the edge of the small penalty area. Varane quickly positioned himself to deny Messi a shooting opportunity. On that side, Messi received the ball and could only shoot with his right foot, which is not his preferred foot. Therefore, Messi did not take a direct shot, but made a passing motion. Varane extended his foot to block, not expecting that Messi was only faking. Messi pulled the ball back, and Varane reacted quickly. He hadn't fully committed his body to block the pass and was caught in a dilemma, defending against Messi's feints while trying to anticipate a chance for a shot. Chapter 420. Equalizer with the referee's whistle. Messi took a run-up but did not strike the ball. Instead, it was Suarez, who had no run-up, who struck it hard. He kicked it in the opposite direction, towards the side where Navas was positioned, which had no wall. Generally, free kicks are aimed at the wall side because the area behind the wall is deliberately left open by the goalkeeper. Goalkeepers typically guard the side without a wall, so kicking directly from there is less common due to the need for great power, speed, and accuracy. However, this free kick was very close, making it suitable for such an approach, and Suarez struck the ball towards the top right corner of the goal. This shot showcased Suarez's superb technique, as if he had a targeting device installed in the ball, heading straight for the corner. Clearly, Suarez knew Navas, the Costa Rican goalkeeper, well and understood his weakness, short arms. Navas watched as Suarez's shot flew towards the corner of the goal. Chapter 421. Mobilization. Zidane also rallied the team's spirits, and everyone suddenly felt that being one man down wasn't such a big deal. It was 1-1, not a 0-5 thrashing. After all, wasn't it just a few years ago that they lost 0-5 to Barcelona at home? The following year, they managed to beat Barcelona in the 2010 Champions League semi-finals. Inter Milan's midfielder Mata was sent off early, yet Mourinho still came out on top. Being a man down didn't seem like a major issue, especially since scoring in football doesn't require all 11 players to contribute. Sometimes one player can solve the problem. In this match, we performed well enough. We all know that Barcelona's goalkeeper also participates in the organization and attack, but due to certain players on our team, Ter Stegen rarely steps outside his small box, which disrupts their backline's flow compared to other matches. Hearing Zidane say this made the teammates smile knowingly, as Real Madrid still had Li Chu, who could shoot from a distance of 67 meters. Ter Stegen was also afraid of being scored on by Li Chu from long range, which would be a lifelong embarrassment for a goalkeeper. Chapter 422. Defense. Li Chu and Casemiro were both stationed at the edge of the penalty area, firmly guarding the defensive line in front of the defenders. To face the defenders and gain shooting opportunities, one must get past Casemiro and Li Chu. The Barcelona players had limited options to break through this defense, led by Li Chu. After all, Li Chu's defensive actions were often baffling. He could execute any maneuver to break through, but his tackling methods were not what other defenders typically employed. In last season's Champions League final, Messi faced considerable difficulty. Having encountered various tricks from Li Chu, Messi felt he should increase the ratio of long-range shots to bypass Li Chu. It must be said that if it were just Li Chu alone, Messi would still want to break through, then pass or shoot. He had that confidence. However, with both Li Chu and Casemiro working in tandem, the tactics Barcelona used to break through the flanks were ineffective against Li Chu, who left them with only poor positions that couldn't create threatening passes or good shooting angles. Chapter 423. Unconventional shot for a well-known forward like Suarez. His personal characteristics have long been studied and analyzed by defenders worldwide. However, top forwards like Suarez possess an unpredictable spark of creativity that is hard to grasp. While defenders study Suarez, he also studies the defenders he will face in a match. Undoubtedly, Ramos is a world-class defender. Currently, there is hardly anyone better than him in world football. Ramos has excellent physical attributes. He is strong, fast, and can jump high. With a height of 184 meters and such a robust physique, he can compete against various types of forwards without being at a disadvantage. Additionally, as a defender, Ramos is highly focused, rarely seen distracted or unfocused on the pitch, and his reactions are quick. This is reflected in his ability to predict and intercept when defending against opponents. He often anticipates the ball's trajectory before others, allowing him to intercept it in time. Chapter 424. Never give up. Li Chu thought that this kind of ball could only be kicked by him, and he realized that Suarez wanted to challenge himself. Li Chu immediately became furious. Without saying a word, he dashed into the goal, grabbed the ball, and ran towards the midfield. Real Madrid's teammates were bewildered by Li Chu's actions. They had just conceded a goal to Barcelona and were still in a daze. Yet they saw Li Chu preparing to quickly restart the game. Instantly, everyone's fighting spirit was reignited. Being one man down and trailing in the score didn't matter. Even if Real Madrid lost, they couldn't be beaten down easily. They would rather die standing. On the other side, Suarez was still celebrating with Messi, but upon seeing that Real Madrid had already set the ball at the kickoff spot, all players were in position waiting to start. Did this not dampen Real Madrid's fighting spirit? Zidane, watching from the sidelines, was very frustrated after the goal. He listened to Li Chu because he didn't want to disappoint his trusted lieutenant and had high expectations and trust in Li Chu's abilities. However, he didn't expect to see Suarez score with an unexpected move so soon. Chapter 425. Serious challenge. Barcelona's fans come from all over the world, and domestic fans rarely see some of their comments during live broadcasts, but some Barcelona fans have no bottom line. Of course, they may not really be Barcelona fans, because these people came to various domestic apps and forums with a Korean ID, engaging in all kinds of ridicule. Is this the legendary king of football from the Yin country running like a dog? He runs so fast, like a vicious dog chasing after poop, wanting to snatch it. Seeing comments like this, the fans immediately exploded, especially when the other side captured the moment when Li Chu was toyed with by several Barcelona players passing the ball among themselves, turning it into a GIF format. One of the images even photoshopped the white soccer ball in the picture to look like poop. At this point, if they didn't explode, they wouldn't be considered men with blood in their veins. First, the room administrator kicked these people out directly. Then the forum, Tiaba, and app moderators deleted posts, banned accounts. And we're busy dealing with it all. This group of fat guys really has no bottom line. I just don't understand. What does Barcelona winning have to do with them? Barcelona doesn't even have a player from the Korean country. Chapter 426, Unexpectedly Trust You Once. Soon after, Barcelona's players saw Real Madrid players rushing into Barcelona's penalty area one after another. What Ronaldo, what Ramos, even J-Rod came over. Anyone with a bit of height and good heading ability went over, leaving Barcelona's players confused. What the hell is this? There are no corner kicks or free kicks in the front court. What are they doing here? This thing can't even form a wall. Nobody has done this before. If we're talking about this style of play, it dates back decades. That kind of long pass and high ball English football would do this. Just smashing into the penalty area without a word. When has modern football had this? Li Chu didn't care about that much. Anyway, if he could do it, getting in there's a good shot. From such a long distance, it's a direct free kick, divided into indirect and direct. Usually, the referee will clearly distinguish between the two in the front court. From this distance in the back court, the referee just gives a free kick and that's it. Even if sometimes it's not according to the rules, no one bothers about it. If you want to shoot, go ahead. No one is stopping you. Then Li Chu took a step back, preparing to take a powerful free kick, retreating almost to where Navas was.